1261 Collectively refining, bricks, 1. After weighing the gold brick in his hand, Gus walked out of the door without any hesitation, looking rather heroic. He could already tell that Tang Zhen's background was extraordinary. He had never seen Tang Zhen's mysterious technique of disappearing and reappearing out of thin air before. It was also because of this that Guc obediently waited here and did not dare to leave to avoid angering Tang Zhen. As for the transmigrators he had brought with him, all of them had strength that shocked Gus. Even some of the dream shatterers could not be compared to them. If dozens of such strong people came, they would definitely be able to completely occupy the city he was living in. Looking at the increasing number of transmigrators appearing out of thin air in front of him, Gus did not dare to think too much. He only kept telling himself that he had to be honest and do what he was told. Only then would he be able to survive in the hands of these mysterious people and obtain sufficient benefits at the same time. After hearing Tang Zhen's order, Guc did not hesitate and directly walked out with the golden brick. He wanted to perform well in front of his future backer. As dusk fell, all kinds of night demons appeared in groups on the streets. It was almost easy to find their traces without looking carefully. After becoming a dream crusher, Gus had automatically learned how to conceal his own aura to ensure that the night demons would not discover his existence. At this moment, in order to attract the night demons' attention, he deliberately released a trace of his aura. A few night demons nearby immediately sensed it and turned to Gus, positioned at the same time, rushing toward him. Gus was not afraid at all. He raised the brick in his hand and smashed it at a night demon. A golden light flashed, and the night demon's head suddenly tilted. The brick had actually smashed a huge pit in it. Night demon screamed and fell to the ground, as if he was not far from death. Guc didn't expect the gold brick that Tang Zhen gave him to be so useful. The night demon's head, which was as hard as steel, had actually exploded. No wonder the Dream Crusher's combat power was so strong. It turned out that it was not only an advantage in cultivation, but also an advantage in weapons. Gus had seen the Dream Crusher's weapons from afar, but they were mostly black and bronze in color. Occasionally, there would be silver, but he had never seen a golden one. Could it be that this golden brick was even more powerful than the Dream Crusher's special weapon? After realizing this, Gus let out a low roar in excitement. He took the brick from the fallen Nightstalker and swung it at another Nightstalker while nimbly avoiding the attacks of the other Nightstalkers. Compared to his clumsy movements in the past, Gus, who had become the Dream Crusher, was much more agile. The night demons were no threat to him at all. With the help of the brick in his hand and the support of Tang Zhen and the others behind him, Gus did not take long to get rid of a few night demons. He then looked at Tang Zhen with an excited expression. "Sir, this thing is really too easy to use. It's unbelievably handy." After wiping the gold brick in his hand clean, Gus reluctantly lifted it up and brought it in front of Tang Zhen, preparing to return it to its original owner. "Take it and play with it. When you have a better weapon in the future, I'll give you a new one." Tang Zhen naturally would not take back this test subject. Instead, he turned around and ordered all the cultivators in the Holy Dragon City to pick up the bricks and see if they could forge a similar weapon. Just now, he suddenly realized a problem. The mental strength of the Holy Dragon City cultivators was far inferior to his. What would the weapons they forged look like? Would they have the same power as the gold bricks? Towards Tang Zhen's orders, the Holy Dragon City's cultivators had always carried them out quickly. At this moment, they all picked up the bricks from the ground and tempered them according to Tang Zhen's instructions. The spacious house was immediately filled with all kinds of light orbs, and even the night sky was gradually dispelled. Compared to the spectacular scene of Tang Zhen tempering the bricks, these Holy Dragon City cultivators displayed different scenes due to the difference in strength. Even their progress was completely different. After a full hour, a Holy Dragon City cultivator barely managed to complete the tempering and obtained a mottled red copper brick. After comparing it to Tang Zhen's gold brick, this Holy Dragon City cultivator curled his lips. He was clearly very dissatisfied with his own work. The other cultivators of the Holy Dragon City continued to refine their bricks. However, compared to Tang Zhen's gold brick, the bricks of these cultivators did not seem to have changed much. It was estimated that their power could not be compared to Tang Zhen's gold brick. It seemed like the refinement of the Dream Crusher's weapon was a rather long process. Only by constantly investing in it could the quality and power of the weapon be continuously improved. The Holy Dragon City cultivators who were the first to complete the tempering carried the brick and rushed out of the door to fight the night demon. Although they eventually killed the night demon, the power of the brick was very limited in battle. Compared to the gold brick that Tang Zhen had tempered, this brick that was tempered by the Holy Dragon City's cultivators was just a piece of trash. After seeing this, Gus immediately realized the value of the gold brick in his hand. He quickly clamped it with his arms, afraid that it would be snatched away by others. After the comparison, Tang Zhen also confirmed the effect of cultivation on the tempering. It seemed that if he wanted the Holy Dragon City's cultivators to have the advantage in equipment, he would have to personally do it. He tried to take out the weapon from the storage ring, but Tang Zhen immediately felt his mental energy rapidly flowing away. He was so frightened that he quickly cut off the connection with the storage ring. Tang Zhen did not expect that it would be so difficult to take out a physical object. He did not even know how destructive it was. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to give up for the time being. He looked around, but other than bricks, there wasn't even a wooden stick. Who knew how Sleepless had cleaned up the place so thoroughly? Gently shaking his head, Tang Zhen waved his hand and gathered all the bricks around him. His mental energy once again completely wrapped around them. This time, it took nearly a minute for the ordinary bricks to turn into gold bricks, under the penetration of the spiritual power, which looked bright and shiny. Letting out a breath of relief, Tang Zhen placed the gold bricks on the ground. He waved his hand at everyone and said, "Don't waste your energy. Each of you take one piece and use it temporarily." When the cultivators heard this, they immediately threw away the bricks in their hands with a look of disgust. Each of them held a golden brick. However, the scene looked rather strange. The Holy Dragon City cultivators, who had always wielded swords and sabers, had actually switched to using bricks as weapons. Without their battle armor, they looked no different from hooligans. Tang Zhen's head was filled with black lines when he thought of the scene of him leading his underlings to snatch territory. He made up his mind to change the weapons of his underlings as soon as possible to avoid losing face when they went out. It was midnight and night demons were wandering everywhere. It was not conducive to the Holy Dragon City's cultivators' movements. If Tang Zhen wanted to go to the nearby cities, he would have to wait until dawn. Since they had plenty of time, it would be better to search around and see if they could find any materials to refine battle armor so that their residence would not look too shabby. 1262 The city of mountains. A night passed, and the number of Holy Dragon City cultivators who had successfully entered the dream world had exceeded 100. Each of them held a golden brick in their hands, and they looked extremely wealthy. However, among the cultivators who had transmigrated, the highest cultivation was only level 5. There was not a single overlord. After asking the Holy Dragon City's cultivators, he found out that the Dream Journal had little effect on the Lord-level cultivators. After such a long time, almost no Lord-level cultivators had fallen asleep. It was strange that the Lords, who should have gone to bed long ago, did not feel sleepy at all. Was it related to the Dream Journal? On the other hand, the low-level cultivators were all asleep, and their thunderous snores almost lifted the roof. Since he was unable to sleep, he could not enter the dream world. Fortunately, he had enough manpower and Tang Zhen was not willing to wait any longer. Leaving behind a few Holy Dragon City cultivators to guard the place, the group headed straight for the nearby city under the lead of Gus and a few Sleepless. Because Tang Zhen wanted to study the monsters that were active during the day, he deliberately took a detour and surrounded the two monsters that were looking for them. Seeing the Holy Dragon City cultivators appear around them, the two demonic creatures, blood-red eyes flashed with an ominous glint, and they charged forward without fear. "Subdue them, but don't kill them." After hearing Tang Zhen's order, the surrounding Holy Dragon City cultivators immediately swarmed forward. They waved the golden bricks in their hands and beat the two demonic creatures until they screamed in pain. Gus was dumbfounded after seeing this scene. It was the first time he had seen a scene where nearly 100 masters were needed to deal with two low-level monsters. Fortunately, Tang Zhen had ordered them to be captured alive. Otherwise, these two pitiful monsters would have already been smashed into meat paste by the brick. Although Gus really wanted to go up and give them a few punches, considering that he was not a match for the monsters at all, Gus gave up on the idea. He only grinned as he watched the two monsters being quickly subdued. Under the escort of the 4 Holy Dragon City cultivators, the two human-shaped demonic creatures were pushed in front of Tang Zhen. Although they were beaten black and blue, they still struggled continuously, appearing extremely fierce. Tang Zhen looked at the two human-shaped monsters. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly extended his hand and inserted it into the body of one of the monsters. Immediately after, the monster let out a blood-curdling screech as it struggled with all its might in an attempt to escape from its restraints. At the same time, it bared its teeth and roared furiously at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen turned a blind eye to this. His arm that had pierced into the demonic creature's body gently turned and pulled back with all his might. A black thread-like object that seemed to be alive was pulled out. It trembled continuously in Tang Zhen's hand and even tried to drill into Tang Zhen's skin. A cold smile surfaced on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth after he brought it in front of his eyes and observed it for a moment. He then controlled the flame to burn it into ashes. Indistinctly, there seemed to be a scream. He turned around to look at the monster again, only to find that the madness in its eyes had begun to fade, and the true colored rune between its eyebrows was also quickly dimming and dissipating. In fact, it wasn't just the rune between the monster's eyebrows that was dissipating. Even its body was beginning to dissipate. Its dark green body, which was already slightly transparent, was now completely transparent. Hurry up and remove the real colors from its body, or you won't get anything. Guc immediately warned Tang Zhen loudly when he saw this. Tang Zhen's reaction was extremely fast. After hearing Gus' warning, his palm had already swung towards the heads of the two monsters. At this moment, bang! A muffled sound rang out, and the two demons exploded at the same time, turning into black smoke and disappearing. Tang Zhen slowly retracted his palm and revealed the item he was holding. It was an identity card of a Lu City resident. This item was the most powerful evidence. Obviously, the demonic creature was inextricably linked to the cultivators of Lusheng, and it might even be the cultivators of Lusheng. Something must have happened to the residents of these buildings, which led to their current appearance that was neither human nor ghost. They had even completely lost their spiritual intelligence. The strength of the two demons just now was very low, at most equivalent to the first or second level of cultivators in Lusheng. He wondered if the high-level demons could retain some intelligence. Although he really wanted to capture a giant monster in the wilderness to see if his speculation was correct, there were more important things for him to do at the moment. After putting away the resident identity card, everyone continued to move in the direction of the city. After walking through the messy buildings for another hour or so, a group of buildings suddenly appeared on the slope in front of them. It was a spectacular sight. Gus had only mentioned a nearby city built by the Dream Crusher, but did not mention the details of the city. Now that he looked at it, it was so strange. From a distance, they could clearly see all kinds of buildings piled up on the huge slope in a disorderly manner. There was almost no path for people to walk on, and the height was almost the same as the mountain peak. Even the largest monster in the wilderness could not easily pass through the defensive walls of these abandoned buildings. For some unknown reason, when these heavy buildings were stacked together, there was no sign of them breaking or collapsing. It was truly strange. Although it looked extremely messy, it formed a unique architectural structure. Sleepless used the spaces and gaps in these buildings to build a unique city of ruins. Due to his excellent vision, Tang Zhen could see people constantly entering and exiting the building from an extremely far distance. It was as if they were ants wandering around the cave. Groups of Sleepless also gathered together and quickly moved in all directions of the city, trying to search for survival supplies during the short daytime. If there was enough food, he could take the opportunity to sleep for a while. As long as he did not sleep too deeply, he could completely avoid the invasion of the nightmares. However, in the entire city, there were very few people who could enjoy a short sleep. Even the powerful Dream Crusher could be killed by the nightmare in his sleep. The Nightmare Lord's main target was the Dream Crusher. As for the ordinary Sleepless, they were not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Just as Tang Zhen was observing the unique city before his eyes, he felt an abnormal fluctuation appear. Soon after, he saw a building suddenly appear and heavily smash into a certain spot in the city. A rumbling sound came, followed by Sleepless's terrified screams. The building rolled to the edge of the city and only stopped after hitting another slanted building. Before the dust settled, Sleepless came from all directions, targeting the building that had suddenly appeared. What do they want? Tang Zhen pointed at the slanted building and turned to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Guc. There are always good things in these new buildings, so every time they appear, it will attract the Sleepless to fight for them. Tang Zhen nodded and waved his hand at the people beside him. Let's go join in the fun, maybe we can really find some good things. 1263 Gus, counterattack 1. Tang Zhen's group was very eye-catching. The moment they appeared at the edge of the city, they immediately attracted the attention of those sleepless. There were more than 100 of them, and all of them were extremely strong. One look and one could tell that they were not to be trifled with. Compared to the haggard sleepless, Tang Zhen and the others were in excellent mental states. Because it was their first time transmigrating to this world, they had not been attacked by nightmares because of their sleep. Therefore, they did not have the haggardness and terrifying appearance of the sleepless. Sleepless could tell with one look that these people were definitely outsiders, and they had enough sleep. In the dream world, to be able to get enough sleep meant that one was protected by powerful abilities. Otherwise, one would have long become the nightmare's food. In order to conceal their origins, Tang Zhen had deliberately asked the Holy Dragon City cultivators to conceal their true colors. Otherwise, if these sleepless saw them, it would inevitably cause a commotion. More than 100 transmigrators appeared at the same time, and they even gathered together. This was absolutely unprecedented. When the time came, not only would sleepless be shocked, but even the dream crusher would feel a sense of danger. In order not to let these transmigrators affect their rule, the dream chasers would even use extreme means to get rid of these transmigrators who might become dream chasers in the early stages of their weak lives. In this resource-deficient world, the ruling class would do anything to ensure that their interests would not be lost. At this moment, as Tang Zhen's group continued to approach, those sleepless who were originally rummaging around the building stopped at the same time. After which, they stared at the location where Tang Zhen's group was. There was no need for anyone to command them. These sleepless gathered from above and surrounded Tang Zhen's group. They sized up the group of strangers with vigilant eyes, and some sleepless even clenched their weapons in their hands, ready to fight. To the sleepless, any location that had the potential to obtain resources would become a target for them to fight over. If someone wanted to take it, these sleepless would not hesitate to fight with them. Under the cold gazes of hundreds of sleepless, Gus seemed a little guilty. He subconsciously slowed down his pace and tried to close the distance between him and Tang Zhen. Although Gus had become a dream crusher, he knew very well that he was no match for hundreds of sleepless. Those guys could kill him with a brick. However, he couldn't act too cowardly in front of Tang Zhen, so as to avoid being looked down upon by his future boss. This place belongs to me now. All of you better stay away from here, or don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that Tang Zhen and the rest were still approaching, a tall, tattooed sleepless leader shouted loudly. At the same time, he was constantly waving the frying pan in his hand. It was clearly one of his weapons. If Tang Zhen's group's formation had scared the leader of the sleepless, he would probably have already ordered his men to drive away anyone who came close to this place. Tang Zhen ignored the threat of that sleepless. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the frying pan of the other party as he revealed a trace of interest. According to Gus, although strange buildings would appear in this world from time to time, there were very few items inside other than food. There were even fewer items that could be used as weapons. The frying pan used by the leader of the sleepless was obviously an item accidentally found in the ruins, and he used it as a weapon. Although it looked a little funny, to the starving sleepless, this weapon was still a considerable fortune. If he didn't have a certain level of strength, it would have long been snatched away. Any item in the dream world could be forged into a weapon. There must have been a dream crusher who had noticed this pan before. The reason why he did not snatch it was probably because it looked too ugly and would affect the demeanor of an expert. As a dream crusher who was revered by sleepless, he was using a frying pan to fight. In a situation where there were bystanders watching the battle, the scene would definitely make the weapon user blush with shame. Tang Zhen didn't care about the sleepless's threat, but Gus couldn't remain unmoved. He coldly glared at the sleepless and said in a disdainful tone, "Why? This isn't your territory. Why can't we come here?" Unexpectedly, just as Gus finished speaking, someone beside him shouted, "Gus, are you tired of living? How dare you speak to our mad dog boss like that? This old man probably has a new backer. That's why he dares to be so presumptuous. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to do so even if you lent him 100 guts. Look at him, what kind of powerful backer can he follow? He'll be on his knees begging for mercy soon." The sleepless around them were in a heated discussion. Many of them knew Gus in his usual style, so they sneered at him. Even though they didn't know how Gus recovered, the sleepless were not curious. In the dream world, there were many special foods that could dispel negative statuses. It wouldn't be strange if Gus ate them by chance. Gus sneaked a glance at Tang Zhen but realized that he did not care about the discussions of the sleepless. Instead, he was looking at the highest position as if something had attracted his attention. Gus calmed down slightly, and a sinister expression appeared on his face. In the past, I had to compromise in order to save my life. But now, not only have I become a dream crusher, but I've also followed a mysterious and powerful transmigrator boss. Do you bunch of dogs still think I'm easy to bully? If I don't teach you guys a lesson today, you won't know that Gus is also a hot-tempered man. Mad Dog, listen up. I'm not interested in snatching your junk. My boss just wants to see something new. So you'd better make way for us. We'll leave after taking a look. Otherwise, don't blame your grandpa Gus for being impolite. Upon hearing Gus' words, the tall man known as Mad Dog was stunned for a moment. He turned his head and carefully sized up Tang Zhen. A disdainful expression appeared on his face. Who is your boss? Do you really think I'm afraid of 100 of you? He raised his hand and waved it around, which immediately attracted the response of the sleepless around him. All kinds of strange roars sounded one after another. After coldly snorting proudly, the Mad Dog continued, "Did you not tell your new master that the harvest here should be handed over to Lord Dream Crusher for inspection first, and we can only get our turn after they have chosen? If you want to snatch it, you're going against Lord Dream Crusher. Do you have the guts to face Lord Dream Crusher's punishment?" When Gus heard this, he grinned with a hint of mockery in his eyes. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to do so even if he was given 10 guts. But today, he was so scared. Mad Dog, I'll ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You one thing, are you going to move or not? Make way, sure, you can go under my pants first. I remember you've done it more than once before, so you should be very experienced. Ha 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 Yingluo, fuck your mother. Gus let out an angry roar and took out the gold brick from his pocket. Under the gazes of the sleepless, he smashed it on the Mad Dog's head. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The tall rabid dog had a look of disbelief on his face as he fell limply to the ground. 1264 The Dream Crusher, 1 Gus' face was twisted as he continuously waved the brick in his hand, smashing the Mad Dog's head into a bloody mess. Seeing the Mad Dog that he had always feared being beaten by him, his heart was filled with pleasure. The aggrieved pain he had suffered in the past seemed to have disappeared. When Sleepless saw this scene, he was shocked. He didn't think that Gus, who had always been a coward, would dare to attack the Mad Dog boss. Even more so, he didn't think that the Mad Dog, who was so good at fighting, couldn't beat Gus. Seeing that the Mad Dog was about to be smashed into meat paste by Gus, the Mad Dog's underlings immediately jumped out and waved their bricks and wooden clubs at Gus. All you pieces of trash, go to hell. Gus, who had been hit by the brick, raised his head, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. He jumped up from the ground, waving the brick in his hand as he charged at the rabid dog's subordinates. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 Sleepless had been knocked to the ground by Gus, but more Sleepless had surrounded him. Gus' companions saw that their boss was being surrounded, and they all rushed forward to help their boss block the attacks of the Sleepless. The rabid dogs group had the advantage in numbers and quickly surrounded Gus and the rest. Even though Gus had been reborn as a dream crusher, he was still unable to fight against so many people. He could not take care of his companions and was quickly in a difficult situation. Tang Zhen retracted his gaze from the top of the city and waved his hand at the Holy Dragon City cultivators beside him. No matter what, Gus was one of his own. He naturally could not watch as he was bullied. The Holy Dragon City's cultivators who had received the order rushed out like lightning, knocking down the Sleepless who had surrounded Gus and the rest. They fell to the ground one by one, screaming in pain. They didn't use the brick, because if they did, none of the ordinary Sleepless would survive. But even so, the Holy Dragon City cultivators' punches and kicks were not something the weak Sleepless could resist. In just a short minute, the ground was covered with wailing Sleepless. Gus and the rest half knelt on the ground, their bodies covered in blood. Looking at the Sleepless around them, they couldn't help but laugh. They had never thought that the biggest force in the city would be defeated by them. Although most of them had been taken down by the Holy Dragon City cultivators, they still had a part to play in this. Moreover, in the past, they would always avoid the Mad Dog gang, afraid that they would be humiliated, let alone wave their bricks and knock them down. Gus' companion had offended Mad Dog and his gang in the past and was almost beaten to death. In the end, Gus and his gang had begged for mercy and were even forced to crawl between Mad Dog and his gang's legs, saving their companion's life by luck. Guc crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. He grinned at Tang Zhen and staggered over. At this moment, a cold light suddenly shot down from the sky above the city, heading straight for Gus' head. The cold light was fast and swift, and if it hit Gus's head, he would not be able to keep his life. Who knew if there was a limit to the number of times the Dream Crusher could resurrect, but it was definitely not infinite. Tang Zhen on the opposite side emitted a cold snort when he saw this. He once again raised his head and looked at the top of the city. At the same time, he extended his hand toward the cold light and beckoned. The cold light that was originally shooting toward Gus changed its direction and directly fell into Tang Zhen's hand. It turned out to be an iron awl that was flickering with a faint silver-white luster. Sneak attack, you're looking for death. Before his voice had died away, the iron awl floated up from Tang Zhen's hand and suddenly shot towards the top of the city. A faint blood-curdling screech seemed to ring in everyone's ears. Immediately after, over 30 figures swiftly rushed out from the buildings at the top of the city. They headed straight for Tang Zhen's group in an overbearing manner. Ordinary Sleepless could not have such speed. They were obviously the Dream Chasers who controlled the city. In addition to the sudden appearance of the Dream Shatterers, a series of alarms rang in the sky above the city. The Sleepless who were still in the city swarmed out one after another, picking up their weapons and following without hesitation. Gus had just recovered from the shock of the sneak attack when he saw a large group of Dream Crusher charging at him with murderous intent. His expression changed. He had the guts to fight a Sleepless like Rabid Dog, but he didn't dare to fight the other Dream Shatterers because they were not on the same level. Fortunately, he still had the mysterious Tang Zhen behind him, as well as more than 100 fierce cultivators of Lu City under him. They should not be at a disadvantage against the controller of the piled-up city. Tang Zhen seemed to have noticed the existence of these Dream Crushers since a long time ago. He was not surprised by their appearance. However, the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. As cultivators of the Tower City, they would be regarded as invaders by the natives. These Dream Shatterers, who were nurtured by the world's principal will, were naturally Tang Zhen's natural enemies. The area of the city wasn't small. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to accommodate so many Sleepless. However, under the rapid dive of these Dream Shatterers, they quickly arrived at the location where Tang Zhen and the others were. Boom! A series of muffled sounds rang out, and a large amount of dust rose. The Dream Crusher had already stood in front of Tang Zhen and the others. You dare to cause trouble here, are you tired of living? A robust Dream Crusher walked out from the dust. He used an ice-cold gaze to sweep over Tang Zhen and the others as he roared in a vicious tone. Compared to Sleepless's haggardness, Dream Crusher's mental state was undoubtedly much better. At least, there were no layers of wrinkles on his face and dark circles that were so thick that they couldn't be dissolved. Although they appeared overbearing, Tang Zhen could see a trace of fear in the other party's eyes. Clearly, the other party had already realized that Tang Zhen and the others were definitely not existences that could be provoked. The killing intent exuded by the Holy Dragon City cultivators was unusually strong, and even the leader of the Dream Crusher was shocked. As for the words he said just now, it was just the leader of the Dream Crusher trying to strengthen his own momentum. Tang Zhen glanced at the leader of the Dream Crusher and asked with an expressionless face, "The guy who sneaked an attack on you just now should be your accomplice, right?" "What do you mean? You were the one who killed my subordinate just now, right?" The leader of the Dream Crusher frowned and coldly looked at Tang Zhen. At the same time, he raised a silver spear in his hand with some golden spots on it. "So what if it's me? Are you prepared to take revenge for your subordinates?" Tang Zhen sneered. He was very disdainful of the leader of the Dream Crusher's performance. It was as if he was looking at an ant baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. "Of course I'm going to kill you and your companions. None of them will live." Looking at the increasing number of Sleepless around him, the leader of the Dream Shatterers seemed to have gained some confidence as he growled at Tang Zhen with a ferocious face. "Is that so? Then I can only let you die first." Just as Tang Zhen's voice fell, a golden light flew out from his hand and smashed the leader of the Dream Crusher into pieces. 1265 Occupying the city of accumulation, fresh blood mixed with minced meat fell from the sky. The subordinates around the leader of the Dreamer could not dodge in time and were immediately splashed all over their faces. The arrogant leader of the Dreamer did not even have the chance to scream before he was turned into a pile of minced meat. Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene. Although they were used to seeing life and death, some people still screamed and even fell to the ground in fear. The boss of the Dream Crusher who controlled the entire city was dead just like that. Especially when the people saw the weapon that killed the leader of the Dream Crusher, they could not help but gasp. Their faces were filled with shock and a strange expression. An ordinary brick had actually been tempered to the point of shining gold. Who was so crazy? If he had the time and energy, couldn't he have found a decent weapon to temper? Why did he have to make a disgusting brick? It was simply unreasonable. Before the Dream Chasers could recover from their shock, the Holy Dragon City cultivators who had been waiting for a long time rushed up and surrounded the Dream Chasers, their faces full of bloodlust. The most shocking thing was that each of these guys was holding a golden brick. The scene almost blinded everyone's eyes. Tang Zhen and Gus didn't know, but these Dream Chasers were very clear about how difficult it was to temper a weapon to a golden color. Moreover, all of them were divine weapons. Every Dream Crusher would choose again and again when they first forged their weapons, afraid that it would affect their future use. Although there were various types of weapons, no one had ever heard of anyone choosing a brick as a weapon. But today, they finally had an eye-opener. Divine weapons could be produced in batches, and they were all in the shape of bricks. They didn't have an advantage in numbers, they didn't have an advantage in equipment, and their boss had been killed. How could they fight this battle? The Dream Crusher hesitated. They knew that once they made a move, they would not be able to escape death. Moreover, they did not know what to do without a backbone. Brothers, let's kill these guys and take revenge for our boss. In this situation, there were still some people who were not afraid of death. They shouted and encouraged their companions around them. Unfortunately, after shouting a few words, no one responded at all. Instead, a few eyes secretly sized him up as if they were looking at an idiot. It was already such a situation, but he still wanted to fight with his life on the line. What was the difference between that and seeking death? Although one could be reborn after death, there was a limit to the number of times one could be reborn. The price to pay was heavy, and no Dream Crusher would easily try it. Sure enough, the guy who was shouting just shouted a few words, and his body seemed to lose control. He floated directly from the surrounded Dream Crusher. After flying more than 10 meters away, he fell to the ground with a plop. I'm Ying. The Dream Crusher was seeing stars from the fall. He struggled to raise his head and wanted to say something. In the end, just as he opened his mouth, he heard a muffled sound and his head exploded like a rotten watermelon. This bloody scene shocked everyone. However, they did not notice that a faint light had appeared from the corpse. When it tried to float in a certain direction, it was intercepted by a force and finally landed in Tang Zhen's hand. It really is an origin stone, and there's a weak amount of origin energy inside. Tang Zhen revealed a faint smile as he looked at the blood-stained crystal in his hand. However, there was an additional trace of killing intent in his eyes when he looked at those Dream Crusher. This was the origin stone in the Dream Crusher's body. If it had escaped just now, it would probably not take long for this guy to be resurrected. However, since the origin stone had fallen into Tang Zhen's hands, he would not be able to revive. It was equivalent to him dying. When he killed the leader of the Dream Crusher, Tang Zhen discovered that there was something abnormal about the corpse. There seemed to be a ray of light that disappeared quickly. Moreover, the location of the light was another layer of space. Ordinary people could not see it at all. After having a faint guess in his heart, Tang Zhen made use of the opportunity of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys and prepared to intercept this light. In the end, he succeeded in one try. It was obvious that the Dream Chasers had the items he needed in their bodies. As long as the Holy Dragon City killed all the Dream Chasers like they were killing monsters, they would be able to obtain a large number of origin stones and origin power. Unfortunately, this was just a thought. Unless all the Dream Smasher were to be executed in front of Tang Zhen and he was in charge of intercepting these origin stones, most of the Holy Dragon City's cultivators were unable to intercept origin stones from another space. They could only let them leave freely. However, these gains were nothing compared to the world's origin will that was controlling it from behind the scenes. Tang Zhen would not be so foolish as to kill the chicken to get the eggs in order to avoid any unpredictable changes. To the world's principal will, it was the highest god in this world. Once it was forced into a corner, it would use any means to create a few super monsters, which would definitely cause huge losses to the Holy Dragon City. The most important thing now was to figure out the Dream City Master's goal, and then plan to plunder. If possible, he would also kill the world's origin will. As for whether this world would be destroyed because of this, Tang Zhen was not interested in paying attention to it. I'll give you two choices now. You can either fight to the death and be smashed into meat paste, or put down your weapons and surrender immediately. I can promise not to kill you. Tang Zhen guessed in his heart that although death was not a big threat to the Dream Crusher, there would definitely be hidden dangers. Therefore, they would definitely try their best to avoid death if they could. As he had expected, the surrounded Dream Crusher looked at each other, threw down their weapons, and chose to surrender. After ordering the Dream Smatterers to be tied up, Tang Zhen slowly walked to the top of the city and waited for the results of the interrogation. As for the sleepless around him, he had no interest in them at all. With all the Dream Shatterers captured, they couldn't cause any trouble at all. It did not take long for Tang Zhen to arrive at the top of the city. Compared to the mess below, this place was clearly much cleaner and tidier. At the same time, there were quite a number of furniture-like items. In the open space at the entrance, there was still the corpse of the Dream Crusher lying there. It was the sneak attacker who had been killed by Tang Zhen just now. This guy should have been reborn by now, and might be hiding in a corner of the city, observing him with a vicious look. However, the biggest possibility was that all the Dream Chasers would be reincarnated in a certain location, unlike Gus, who was not a real Dream Chasers at all. That was why he appeared near the location of death. In any case, Tang Zhen had yet to discover any traces of the reincarnated Dream Crusher. While they were waiting, Tang Zhen did not remain idle. Instead, he gathered the weapons that he had seized earlier and prepared to temper them before distributing them to his residents. A cultivator from the Holy Dragon City who had gone on a campaign in all directions was running around with a brick. What was this? 1266 The alarm at the base camp 1 When the city of Piles was under the control of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, a large number of Dream Shatterers were gathered in the center of a huge city of Piles thousands of miles away. Even the giant monsters that could be seen everywhere in the wilderness rarely appeared around the city. Otherwise, it would immediately attract the siege of the Dream Crusher to ensure that there would be no monsters in the safe area. The area of the city was huge, but the center of the city was a forbidden zone. Other than the Dream Crusher, ordinary sleepless would most likely lose their lives if they dared to approach it. Even if the Dream Crusher did not make a move, the mysterious force that protected this place would drive it away, thus ensuring that this place was not spied on. The inside and outside of the restricted area were two completely different worlds, demonstrating the privileges of the Dream Crusher. At this time, the Forbidden Zone was unusually lively. There were at least thousands of Dream Shatterers shuttling back and forth. Compared to the place where Sleepless lived, this place was definitely a paradise. The Dream Shatterers wore all kinds of weapons and armors as they traveled in groups in the Forbidden Zone. Some of them were here to replenish the supplies they needed, while others were just strolling around to see if they could find anything they wanted in the market. In the center of the Forbidden Zone, there was an exquisite white jade altar. A huge crystal the size of a car was floating on top of it, emitting a bright and mysterious light. When the Dream Crusher saw the crystal on the altar, they would show respect because this crystal was their mother god's avatar. Through it, they could exchange for the items they wanted and obtain great power. Even after the Dream Crusher died in battle, his body would be reconstructed and he would appear directly under the Mother God's clone. At this moment, the crystal that represented Mother God's avatar flickered and became even more dazzling. At the same time, a milky white light completely enveloped the altar. When the Dream Crusher beside him saw this, he laughed and teased, "I wonder which unlucky bastard died again. Guess how much his cultivation level has dropped. I'm guessing at least half of them, no more than that. Maybe only 1/10 is left. Unlucky fellow, you may not know this, but a city was invaded by monsters some time ago. As a result, only 10 out of more than 50 Dream Chasers were resurrected. The rest of the Dream Chasers' origin stones were taken away. It was definitely a heavy loss. Is that so? That's unfortunate news. Fortunately, we're not the unlucky ones." Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, the light on the white altar disappeared. Then, they saw a man in a single shirt running out with a face full of fear. It was the leader of the Dream Shatterers who was smashed to death by Tang Zhen with a brick. After scanning his surroundings, he rushed towards a tall building without any hesitation. The higher-ups of the Dream Crusher were gathered there, and the restricted area was the only command center nearby. It didn't take long for an alarm to sound in the restricted area, causing the originally leisurely-looking Dream Crusher to change his expression. The last time the alarm went off was during the demonic invasion. At that time, More than 50,000 dream chasers, including countless sleepless, were mobilized to defeat the demonic invasion and protect the city that had the Mother God's clone. However, less than half a year after the incident, the alarm sounded again. Could it be that the demons had launched a general attack again? In the midst of the curses and complaints, the Dream Crusher began to pack up their equipment because once the alarm went off, it meant that a long and bloody battle was about to begin. Fortunately, Mother God's clone was there. As long as they could defend the city, they would not fear death unless they died too many times. In that case, even Mother God would not be able to resurrect Dream Crusher. Just as the Dream Chasers were gathering and preparing for battle, the reborn leader of the Dream Chasers had just finished the memory reading process. In order to verify the authenticity of the information and prevent monsters from pretending to be Dream Chasers to deceive them, the senior Dream Chasers would use the means of reading memories to detect lies. Although this method had certain hidden dangers to the reader, it was nothing compared to the loss caused by false information. No one would have thought that when they were reading the memory of the leader of the Dream Crusher, these higher-ups would receive an alarm from Diva, informing them that a group of powerful enemies had sneaked into this world, and were prepared to destroy the dream world like the monsters. Fortunately, due to the restrictions of the world barrier, these intruders could not enter in large numbers. There were only a few hundred of them at most, and they could not cause too much damage. Therefore, this was the best opportunity. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to get rid of these enemies. Otherwise, once the intruders allied with the monsters, the end of the dream world would come. None of the Dream Chasers dared to take the hint given by Diva lightly, so when the leaders figured out the cause and effect, they did not hesitate to sound the emergency alarm. After the leader of the Dream Crusher recovered from the dizzy state, he was immediately in charge of leading the way. He led the army of more than 5,000 Dream Crusher straight to the piled-up city occupied by Tang Zhen. After listening to the information obtained from the residents under his command, Tang Zhen fell into deep thought. It turned out that the piled-up cities were just the front line of the resistance against the monsters attracted by the Dream Chasers. Only the main city, where Mother God's avatar existed, was the base camp of the Dream Chasers. The Dream Chasers who died in battle could be resurrected there, and the exchange of spoils of war was also completed through Mother God's avatar. There was definitely more than one Dream Crusher's base camp like this in the dream world. It was just that they were far apart from each other and were distributed in different areas. If he did not guess wrongly, Mother God's avatar was most likely the Origin Stone. It contained a massive amount of origin power. This was Tang Zhen's real target. What caused Tang Zhen's heart to be especially moved was the size of this Origin Stone. It was likely that just obtaining one of them would be equivalent to the total harvest of invading a world. Regardless of the difficulties and dangers, Tang Zhen would definitely not miss this rare opportunity. He would obtain it no matter what. There was another benefit to getting this Origin Stone. The nearby Dream Smatterers would lose their place of rebirth, or even if they were reborn, they would appear in a further place, so they would not be a threat to the Holy Dragon City cultivators. The leader of the Dream Crusher that he had killed must have been reborn and spread the news. As a result, the whereabouts of Tang Zhen and the others were completely exposed and they became the great enemy of the Dream Crusher together with the monsters. He did not believe that the original will of the world that controlled the dream world would be so confused as to not figure out their origins. It was even possible that the moment Tang Zhen entered the dream world, he had already aroused the vigilance of the original will of the world. As for the smuggling channel opened up by the dream notebook, it could not be closed for some reason, so the world's principle will allow the Holy Dragon City cultivators to descend. However, it could eliminate the Holy Dragon City cultivators through the Dream Crusher. Since the enemy had been alerted, the only thing they could do was to mobilize a large number of people as soon as possible and collect enough weapons and equipment to resist the crazy attack of the Dream Crusher. At the same time, he had to figure out the Dream City Master's intentions as soon as possible. It would be best if he could join forces with the monsters to gain the upper hand in the next battle. Although Tang Zhen was very confident in the strength of the Holy Dragon City's cultivators, he was not arrogant to the point where he thought that he could defeat the fully armed Dream Crusher army with just a brick. 1267 Testing the medicine and logistics supply Holy Dragon City. Fatty looked at the potion in his hand gloomily, as if he was looking at a super poison. Boss, can we stop drinking? Looking at Tang Zhen in front of him, Fatty probed. I have to drink it. I have to finish it today. Thanks for your help. Tang Zhen's face carried a trace of determination as he completely ignored the fatty's request. The Blood River King and the others were gloating at Fatty's misfortune. However, when they saw Fatty's pleading gaze, they turned their heads to the side or showed helpless expressions. "You disloyal bastards, just you wait." After cursing in his heart, Fatty turned to look at Robert and roared in a fierce tone, "I say, kid, can you do it or not? If you continue like this, even if I'm not poisoned to death, I'll die from diarrhea sooner or later." Robert, who was wearing a white robe, immediately looked apologetic when he heard this. He expressed that he was about to succeed. Ever since he had been brought back from the other world by the Holy Dragon City, Robert had been like a mouse that had fallen into an oil can. Every day, he had countless materials for him to experiment with, and potions with various special effects had also been introduced to the world. In terms of achievements in the field of pharmaceutics alone, Robert could definitely be considered a grandmaster. This was also the main reason why Tang Zhen had transferred him over. As for the Tigerman captain, Little Bird, and the others, they had already completed their duties. Fortunately, they were all in the same building, so it was not difficult to meet each other. As soon as he woke up this morning, Robert received a special mission. The Castellan had personally ordered him to concoct a potion that could make high-level cultivators fall asleep quickly. The longer the effect, the better. To Robert, the concoction of this potion was actually very simple. However, when he actually took over, he realized that it was not as simple as he had thought. Because of their subconscious defense against unknown invading forces, as long as they were within the range of influence of the Dream Notebook, the Lord cultivators would become abnormally excited and couldn't fall asleep no matter what. The low-level cultivators had no problem, but the high-level cultivators were in a very difficult situation. Not to mention the king-level cultivators like Fatty, who were staring at each other without a trace of sleepiness. In order to complete the arrangement before the arrival of the Dream Crusher army, Tang Zhen had to find a way to solve this problem so that more cultivators could enter the dream world. Hence, the pharmaceutical genius Robert was summoned. Tang Zhen gave him a time limit to solve this problem, and the Holy Dragon City cultivators had to cooperate unconditionally. In the end, Fatty was very unlucky to be chosen as a test subject. The reason was that his physique was very special, and his cultivation was also up to standard. Even if the potion was formulated wrongly, it would definitely not poison him to death. In the following days, Robert concocted more than 10 different types of potions. Although each of them had excellent sleeping effects, they would lose their effectiveness once one entered the Dream Notebook's range of influence. At the same time, the side effects also appeared one after another. He would either have diarrhea, or his head would be extremely swollen. At the same time, he would yawn and cry. However, he couldn't sleep, making the fat man who was testing the medicine suffer unspeakable pain. Although he really wanted to quit, under the concerned gazes of Tang Zhen, Blood River King, and the others, Fatty couldn't quit even if he wanted to. "Try this one. If it doesn't work, I can only try to hypnotize them with electronic devices," Robert said helplessly as he handed over the newly concocted medicine. At the same time, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the sticky potion in his hand, the corner of Fatty's mouth twitched, but he finally closed his eyes and drank it. "How is it? Is it effective?" Looking at everyone's concerned expressions, Fatty shrugged and said in an uncertain tone, "I'm not sure, but the taste is all right." Everyone was amused when they heard that. This Fatty was indeed a foodie. He didn't forget to taste the medicine when he was testing it. After waiting for another 10 minutes, there was still no reaction from Fatty, which was enough to prove that the potion was still ineffective. Robert had a depressed look on his face. According to his experience, this potion was enough to put down a few giant dragons. Why was there no reaction after the Fatty drank it? Just as everyone was feeling disappointed, Fatty stood up from his chair and waved his hand to indicate that he had to go to the toilet because his stomach had started to rumble again. To everyone's surprise, just as Fatty walked out of the Dream Notebook's range of influence, he fell to the ground with a plop. Before the Holy Dragon City cultivators could check on him, they heard a thunderous snore coming from Fatty's mouth. After solving the problem of the high-level cultivators, insomnia, Tang Zhen immediately began to mobilize his manpower. 10,000 Holy Dragon City cultivators were gathered together and were hypnotized by the Dream Notebook in batches. In order to ensure a one-time success, every Holy Dragon City cultivator would take a portion of the diluted medicine. After testing, the effects were found to be pretty good. As batches of Holy Dragon City's cultivators entered the dream world, the manpower available to Tang Zhen was increasing. It should be enough to deal with the Dream Crusher's attack in a short time. The next thing to consider was how to solve the need for a large amount of food, as well as the necessary weapons and equipment for battle. The dream world was indeed strange. There were messy buildings around the city, and new buildings would appear from time to time. The other places were barren, without even a single blade of grass. Other than that, there was food everywhere. Bread, sausages, roast chicken, wine, almost everything was there, all quietly floating in the air about a meter above the ground. As this was the dream world, anything strange could happen. Therefore, Tang Zhen was already used to it. However, the problem was that these delicious foods couldn't be eaten. Otherwise, one would either suffer all kinds of painful torture and undergo large-scale mutations, or lose their life directly. If one wanted to find a very small proportion of non-toxic food, one definitely needed rich experience and an adventurous spirit. However, this only applied to Sleepless. The Dream Crusher did not have such concerns at all. From the information obtained from the interrogation, it was easy for the Dream Crusher to obtain food. They did not need to search everywhere like ordinary people. They only needed to use the card obtained from Diva's avatar to purify it. Even if Sleepless would die immediately after eating the food, Dream Crusher could enjoy it immediately after purifying it with the card. He did not have to worry about any toxic side effects. As all kinds of food could appear in the dream world at any time, any place, the Dream Crusher did not have to worry about the source of food. Even if the purification card had a limited number of uses, as long as the Dream Crusher redeemed it in time, it would not affect the use at all. This was also the reason why Sleepless felt that it was unfair. From their point of view, all the food in the world was specially prepared by Mother God for Dream Crusher. Sleepless could eat it if he wanted to, but he had to pay the corresponding price. It was said that this was the punishment of the Mother God for the Sleepless, but no one could say the specific reason. When Tang Zhen first heard of this rule, he was also shocked. He really could not understand what the world's origin will was doing. It was actually so biased. Did it really think that the Dream Crusher alone could save the world? However, this was also good. At least he didn't have to waste his effort to collect food. Anyway, he could get a lot of food just by going out for a walk. The premise was that Tang Zhen had to have enough evolution cards or simply crack the operating principle of this kind of item. Only then could he solve the food supply problem once and for all. As for the problem of weapons, it was not that there was no way to solve it. The Holy Dragon City cultivators were tearing down houses everywhere, in order to find enough materials to make weapons from these bare buildings. Tang Zhen had also figured out the source of the Dream Crusher's weapon. It turned out that it was an unconditional gift from Mother God's clone. It was considered a benefit for every new Dream Crusher. As for the later tempering, it would have to be completed by the Dream Crusher himself. The color of the weapon was the standard to distinguish the level. Black was the lowest level, followed by bronze, silver, and the highest level, golden. It was said that there were higher grade weapons that could be used with the help of the power of laws. However, those weapons could only be tempered by ordinary dream smashers. There were quite special requirements for both the material of the weapon and the tempering method. Tang Zhen did not have the time to research higher level weapons for the time being. He was already very satisfied that he could arm all the Holy Dragon City cultivators who entered the dream world in time. Fatty was currently frowning as he sat below the city. He was using his mental power to continuously temper the various items that were sent over. In the end, before the first batch was completed, the next batch was quickly sent over. He had no choice but to do it even if he wanted to. Who asked him to be the only one with the highest cultivation here other than Tang Zhen? Fortunately, there was a lot of delicious food here. As long as Fatty took a fancy to something, someone would immediately run over to get it, and then use the purification card to place it in front of him. With food and drinks, plus the taste, Fatty's resentment dissipated a lot. 1268 The real dream world 1 in the cities occupied by the Holy Dragon City, the scene of cultivators tearing down buildings could be seen everywhere. Those sleepless people were angry but did not dare to say anything. This was the first time Sleepless had seen such a brutal scene. The building that they thought was indestructible was actually torn apart by the cultivators of Lusheng as if it was paper. It seemed as if it was effortless. Even most of the dream chasers couldn't do this. Where did these monsters come from? It was a pity that even though half of the buildings in the city had been torn down, not many useful materials had been collected. This was because there were no building materials such as steel bars inside these seemingly sturdy buildings. Who knew why these shoddy construction projects were so strong that they could be built without any metal? Of course, the biggest possibility was that the principal will of the world had done something and removed all the materials that could be used to make weapons from the building, which led to the strange situation in front of them. However, this was not a problem for the cultivators of the Holy Dragon City. Since they did not have metal, they could use bricks and cement to deal with them. If they really could not handle it, they could just use their bare hands and beat those dream shatterers to death. Cultivator Lu Cheng could deal with it, but Tang Zhen couldn't. He had been studying how to break the dream world's laws in order to obtain enough equipment. In the entire Holy Dragon City, his cultivation was the highest, and he was also the closest to the profound level of the power of law. If he could not solve it, there was no hope for the others. At this moment, Tang Zhen was sitting on the roof of the city. He was in a daze as he looked at a metal nail used for building construction in front of him. This item had also appeared out of thin air, but it had nothing to do with the dream world's refresh process. Instead, it was discovered by the cultivators in the city. The entire building had been torn down, but only a nail that could be used as a weapon was found. There were only bricks left. Tang Zhen did not know why such a situation would occur. However, he knew that as long as he locked onto the source of these buildings, he might be able to obtain even more weapons and materials. The problem was that these buildings had appeared out of thin air, and no one knew where they came from, so how could they lock onto them? In the eyes of others, this might be a rather troublesome problem. However, this might not be the case for Tang Zhen. Currently, he seemed to be sitting there in boredom. In reality, he had been waiting for the new building to appear. A special fluctuation appeared, and then a two-story building suddenly appeared in the air, somersaulting and falling toward the city. The Holy Dragon City cultivators and sleepless on the ground all dodged to avoid being smashed into meat patties by the building. No one noticed that Tang Zhen had already disappeared when the building fell. Bang! After his feet landed on the ground, Tang Zhen only felt that he had entered a lime kiln. The air was filled with choking dust, causing one to be unable to breathe. However, the current Tang Zhen was an energy body. Even if he was in an oxygen-free environment, it would not be a big problem. Therefore, the environment here did not have much of an effect on him. After sensing the surrounding environment, Tang Zhen felt a sense of reality from the bottom of her heart. It was completely different from the illusionary feeling in the dream world. He tried to start the phone's application and found that it didn't affect the use of the phone at all. Only then did Tang Zhen relax. Although this phone had a physical body, it was bound to the soul. Therefore, even if Tang Zhen's physical body was not here, he still followed. After checking the condition of his body, he began to observe the surrounding environment. Through the thick dust, Tang Zhen saw a huge ruin. It was obvious that this was a completely abandoned city, just like the dream world. The sky was filled with thick clouds, almost floating above the ruins, as if they would fall at any time. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of monotonous colors, not much different from the black in the dream world. However, the difference between the two was not small. Compared to the dream world, which only had buildings and food, this ruined city had all the garbage that should be there. There was even a withered forest not far away. From the appearance of the ruins, it could be confirmed that this place used to be a city of technology. The abandoned cars on the road could prove this. Perhaps it had been abandoned for too long, but the outer shells of these cars had long decayed and were completely a pile of scrap iron. However, this was already sufficient for Tang Zhen. He could use the flames to refine it again. With that, he would have the weapons needed by the Holy Dragon City's cultivators. However, his attention was not on the material of the weapon. Instead, he was constantly observing the surrounding environment, trying to find the connection between this place and the dream world. After walking through the ruins for a while, Tang Zhen could basically confirm that a rather tragic war had taken place here. Although it had been at least 200 years, many buildings still had traces of war. Could it be that this was the real world that the dream city had invaded, and the dream world that they were in was a special world that was built on the ruins? Recalling the various strange situations in the dream world, Tang Zhen felt that this possibility was extremely high. Moreover, with the ability of the world's origin will, it was completely possible to do this. After circling around the huge ruins and observing with the help of the map view, Tang Zhen confirmed that the life force here had indeed been cut off. There was no living creature at all. There were many empty areas in the ruins, and there were no buildings in them. They had obviously been sucked into the dream world. While flying in the air, one could occasionally see the bones of some giant creatures. Even though they had been corroded by countless wind and rain, they were not completely rotten. With a single glance, Tang Zhen knew that these skeletons were definitely foreign objects. They were clearly related to the Dream Tower's invasion. Due to time constraints, Tang Zhen was unable to investigate in detail. After walking around in a hurry, he began to collect the materials for weapons. Tang Zhen was not interested in ordinary metals, and special metal materials could not be found in a short period of time. After Tang Zhen carefully screened through them, he finally set his eyes on the long train track. This kind of rail steel was mostly made of manganese steel. There were no problems with its toughness and hardness. It was barely qualified to be used to make weapons. Under the pull of his solidified spiritual power, these rusty metal rails were pulled out one after another and sent into the mobile phone's storage space. While Tang Zhen was collecting the metals, he could see whirlpools appearing from time to time, sucking in some buildings. It was obvious that they were being sent into the dream world. After a few hours of hard work, Tang Zhen had collected enough metal materials. He then returned to his previous position and waited for the vortex to appear again. After waiting for half a day, a vortex finally appeared and sucked in a two-story building near Tang Zhen. This was an opportunity that could not be missed. Tang Zhen's figure soared into the sky and directly entered the vortex, disappearing in an instant. His vision blurred for a moment before everything returned to normal. Then, he heard Sleepless's exclamation, "Look, someone is falling from the sky." Tang Zhen steadied his body and discovered that he was above a city of piles. There was a group of Sleepless and cultivators on the ground stretching their necks and looking at him with curious expressions. However, everyone quickly discovered that the person who had fallen from the sky was Tang Zhen. Their original curiosity also suddenly vanished. Tang Zhen ignored everyone. He merely kicked the building that was about to fall into the distance. Only then did it slowly land on the top of the city. 1269 Making and Tempering Equipment. PS, thank you for your suggestions. I've decided to change the update time to 8 AM and 12 PM. At the same time, I would like to thank the leader of the Carefree Pavilion and all my readers for your support. Old Bai will be making a big move on New Year's Day. This paragraph is free of charge. With enough materials, the next step would be easy. The only regret was that items that did not belong to the dream world could not be taken out. Otherwise, if he took out the materials in Tang Zhen's storage space, he could definitely mix them with ordinary metals to forge divine weapons. As for making weapons, it was not a difficult task. Tang Zhen had once downloaded a mobile phone application called the Universal Shaping Device. It came with 100,000 manufacturing blueprints and also had a scanning and entry function. As long as the item to be imitated was scanned once, a new blueprint would automatically be generated. In the case of providing the manufacturing materials, Tang Zhen only needed to pay a small fee to mass-produce the required items. There was no need to mention the efficiency of the mobile application, but even so, the number of weapons and equipment required by nearly 10,000 Holy Dragon City cultivators was a terrifying number. Tang Zhen had to start work quickly. With a loud boom, countless metal materials appeared out of thin air. This scene stunned the surrounding Sleepless, and it took a long time for them to recover. They were used to seeing piles of abandoned buildings, but they had never seen piles of abandoned metal. To the Sleepless, this was definitely a material more precious than food, and it was absolutely rare to see it in normal days. This city Lord Tang was indeed amazing. He had returned with so many good things after a trip. Tang Zhen didn't pay attention to the surprised eyes around him and started the mobile application. After setting a few items to be made, the mobile application immediately started to run. In less than a second, a long saber with a long handle appeared out of thin air. It was about 1.2 meters long and weighed 15 pounds. It looked perfect and was an absolute killing weapon. Then came the second and third Pixiu. After the fatty by the side saw this scene, his fat face immediately twitched into a ball. He shouted at Tang Zhen, "I say, boss, don't tell me that these weapons need to be tempered once. Weapons that have not been tempered and transformed cannot be used. You're going to be very busy this time." Tang Zhen replied without even turning his head, "No, I'm already at my limit. I need to rest." The fat man shook his head like a rattle drum. At the same time, he showed a weak expression. "Don't worry, I'll help you share some of the burden." When Blood River King and the others arrive, you can rest. Tang Zhen smiled and shook his head. He knew that Fatty was not slacking off. Instead, he had really reached his limit. Spiritual tempering seemed simple, but in fact, it required extremely strong spiritual control. Only then could it be pervasive, remove ordinary materials, and leave only the skeleton, and then fill it with pure spiritual power to construct a special weapon condensed by spiritual power. During this period, the refiner would consume a large amount of mental energy, and they could not be careless at all, or all their previous efforts would be in vain. At the same time, the strength of the refiner's spiritual energy, as well as the quality and attributes, would have a great impact on the forged weapon. Ordinary Lord-tier cultivators could also forge weapons that shone with a golden light, but compared to Tang Zhen and Fatty's weapons, they were always one grade lower. Since it concerned the safety of Lu Cheng's cultivators, Tang Zhen didn't dare to be careless. He could only let Fatty work a little harder. Fortunately, the current Holy Dragon City was no longer the same as before. There were more than 10 king-level cultivators brought back from the other world, but most of them had hidden themselves. Tang Zhen was prepared to mobilize a few of them to join the battle. After all, he did not have to worry about being exposed in a place like the Dream World. Not to mention, there was also a Law King like Blood River King participating in the battle. His mental power alone was comparable to 10 king-level cultivators. As long as everyone was fast enough, they could complete the tempering before the Dream Crusher army arrived. If there was really no time, these weapons and equipment would be directly distributed to the Holy Dragon City cultivators and let them use their spiritual power to refine it. Although the quality might not be the best, it would definitely not affect the battle. While the two of them were talking, there were already over 100 battle swords spat onto the ground. Tang Zhen did not hesitate when he saw this. He directly controlled his mental energy to roll them up and began to continuously temper them. However, not long after, Tang Zhen's brows slightly furrowed. Only now did he realize that tempering bricks and tempering metals were two completely different things. The latter undoubtedly consumed more spiritual power and the tempering time was longer. After a full 5 minutes of tempering, the 100-odd battle swords finally glowed with a bronze light. They were still far from the top-tier golden quality. However, the consumption of mental power was not small. It had used up nearly 1%. One should not underestimate this 1% of mental energy. With Tang Zhen's current cultivation, once this 1% of mental energy was released, it would definitely be able to level a huge mountain to the ground. However, after such a terrifying amount of energy was consumed, he was only able to temper these 100 or so battle swords to a barely usable level. This efficiency was pitifully low, and the consumption was equally terrifying. Gently shaking his head, Tang Zhen continued to temper the blades until they were all shining with golden light. After a careful calculation, he realized that he had actually wasted half an hour to refine these 100 battle swords. His mental strength had also been consumed by nearly 10%. In other words, Tang Zhen could only refine about 1,000 battle swords in a day. This was under the condition that he had exhausted all of his spiritual power. Otherwise, the amount of tempering would be greatly reduced. Tang Zhen didn't know that his tempering speed could no longer be described as terrifying. Instead, it was purely abnormal. This was because if a Dream Crusher wanted to temper his weapon to such a degree, he would definitely need a sufficient level and a large amount of time. Even so, there was still a success rate. Tempering hundreds of gold-colored weapons in an hour, and all of them were successful. This speed was actually slow. If the other Dream Smatterers knew about this, they would probably be too ashamed to face anyone. However, this was the truth. Tang Zhen absolutely couldn't accept this kind of speed. Not only did he have to refine his saber, but he also had to refine his armor, bow, and other weapons. Each of them would take a lot of time. According to the current speed, it was absolutely impossible to complete all the work before the arrival of the Dream Crusher army. Not to mention, in addition to weapons and equipment, he also had to solve the problem of food sources, combat deployment, and intelligence analysis. Tang Zhen's advantage was that he never went to a dead end. If one method didn't work, he could think of another way to solve it. Tang Zhen frowned and thought deeply for a moment. He then found an empty ground and began to draw in detail. He wanted to make a simple runic magic circle and then gather the Holy Dragon City's cultivators. This way, they could gather everyone's power to temper the equipment. The speed would definitely be much faster than him alone. The runic magic circle with similar functions was very simple. With Tang Zhen's cultivation base, he could easily complete it. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to complete one. After summoning the 100 Holy Dragon City cultivators and taking their seats, everyone released their spiritual power at the same time. They gathered it together through the runic magic circle and wrapped around the 100 battle sabers in the center. Tang Zhen carefully observed the changes to the battle blade. He estimated the time and realized that it would take at least half a day to complete the tempering. This speed was neither fast nor slow, but it was completely acceptable. Immediately after, Tang Zhen constructed 9 simple runic magic circles. This way, 1,000 Holy Dragon City cultivators could participate in the tempering at the same time. At the same time, Tang Zhen no longer had to worry about the quality. As long as the battle saber was golden in color, it would be fine. For equipment like battle armor, even the silver light was acceptable, and it should not have much effect on defense. With the arrival of Blood River King and the other king-ranked cultivators, the problem of equipment tempering had been completely solved. Tang Zhen buried his head in cracking the purification card in order to solve the problem of food supply as soon as possible. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Tang Zhen finally saw the traces of the enemy through the map view. 1270 Annihilate the incoming enemies. One not far from the piling city occupied by the Holy Dragon City, there was a hilly area with no grass. Who knew if the original Wool of the Dream World was doing this on purpose or if it was just too lazy to create such a monotonous world that was filled with unreasonable aspects. Of course, this was their territory. They could do whatever they wanted, but they couldn't say it was unreasonable. The world was silent, but a rumbling sound suddenly came from the distance, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were approaching. A moment later, in the direction of the voice, a large group of people surrounded by colorful lights appeared. It was the Dream Crusher army that was trying to destroy the invaders. The 5,000 Dream Crusher finally arrived at the city occupied by the invaders after a long journey. Without any vehicles, their speed was already quite amazing. At this time, they were already exhausted. Even if their cultivation was not weak, they could not withstand such a rush. Seeing that he was about to reach his destination, a smile finally appeared on the Dream Crusher's face, and his mood became much more relaxed. According to the intelligence, there were not many intruders. Even if there had been an increase during this period, it could not be too outrageous. The army had the absolute advantage in numbers. The only thing to worry about was that the invaders would collude with the monsters, which would make the battle more difficult. At this time, the Dream Crusher did not know that the Dream Notebook had opened up a special channel, so that the Holy Dragon City cultivators did not need to go through so much trouble to enter the Dream World like ordinary transmigrators. What they did not expect was that the total number of Holy Dragon City cultivators who had entered the Dream World had already exceeded 20,000. At this time, the Dream Crusher walking at the front of the team was the leader of the Dream Crusher who had been resurrected. He looked at the piled-up city that he had once governed with a touch of worry in his eyes. Although he had only been in contact with the intruders for a short time, he knew better than anyone else how strong these enemies were. So, even though the main camp had sent out a 5,000-man army to clear them up, he still felt a little uncertain. When they passed by a hill outside the city, the leader of the Dream Crusher could not help but stop in his tracks. He realized that the terrain here seemed to have changed. Alarmed, the leader was about to report his discovery to the commander. However, before he could speak, he saw a black dot like a dark cloud rising from behind the hill and heading straight for the Dream Crusher army. It's a crossbow, enemy attack. The Dream Crusher who was attacked was immediately in chaos. No one cared why they did not receive the alarm. Instead, they tried their best to dodge. Once the arrows fell on their bodies, they would be seriously injured even if they did not die. As they dodged the attacks, a large number of Dream Chasers were divided into 2 teams. They surrounded the place where the arrows were shot from and tried to kill the enemies who sneaked an attack. PFF'd, 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 PFF'd. A series of sounds of sharp blades cutting into flesh rang out. The sharp crossbow arrows pierced into the body of the Dream Crusher who could not dodge in time. Screams of pain rang out continuously. In just one wave of attacks, hundreds of Dream Smashers were injured and killed. The Dream Crusher who dodged the attack roared, drew out their weapons, and rushed towards the enemies behind the hill. It was also at this moment that a shocking battle cry sounded. The Dream Crusher who had outflanked from both sides had already engaged the enemy who had launched a sneak attack. The battle situation was extremely intense. However, When the Dream Crusher rushed up the hill, they realized that there were many enemies fighting with their companions. It was not as bad as they had imagined. There were even a few armed robots. A large number of Dream Crusher died under the attack of these armed robots, and they were riddled with holes by the sharp crossbow arrows. In addition to these robots, there were nearly 1,000 intruders. They were wearing silver armor and waving golden swords in their hands. They actually beat the Dream Crusher to the point where it could not fight back. The ground was covered with the bodies of the Dream Smashers, lying on the ground in a mess. It was a ghastly sight. When they saw the equipment used by the intruders, the Dream Chasers, who had rushed over to provide support, were shocked. In terms of equipment alone, the intruders had completely crushed them. "Everyone, let's attack together and kill all these intruders." With a series of angry roars, the army of Dream Chasers charged from 3 directions at the same time, trying to annihilate the thousands of intruders. However, who would have expected another wave of battle cries to come from behind the Dream Crusher? When he turned around to check, he found that at least 5,000 intruders had suddenly appeared, forming a golden ocean and surrounding the Dream Crusher's position. The thousands of intruders who were originally surrounded by the Dream Chasers suddenly became extremely fierce. Obviously, they had hidden their strength before. Now that they were free, they expanded like reapers and cut down the Dream Chasers one by one. At this moment, the Dream Crusher army was attacked from both the front and back. In an instant, their formation was in chaos. In order to not be surrounded by the invaders, a large number of Dream Crusher began to break out of the no man's land. However, their plan was destined to fail, because just as they were charging towards those positions, groups of intruders suddenly appeared, blocking their way with sinister smiles on their faces. Now that things have come to this, the Dream Crusher can only fight to the death. Looking up, it was full of killing figures. The Dream Crusher who had run thousands of miles and the intruders who were waiting for the enemy to exhaust themselves were entangled in a battle. In addition, they no longer had the advantage in numbers. The result was that they were quickly at a disadvantage and corpses were everywhere. After the Dream Crusher died in battle, a stream of light would appear in his body and fly toward the base camp from another space. No one noticed that there were 2 looming figures in the air. They were constantly intercepting the origin stones that carried the souls of the Dream Crusher, preventing them from returning to their base camp to be reborn. As for the Holy Dragon City cultivators who had died in battle, they would turn into a white light and disappear, returning to the Holy Dragon City after leaving the dream world. Although he wouldn't lose his life because of this, mental trauma was inevitable, and he would need to recuperate for a period of time to recover. With the advantage of equipment and cultivation, the Holy Dragon City did not suffer many casualties. On the other hand, the Dream Chasers suffered heavy casualties. In less than 10 minutes, more than half of the Dream Chasers had been killed. Among them, 2/3 of the origin stones had been intercepted, and less than 1,000 people had successfully returned to the base camp to be reborn. Seeing that their numbers were getting smaller and smaller, the Dream Shatterers panicked and did not hesitate to launch a frenzied breakout. Under their relentless attacks, the casualties of the Holy Dragon City began to increase. Many low-level cultivators turned into white light and disappeared. The lords of Holy Dragon City, who had been biding their time, began to move. They wore shiny golden armors and crashed into the Dream Crusher's camp like meteorites. Wherever they went, people and horses were overturned, and corpses were strewn all over the ground. The Dream Crusher's strength was not weak, but very few people had surpassed the Lord level. Even if there were such experts, their numbers were quite limited. This was the advantage of the world of Lusheng. The cornerstone platform used the origin of the world to transform Lusheng into a paradise, constantly improving the strength of the cultivators in Lusheng, allowing them to easily crush most of the native cultivators. As the Holy Dragon City's cultivators joined the battle, the Dream Crusher immediately fell into a state of collapse and was quickly cut into small pieces by the loose city cultivators. Then, they were completely eliminated. By the time the last Dream Crusher was killed, the army sent by the main camp had been completely annihilated. 1271 Spirit Body Minions. 1. The Dream Crusher's method of rebirth was too similar to the Holy Dragon City's soul teleportation. This method had its advantages and disadvantages. At this time, the Dream Crusher was being held in place by the Holy Dragon City. With Tang Zhen and Blood River King's cooperation, more than 3,000 origin stones were intercepted. This also meant that 3,000 Dream Chasers would not be able to be reborn. This was definitely a big blow to the Dream Chasers. After the battle ended, Tang Zhen began to deal with the origin stones that he had seized. He was only interested in the power of origin contained in the origin stone. He had no interest in the soul of the dream crusher. There was no need to destroy it, so he simply imprisoned them in the reincarnation mirror. After the souls of these dream chasers were tamed, they would be a great help to Tang Zhen. It seemed that the spiritual bodies in the reincarnation mirror were not much different from the dream crusher in nature. They were all pure energy bodies. Dreamworld was a special world of energy. The sleepless and dream chasers that lived here were in the form of energy, not real physical bodies. The metal materials that he brought in from outside the dream world were real, but like the buildings, they were allowed by the rules of the dream world. Only after they were tempered would they be able to unleash their true power. During this process, physical materials would be gradually eliminated, and the final weapon would become an energy body. After realizing this, Tang Zhen immediately took out the reincarnation mirror and carefully released a group of spirit bodies. He wanted to see if they could move freely in the dream world. Just as he had expected, the environment in the dream world was like a fish in water for the spirit body. It was no different from being in the reincarnation mirror. Tang Zhen was overjoyed when he saw this. If he had known this earlier, why would he go through so much trouble to bring the Holy Dragon City cultivators in? Wouldn't it save him a lot of trouble if he directly controlled these spirit bodies? However, after thinking about it carefully, Tang Zhen still discovered the disadvantage of doing so. Whether it was in terms of strength, cultivation, intelligence, or obedience, these muddle-headed spirits could not be compared to the Holy Dragon City cultivators. Unless they were of a higher level, they could not be controlled as easily as their own arms. They were just a bunch of random soldiers. How could they be compared to the cultivators of Lusheng who had been fighting for years? However, if used well, these minions could cause a lot of trouble for the Dream Crusher, or be used to restrain the large number of sleepless. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen called the reincarnation mirror's gatekeeper out. He wanted to know how many spirit bodies he had now. The gatekeeper still had that cheap appearance. After seeing Tang Zhen, he first flattered him to the extreme. Tang Zhen was already used to the gatekeeper's behavior. Instead, he directly asked about the number of spirit bodies he could use. After hearing Tang Zhen's question, the guard pondered for a moment before giving an answer. The total number of spirits in the reincarnation mirror has exceeded 10 million, but more than half of them are incomplete and don't even know what they are. Once these guys are released, it won't take long for them to get lost. It would probably take a lot of time to retrieve them. The remaining half of the spirits have consciousness, but their strength varies. I estimate that less than 2 million of them can be used. After hearing the number reported by the gatekeeper, Tang Zhen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He didn't expect that there would be so many available spirit bodies in the reincarnation mirror. Although they had just defeated the Dream Crusher army, the Holy Dragon City's cultivators did not have an advantage in numbers compared to the Dream World's many Dream Crusher. Therefore, Tang Zhen would try his best to improve the quality of his equipment to make up for the gap in this aspect. He had even planned to mobilize tens of thousands of Holy Dragon City cultivators to participate in the war. Now, it seemed that there was no need. With the help of millions of spirit bodies, Tang Zhen could directly enter the Dream Crusher's base camp and give him a drastic change. Pass on my order. We'll set off in an hour and head straight for the Dreamer's lair. In the forbidden zone where the Dream Crusher's base camp was located, the atmosphere was depressing. The usual clamor had long disappeared. When the light of Mother God's avatar flickered again, and the dream chasers who died in battle were constantly reborn, the dream chasers who stayed in the restricted area had confirmed that the army that cleared out the intruders must have fought with the enemy. Otherwise, there would not be such tragic casualties. The invader was not weak, but in front of an army of 5,000 dream chasers, they were doomed to be annihilated. Just as he was about to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About the results of the battle, he saw the faces of these reincarnated people turn ashen, as if they had suffered a great blow. It would not be surprising if only one person was in such a state, but when all the reincarnated people were in such a state, the dream smatterers who stayed behind immediately realized that something was wrong. Could it be that the enemy was so powerful that the 5,000 Dream Crusher army in charge of clearing the area was no match for them? After realizing that things were not that simple, the remaining Dream Chasers were about to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. More when Mother God's avatar suddenly glowed. Nearly 1,000 reborn dream chasers appeared at the same time, filling the surrounding space. Where's Xianxia? Where are you little rascals? Get out here. A leader of the Dream Crusher team jumped down from the altar and shouted to the surroundings. He was obviously summoning his resurrected team members. However, after shouting for a long time, there was no response. This strange situation made the leader's heart sink. What's going on? Where did my team members go? They clearly died in battle, so why haven't they been resurrected? After looking around, the leader of the Dream Crusher finally confirmed that he was the only one who had successfully resurrected in his completely annihilated team. Such a situation had never happened before. The leader of the Dream Crusher team was obviously at a loss. After shouting and ignoring everyone, he went straight to the building where the higher floors of the Dream Crusher building were located. When he saw the other Dream Smasher shouting that their companions were missing, the team leader suddenly realized that something big had happened. It didn't take long for rumors to spread that the new intruders had special means to destroy the reincarnation of the Dream Crusher. Once killed by these enemies, it was equivalent to true death. After hearing these rumors, the Dream Chasers turned pale with fright. An atmosphere of fear and uneasiness began to spread in the Forbidden Zone. Being able to be reborn from the dead had always been the biggest advantage of the Dream Chasers. It was also their fearless reliance against the monsters. However, when this reliance disappeared, the Dream Chasers immediately fell into fear and confusion. Due to the fear of death, many of the Dream Crusher had already developed a fear of battle. They were afraid that the intruders would launch an attack on their base camp. The higher-ups of the Dream Crusher saw that the situation was not good and immediately stood up to try to calm the people, but the effect was not obvious. Left with no choice, the higher-ups of the Dream Crusher could only bitterly look for countermeasures. At the same time, they also began to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help from the other Dream Crusher camps and organized all the sleepless in the vicinity to prepare for the upcoming battle. Everyone knew that these intruders would not stay put and would probably be heading toward their base camp. Fortunately, the distance between the two places was not short. It was impossible for the intruders to arrive in a short time, so they still had enough time to make preparations. Just as the Dream Crusher's camp was nervously preparing for the battle, the Holy Dragon City army was gradually approaching. The battle was about to begin. 1272 Unstoppable momentum won. The stacked city where the Dreamer's base camp was located was now in a tense atmosphere. The war with the demons had just ended, and new invaders were about to arrive at the city. Compared to the gloomy-faced Dream Chasers, the Sleepless were actually more depressed. Every time their base was in danger, the Dream Chasers would use the Sleepless as cannon fodder. Not to mention the distant ones, more than 100,000 Sleepless died in the last monster invasion. The Dream Crusher was blessed by Mother God and could be reborn after dying in battle, but if Sleepless were to die, then it would really be over. Even an ant would covet life. Although life was difficult for Sleepless, they did not want to lose their lives in vain. However, under the threat of the Dream Crusher and the temptation of a large amount of food, they had no choice but to participate. At the edge of the city, a long line of defense had been set up. More than 100,000 Sleepless were stationed there, nervously waiting for the arrival of the invaders. Their weapons came in all sorts of shapes and sizes, and they were all extremely common items. Under the circumstances of not being tempered, they could cause minimal damage to the enemy. However, no one cared, because the Sleepless were just cannon fodder. Their only purpose was to stop the invaders' attack. The real battle still needed the Dream Crusher to complete. It was almost noon, and the people and horses were tired. Just as Sleepless was feeling hungry and thirsty, finally, a Dream Crusher walked out of the city and slowly came to a pile of food nearby. After taking out a card and waving it over the pile of food, the Dream Shatterers had a pained expression on their faces. Then, they ordered people to distribute the food one by one, making sure that they had a portion. In order for Sleepless to do his best, the Dream Crusher's base camp had put in a lot of effort this time. The consumption of food purification alone was enough to use 1/5 of their points. Unusual times called for unusual things. Now that a strong enemy was attacking, the higher-ups of the Dream Crusher did not dare to be stingy. Holding the food that was distributed to them, the Sleepless were all smiles. Although war was terrifying, it had its benefits too. The food supply that was given at a fixed time would definitely feed them well. The purpose of many Sleepless who participated in the war was actually to have a full meal. They didn't care even if they lost their lives. The dream world did not lack food, but the sleepless did not have a purification card. Now that they had the help of the dream crusher, they naturally had to have a good meal. There was a lot of food that they had been drooling over for a long time. Now, they could finally taste it without worrying about being poisoned. When the sleepless started eating, the reinforcements from the nearby base camp appeared one after another. They ignored the sleepless on both sides of the road and headed straight for the restricted zone. Although they were all dream chasers, each of these bases did not interfere with each other. Only when they encountered danger would they work together to overcome it. "Where is your manager? Tell him to come out and welcome you." Nearly 1,000 travel-worn dream chasers stood at the entrance of the forbidden zone. The leader of the dream chasers had a proud look on his face as he shouted at the guards at the entrance. They had come all the way here to help, but the other party didn't even do the proper etiquette. This was obviously looking down on them. The dream chasers behind him were also in a heated discussion. They looked at the forbidden area with anger in their eyes. If it were not for the order, half of the dream chasers would have turned around and left. The security guard at the door did not dare to delay and quickly went back to report. It did not take long for a group of people to rush in. I'm sorry, I'm too busy. Please forgive me for my negligence." A brawny man in golden armor smiled and led the way. He apologized to the dream crusher who had come to help. Seeing his sincere expression, the resentment in everyone's hearts was reduced a little. "No, now that the war is imminent, it's normal to be busy." The dream crusher who came to help immediately replied with a smile. His actions just now were just to appease his subordinates and at the same time, to not let the other party look down on him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the 1,000 dream shatterers entered the restricted area and waited for their next mission. At this time, the forbidden zone was busy. All the dream shatterers were making the final preparations before the battle. They either seized the time to refine their weapons or exchanged for materials in front of Mother God's avatar to improve their combat effectiveness. The danger level of the Holy Dragon City was already on par with the demons. After killing the cultivators of the city, the dream chasers would get the corresponding points, which were much higher than killing the demons. It was obvious that the origin intent had already regarded Holy Dragon City as a thorn in its side, and could not wait to get rid of it immediately. There were always brave men with great rewards. Although there was a certain probability that they would not be able to revive after being killed by the Holy Dragon City cultivators, most of the dream shatterers were still in high spirits under the stimulation of the rich points. As time passed, more and more dream smatterers gathered in the restricted zone. The sleepless in the vicinity were all gathered together, covering the entire defensive area of the city. When the sky gradually turned dark, a boundless black line suddenly appeared on the wilderness in front of the piled-up city. It was slowly approaching along the horizon. The dream crusher who was responsible for reconnaissance had long noticed the abnormality, but when he saw the object that made up the black line, he was immediately frightened out of his wits. He subconsciously shouted, "The enemy is here, they're everywhere." As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp alarm rang throughout the city, reminding people that war was coming. The entire city fell into chaos as the sleepless entered the defensive line. They held their weapons tightly while trembling and silently prayed for the Mother God's blessing. An army of more than 50,000 dream smashers rushed out of the city and formed a square formation in the wilderness, waiting for the arrival of the enemy with a serious expression. There were also many dream shatterers in the city who were good at hiding and assassinating. They were prepared to use the city to resist the enemy, instead of fighting in the wilderness, which would reduce their combat effectiveness. At the same time, many experts among the dream chasers were ready for battle, trying to kill the stronger ones among the invaders. However, when the enemy arrived, the dream crusher finally knew what he was facing. An indescribable fear slowly rose in his heart. The 20,000 Holy Dragon City cultivators were protected by more than 2 million ferocious spirit bodies. They gathered together like a wave that devoured everything and were approaching the Dream Crusher's camp. The barren wilderness had been completely occupied, with almost no space left. If it was an ordinary spirit body like Sleepless, the Dream Shatterers would not care at all. However, the problem was that these spirit bodies were not weak. The weakest one was comparable to a level 2 cultivator. When the Dream Chasers in the opposite camp saw this, the despair in their hearts grew stronger. This was because many of them had low cultivation levels, even lower than these spirit bodies. At the thought of the tsunami-like attacks from the intruders, Many of the dream chasers had already lost their confidence before they even started fighting. Kill! A low roar came from the Holy Dragon City's camp, followed by an earth-shattering roar. Countless spirits went straight to the Dream Crusher's camp. Raise your shields and face the enemy. Despite the fear in their hearts, none of the Dream Chasers turned around to escape because they would die even faster. The distance between the two sides was less than 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, they collided. The seemingly huge Dream Crusher camp was like a reef hit by a wave, disappearing without a trace in an instant. 1273 killing their way to the forbidden area. One bang bang bang. A series of muffled sounds came. The spirits at the front were like a chariot that had lost control. They crashed heavily into the thick shield wall set up by the Dream Crusher. Then, they were pierced together by the long spears that extended out. The pierced spirit body wailed in pain but still waved its arms, trying to tear the Dream Crusher into pieces. The Dream Crusher's battle results stopped there. In the blink of an eye, the solid shield wall was violently smashed apart. Countless spirits roared and rushed into the Dream Crusher's camp, fighting with the fully armed Dream Crusher. The sounds of killing and screams rose one after another. Blood and minced meat were everywhere, and hideous bones were everywhere. It looked like hell. Although most of the spirit bodies were bare-handed, they had the absolute advantage in numbers. Even though the Dream Chasers formed a line of defense, they were still torn apart by the crazy charge of the spirit bodies. Then, the spirits swarmed up and surrounded the separated Dream Crusher. They tore him into pieces in an instant and devoured him with sinister smiles. To a spirit body, these dream smatterers were great nourishment. They must not be missed. After killing and devouring the Dream Crusher, the spirits would pick up the dropped weapons and attack their next target with a crazed look. In the face of the overwhelming number of crazy spirits, the 50,000-strong Dream Crusher army did not even last 10 minutes. All that was left was blood and remains, dyeing the wilderness red. More spirits bypassed the army of Dream Chasers, roared ferociously, and launched an attack on the city. Looking at the ferocious spirit bodies that were rushing over like a tide, the sleepless who were on guard had fear written all over their faces, and they let out howls of despair. They had no way of resisting such a terrifying enemy. Even if they risked their lives, it would be of no help. The eyes of the Dream Crusher in charge of supervising the battle had already turned red. He waved the weapons in his hands with all his might and ordered Sleepless to raise their weapons to fight. However, looking at their current state, they were obviously frightened by the terrifying number of spirits. Ah, Yingluo! A Sleepless suddenly let out a scream as he saw the approaching wave of spirits. Then, he threw away the brick in his hand and rushed toward the city without hesitation. PFF'd. A cold light flashed and Sleepless's head flew into the sky, rolling and falling to the ground. Whoever dares to run away will end up like him. The Dream Crusher, who was supervising the battle, roared loudly in an attempt to intimidate the Sleepless who were afraid of the battle. Who knew that it was completely ineffective? As he roared, countless Sleepless broke away from the defense line and ran towards the inner part of the city. Bastards, all of you will die. The Dream Crusher, who was supervising the battle, was furious. He swung his sword and tried to stop the Sleepless who were running away. However, after killing more than a dozen people, there was no effect at all. It was also at this moment that the wave of spirits crashed into the defensive line formed by the Sleepless. Deafening curses and screams of pain rose into the sky. A long snake of blood mist suddenly appeared on the long and narrow defensive line. Broken limbs and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. The Sleepless who didn't manage to escape in time were torn into pieces by the spirit bodies, and then they were completely swallowed by the wave of spirits that followed closely behind. Seeing this, the Dream Crusher in charge of supervising the battle let out a desperate roar. They waved their weapons to meet the enemy, but their end was no different from Sleepless, or even worse. The spirit bodies might not want to devour the body of the Sleepless, but they would never let the Dream Crusher go. The final outcome would be death without an intact corpse. After breaking through the second line of defense, the spirit army officially entered the city. Their advantage in numbers began to disappear. The city was too big. Once the 2 million spirits scattered, they couldn't cause much of a stir. It was not something that could be done overnight to kill all the Dream Chasers scattered throughout the city. In addition, the terrain of the city was special. There were layers of buildings everywhere, making it the best place to hide. This was also the reason why the Dream Chasers and Sleepless could not be killed. When they encountered danger, they only needed to hide in these hidden cracks, and most of them could save their lives. However, the Holy Dragon City's main goal was not to kill the Dream Crusher, but to break through the defense of the Forbidden Zone and destroy and plunder Mother God's avatar. The Dream Crusher would naturally take precautions against this, so on the road leading to the Forbidden Zone, he had already laid down heavy defenses. The experts among the Dream Crusher were even more on guard, swearing to protect the safety of the Forbidden Zone with their lives. The cultivators of the Holy Dragon City no longer supervised the battle. Instead, they quickly gathered together, leading the army of spirit bodies that was like a wave, and quickly advanced towards the restricted zone. The Dream Crusher would definitely not let the Holy Dragon City cultivators get close to the core area. Therefore, with every step forward, the Holy Dragon City army would be frantically blocked. They were like a fearless ant colony, trying to devour the giant pythons that attacked their nest. However, in the face of the Holy Dragon City cultivators who were as ferocious as wolves and tigers, these obstacles were meaningless. Sometimes, the Holy Dragon City cultivators did not even need to make a move. Those spirit bodies would swarm forward and tear the despairing Dream Crusher to pieces. As more and more Dream Smatterers were devoured, many spirit bodies began to advance, and the aura they emitted became colder and colder. As they got closer and closer to the restricted area, the Dream Crusher experts who had been waiting for them finally appeared. They were basically all wearing gold equipment and had caused quite a number of casualties to the spirit bodies. The Holy Dragon City cultivators in charge of supervising the battle saw this and immediately locked onto these Dream Crusher experts. Their cultivation and equipment were not inferior, and they were fighting each other without a clear winner. The besieged Dream Crusher experts were in shock. Even though they had already regarded Holy Dragon City as their most dangerous enemy, they only realized after fighting that they had still underestimated the terror of these invaders. In less than 10 minutes, the Dream Crusher left hundreds of corpses and fled towards the restricted area. Ignoring the spirits who were fighting over the bodies, the Holy Dragon City cultivators tidied up their formation and once again set off for their destination. Once again, they charged through the layers of obstacles and saw a huge circular wall appear, completely blocking the Holy Dragon City cultivators' path. Behind this magnificent city wall was the base camp of the Dream Chasers, including the Forbidden Land where Mother God's clone was. The city wall was filled with Dream Crusher. They looked at the black mass of spirit bodies and the weapons in. Their hands trembled slightly. The previously carefully arranged defensive line was a joke to the million-strong spirit army. It was completely destroyed in less than an hour. Almost no Dream Crusher or Sleepless who participated in the battle survived. That's right, almost none of them survived. With Tang Zhen and the Blood River King's blockade, the Dream Shatterers who had died in battle were isolated in another space. There was no way they could return to the Forbidden Area to be reborn. This was the most ruthless move. In this way, the number of Dream Crusher would only decrease as the battle went on. It would not be like the time when they fought against the invasion of the demons, where they could send a continuous stream of troops to reinforce the front line. It was because of this that the Dream Crusher had already regarded the cultivators of Lu Cheng as more dangerous than the demons. No matter how big the price was, they had to get rid of them. The two sides were already fighting to the death. As soon as they met, the fierce siege battle directly began. What the Holy Dragon City cultivators did not expect was that just as they were about to fly over the city walls, a protective light screen suddenly appeared, completely protecting the city walls and the forbidden area. At the same time, countless dazzling rays of light descended from the sky and landed directly in the army of spirit bodies. The surrounding spirit bodies were affected by the light and they let out a miserable cry before disappearing rapidly like bubbles. 1274 Taking down the base camp one after the white light fell, the army of spirit bodies that were as dense as ants immediately suffered heavy losses. A large empty area suddenly appeared in the camp, and the casualties were extremely heavy. Compared to the spirit bodies that disappeared like bubbles, many Holy Dragon City cultivators were also affected by the falling light. After struggling in pain for a few times, they shattered like glass and escaped from the dream world. This light was not simple as it carried a faint power of law. Any invader who did not belong to the dream world would not be able to escape its purification. Compared to dying in battle and leaving, this special white light had obviously caused greater damage. Even if the Holy Dragon City cultivators did not die, they would need a long time to recover. Due to the obstruction of the protective light curtain and the bombardment of the white light, the attack momentum of the spirit body army suddenly slowed down. However, Under the command of the Holy Dragon City cultivators, the spirit body army immediately launched an even more violent attack. The cultivators of Lusheng were no strangers to attacking a city. It was just an energy shield, and it could not stop the Holy Dragon City cultivators. Hit and bombard an area. The faster the better. Under the command of the Lu Cheng cultivators, the terrifying and concentrated attacks landed on the protective barrier one after another, causing it to flicker continuously. The Holy Dragon City cultivators were overjoyed to see this. According to their past experience, as long as the violent attack continued for more than a minute, the energy shield would malfunction, similar to not being able to charge properly. As long as he seized the opportunity, he would be able to break through the protective shield and enter it successfully. At the same time, the Holy Masters who were involved in the attack set up layers of protection to resist the attacks of the Dream Crusher from the city walls. The Dream Chasers seemed to know the weakness of the protective shield. When the Holy Dragon City launched an attack on the protective shield, they threw a dense barrage of short spears and sharp arrows, as well as building fragments the size of a water tank, to block the Holy Dragon City's attack. In less than a minute, the bottom of the city wall was filled with corpses and debris. The energy shield, which had been under attack for a long time, finally revealed a flaw. Boom! Almost 100 figures of the Holy Dragon City's overlord soared into the sky, forming a human wall in the air. Under the frightened gaze of the Dream Crusher, they all blasted a heavy blow at the energy shield. Voila! At the same time as the hole in the energy shield was blasted open, dozens of figures wrapped in golden light soared into the sky. They passed through the hole in an instant and landed on the city wall, killing wantonly. Blood mist began to spread on the city walls. The Holy Dragon City cultivators in gold equipment were like ferocious tigers, and no one could stop them. The Dream Shatterers in charge of defense were immediately thrown into chaos. They attacked the dozens of Holy Dragon City cultivators on the city wall at the same time. In the end, the Holy Dragon City cultivators were in a complete mess. Their torn bodies kept falling from the city wall. After another wave of fierce attacks, the protective shield of the Dream Crusher suddenly shattered. The army of spirit bodies that filled the bottom of the city wall swarmed up and covered the entire city wall in an instant. The Dream Crusher who was responsible for resisting lost his support and was immediately swallowed by the sea of spirits. No one escaped. With the fall of the city wall, the last defensive barrier of the Dream Crusher's base camp disappeared. The Holy Dragon City cultivators drove straight in and quickly surrounded the paradise built in the ruins. According to the information collected, the inside of the Forbidden Zone was completely different from the outside world. As long as the Dream Crusher was in the Forbidden Zone, he would receive the blessing of Mother God's clone and receive a continuous increase in life and strength. Under such circumstances, the Dream Crusher would not die immediately as long as his head was not chopped off. In fact, it didn't matter even if he died. As long as Mother God's avatar was still there, the Dream Crusher who died in battle would immediately be reborn. In this critical moment of life and death, the Dream Crusher would not suffer the punishment of a drop in cultivation after death. It could be said that as long as Mother God's avatar was not destroyed, there would be an endless stream of guardians in the Forbidden Zone, and it was almost impossible for there to be any danger of falling. In the Forbidden Zone, the remaining Dream Crusher looked as if they were not afraid of death. They first bowed to Mother God's avatar, then silently stood up and clenched their respective weapons. Banish the monsters, protect Mother God's clone, and restore peace to the world. This was the oath that every Dream Crusher had to make. This was the last chance for them to show their determination with blood. Without any unnecessary words, the army of spirit bodies suddenly launched an attack. They rushed into the Forbidden Land like a tide, wanting to drown this place completely. All kinds of lights shot up to the sky. All the Dream Shatterers no longer held back and began to do their best to stop these invaders from the foreign world, even if they had to exchange their lives for theirs. The forbidden area that was like a paradise had completely turned into a millstone of flesh and blood. There were killings and screams everywhere. The torn bodies of the Dream Smashers were everywhere. The lights of the spirits and cultivators who died in battle were so dense that they looked like fireworks. Under the Dream Crusher's desperate resistance, the Holy Dragon City paid a heavy price. This allowed them to gradually reduce the activity space of the Dream Crusher, allowing them to continuously gather at the rebirth altar in the central area. In the fierce battle, the activity area of the Dream Crusher became smaller and smaller. In the end, it was all squeezed into an area of less than 1 square kilometer. The battle had progressed to such a degree that it was finally time for a life-and-death battle. The king-level cultivators, who had been biding their time, suddenly appeared and attacked the Dream Crusher from all directions. Tang Zhen and Blood River King locked onto the giant origin stone known as Mother God's avatar and used the power of law to isolate it. A fire dragon, accompanied by a river of blood, instantly wrapped the shimmering origin stone and completely separated it from the Dream Crusher for a short time. The moment Tang Zhen completed the isolation, the Holy Dragon City's kings' attacks landed on the despairing Dream Crusher. Without any sound or vibration, tens of thousands of Dream Crusher's bodies were directly turned into dust. As the origin stone was isolated, the Dream Crusher who died in battle could not be reborn. The last protective barrier had completely disappeared. The origin stone, which was controlled by the two Law Kings, trembled violently, as if it wanted to escape. At the same time, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. Terrifying lightning bolts descended from the sky, continuously bombarding Tang Zhen and the other Holy Dragon City cultivators. You still want to struggle even now? Just stay here. Tang Zhen coldly laughed. In a flash, he rushed to the side of the origin stone. His right hand clenched into a fist and was raised high up. His entire body was completely wrapped in flames. Boom! Following Tang Zhen's punch, cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the huge origin stone. However, it struggled even more intensely. Still not being honest, take another punch from me. Following Tang Zhen's loud roar and punch, a fire dragon appeared once again and smashed towards the origin stone along with his fist. Voila! The extremely hard origin stone shattered immediately. At the same time, a ray of light full of vitality struggled out and was about to disappear in an instant. This ray of light full of vitality was the world's origin. Although it was insignificant compared to the main body, it was still comparable to the total origin of some small worlds. Its value was immeasurable. Tang Zhen had been waiting for this moment all along. How could he allow it to leave so easily? His vast mental energy sealed the surrounding space and completely confined the world's origin that was attempting to escape. Although it possessed the magical power of creation and control of laws, it required a special medium to be used. The pure world's origin did not actually have much destructive power. At this moment, after being controlled by Tang Zhen's spiritual power field, there was no longer any chance of escape. With a gentle wave of his hand, the world's origin that was suspended in the air disappeared. At the same time, the huge origin stone under his feet fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. 1275 The 9 great main cities. One after a great battle, the city was in ruins. Although the city was built on ruins and could have been dirty and broken, it was not as thick as the smoke, blood, and corpses everywhere. There was also a strange smell in the air that made people want to vomit. The already dilapidated city now had an even more somber atmosphere. Sleepless crawled out in fear and tried to search for purification cards from the dreamer's mutilated body. If he was lucky enough to get one, he would not have to worry about hunger for a long time. Of course, they had to avoid the Holy Dragon City cultivators. After all, these were their spoils of war and they would not allow anyone else to touch them. Once they found out, they would not let them off easily. Fortunately, the cultivators in Lusheng City were all busy clearing the enemies and didn't have time to clean up the battlefield. Otherwise, the Sleepless wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation. Tang Zhen was currently sitting in a hall in a forbidden zone that was similarly filled with wolves. He was checking the losses of this war. In this battle to besiege the Dream Crusher's base, the Holy Dragon City had invested nearly 20,000 cultivators in the city towers. Among them were 8 king-level cultivators, 2 kings of laws, and an army of nearly 2 million spirit bodies. As a result, after a huge battle, nearly 5,000 Lusheng cultivators were killed and left the dream world. They needed to rest and recuperate to recover. Nearly 100,000 spirits were killed, and the recovery rate of the reincarnation mirror was less than 60%. In other words, over 40,000 spirits had been completely wiped out by the original will of the dream world. Compared to the Holy Dragon City's casualties, the Dream Crusher's side suffered even greater losses. Tens of thousands of Dream Crusher were killed or captured. The number of casualties of the Sleepless Servant army affected by the war could not be counted. Although the casualties in this battle were not small, the gains were equally huge. However, the world origin alone was enough to cover all the gains from invading a world. After pondering for a moment, Tang Zhen raised his head and looked at the surrounding Holy Dragon City cultivators. He said in a deep voice, "According to the information we have, there are a total of 9 main camps in the dream world. They are called 9 Palace City by the Dream Chasers, and the main camp that we have occupied is one of them, General Palace City. Other than this base camp, there were 7 other main cities that had reincarnation altars. There were countless cities of various sizes around them. There were hundreds of them in total, and the total number of Dream Crusher was definitely more than 500,000. There's also a main city called Central Palace, which ranks first in strength among the 9 main cities. It's said that only Dream Shatterers chosen by Mother God are qualified to enter. At the same time, there's also a rumor that Mother God's true body is in there. City Lord, let's just attack Zhonggong City directly. This is called capturing the king before capturing the bandits. The rich captain, who was sitting in the corner, raised his hand and suggested with a wise expression. Tang Zhen was happy when he heard this. He continued to use a somewhat helpless tone, although I really want to go straight to the root of the problem and take down the Central Palace main city, then the other 7 main cities will be easy to capture. But the problem is that no one knows the location of the Central Palace's main city. When Blood River King heard this, he looked at Tang Zhen with some doubt and said in a faint tone, "What's going on? Could it be that this Central Palace city is invisible?" Tang Zhen shook his head and pointed at a Holy Dragon City cultivator. "You're in charge of collecting intelligence. You should tell us in detail." The Holy Dragon City cultivator who was called out had squarish faces and large ears. He looked like a lucky man, and it was easy for people to have a good impression of him. He stood up and smiled at everyone, then said in a very calm voice, "Lord Blood River is right. This Central Palace city is indeed invisible. According to our intelligence, it is not in the dream world. I believe everyone already knows that the dream world we are in is constructed by the original will of the world. The objects here are real and virtual, but most of them exist in the form of energy, including us. However, after our investigation and analysis, we've confirmed that there are 3 types of real entities in the dream world. The first type are the buildings that form the cities, they are all real entities. The second type are the origin stones, and the third type are monsters, they also exist in physical form. No, I've studied those monsters before. They're also made of energy, not a physical body." The fat man beside him shook his head and raised a different opinion. Everyone was happy when they heard this. Obviously, they all knew why the fatty was hunting demons. He just wanted to see if this thing was edible. The Holy Dragon City cultivator in charge of intelligence gathering chuckled and continued, "You're right, these monsters are indeed energy bodies. But have you ever thought that these monsters were actually energy bodies before they entered the dream world?" Fatty was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head lightly. "You don't say, I really didn't notice this. By the way, the city lord said that these monsters might be the residents of the dream city. Could they all be energy bodies?" "That's right, the residents of the dream city are all made of energy and not 3-dimensional beings. I can confirm this," Tang Zhen interjected, after which, he indicated for the intelligence officer to continue. Nodding to Tang Zhen, the Holy Dragon City cultivator continued, "Energy enemies are very difficult to deal with. Under normal circumstances, they are in a completely different dimension from us. The other party can attack us, but we can't attack them." Of course, for a Lord tier cultivator, this was not a problem. There were many ways to kill an energy body, but the problem was, how many of them could reach the Lord tier cultivation level. He believed that the dream world had encountered a similar problem in the past. They were unable to fight against the cultivators of the Dream Tower who existed in the form of energy, so the entire world was destroyed. However, it was obvious that the Dream Tower had underestimated its enemy. In the end, it made a mistake at the last moment and fell into the trap of the awakened original mind. This caused the entire tower to fall into the dream world constructed by the original mind. Even its consciousness was severely injured and it became muddle-headed. Other than the residents of the dream city who had turned into monsters, both the incubus and the night demon were actually residents of the dream city. The former was the battle beast of the dream city while the latter was a special spiritual parasite. The origin of the world was a good plan. In this special world, the advantages of the cultivators in the dream tower were all gone. The enemies they were facing were the dream crusher, which was also made of energy, and the sea of sleepless. As for the origin of these dream chasers and sleepless, everyone must have already guessed that they were actually the natives of this world and a small number of soul travelers. Under the control and guidance of the original mind, the dream crusher would constantly kill the cultivators of the dream tower. At the same time, he could rely on the origin energy to resurrect from the dead, As long as the cultivators of the Dream Tower did not die, this dream world could possibly continue to exist. Obviously, the Dream Tower would not just sit and wait to be beaten. They also rely on the world source to resurrect the residents of the tower who died in battle. As a result, the two sides have been fighting like this until now. This means that as long as we destroy the 8 main cities in the dream world, this dream world will disappear. By then, not only will we be able to save the cultivators in the dream city, but we will also be able to see the 9th main city, the Zongdong city that is built in the real world. 1276 The Origins Will's ruthless move. One After listening to the intelligence officer's explanation, everyone understood the current situation, how to find the most important 9th main city, and the next course of action. It was obvious that the 9th main city would not reveal itself before the 8 main cities of the dream world were destroyed, as it was not even in the dream world. Although Tang Zhen was able to enter the real dream world, it was undoubtedly a very irrational move to search for Zongdong city in this abandoned world like searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, with the cunning of the origin intent, it would definitely try to hide the city. That was where the main body of the world's origin will was, so there was no harm in being cautious. Compared to the 8 origin stones used to maintain the operation of the dream world and provide logistical support for the Dream Crusher, the 9th origin stone stored in Zongdong city was the real deal. One stone might be equivalent to the total of 8 origin stones. Tang Zhen was determined to get it, and the destruction of the other 7 main cities in the dream world was set in stone. There would not be any changes. However, there were still 2 things that he could not figure out. With the Dream City Master's abilities, was there really no way to solve the problem? Could he only allow his own residents to be imprisoned in the dream world for hundreds of years? Or was it because of some special reason that he couldn't save her? Tang Zhen had always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Back then, the Dream City Lord had done him a great favor, but he had never had the opportunity to repay her. Therefore, when he found out about the Dream Tower's situation, he did not think too much about it and immediately invaded the dream world. While trying to solve the mystery, he also wanted to help the Dream Tower get out of the quagmire. But now, it seemed that he was a good person who was rewarded. He had inadvertently obtained a large amount of the world's origin. However, there was one thing that Tang Zhen could not understand. Why did this world have so many world origins that it was not inferior to super planets? As for the other doubt, why did the principal will of the dream world treat the sleepless so harshly? Could it be that they had committed unforgivable crimes, which was why they could not fill their stomachs and rest normally, so much so that they were like evil spirits from hell? It did not even let go of the soul after death. It could be seen how deep the resentment of this world's principal will was. After the meeting ended, everyone began to get busy. There were still many fierce battles to be fought. After losing a main city, the original will of the dream world would not let the matter rest. The Dream Crusher would also be more wary of the cultivators in the Lusheng Kingdom. Before the Holy Dragon City attacked the other major cities again, the Dream Chasers might even form an alliance army to intercept them. It would not be surprising to use many troops. In addition, in order to ensure that the Holy Dragon City would be expelled, the Origin will even had a certain chance of removing the punishment for sleepless, and then dupe them into joining the camp against the Holy Dragon City cultivators. In this case, not only would Holy Dragon City have to face more than 500,000 Dream Smashers, but there would also be millions of sleepless. In terms of military strength, they would definitely be defeated. Other than these 2 possibilities, the transmigrators were also a big worry. If the Origin intent could get 1, it could get 10. If it was desperate, it could even get 1,000,000 transmigrators at once. This was what Tang Zhen was most worried about. Compared to the natives, these transmigrators were the greatest threat. Not only did all of them have the qualifications to become dream shatterers, but they also had all kinds of knowledge and skills. Once they had control of the situation, it would definitely cause a great loss to Holy Dragon City. After frowning and thinking for a while, Tang Zhen made a decision in his heart. He immediately stood up and left the dream world, and then teleported to the original world, Xuanji. In a certain parallel world, late at night, most of the people who had been busy the whole day had fallen asleep, but there were still many people fiddling with their computers and mobile phones, looking very energetic. When it was close to midnight, the wind and clouds suddenly surged in the dark sky. Huge runes appeared out of thin air and completely covered a certain city like an energy shield. At the same time, the ground also changed. An invisible force directly tore the ground apart, and a huge bottomless gully appeared around the city, completely separating the entire city from the outside world. The terrifying change immediately alerted the people. They looked at the constantly flashing light in the sky and the terrible gully that isolated the entire city from the outside world, and immediately fell into a state of panic. Before the crowd could figure out what was going on, they were shocked to see the crowd around them fainting on the ground like dominoes, spreading from one street to another. In just a few minutes, the entire city's residents had all fallen unconscious. The originally noisy city had turned into a ghost's land, and not a single sound could be heard. "Damn it, where am I?" A cry of alarm rang out, and then more and more screams and curses came from the surroundings, making it extremely noisy. On the barren plain, men and women, young and old, stood many people. They looked around in confusion, not knowing what had happened. The last thing they could remember was that something had happened to the city. They went out to check on it, but they suddenly blacked out. Looking at the strange world in front of them, the people were filled with fear, not knowing where to go. "Look, there's a city there. Let's go check it out. Maybe we can find out what's happening." A young man pointed into the distance and shouted. At the same time, he ran forward impatiently. Seeing this, the others also followed, trying to find out what was going on. However, he had only run a few steps when the young man at the front let out a blood-curdling screech and shouted, "Monster!" At the same time, he rolled and crawled back quickly, but there were dozens of black shadows chasing after him. Hearing this, the crowd immediately stopped and took a look. Then, they all gasped in shock. Those 70% human and 30% ghost-like monsters that could float in the air were definitely extremely dangerous. He could not let them catch him. At the thought of this, the people did not hesitate to flee in all directions. For a moment, cries and screams resounded through the clouds. PFF'd. A monster was chasing after a middle-aged woman. Its sharp claws pierced through her back, and when it retracted, it was already holding a bloody heart. The middle-aged woman screamed and her body fell to the ground with an expression of regret. The other dozens of monsters also caught their prey. They grinned and tore their prey apart with their sharp claws, then sent the most delicious part into their drooling mouths. As if attracted by the screams and the smell of blood, more black shadows appeared in the distance and were rushing toward the crowd. Seeing this terrifying scene, the people felt despair from the bottom of their hearts and kept praying for the appearance of a savior. Perhaps God really existed. As the people prayed, nearly 100 golden and silver lights suddenly rushed out of the giant city in the distance and rushed toward the group. The terrified people watched as the light quickly approached. Only then did they realize that it was a group of men and women in armor and holding all kinds of weapons. Without any nonsense, the men and women wrapped in golden light waved their weapons and killed the man-eating monsters that were extremely terrifying to the people. When the last night demon fell, a handsome man surrounded by golden light stood up and smiled at the frightened people. "Welcome to the dream world, my dear transmigrators." 1277 Chapter 1274. Dramatic changes in the dream world. Thank you, Master of the Carefree Pavilion, for your reward some time ago. Old Bai was too busy to save a manuscript and update it. Today, I'll update 6 chapters to compensate you and express my gratitude. At the same time, I wish my readers a new year and a new atmosphere, a lot of money, and a long fortune. The transmigrators from the parallel world were rescued by the Dream Crusher. Then, they selected a representative to negotiate with the Dream Crusher in an attempt to find out what had happened. So, in order to defeat the invading evil demons, you must all participate. Only by driving the evil demons out of this world can you regain your freedom. This is the will of Mother God. No one can resist it, including you. A Dream Crusher said with a smile as he looked at the representatives of the transmigrators in front of him. According to what you said, we can't return to our original world before the demons are destroyed, right? A man with a big belly asked. The thin clothes on his body were a little overwhelmed, as if they could be torn at any time. That's right and wrong. As long as the evil demon is defeated, you can all leave. However, if someone has accumulated enough points, they can also apply to leave. No one will stop them. The Dream Crusher explained with a smile, but a strange light flashed in his eyes. The transmigrators, representatives were silent for a moment. Although they had already accepted the fact that they had transmigrated, they still felt apprehensive when they were asked to fight the invading demons. The Dream Crusher seemed to have noticed the worry of the transmigrator and said, "You don't have to worry too much. The evil demons are not as terrifying as you think. In a battle that happened not long ago, we killed more than 200,000 evil demons. Furthermore, you have 5 chances to be reborn. As long as you are careful, you will definitely be able to hold on until the final victory. The transmigrators were slightly relieved after hearing the Dream Crusher's words. They thought that the demon was not that terrifying. Otherwise, how could more than 200,000 of them be killed in one go? Although the 5 chances of rebirth sounded exciting, if they did not enter the dream world, what use would the transmigrators have? Little did they know that the Dream Crusher was just making things up. Not only did he exaggerate the battle results by several times, he did not even mention the loss of a main city. As for the 5 chances of rebirth, if he did not improve his strength, it would not take long for them to be used up. Next, you will pass the news down and calm the people down as soon as possible, because the evil demons will come at any time. In addition, every transmigrator will receive 500 points, which can be used to exchange for various resources at the Diva's avatar, especially food purification cards. Then, they can receive missions to kill monsters and demons. After answering a few more questions from the representatives of the transmigrators, the Dream Crusher left in a hurry as if he had something urgent to deal with. The transmigrators, representatives looked at each other before leaving the restricted area with heavy hearts, explaining the entire situation to the people. Crying and anger could no longer solve any problems. Next, they could only follow the requirements of the Dream Crusher, or they would be trapped in this strange world forever. In fact, not all the transmigrators were depressed and hesitant. After figuring out the cause and effect of the matter, many transmigrators suddenly became energetic and couldn't wait to run to the avatar of Diva to see what they could exchange for. To these transmigrators, this strange world was far more exciting than the previous world, and their hearts were full of ambition. No one would have expected that in just one night, the dream world would undergo such a huge change. The originally barren wilderness was now filled with flowers and trees. There was even a river that was flowing. The monotonous world of black and white had become colorful and full of vitality. It was no longer as lifeless as it used to be. However, this was definitely not good news for Tang Zhen. This was because the thing he was most worried about had finally happened. Tang Zhen, who had just returned from his original world, laughed bitterly as he looked at the city that had been covered by plants and vines. His face was filled with helplessness. City Lord, what do you think the origin intent is up to? Tai Seng looked at the information that was just sent back and turned to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen, naturally, it's to make things difficult for us and find a way to drive us away. Tang Zhen's tone carried a trace of disdain as he said to Tessin, this guy has really put in a lot of effort in order to drive us away. God knows how much origin energy will be wasted during this change. When he said this, Tang Zhen revealed a pained expression, as if the origin energy that was wasted was his. Although the original environment of the dream world was harsh, it was extremely beneficial to us. Other than building a city, the dream chasers have no place to hide. However, with the modifications of the origin will, we can no longer take down the other main cities quickly. We will encounter countless obstacles in the process of advancing. The Dream Crusher can use the terrain to block us, making it difficult for us to approach the other main cities. Especially in an environment covered by plants, it was impossible to find the exact location of the cities from a distance. I think it won't be long before we'll be harassed by the guerrilla forces, and it's impossible to guard against them. Hearing this, Tai Seng sneered as a trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes, this is nothing. I'll kill as many as they come, until I can't be reborn. It's not that simple. I have a feeling that the original mind is up to something, and it's a big move. A trace of doubt flashed through Tang Zhen's eyes. However, due to the lack of information, he was unable to figure out what the origin intent was up to. Just as he was frowning in thought, a holy dragon city cultivator suddenly walked over and handed him a piece of information. Tang Zhen merely took a glance before he jumped up. His face was filled with astonishment. Tyson silently took the report and glanced at it. He also revealed a bitter smile. He finally understood why Tang Zhen had lost his composure. My lord, you're so smart. The original mind is indeed cunning. It has started to equip the Dream Crusher with technological weapons. I've just gathered my strength, but now I've fallen behind by a large margin. It's really frustrating. Tang Zhen shook his head and said in a deep voice, the enemy's equipment has not only been upgraded. According to the information, the nearest Kun Palace city to us, which is city number 3, has suddenly appeared with more than 500,000 transmigrators. I believe that similar situations have occurred in other main cities. This is clearly the work of the origin will. But I really don't understand why the original mind still won't let Sleepless off. What's the secret behind this? Tang Zhen gently shook his head. He sat back in his chair and began to think of a way to deal with this. This dream world was constructed by the original will. As long as it followed certain rules, Tang Zhen would not be able to interfere with it no matter how it wanted to play. Moreover, Tang Zhen had long anticipated these changes and even had the corresponding countermeasures. Didn't you get a few million transmigrators? It's fine, I can get them too. At most, it'll be a little more troublesome. During this time, not only do I need to modify the soul teleportation array, but I also need the dream notebook to cooperate with it. The original world had a population of nearly 10 billion. It was not too difficult to get millions of transmigrators to participate in the war. Tang Zhen already had a solution to the problem of equipment and logistics. With the combined efforts of the Holy Dragon City's cultivators, the operating principle of Mother God's clone had been revealed. To put it bluntly, it was to allow the real object to be contaminated with the power of the origin, thus obtaining the qualification to enter the dream world. After that, it could only be used after being tempered by mind power. During this process, the role of Mother God's avatar was only to transport the items, calculate the points for the dream chasers, and help them rebuild their bodies. After figuring out the specific operating principle, the Holy Dragon City could completely duplicate a clone of Mother God and make it serve the cultivators of the city. At the same time, it would have nothing to do with the original will. In this way, Holy Dragon City would immediately catch up in terms of equipment and numbers. They might even be able to use their technological advantage and leave them far behind. 1278 Patrol and Ambush, whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The expressions of the Holy Dragon City cultivators who were patrolling changed, and they dodged on the spot without hesitation. There was damage on the tree trunk not far away. The bullet had already shot through the tree trunk and flew to who knows where. Northeast, about 1200 meters away. After dodging the enemy's sneak attack, a Holy Dragon City cultivator quickly jumped up from the ground. After reminding his companion, he ran into the depths of the forest. The other three Lu Cheng cultivators followed closely, as fast as lightning, trying to intercept and kill the sneak attacker. Gosh, what the hell is this? A Holy Dragon City cultivator hiding behind a tree cursed. He then drew his bow and nocked an arrow, aiming it in the direction his companion had pointed. The refined arrow glowed with a golden light and instantly flew over a kilometer, hitting a hill. In the distance, a figure flashed and a dream crusher suddenly appeared at the point of the arrow. He smiled provocatively at the Holy Dragon City cultivators and continued to burrow into the dense forest. Hee, you missed. A Holy Dragon City cultivator carrying a battle saber and shield walked over and sneered at the Holy Dragon City cultivator who had just shot the arrow. He did not care about the other party's dark expression. Fuck, if I still had my equipment and my sniper rifle, do you believe that I can blow up that guy's dick from 5,000 meters away? Is that so? That's amazing. If you can shoot the ambusher's balls with your bow and arrow, I'll be convinced. Stop bullshitting. I can't do it, but do you think you can? I'm a saber shield specialist, not a sniper. Do you think I can do it? Hee, sorry, Sir System is not a sniper now, but an archer, understand? Seeing that his two companions were fighting again, the patrol leader, who was observing the enemy's situation, snorted coldly and stopped their meaningless bickering. Let's not talk about it anymore. Just hold on for a while more. I think we'll be able to change our weapons and equipment soon. Hearing the captain's words, everyone's faces revealed a trace of anticipation. These few days, they had been really angry. Ever since the Dream Crusher was able to exchange for technological weapons and equipment, he immediately began to harass Holy Dragon City. From time to time, he would snipe from a distance and never fight with them head-on. The strength of most of the Dream Smashers was similar to the low-level cultivators of the Holy Dragon City, but they were completely abused by the Holy Dragon City cultivators in close combat. However, ever since they had firearms, they immediately had the long-range advantage, suppressing the Holy Dragon City cultivators until they could not lift their heads. After the weapons in the Dream World had been tempered, their lethality would be multiplied. It was the same for firearms. Through the simple tempering of the Dream Crusher, even an ordinary pistol could have an effective range of 200 meters. The tempered bullets even had a strong armor-piercing ability. There were many shooting experts among the transmigrators. After becoming dream chasers, their senses had improved. Coupled with their refined firearms, their lethality was not to be underestimated. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the Holy Dragon City's cultivators, who were equipped with weapons, were not at a disadvantage. In less than 10 days, at least 300 Holy Dragon City cultivators were ambushed. They left the dream world gloomily and could not return in a short time. As time passed, the resentment in the hearts of the Holy Dragon City cultivators grew stronger and stronger, and it was normal for them to complain a little. As a result, the captured Dream Crusher was miserable. Those who did not have time to commit suicide would be beaten up by the Holy Dragon City cultivators, and then brought back to be tortured. It was really miserable. Just as everyone was discussing in hushed tones, the sound of footsteps came from the forest. Soon after, the Holy Dragon City cultivators who had left earlier emerged from the forest. He has committed suicide. This is the sniper rifle he left behind. It's yours. Casually throwing the seized resources to the archers, the Holy Dragon City cultivator who reported the enemy's location walked into the grass and picked up the spear he had thrown on the ground. The complaining archer was stunned for a moment, then laughed in embarrassment. You should keep it for your use. My bow and arrow are still fine. I'm a gunner, I'm not used to using a sniper rifle. The Holy Dragon City cultivator with the long spear replied and did not say anything else. All right, you can keep this gun for now. We're all brothers, what's there to be embarrassed about? Hearing the captain's words, the archer was no longer polite. After checking the sniper rifle, he pouted and said, "This bunch of dream smatterers are really bad. They only managed to temper this spear to bronze level. What a waste of good stuff. So, from what you're saying, you can temper it into gold equipment. Do you have the ability to do that?" The cultivator from Lusheng City who had been bickering with the archer chimed in again. He seemed to be enjoying it. "I can't be bothered with you," the archer replied in disdain. He then hung the other equipment on his body and said proudly, "You guys might not know this, but I'm from the same hometown as the city lord. Do you think he'll agree if I ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him to help me temper my weapon. Tisk, the city lord is busy every day. Where would he have the time to deal with you?" The crowd was disdainful of the archer's bragging and shushed him in unison. Fine, you guys can believe it or not. Although they were joking along the way, everyone was constantly paying attention to their surroundings to prevent another attack from the Dream Crusher. When they reached a river, the patrolman saw a group of sleepless. They were catching fish and shrimp in the river with a happy expression on their faces. After the dream world changed, the sleepless also benefited a lot because there were many edible things in the mountains and forests, allowing them to finally be able to barely fill their stomachs. The sleepless were grateful to Mother God, thinking that she had forgiven everyone's sins, so she provided these foods for the sleepless. As for what the sin was, no one could say clearly. If Tang Zhen knew the thoughts of these sleepless, he would definitely sneer in response. This was because the original will had never forgiven the sleepless. The ultimate beneficiary of this food was not them, but the transmigrators who had not adapted to the dream world. In fact, it didn't matter if he knew or not. As long as he could fill his stomach, Sleepless was already satisfied. As for how long he could live, it would depend on Mother God's mood. After seeing the Holy Dragon City's patrol team, these Sleepless looked at each other, their faces showing a trace of fear and vigilance. When they attacked Zhengong City, the Spirit Army had killed no less than 100,000 Sleepless. The scene of blood flowing like a river still left Sleepless with lingering fear. Sleepless had always kept a respectful distance from the Holy Dragon City cultivators and did not dare to provoke them easily. Lu Cheng's cultivators were not in the mood to care about these Sleepless, because these guys did not know what was good for them. When the Holy Dragon City was hunting down the Dream Crusher, they found that many Sleepless were helping the enemy and had completely forgotten how they were bullied in the past. Sleepless's actions were understandable. Compared to the Dream Crusher, the Holy Dragon City was the true invader. "Let's go, we still have a long way to go." The patrol leader waved his hand, signaling his team members to leave. They had to complete their patrol within the stipulated time. The cultivators nodded and were about to leave the river when the archers suddenly saw a flash of light on the other side of the river. "Not good, there's an ambush." The archer roared out of reflex, knelt on the ground, raised his sniper rifle, and pulled the trigger in a very short time. After a gunshot, a scream came from the other side of the river. Then, dozens of figures rushed out and fired with single-shot rifles. 1279. A fierce battle on the riverbank. 1. The quiet and clear riverbank had suddenly become a battlefield. Dozens of Dream Crusher quickly crossed the knee-deep river and surrounded the patrol team in an instant. Dozens of enemies on the other side of the river used the trees as cover and kept shooting. When Sleepless, who was fishing, saw this, he hurriedly fled into the distance, afraid that he would be caught in the battle and lose his life. Although they were ambushed, the Holy Dragon City cultivators did not panic at all. Several saber and shield wielders immediately huddled together and raised their shields to protect the archers around them, while he took the opportunity to enter the forest by the river. Although they had just gotten their hands on the sniper rifle, the archer was still able to operate it with ease. It was as if he had become one with the gun. After every shot, an enemy gunman would be killed. The archer, with only a sniper rifle, had completely suppressed the opposing gunner. When the other cultivators of Lu Cheng had a chance to catch their breath, they immediately fought with all their might against the Dream Crusher who had surrounded them. The Dream Crusher they encountered this time was not fully equipped with firearms. Most of them still used cold weapons such as knives and swords. Compared to the bullets that were out of control after being shot, the Dream Crusher was more willing to use cold weapons that were as easy as controlling his own arms. More than 90% of the Dream Chasers who fought with guns were transmigrators who had just entered the Dream World. Although there were experts, most of them were just minions. It was the same for the Holy Dragon City cultivators. Although firearms had many advantages, they were not as reliable as swords in their hearts. However, for the Holy Dragon City cultivators who were used to firearms, switching to bows and crossbows was really uncomfortable. For example, for a sniper expert like an archer, it was as awkward as losing an arm, and they could not display their true strength at all. Fortunately, they had just seized a sniper rifle, or the patrol team would have suffered a big loss today. As for the cultivators in Lusheng City who were used to using single-soldier machine guns, it would probably take a long time before they could be equipped with such a powerful weapon. After all, they couldn't even have a bow and arrow in their hands. On the empty riverbank in the mountains, the battle had become more and more intense. The Dream Crusher relied on their numbers and the long-range harassment of firearms to gradually suppress the Holy Dragon City cultivators. The situation was precarious. It was also in this dangerous situation that the archer in the patrol team seemed to be possessed by God. He played with a sniper rifle to perfection and killed the gunmen on the other side of the river one after another. The situation had suddenly changed, and the pressure on the patrol team had been reduced. "Good job, brother." The patrol leader was overjoyed when he heard the gunshots from the other side getting sparser. At the same time, he swung his sword at a Dream Crusher. He activated his cultivation skills at the same time, and the patrol leader's arm suddenly shot out several phantom snakes. They stared at their prey with cold eyes, as if they were choosing a person to eat. The skills of the cultivators in Lusheng were all strange, and they integrated and absorbed the essence of many invaded worlds. Although it was a mess, the lethality was not affected at all, and the strange and unpredictable effects made the enemy even more afraid. "Go to hell." As the patrol leader roared, the golden saber cut through the Dream Crusher's silver shield as if it was tofu. With the remaining force, he cut off the enemy's arm. At the same time as the saber cut through the enemy's broken arm, the strange snake attached to the patrol leader's arm turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the wound. The one-armed Dream Crusher looked horrified. His entire face immediately turned green and gray, making him look like a zombie. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Dream Crusher's head suddenly exploded. His body fell backward into the river and slowly floated away along the river. The phantom of the strange snake circled a few times and went straight to the patrol leader who was killing another enemy. It disappeared into his body in a flash and reappeared after a moment of dormancy, killing another seriously injured Dream Crusher. Owu! The patrol leader was fighting here and there, but a strange roar came from the side. A Holy Dragon City cultivator had finally successfully used a cultivator skill at the critical moment. As he let out a roar, his body suddenly grew to more than 3 meters tall. His slender body, which was covered with scales, also looked like a lizard, and his 4 pairs of vertical pupils shot out a cruel light. No matter how one looked at it, it was a pure monster. For some unknown reason, Lu Cheng's skills could be used 100% in the Dream World. This was also the reason why the Dream Crusher was often at a disadvantage in close combat. However, in the eyes of the Dream Crusher and the Transmigrators, this was unquestionable ironclad evidence that the invader's true body was an out-and-out demon. "Brothers, kill this demon." The leader of the Dream Crusher was nearby. After seeing this horrifying scene, he immediately shouted. Hearing this, the Dream Crusher who was involved in the attack roared and attacked the cultivator who had transformed with hatred. Hee, you reckless fellow. After the Lu Cheng cultivator refined the monster's blood essence, his strength was close to that of a Lord Realm cultivator, and his heart had become cold and cruel. He flicked his long tongue and laughed hideously. He immediately waved his claws, which were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, and cut the few dream chasers surrounding him in half at the waist like a lawnmower. Then, he roared and charged at the other enemies. All the enemies that he had his eyes on were eventually cut into pieces. Due to the sudden outbreak of their teammates and the absence of the harassment from the snipe, the remaining patrol members were all free to use their cultivator skills one after another, beating up the Dream Crusher until he was crying for his parents. In just a few minutes, the ambushing Dream Crusher had suffered heavy casualties. The riverbank was covered with broken corpses. Although there were casualties among the cultivators of Lu City, they became more and more courageous as they killed, each of them like a mad demon. Retreat! Their reinforcements are here! A cry of alarm suddenly came from the other side of the river, reminding the Dream Crusher who was fighting to retreat as soon as possible. Brothers, let's go! Hearing the warning from the other side of the river, the remaining Dream Crusher no longer hesitated and retreated to the other side of the river while fighting. Son of a bitch, you're already trying to slip away without even asking for my permission. However, the patrol team had also suffered heavy casualties. Only a few of the dozen members could fight, and the rest were either injured or dead. Although they were covered in blood and wounds, the patrol leader and the others were still full of fighting spirit. They held on tightly to their enemies and refused to let go. Unfortunately, the patrol captain alone was not enough to keep the remaining 20-odd enemies here. Just as the ambushing Dream Crusher was about to successfully retreat, a sudden roar came from the sky. Then, several Holy Dragon City cultivators with wings on their backs rushed in, followed by more than a dozen milky white unmanned patrol aircraft. Brother, leave these bastards to us. Kill them. With a burst of laughter, more than a dozen drones in the air opened fire at the same time. The dense barrage of bullets stirred up water columns. The retreating Dream Crusher collapsed in the river one after another, dyeing the clear river with a light red color. When the gunshots stopped, the Dream Crusher who had ambushed them had been completely annihilated. When the patrol leader and the others saw this, they all sat down and laughed silently on the river bank that was covered with corpses. 1280 The reinforcements from the original world 1 Zhengong City, in the forbidden area of the Dream Crusher. Under the protection of many cultivators of the city, hundreds of residents were busy around a metal building. As time passed, the strange metal building was finally assembled. Holy Dragon City's residents had their own duties. Just by looking at these people's clothes, one could tell that they were the technical staff of the city and did not participate in battles on a daily basis. Although they looked like scholars, it didn't mean that they were weak. If the enemy underestimated them, they would definitely die a miserable death. The technical staff of the Holy Dragon City was different from that of the original world. From the beginning of its establishment, Tang Zhen had been searching for elite personnel in all fields. Whether it was in the field of runes or forging, as long as one had a certain level of attainment, they could be recruited. Many cultivators who thought that they were talented in cultivation joined them, only to find that this profession seemed more suitable for them. Therefore, they simply stopped participating in conquests and buried themselves in research instead, creating many strange things. Even Ling Xuz, a king-level cultivator, didn't want to be left out. He enjoyed it. The travelers from the original world, the aboriginals from the Lusheng world, and the talents brought back from the other world eventually formed the current technical team of the Holy Dragon City. This time, the task of replicating Mother God's avatar was completed by their cooperation. With everyone's tireless work, they finally entered the final testing stage. As the activation command was issued, the clone of the Mother God, which was as tall as a 3-story building, started to move slowly. A huge pillar of light shot into the sky, suddenly piercing the space barrier of the dream world and connecting with the distant Holy Dragon City. Although the light pillar would expose its location and it was not easy to hide, it could transfer the items in a very short time. After being transformed by the power of law, the items from the Lusheng world could be used in the dream world. It sounded very simple, but without the origin energy of the dream world, everything would not be possible. City Lord, Mother God number 1 has been activated. Do you want to test it? Ling Shuzi looked at the equipment that was running well and smiled with satisfaction. Then, he turned to Tang Zhen and asked. That's for sure. Tang Zhen laughed and walked into the Mother God number 1 mission hall, which was made of metal, and selected the exchange function. A holographic projection enveloped Tang Zhen. It displayed all his points and the various items that he could exchange for. It was clear at a glance. If Tang Zhen had any questions, he could still ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him and get an answer. Unlike the dream chasers who could not leave the dream world, the points of the Holy Dragon City cultivators could be exchanged with the points of the Tower City, which ensured that the points could still be used after the war. Tang Zhen used his points to exchange for a gun. After fiddling with it for a while, he refined it to gold quality and gave it to a Holy Dragon City cultivator beside him. The testing work was very smooth, and the expected results were achieved. The Holy Dragon City cultivators' resentment towards the equipment could finally be appeased. However, due to the restrictions of the dream world, all weapons had to be refined before they could be used, especially those complicated weapons. Hence, it was impossible to use large-scale war weapons in a short period of time. This was the reason why most of the dream chasers used simple single-shot rifles. Their poor spiritual power could not support the refinement of complex weapons, let alone the endless consumption of ammunition waiting for them. Physical bullets that had not been tempered similarly did not have any killing effects. This was the greatest consumption. The few armed robots in the Holy Dragon City had once wasted a large amount of Tang Zhen's time and energy. He did not want to repeat this kind of boring work. With the end of the test, Mother God number 1 also officially began to operate. The Holy Dragon City cultivators who had been waiting for a long time immediately lined up to exchange, and then came out with their favorite equipment with happy faces. The next thing to do was to refine all the equipment and beat up the Dream Crusher on the battlefield. The first important task was completed, and the second task began to count down. After the Holy Dragon City's soul teleportation circle had been modified, it could use the smuggling channel opened by the Dream Notebook to teleport souls from the original world into the Dream world. Mother God number 1 would activate a special network to record the actions of the transmigrators from the original world and ensure that they would get the points they deserved. The original will of the Dream world was domineering. It directly brought the residents of a parallel world into the Dream world and made them the cannon fodder to resist the cultivators in the city. On the other hand, Tang Zhen used a relatively gentler method, choosing to use money to hire the residents of his original world to participate in the war. Even if death would cause a certain amount of mental damage, there would still be countless people in the original world who would be interested in it and would be eager to participate. In the original world, in a large city, a group of young people were gathered in a building, looking at the many teleportation cabins that were being upgraded with full attention, their faces full of anticipation. Haha, after waiting for so long, we finally have a chance to go to the battlefield. Just thinking about it makes me excited. A short-haired young man's face was red, and he was obviously in a state of excitement. I have to remind you that if you die in the dream world, you will suffer mental trauma, and it will take at least a month before you can re-enter. A woman sitting on the sofa curled her lips and reminded him. Tisk, it's not like I'm really dead, what's there to be afraid of? The short-haired young man said in a nonchalant tone with a trace of disdain on his face. Our guild has stayed in the Holy Dragon City before and has a certain amount of experience. This is why we have the opportunity to get priority in entering the dream world, so everyone must pay special attention to this. According to the information I've received, there are more than 10,000 civilian groups like us in the world, with a total of more than 200,000 people. Other than that, there are also groups from the military, battle teams organized by major financial groups, and a few casual players. Everyone's goal is basically the same, which is to accumulate as many war points as possible to exchange for the precious resources in the world of Lusheng. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that some people will use them to exchange for cash. That's why battle achievement points are very precious and cannot be easily wasted. All transactions must be approved by me. Do you understand? The one who spoke was a short-haired woman with a delicate face. Her words and actions seemed very capable. Don't worry, Captain. We'll all listen to you and not act rashly. The short-haired young man seemed to be very afraid of this woman and quickly said with a smile. It was the same for the other members in the room because the short-haired woman was far superior to them in both position and status, not to mention that they were employed by her. At this moment, the soul teleportation POD's upgrade was completed. Everyone couldn't wait to jump in. As the teleportation pod slowly closed, everyone fell into a deep sleep. In their days, they seemed to have entered a narrow and long passage. When they regained their consciousness, the travelers from their original world had already entered the dream world. 1281 The War Between the Transmigrators Part 1 Welcome to the Dream World. Please head to the Mission Plaza to exchange for resources. Hearing the cold female voice, Li Yong, who had just regained consciousness, suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he opened his mouth in shock. What appeared in front of him was a huge square surrounded by mountains. On the mountains, there were towering trees and exotic flowers and plants. It was like a painting of a different world. The square's area was dozens of hectares, but it was crowded with people of different skin colors. From time to time, transmigrators who had just arrived would appear out of thin air. Looking at the spectacular scene in front of him, Li Yong couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. He only came back to his senses when he was pushed by someone. "Hey brother, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and exchange for your equipment." An American youth who bumped into Li Yong apologized and immediately used a strange accent to speak the Asian Alliance language. He waved his hands and feet to remind Li Yong. "Oh, thank you, I'll go over now." Li Yong nodded in thanks and then followed the holographic road sign in the sky, struggling through the crowd to reach the mission square. This place was also filled with people. However, the transmigrators who went out were all carrying all kinds of equipment in their hands. Among them were all kinds of firearms that Li Yong had been looking forward to for a long time. His heart heated up, and he used an even faster speed to rush into the square. As soon as he arrived at the mission square, Li Yong saw a strange metal building surrounded by defensive towers. There were also drones patrolling in the sky. The Holy Dragon City cultivators with astonishing auras were fully armed and were sizing up the crowd with cold gazes, the killing intent all over their bodies almost tangible. Li Yang's eyes flashed with admiration and envy. The main reason why he entered the dream world was to hope that he could be like cultivator Lu Cheng, to have strong abilities and to fight in one strange world after another. As for whether the war was related to killing and plundering, Li Yong never cared. He was not like some people in his original world who enjoyed the benefits brought by the Tower World while protesting the barbarism and inhumanity of the Holy Dragon City. If they were not of their race, how could they be human? Moreover, if not for the existence of Holy Dragon City, the original world would have been invaded by other races and turned into ruins. From Li Yang's point of view, the entire original world should be grateful to the Holy Dragon City, and not bite back at them. Just as Li Yong was drooling over the Holy Dragon City's cultivator equipment, a notification rang in his mind. Please establish a mental link with Mother God number 1 to obtain the resources you need and improve your combat power as soon as possible. After hearing the notification, Li Yong did not hesitate and immediately communicated with Mother God number 1. Transmigrators from the original world would be given 500 points for free, which was enough to exchange for a simple set of equipment and supplies. If they wanted better things, they would have to obtain them through combat. As he was a newbie, Li Yong didn't have much choice. However, he still used his fastest speed to exchange for an old bolt rifle, a basic amount of ammunition, and a food purification card that could last for a week. After obtaining the exchanged equipment, Li Yong immediately found a quiet corner and refined his weapon according to the guide he had read before he transmigrated. There were many transmigrators like him around, and everyone was racing against time to enter the battlefield as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath, Li Yong stared at the old-fashioned rifle in his hand. His fine thread-like mental energy continuously seeped into it. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed and Li Yong had finally completed the initial tempering. The rifle had been tempered to the black iron level, which was at the bottom of the equipment level, but it had become a killing weapon. On top of that, Li Yong had also refined 50 bullets, a bayonet, and a military grenade. After stretching his stiff body, Li Yong looked around and realized that the other teams that had refined weapons with him had all left. They had obviously left the base camp after accepting a mission. This was the disadvantage of being alone. Without the help of a companion, many things were very difficult to do. Unlike other teams with organizations and backgrounds, Li Yong had obtained the right to enter the dream world because he had previously uploaded his physical test data to the Holy Dragon Corporation's talent database. There were many lucky people like him, but most of them had already joined major teams. There were very few true lone wolves. After tidying up his equipment, Li Yong followed the instructions and headed to another location. This was because most of the missions were issued there. On the specially cleared field, there were already a few teams gathered, probably in the scale of hundreds of people. Most of the transmigrators chose firearms as their weapons, and only a small number of them used swords and armor. Most of these people were experts in fighting, or were better at using cold weapons such as bows and arrows. After seeing Li Yong, who was looking around with a rifle on his back, someone took the initiative to come forward and greet him. "Brother, if you don't have a team, come with us. The mission is to wipe out the resistance forces in a city. The points are very high." How could Li Yong, who was here to find a mission, reject it? After agreeing, he was brought to a team not far away. With a little bit of identification, one could see that this team was made up of more than a dozen teams, and there were only 2 or 3 travelers like Li Yong who were alone. They sat together and chatted for a while. After that, they waited in boredom. It was only when the leader came over and told everyone to start moving that Li Yong found out that the 5 teams around them had received the same mission. They could move freely, and when they encountered an enemy they could not fight against, they could call for all kinds of support from the Holy Dragon City, but a certain amount of points would be deducted. Li Yong had already looked at the map and found that the target was about 30 kilometers away from them. As they didn't have any vehicles, they had to walk there. Before coming to the dream world, everyone had some understanding of the environment here, so no one complained. Due to the modifications of the original will, the vegetation in the entire dream world was extremely dense. While it provided cover for the dream crusher, it also caused great inconvenience to the transmigrators' movements. There was no need to elaborate on the process. After a difficult trekking, just when everyone felt that they could not hold on any longer, the leader finally ordered them to stop. Li Yong, who was walking with his head lowered, felt a chill in his heart. He subconsciously began to observe his surroundings. Judging from the distance they had walked, they should be close to the city where the dream crusher was. Just as he had guessed, the enemy's city was right in front of them. The leader of the team, who had a military background, asked everyone to hide as much as possible and not be discovered by the enemy too early. Although they had never experienced a real war and most of them had only received simple military training, the obedience of the transmigrators was quite good. After hearing the leader's request, they immediately moved forward slowly under the cover of the plants. After seeing this scene, the leader who was once a soldier nodded to himself, and the worry in his heart lessened. The reason why the Holy Dragon City did not mobilize the army from the original world was that many warriors' mental strength could not meet the standard. Even if they entered the dream world, they would not be able to temper their own weapons. Tang Zhen had no choice but to search the world for people with spiritual power and gather the first batch of special mercenaries. As for why he did not recruit hundreds of thousands of Holy Dragon City soldiers to join the war, there was actually another reason. 1282 The war between the transmigrators. 2 Under the cover of the dense vines, the appearance of the city was not much different from the mountains that had emerged overnight. It could only be distinguished when they were close. Li Yang's team used the cover of the trees to carefully approach the city. At this time, they could already see the moving figures in the city. The other teams would enter from other directions. This way, not only would they be less targeted, but it would also be easier for them to surround and annihilate the enemy. It was said that in addition to the teams formed by the transmigrators, the Holy Dragon City would also send a team of cultivators to participate in the battle to fight against the dream chasers in the city. However, Li Yong had not seen their figures since they set off. Perhaps they were hiding not far away, silently observing the transmigrators' actions, waiting for the best time to make a move. After carefully observing for a while, Li Yong saw a few sleepless with simple weapons standing guard at the edge of the city. Their mummified bodies kept shaking. In order to fight against the Holy Dragon City, the Dream Crusher began to rope in the sleepless. Under their threats and temptation, many sleepless joined the Dream Crusher's camp one after another. They were given simple weapons to serve as cannon fodder and were usually responsible for patrolling and guarding. Most of the sleepless who were unwilling to fight had fled into the endless forest. Since there were many more edible items and the monsters were scattered by the changing terrain, they should not be in danger as long as they were careful. After confirming that there were only a few sleepless at the edge of the city, Li Yang's heart relaxed slightly. With the weapons in the hands of the transmigrators, these sleepless guards were not worth mentioning at all. The real concern was the Dream Crusher hidden in the city. If they discovered anything unusual, the sneak attack would be declared a failure. The leader waved his hand and ordered everyone to hide carefully. Then, he led a few people and sneaked over, approaching under the cover of the plants. After a while, the group could no longer see the leader, but the sleepless sentries were still chatting. At this moment, a strong figure jumped out from the grass. First, he pressed the sleepless sentry's mouth with one hand, and at the same time, the dagger in the other hand had already pierced the back of his head. Sleepless trembled for a moment before collapsing to the ground. The others also moved at the same time, each pouncing on a sleepless sentry and finishing them off in a few moves. When Li Yong saw this scene from afar, he was filled with admiration. Being a special forces soldier was indeed different. No wonder he was hired by those transmigrators teams to be their leader. After easily taking care of the sentries, the group continued to move closer to the city, their hearts growing more and more nervous. Voila! A transmigrator accidentally stepped on a stone when he entered the city, making a loud noise. Hide. In fact, there was no need to remind them at all. Everyone had already slipped into the grass when the sound was made. After waiting for a while and seeing that there was no abnormality, they got up and continued to move forward. In order to avoid the obstacles in front of him, Li Yong carefully entered an upside-down building and prepared to pass through the inside to reach the opposite side. However, just as he entered the building, he heard a gunshot and a bullet flew past his neck. Li Yang's heart was already in his throat, and he felt his scalp tingle. He subconsciously raised his rifle, aimed at a figure in the corner, and pulled the trigger. After the crisp sound of the gunshot, the figure in the corner fell to the ground with a plop, and stopped breathing after a few twitches. After Li Yong fired his shot, the entire city was filled with gunshots. Countless figures emerged from the abandoned buildings and used various means to attack the travelers. Quick, return fire while hiding. Following the leader's roar, he raised his hand and hit the two enemies closest to them. Then, he hid behind a broken floor. The other transmigrators either sneaked into the grass or hid in the nearest abandoned building. They aimed at the groundhog-like enemies and began to fight back. Looking at the enemies who were already prepared, how could the transmigrators not guess that they had already fallen into a trap? Perhaps the sleepless sentinels just now had intentionally stayed there to die so that the transmigrators would be careless. In fact, if Li Yong had not met the hidden enemy by chance, the transmigrators might have directly entered the center of the ambush circle. If that happened, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Li Yong, who had accidentally stumbled upon the enemy's scheme, had yet to recover from his state of shock. You have killed an enemy and gained 100 points. The notification in his mind made Li Yang's heart relax slightly. He had confirmed that the enemy had been killed by him. Because of the world's origin, Mother God number 1 could monitor almost the entire dream world. When the transmigrators fought with the enemy, Mother God number 1 could lock onto them. When the enemy was killed, Mother God number 1 would promptly give a kill notification and reward notification. The principle of its operation seemed to be similar to that of the game, but it had nothing to do with Holy Dragon City. This was because the avatar of Mother God sent by the Principal Will was managing the Dream Chasers in this way. Holy Dragon City was just used after some slight modifications. Tang Zhen did not know why the Origin Intent had chosen this mode. Perhaps it had simply copied it because it felt convenient. Before the dream world was destroyed, it was once a parallel world with advanced technology. He believed that there would be no lack of entertainment products such as computer games. Li Yong, who didn't know the details, secretly liked it. Not only did this notification sound very familiar, but it could also allow transmigrators to obtain great convenience. At least, they wouldn't have to worry about the enemy feigning death and launching a sneak attack. His wildly beating heart finally calmed down. After taking a deep breath, he raised his gun and slowly approached the enemy's corpse. The person who tried to attack him was a young man. He covered his face with a piece of black cloth and held a weapon that looked like a pistol in his hand. He picked up the weapon and put it on his belt. Li Yong searched for a while more. After confirming that there were no more spoils of war, he carefully climbed to the window and carefully observed the battle situation outside. Due to the unique structure of the city, there were holes everywhere that could hide people. Now that it was covered by the lush vegetation, if the enemy was careful, they would not be able to find the exact hiding place. This was also one of the reasons why Tang Zhen had a headache back then. As long as he could make reasonable use of the special terrain of the stacked cities, the Dream Crusher could completely drag on with the Holy Dragon City for a long time. After carefully observing for a while, Li Yong slowly pushed the gun out and aimed at the ruins of a 5-story building about 80 meters away from him. There were 2 enemies hiding there, but they were hidden very well. Li Yong was able to determine their positions through the flames from the muzzle. It was obvious that the other party was the same as him, using a low-quality black iron weapon. Otherwise, he would not have revealed his hiding place so easily. After locking onto the position of one of the enemies, Li Yong began to patiently wait for the other party to fire again to determine if the enemy was moving. After waiting for about a minute or so, the position he had locked onto finally flashed. Obviously, the enemy was still in the same place. Without any hesitation, Li Yong pulled the trigger and fired 2 shots in a row before quickly moving away. At this moment, a notification rang in his mind again. The enemy had been successfully killed, and he had once again obtained 100 points. Li Yong thought to himself that he was lucky. He didn't think that he would actually be able to kill the enemy. His luck was really good. He leaned against the wall for a while and was about to observe the enemy's situation through the broken part of the building when he heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Li Yang's heart suddenly tightened. He raised his gun and aimed in the direction of the sound. As soon as the situation went wrong, he would immediately shoot. Don't be nervous, we're on the same side. Upon hearing the familiar language, Li Yong heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he saw 3 transmigrators walk in. One of them had even chatted with Li Yong for a while. They were in a sorry state at the moment. One of them had injured his arm and had been simply bandaged. Ayo, fuck, I almost got hit by a stray bullet just now. I'm still so scared that my heart is still racing. A short-haired young man cursed. At the same time, he sized up the corpse in the corner and gave Li Yong a thumbs up. Brother's luck is not bad, you opened so quickly. Li Yong scratched his head and smiled. I was just lucky. If this guy didn't miss, I might have already returned to the city. The few of them observed the situation outside, chatting and laughing from time to time, which diluted the tense atmosphere on the battlefield. At this moment, a sharp whistle sounded, causing Li Yong and the others' expressions to change. After hesitating for a moment, they carefully crawled out. 1283 The War Between the Transmigrators Part 2 You guys, stop dawdling and quickly follow the team. As soon as Li Yong and the others showed their heads, they heard someone call out to them, signaling them to advance toward the center of the city. The sounds of gunfire around them became more and more intense, like firecrackers. It was obvious that the other 4 teams had also launched their attacks. The enemies in the city were suppressed. They did not dare to show their faces under the concentrated muzzles. In this battle, more than 2,000 transmigrators had joined the battle. They had surrounded the city, which was the size of 20 football fields, and were cleaning it up step by step. The hidden Dream Crusher had already appeared. There were a total of 15 of them, and they were being held back by the Holy Dragon City cultivators who had been secretly following them. Both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. Figures shuttled back and forth like the wind. Gorgeous skills flashed one after another, and sand and stones flew everywhere they passed. From time to time, broken corpses of the Dream Crusher would fly out, or the Holy Dragon City cultivators would turn into white light and disappear. It looked extremely intense. This kind of high-level battle had nothing to do with the transmigrators. Their main task was to deal with the transmigrators from the local factions, as well as the armed sleepless. They had to jump up and down in the rugged city and fight enemies that would suddenly appear from time to time. The transmigrators were nervous, and in the process of clearing the enemies, their own casualties were constantly increasing. The main theme of war was always death and slaughter. Life was even more fragile. Li Yong didn't feel much about this in the past, but he had a deep understanding of it now. Looking at the comrades that he had just gotten familiar with falling in a pool of blood, Li Yang's nerves were already stretched to the limit. Even though he knew that this was not a real death, he still felt extremely nervous. I can't die, I definitely can't die. Li Yang's eyes were bloodshot as he kept repeating the same sentence. His movements became more agile and his perception started to improve. He seemed to be able to sense any movement in his surroundings. This was a sign that his mentality was rapidly increasing. However, Li Yong, who was in the middle of the battle, didn't notice it at all. The only thought in his mind right now was that he absolutely couldn't die. Li Yong was just an ordinary person, and he had to work hard every day to make a living. Before entering the dream world, his family was seriously ill and was in urgent need of a large sum of money for treatment. Just as he was worried and could not sleep, he suddenly received a call from the Holy Dragon Corporation, asking if he was willing to accept a precious qualification to enter the dream world and participate in the battle. Li Yong, who received the call, was baffled. He wasn't a soldier at all, so why was he needed for such a war? However, when he heard that battle points could be exchanged for cash, and the exchange rate was extremely high, Li Yang's eyes lit up. He seemed to have found a way to solve his current predicament. According to the website provided by the staff, Li Yong finally had a preliminary understanding of this matter. Then, he couldn't wait to sign up and participate, hoping to earn enough points to treat his family. While waiting for the free soul transfer cabin, Li Yong had carefully studied all the information about the dream world. He knew that if one died on the battlefield, they would need at least a month to recover from their mental trauma. His family was in urgent need of money for treatment, and Li Yong could not wait that long. This was the real reason why he was afraid of death. The battle was still going on, but the sound of gunfire had gradually died down. Most of the enemies had been annihilated, and only a small number of enemies were still hiding in the corners, putting up a desperate resistance. There were also some enemies who saw that they had no hope of winning, so they simply hid in hidden corners and never came out again, so as to avoid being killed by the bloodthirsty transmigrators. By the time the 5 parties finally met at the center of the city, the siege battle was basically over. All that was left was to clean up. Fortunately, the weapons and equipment of both sides were very simple, or else they would not have won this battle so easily. The exhausted transmigrators rested for a moment and began to clean up the battlefield carefully. At the same time, they had to guard the place for a while to prevent the Dream Crusher from occupying the place again. After the battle ended, Li Yang's team all retreated back to the Holy Dragon City base and waited for the next battle mission. Time passed, and a month had passed. The Holy Dragon City's base camp was currently overcrowded. The number of transmigrators had exceeded 2 million, and the number was still increasing. After passing through the crowd, Li Yong came to the mission square where Mother God number 1 was located. He wanted to see how many points he had obtained. Compared to the crude equipment he had at the start, Li Yong had changed. He was now fully equipped with combat equipment and had an additional unique aura. Mother God number 1, I'd like to see how many points I have. As soon as Li Yang's voice fell, his kill record appeared on the holographic screen in front of him. It was all his battle results in the past month, and his total points had reached more than 3,000. Looking at the total number of points displayed, Li Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. Then, he applied to return temporarily. Request approved. Please return to the battlefield as soon as possible. As soon as Mother God number 1's voice fell, Li Yong saw his body rapidly dissipate. Then, his mind went blank. When he woke up, he found that he had returned to his original world. The moment his consciousness returned, the soul transfer cabin opened automatically, and Li Yong sat up slowly from inside. Although he had been in the soul transfer cabin for a month, Li Yang's bodily functions were not affected at all. This was all thanks to the Holy Dragon Corporation. They had widely applied the technology that they had deciphered, making life more convenient for the humans in the original world. Using his mobile phone to log into the Holy Dragon City's official website, Li Yong was prepared to exchange his points for cash. His family's illness could not be delayed any longer. However, before Li Yong could enter his account password, he was interrupted by an unfamiliar phone call. Hello, is this Mr. Li Yong? I am, and you are. Here's the thing, I know that your family needs a sum of money to treat their illness. I can lend you a sum of money, enough for you to buy a bottle of special medicine produced by the Holy Dragon Corporation. After taking it, it can completely cure your family's illness. Li Yong was silent for a few seconds before he asked in a deep voice, it seems that you've been paying attention to me for a long time. Tell me, what do you want? This was a matter of great importance, so Li Yong had to be careful. Don't worry. I only hope to purchase your battle points and sell them to me in the future. I'll definitely offer you a high price. The other party's request wasn't too much, so Li Yong had no reason to reject it. After some consideration, he agreed. After about half an hour, a car stopped in front of Li Yang's house. Then, 2 men in suits walked into his house. The transaction process was very simple. Both parties transferred the money in person and signed an agreement. Then, the 2 men left in a hurry. Li Yong also knew the other party's identity. It turned out to be a very famous team of transmigrators. They were currently throwing money everywhere to buy points, and were obviously preparing to make a big move in the dream world. The other party's act of throwing money at them was not stupid. After all, there was only profit with investment. As long as they accumulated enough points, they could exchange them for more generous returns from the Holy Dragon Corporation. This business was a sure win. Although he was shocked by the courage and financial resources of these teams, Li Yong knew that this had nothing to do with him. What he needed to do was to grasp this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and earn a large number of points so that his family could live a good life. During the 3-day break, Li Yong spent a lot of money to buy a bottle of medicine sold by the Holy Dragon Corporation and took it on the spot to see its effects. After confirming that his family's condition was under effective control and was gradually getting better, Li Yong was finally at ease. He couldn't wait to return to the dream world. 1284 Contracting the War 1. After a period of preparation, Holy Dragon City had completely solved all their problems and finally decided to attack the second main city of the Dream Crusher camp. The Holy Dragon City's forces were already strong and powerful. Tens of thousands of cultivators in the Tower World and more than 2 million travelers could definitely form a terrifying army. If they were in the Tower World, even a national-level tower could trap them to death. However, according to the intelligence, the Dream Crusher camp seemed to be more active. Not only did they have hundreds of thousands of cultivators, but they also had the same number of transmigrators and a large number of armed sleepless. In terms of numbers, the Holy Dragon City was still at a disadvantage. Although Tang Zhen was unwilling to accept this, he was helpless. He did not have the ability to control an unknown parallel world and bring all the residents of an entire city into the dream world. At first, he had some doubts in his heart as he could not understand why the dream world's origin energy was so powerful. Now, he had some reliable guesses. Perhaps the original will of the dream world controlled more than one world, which explained the origin of the enemy transmigrators. This was not a good thing for the worlds that were controlled by the original will. Once the original will was awakened, the order of the entire world would be in complete chaos. Anything strange could happen. If the principal will was angered, it might wipe out all the intelligent life in the world and then breed new intelligent races. In short, the world controlled by the original mind was its playground, and it could play with it however it wanted. Fortunately, the dream world was different from the real world. It had to operate according to certain rules, otherwise, the whole world would collapse. The original mind was still hoping to use the dream world as a protective wall to resist enemies like Liu Cheng. Therefore, it would not destroy it to prevent the enemy from entering the real world. Tang Zhen was not confident. He did not know what other tricks the original will would play. Even if the rules of the dream world could not be easily changed, it could still make some changes in the real world. No matter what situation he encountered, Tang Zhen had already made preparations. He would definitely fight to the death with the origin intent. Tang Zhen withdrew his scattered thoughts and looked at the information in his hand. A trace of surprise was revealed on his face. What's going on? There's actually a transmigrator asking for an increase in the number of missions, and he even wants to take up the mission to attack the main city. After hearing Tang Zhen's question, the Holy Dragon City cultivators who were participating in the meeting smiled at the same time. Very quickly, someone gave an explanation. My lord, you may not know this, but after this period of battle accumulation, as well as the acquisition and operation, many parties have accumulated a large number of points. Then, they exchange for heavy weapons and equipment through Mother God No. 1. It's even more so for the top-ranked teams. The weapons and equipment they have aren't much worse than ours, so they can definitely hold their own. It's reasonable for them to try to apply for a siege mission. Tang Zhen nodded and smiled. Since they have this confidence, of course I won't stop them. To be honest, I'll be happy if they can take down all 7 main cities. Tang Zhen was speaking the truth. Compared to the reward resources that he could exchange points for, the mental trauma of the Holy Dragon City's low-level cultivators was the most troublesome. Not only did they need a large amount of medicine to recuperate, but it would also have a certain impact on their future advancement to Lord. The transmigrators from the original world did not need to cultivate and could slowly recover with the passage of time. It would not have any impact on their lives at all. Therefore, Tang Zhen hoped that they would complete the attack on the remaining 7 main cities. Even if he had to pay a certain material price, Tang Zhen was also willing. After carefully thinking for a moment, Tang Zhen made a decision in his heart. He said to the resident in charge of managing the transmigrators, arrange for people to screen out all the work that transmigrators can participate in, and then let Mother God No. 1 issue it in the form of missions. If they really have the confidence to take down the Dream Crusher's main city, I'm willing to contract it all to them. This way, it will be much easier for us. We only need to follow behind and wait for the transmigrators to receive them. It won't be too late for us to act when the transmigrators really can't handle them. All the cultivators laughed out loud when they heard Tang Zhen's words. Since the city lord had already spoken, they were naturally happy to be free. It didn't take long for the transmigrators to discover that the number of missions issued by Mother God Number 1 had increased to a dazzling extent. Even the mission to attack the Dream Crusher's main city was among them. As soon as the news spread, it immediately alarmed all the transmigrators. Have you heard? Mother God Number 1 has refreshed the mission list and included all 7 major cities in it. The reward points are shockingly high. So what if we know? That's the most difficult S-rank mission. Do you think we can handle it? You should just go somewhere cool. I don't like what you're saying. It's impossible for any of us to take down a main city, but we can work together. It's not like we've never done this before. How can those cities be compared to the main cities? I've heard that there are nearly 100,000 dream shatterers in each main city. If we include the transmigrators and the sleepless, there are at least 700,000 to 800,000 people in total. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. What's 7 or 800,000? The total number of people in our Holy Dragon City is more than 2 million. Do you think we'll be afraid of these natives? While the ordinary transmigrators were having a heated discussion, the powerful transmigrators, guilds were overjoyed. They immediately started snatching missions that were suitable for their guilds. They even began to communicate and negotiate with each other in an attempt to obtain an S-rank mission. This matter was originally caused by the application of the transmigrators' team. Now that the Holy Dragon City had given them a chance, they would naturally not hesitate. These teams had people and money, and their strength was even stronger when they were gathered together. In just 2 days, they had formed a super army with more than 1 million people. Other than these main battle groups, there were also quite a number of teams with less than 10,000 members participating in the battle. They made their way straight to their destination in a grandiose manner. Tang Zhen and the others protected Mother God Number 1 and slowly followed behind the large group, looking very comfortable. Naturally, such a large formation could not escape the detection of the Dream Crusher. At the same time as the Holy Dragon City's army moved out, the Earth Palace City had also begun to move. On one hand, they sent troops to stop them, while on the other hand, they asked for help from other main cities. The entire city was so heavily guarded that not even a drop of water could pass through. Even if the original will had modified the terrain to make it extremely difficult for an army to march, it still could not stop the Holy Dragon City army from advancing. As for the enemies who tried to intercept them along the way, they were all wiped out as if they were dry weeds and rotten wood. 1285 The merciless flames of war won. Just as the Holy Dragon City's army was charging over, the second main city of the Holy Dragon City, the Earth Palace City, was filled with an oppressive aura. Although the transmigrators and the Dream Crusher were in the same camp, they did not have a good relationship and rarely communicated with each other. In the eyes of the transmigrators, the Dream Crusher was the lackey of the Mother God. When cursing the inexplicable Mother God, they naturally had to bring the Dream Crusher along. Compared to the travelers from the original world who could come and go as they pleased, the travelers from other worlds who were brought here by the principal will were actually very pitiful. They were all involuntary. Even if they had 5 chances of rebirth, they still could not bring much security. Most of the transmigrators were forced to participate in the war. If they did not defeat Holy Dragon City, they would not be able to leave the dream world and would not be able to get enough food, so they had no other choice. Travelers were coming in and out of the ruined buildings covered by plants in the piled-up city. They had to make preparations as soon as possible when they saw that a war was coming. After moving the pile of food into the slanted house, young Joseph took out a food purification card and waved it. Then he called his family over for dinner. In the beginning, he was very curious about this way of obtaining food, but as he died again and again, he had long lost the mood to explore the specific principles. There were 7 people in Joseph's family, but only 3 of them were at home. His younger brother, sister, and father were all on a mission and wouldn't be back in a short time. His mother and grandmother put down their work and walked over with worried expressions. Although the food Joseph brought back was delicious, the 2 of them clearly didn't have much of an appetite. "Joseph, have you received any news from the front line? How are your father and the rest?" His mother put down the food in her hands and asked Joseph, a hint of anticipation in her red and swollen eyes. Hearing this, Grandma also looked at Joseph. It was obvious that she was also very concerned about this. I've heard that Ying heard that the demon army is getting closer and closer to us. The troops in charge of blocking the front may not be able to stop them. When Joseph spoke, his tone was stammering, and his eyes were a little unfocused. Seeing her son's expression, the mother seemed to understand something. She sighed softly and said, I think it won't be long before your father and the others return. This is already the third time they've died in battle, hee. His mother didn't finish her words either, but Joseph knew what she meant. If they died 2 more times, they would be completely dead. Don't worry, although the demon army is powerful, we're not weak either. If we can't defeat them, we should be able to retreat safely, said the leader. Before he could finish his words, he heard a series of heavy footsteps. A few tired figures entered the dilapidated house. Father, Zhen, looking at the sudden appearance of his family, Joseph didn't feel happy at all. Instead, his mood became even heavier. Our attack has failed, and we have suffered heavy casualties. It won't take long for the demon army to arrive here. I wonder if the Dream Crusher can stop their attack. His father sighed and slowly sat down next to Joseph. There was a trace of worry on his face. It was obvious that he did not have a good impression of the Dream Crusher. He glanced at his younger brother and sister, but he didn't see a smile on their faces. They were sitting in the corner, looking ahead with blank eyes. Their lives were originally peaceful and plain. Although there was no lack of joy, anger, and sorrow, at the very least, there was no danger to their lives. However, after they were brought into the dream world by the damned diva, it was as if they had fallen into a nightmare that they could not wake up from. Not only were they forced to participate in the war, but they were also constantly facing the threat of death. Countless transmigrators were in despair because of this. However, in the face of the powerful Dream Crusher and the need to survive, they could only choose to compromise in the end. They had to face the cruel war and suffer the fear of death again and again. There were also many transmigrators who couldn't withstand this pressure and had become crazy, even on the verge of collapse. Even the original mind could not stop this kind of collapse. If it really came to this, the final outcome of the transmigrators could only be their souls being destroyed. None of the transmigrators would pity the unlucky ones because they were not in a better situation. If the city under their feet was occupied by demons and Mother God's clone was destroyed, they would completely lose the chance to be reborn. In order to survive, the transmigrators had to win this life and death war. The whole family gathered together and had a reunion dinner in silence. After that, Joseph left the house with his father and sister-in-law. Out of the 7 people in the family, 5 of them were going to step onto the brutal battlefield. Joseph's mother and grandmother stood at the door, silently watching their relatives leave. Tears were already rolling down their faces. In this city, there was more than one such sad scene. The old and the weak who could not participate in the war could only use this method to send off their loved ones, hoping to welcome the good news of victory soon. The final battle was about to begin, and the inside of the city was filled with tension. Teams of fully armed Dream Shatterers took over the patrol mission, guarding the restricted area like an iron wall. Outside the restricted zone, there was a defensive line formed by transmigrators, protecting the restricted zone in a circle. Heavy machine guns and mortars could be seen everywhere, all of them shining with a golden light and looking extremely conspicuous. Over 300,000 transmigrators were stationed here, regardless of gender, waiting for the arrival of the final battle. The sleepless who had joined the Dream Crusher camp were also armed. They held simple swords and guarded the periphery of the piled city. They would be the first to face the Holy Dragon City Army's attack. At the same time, information about the Holy Dragon City's army was continuously being sent to the command center of the second main city. The Dream Chasers and Transmigrators in charge of commanding the battle had grave expressions. According to our intelligence, the demon army has at least 1 million people. Their weapons and equipment are far better than ours, and the quality of their combatants is only better. This can be seen from the previous few battles. A leader of the Transmigrators said in a serious tone. When he saw everyone looking at him, he continued, according to the latest intelligence, the demon army is not only going to attack Kun Palace City this time, but they're also moving their base here. Their Mother God #1 control platform is also among them. I have an idea. Can we send our elites to attack Mother God #1? As long as we destroy Mother God #1, the demon army will be completely paralyzed and will no longer pose a threat to us. At this point, the leader of the transmigrators looked at a well-built man, who was the city lord of City No. 2. You may not know the strength of the demon invaders, but they have many more experts than us. When they work together, they can even control and destroy Mother God's clone. The so-called Mother God number 1 of the demonic invaders is actually the clone of Mother God in Zhengong City. However, it was modified by them using evil means to deal with us. The Castellan then turned to the transmigrator leader and said in a serious tone, although the total number of fiend cultivators is only tens of thousands, it's not something we can fight against. Now that they're all guarding Mother God number 1 and can't participate in the siege, this is actually the best result. So as long as they don't make a move, we can't take the initiative to provoke them. Hearing the Kun Palace City Lord's words, the transmigrator leader could only reveal a helpless and bitter smile. Although he knew that the other party was not lying, the Holy Dragon City cultivators aside, the transmigrator army alone was not an opponent they could resist. Not to mention the enemy's advantage in numbers, according to the intelligence, the transmigrators not only had basic weapons such as machine guns, but they also had light tanks and armed robots, as well as a large number of drones for reconnaissance combat, all of which had reached silver level. Who knew how they had been tempered? In fact, from this, one could see the difference between travelers from the original world and travelers from other worlds. Compared to the original will, every traveler from the original world had been selected and had high mental strength, which was why they were far ahead in weapon tempering. If they destroyed Mother God number 1, the Kun Palace City might still have a chance of survival. However, if they gave up on this sneak attack plan, the Kun Palace City would definitely be defeated. 1286 Artillery. Fire covering the sky. The Holy Dragon City's route was easy to identify because the pillar of light triggered by Mother God number 1 pierced the sky and could not be seen from a very far distance. Therefore, when the light pillar appeared on the horizon, the Dream Shatterers knew that the time for the final battle had come. Boom! Without any warning, a dense barrage of cannonballs was fired from the Holy Dragon City's position, dragging a golden light behind them. The cannonballs enveloped a defensive line set up by the transmigrators. The transmigrators, who did not have much war experience, could not dodge in time and were sent flying into the sky. Broken flesh and broken limbs fell like rain, but they were covered by the flying dust. In the dream world, the golden weapons' destructive power was terrifying. A refined golden cannonball was enough to blow up a 5-story building, and the impact of the explosion could cover a range of 500 meters. If the cannonballs were fired by the tempered golden cannons, the range of the cannonballs would be further, more accurate, and the penetrating power would be stronger. This also meant that all the transmigrators who were within the killing range were either dead or injured. Even if they were lucky enough to avoid direct damage, they would still lose the ability to continue fighting and could collapse at any time. The most terrifying thing was that the bombardment seemed to be endless. It spread from the edge of the city to the center of the city, and the seemingly indestructible defense line was covered by artillery fire one after another. Seeing the raindrops of golden light flying over their heads, the higher-ups of the Dream Crusher camp looked as if they had swallowed a dead mouse. Their faces were extremely ugly. Damn it, could it be that their spiritual power is inexhaustible? Otherwise, how could they have refined so many golden cannonballs? One of the Dream Crusher's higher-ups stood on the outer wall of the restricted area and shouted in exasperation, "The mental strength of the demon warriors is very high. In addition, there are more than 1 million of them. As long as they don't mind working day and night, it's not surprising that they can make these golden cannonballs." The leader of the transmigrators said in a calm tone, "HMPH, you still have the nerve to say that? As fellow transmigrators, why is it that he can do it, but you can't?" The senior Dream Crusher who had shouted earlier immediately looked disdainful. He glanced at the transmigrator leader coldly and continued, "Now that the war has begun, you still plan to preserve your strength. Why don't you line up everyone to fight?" Hearing the other party's question, the transmigrator leader frowned and said in a slightly angry tone, "They're all old, weak, women, and children. They can't even hold a gun. How do you expect them to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy? Can't lift a spear. All right, then everyone will fire a bomb. As long as they see a demon invader, they will rush up and detonate it. This can be done, right?" The higher up of the Dream Crusher sneered and said in a gloomy and vicious tone, "You're so silly." The leader of the transmigrators felt as if his lungs were about to explode. At this moment, he finally knew the status of him and his companions in the eyes of the Dream Crusher. At first, he thought that Sleepless was just cannon fodder, but now it seemed that the situation of the transmigrators might not be any better. All right, stop quarreling. We must work together to find a way to resist the evil demon invasion. The Earth Palace's city lord tried to dissuade him, then turned to the leader of the transmigrators and said, "What he said just now actually makes sense. Once Mother God's avatar is destroyed by the evil demons, you transmigrators will also be doomed eternally. It's better to mobilize all of you and do your best to cause damage to the evil demons. I've already prepared a batch of bombs, you can distribute them later. This is a matter of life and death, don't let your emotions affect your decisions." The leader of the transmigrators nodded his head with difficulty and walked out silently. Looking at the lonely back of the leader of the transmigrators, the higher-ups of the Dream Crusher, who had previously argued with him, sneered, "He's still trying to play tricks. He doesn't let the elderly and children have weapons because he's hoping that the demonic invaders will let them go. In my opinion, these transmigrators are the same as the sleepless, they can only be used as cannon fodder. We can't give them any important positions, and we can't give them any face." The eyes of the Earth Palace's city lord also flashed with a cold light as he said in a calm tone, "The defensive line that the transmigrators are in charge of must be closely watched. If necessary, increase the number of people in the supervision team. In addition, send someone to secretly keep an eye on that guy to prevent him from doing anything behind his back. The current situation is special, so we have to be on guard. Don't worry, City Lord. Leave this matter to me. If that guy dares to be dishonest, I'll kill him until he can't be reborn." With a smug laugh, the Dream Crusher's higher-up who was arguing with the leader of the transmigrators walked away with an eager expression. Seeing this, the Dream Crusher at the side revealed a thoughtful expression. Obviously, the City Lord was already dissatisfied with the leader of the transmigrators. He reckoned that the guy was going to be in trouble soon. But so what? He was just the leader of a group of cannon fodders. If this one was disobedient, then he would just change to another one. The intense bombardment did not stop. From the looks of it, Holy Dragon City would not launch an attack until they had finished firing their cannonballs. This was also one of the plans formulated by the transmigrators. They would use their superior firepower to saturate the attack, and the goal was to set up the defense lines along the attack route. Even if the terrain of the city was special, the enemy could effectively avoid the bombardment, but the defense line could not move, and it was bound to be destroyed. Coupled with the positioning of the drones, the accuracy of the bombardment was extremely high. Under the bombardment, more than half of the defensive fortresses along the way were destroyed. Such a skilled performance was not something an ordinary transmigrator could do. It was completed by a cannon expert sent by the military of the original world. He was definitely a real professional. The Holy Dragon City's army's advance route had been cleared, which made the transmigrators extremely excited. This way, the number of casualties would be greatly reduced. The cannoneers were also very excited. The dream world was not much different from the real world. Such a realistic battle scene was hard to come by even in 100 years. No wonder the cannoneers were so excited that their faces were red. Hitting a target was completely different from hitting an enemy. The latter made one's blood boil. Although he was as tired as a dog when he first tempered the cannons, as long as he could happily fire the cannons during the war, everything was worth it. In addition to the artillerymen from the military, the partners from the original world had also sent tens of thousands of elites to participate in the battle. The goal was to accumulate enough actual combat experience and earn some points at the same time to exchange for rare resources from the Holy Dragon City. Among these combatants, there were veterans who had explored the wilderness, and there were also rookies who had been selected. They were now ready and waiting for the signal to launch the general attack. In addition to these real soldiers, there were also armies made up of ordinary transmigrators. They looked at the Kun Palace city, which was covered in artillery fire and smoke, and their eyes were full of fighting spirit. Since the start of the war, the death toll of the transmigrators from the original world had exceeded 500,000, but this still could not stop the enthusiasm of the transmigrators. Most of them returned after recuperating, and new transmigrators joined in an endless stream. The Holy Dragon Corporation had opened a door for the people of the original world, allowing them the opportunity to descend into the other world and participate in the soul-stirring wars. Even if they played the role of intruders, no transmigrators questioned them. As long as it was beneficial to the original world and allowed mankind to take a greater step forward, everything else didn't matter. 1287 Purple Equipment. 1. When the last round of cannon fire began, the Holy Dragon City army also launched their attack. As deafening shouts rang out, the millions of soldiers swarmed towards the Kun Palace city like ants, and the sound of concentrated gunfire rang out through the clouds. Sleepless, who had dodged the artillery fire, climbed out of the ruins. He aimed his bow and old rifle at the Holy Dragon army. His body trembled as he tried to stop them, not caring if he could hit his target. Sleepless knew that there were simply too many enemies in front of them. They could hit them even if they closed their eyes. The situation was indeed as such. Sleepless's attacks basically all landed on the transmigrator's body, but the damage was not obvious. Based on the Dream Crusher's personality, there was no way he would hand over the gold weapons to the Sleepless in case they ran away with them. Therefore, the Sleepless mostly used black iron weapons, which naturally reduced their combat power. Some of the Sleepless even used unrefined weapons, which were like tickles to them. Under such circumstances, no matter how many Sleepless there were, they were unable to stop the Holy Dragon City's army that was like a wave of destruction. They could only be swallowed up with expressions of despair and unwillingness. The first line of defense set up by the Sleepless did not even cause a ripple. It completely collapsed under the attack of the Holy Dragon army. Almost all the Sleepless who tried to resist were killed. The high-spirited travelers let out excited roars and rushed into the ruins of the city without hesitation, pushing toward the center. After a period of baptism by the flames of war, and even after the unfortunate death in battle, these transmigrators had grown rapidly. They knew how to protect themselves on the battlefield and how to effectively kill the enemy. Unfortunately, the momentum of the transmigrators' charge did not last long. In the broken defense line that had just been cleared by the artillery, snakes of fire shot out from the broken buildings. It was obvious that the enemy had launched an attack. On the chaotic battlefield, there would always be people who were unable to detect danger in time due to nervousness and carelessness. Therefore, when the transmigrators from the other world launched their attacks, many transmigrators from the original world were shot and fell to the ground covered in blood. There were even many transmigrators who turned into white light and were transported out of the dream world. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and knock them off. Fuck you. With the momentum of their charge being obstructed, the various regiment commanders cursed out and gave out orders, firing their rockets at the enemy. In the continuous roar, the enemies who were shooting stopped firing one after another, and the large group of people took the opportunity to rush up again, clean it up carefully to prevent enemies from sneaking a shot from behind. After giving out orders to their team members, the regiment commanders of the battle groups raised their arms and continued to advance towards the next line of defense. In the course of the battle, the figures of the dream chasers could be seen from time to time. Most of them were using cold weapons for the first time. They rushed into the camp of the Holy Dragon City army at lightning speed to kill. However, the transmigrators today had been reborn. Not only did many of them possess strength that was not inferior to the Dream Crusher, but their weapons could also cause great damage to the Dream Crusher. Before the Dream Crusher could even get close to the transmigrators, they were already turned into sieves by the dense firepower. This was also one of the reasons why Tang Zhen dared to contract the task of attacking the city to the transmigrators. As time passed, the combat power of the transmigrators had become stronger and stronger. The Dream Crusher, who was invincible in the past, had become a hunting target for the transmigrators. The lowest level of Dream Crusher was worth 500 points, and the points would increase as one's level increased. If one was lucky enough to kill a high-level Dream Crusher, they would definitely make a lot of money. At this moment, Li Yong was participating in the battle with a team. The old rifle he used the earliest had been sold to the newbie. Now, he was using a rifle with a scope. He was aiming at a Dream Crusher and firing continuously. This strong Dream Crusher had already been injured by the previous bombardment and looked very miserable. At this moment, under the attacks of Li Yong and the others, he was constantly jumping and dodging. His eyes were full of anger. To the Dream Crusher, the transmigrators from the original world were the most hateful. These guys were cunning and persistent. He had experienced it more than once when he was defending a city. Now that he was being targeted by these clowns, he would be hit if he was not careful. This made him feel extremely aggrieved. Seeing that more and more transmigrators were rushing up, the Dream Crusher knew that it was impossible to stop the enemy's attack. He had a new idea of retreating and dodging. He was ready to use the ruins, tunnels that extended in all directions to attack the enemy. However, the moment he turned around, a bullet with a purple glow flew over and locked onto the Dream Crusher's head. The fact that the shooter dared to aim at the head while moving at such a high speed showed that he was very confident. The purple bullet had an extraordinary origin, and its level had completely surpassed the gold weapon. Sensing the fatal danger, the Dream Crusher turned pale with fright. Especially when he saw the purple light, he was scared out of his wits and tried to dodge with all his might. A strange scene happened. The purple bullet suddenly accelerated and, under the frightened eyes of the Dream Crusher, it entered the area between his eyebrows like lightning. Bang! The Dream Crusher's head exploded like a rotten watermelon. Then, a purple light flashed and returned to the back of the group, but the light was much weaker. Li Yong and the rest looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They all looked behind them and saw a man in standard battle armor appear in front of them with a smile. The bullet that glowed with purple light was floating in his hand. Who is this person? Which team is he from? Is there something wrong with your eyes? Didn't you see the badge on his armor? That's the symbol of a Holy Dragon City cultivator. Holy Dragon City cultivators. I thought they weren't going to participate in the battle. Why are they here again? And what's with that purple bullet? Damn, are you a rookie? Why are you asking so many stupid questions? Hee, Big Brother's eyes are sharp. This little brother has just descended a few days ago, please take care of me. I told you, there's no hurry. I'll tell you slowly after the battle is over. Li Yong did not pay attention to the conversation of the transmigrators beside him. Instead, he stared at the purple bullet in the hands of the Holy Dragon City cultivator, full of envy and desire. He had heard about the origin of this purple bullet and knew how expensive it was. It was said that each bullet cost 5,000 points and could kill a Lord-tier Dream Crusher. After shooting, one could control the acceleration and recovery with one's mind. It was definitely the top-tier bullet in the eyes of shooters. The most annoying thing was that Mother God number 1 could not be exchanged. Only a very small number of Holy Dragon City cultivators had it in stock. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to sell his points according to the contract, Li Yong would have thought of a way to exchange for a purple bullet and then find an opportunity to make a fortune. Seeing the Holy Dragon City cultivator's amazing performance, Li Yong was even more determined to exchange for a purple bullet. Even if the price of points rose, he had to think of a way to exchange for one. Li Yong wasn't the only one who had similar thoughts. From their eager eyes, one could tell that they were all calculating whether they had enough points to use. None of the transmigrators noticed that the Holy Dragon City cultivator had a faint smile on his face. They also didn't know that these purple bullets were refined by the Lu Cheng cultivator, who was preparing to make a fortune from the transmigrators. Since they could not go to the battlefield to kill enemies and could only be responsible for logistics and defense work, the Holy Dragon City cultivators naturally had to find ways to earn some extra money. It was under such circumstances that the purple bullet was forcibly developed. This cultivator from the Holy Dragon City who had suddenly appeared was here to advertise. Besides the purple bullets, he had many other good items on him that could be traded on the spot. If Tang Zhen knew about this, he would definitely not know whether to laugh or cry. When did the cultivators of the Holy Dragon City learn this? They actually became mobile merchants on the battlefield. 1288 special captives. No matter how large the city was, it could not withstand the charge of an army of 1,000,000 soldiers. In addition, the artillery fire that had cleared the way had destroyed a large number of defensive lines. This allowed the transmigrators to destroy everything in their path without much resistance. Because they wouldn't really die, the transmigrators were all extremely brave. Many of them performed beyond their level and beat the enemy until they cried out in pain. To be more precise, the transmigrators rushed over like a swarm of bees, splitting up groups of enemies and then killing them one by one. This led to smoke and fire on the way to the restricted area. There were scenes of both sides exchanging fire everywhere. If the transmigrators from other worlds surrendered, it would be fine. If they refused to surrender, they would eventually be killed by the chaotic gunfire. However, as they gradually approached the Forbidden Zone, the resistance of the Dream Crusher camp became more and more tenacious. The reborn transmigrators and the original defenders joined together, making every line of defense at least tens of thousands of enemies. Coupled with the special terrain of the stacked cities, the Dream Crusher's side actually resisted the Holy Dragon City's army's charge, greatly reducing the speed of the attack. This was not a good sign, because as long as the enemy was given enough time to catch their breath, they would use the terrain advantage to launch a counterattack. Transmigrators from the original world could not be reborn, and the longer the war lasted, the greater the loss of personnel. After realizing this, the bosses of the major teams who had contracted the siege mission became anxious. While giving the order to attack, they also used various means. More than a dozen light tanks with flashing silver light roared and crashed into the rugged city. They continuously crushed the enemy's defense line. From time to time, they would fire a few cannons and smash the Dream Crusher's side. Several spider-like armed robots were also transferred over. This kind of killing weapon that cost a lot of points and a lot of time to refine was indeed not disappointing. They dodged and passed through the ruins nimbly, occasionally turning into balls and rolling forward. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the enemy's line of defense. When the 12mm machine guns of the arachnid mech were activated, blood flowed like a river wherever they passed. Almost no one could withstand such a high-speed weapon. At the same time, the drones also streaked across the sky and fired at specific targets. The miniature missiles set off a sea of fire. The enemy struggled and screamed in the sea of fire, and their lives were mercilessly devoured by the flames of war. The army of transmigrators took this opportunity to rush forward and quickly broke through the line of defense that obstructed their advance. After leaving a portion of their men to deal with the remaining enemies, the army marched to the next line of defense. Li Yong was left behind to clear up the remaining enemies. This wasn't a good job. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would be attacked by the hidden enemies, so he had to be extra careful. Of course, this was also a good job, because in the process of clearing up, they would encounter a lot of spoils, including things like food purification cards. Although they had to turn in a part of it, the majority of it still fell into the hands of the people who had obtained it. Passing through the broken bodies, Li Yang's rifle was constantly pointed at the surrounding broken buildings. As long as the enemy showed his head, he would immediately open fire. Otherwise, he would lose his life because of hesitation. Just as he was fully focused on his search, he suddenly saw a figure flash in the building beside him and then disappear. "There's someone inside, everyone be careful." After reminding his companions, a few people immediately came over and carefully entered the building covered by vegetation with Li Yong. The interior area of the dark building was very large. The slanted pillars of light were shining down, which was unusually glaring. There were many traces of daily life on the ground. It was obvious that someone had lived here before. Li Yong and the rest held their breaths and slowly began their search. They kept pushing into the dark interior and unknowingly went deeper and deeper. Clang, clang. It was as if something had been knocked over, and a crisp sound of impact reverberated in the empty building. Li Yong and the others, who were searching, looked at each other and slowed down as much as possible. They slowly moved closer to the source of the sound and soon approached it. This was a building similar to an underground parking lot. The ground was full of cracks. Because the light was too dark, one could trip over the rugged ground if they were not careful. He still didn't find any traces of the enemy, but Li Yong didn't let his guard down. He could faintly feel a slight breathing sound, as if it was hiding in the surroundings. Ever since he entered the dream world, Li Yang's senses had become sharper and sharper. This thought had happened to almost all transmigrators. Even if they returned to their original world, it would still have an effect. Even their original sub-healthy state would be swept away. They would be full of energy and full of enthusiasm for work and life. His mind was no longer empty, and his life was no longer empty and confused. Many transmigrators were elites from their original world. They entered the dream world with the same goal, hoping to change their mental state. It seemed like the effect was good. Following the aura that he had sensed, Li Yong slowly searched. He smelled the stench of blood, and it was obvious that the other party was injured. "Come out, I've already found you." The muzzle locked onto a position as Li Yong shouted. The same was true for his teammates. They had also discovered the traces of the hidden enemy and were carefully gathering over. "Don't shoot, I'll come out now, please don't shoot." Li Yong didn't expect the enemy to answer in the language of the Asian Alliance. Although the tone was strange, he could understand it. This was the first time he had encountered an enemy who spoke the language of the Alliance since the battle with the Dream Crusher. When he shouted earlier, Li Yong was just used to using words to provoke the other party. He didn't expect a response at all, so he was stunned when he heard the other party's answer. However, he quickly regained his senses and coldly replied, "Don't play any tricks, or I'll beat you into a sieve." In the midst of Li Yang's warning, a figure slowly walked out from behind the pillar. It was obvious that he was a transmigrator from another world, as he staggered as he walked. Facing the gun pointed at him, the transmigrator's expression was calm. He only said in a faint tone, "I am the leader of the transmigrators from Kun Palace City. I wish to meet your highest-ranking officer. I have important information to present to you." Li Yong frowned. If what the other party said was true, they had caught a big fish. He waved his hand and two of his team members rushed forward to control the other party and dragged him out of the ruins. "What's with the wound on your body? It seems like you were shot by an arrow." Li Yong glanced at the captive's leg and asked casually. "That's right. He was killed 4 times and finally got shot by an arrow before he managed to escape." Seeing Li Yang's confused expression, the man supporting the leader of the transmigrators laughed bitterly and continued, "It was the Dream Crusher's doing. They didn't like me, so they wanted to kill me. In the end, my companions risked their lives to save me, so I had the chance to escape." Li Yong nodded his head. He was just asking casually. He was not interested in what happened at all. By the time they walked out of the ruins, the main force had already disappeared. Only the sound of concentrated gunfire could be heard from the center of the city. It was clear that the battle had reached its most intense moment. After using his communication device to contact the rear and describe the situation here, Li Yong and the others received the order to wait. Less than 10 minutes later, 2 Holy Dragon City cultivators descended from the sky. After asking a few simple questions and recording the serial numbers of Li Yong and the others, they quickly left with the captive. 1289 Chapter 1287 No Way Out. The transmigrators had never been kind to their enemies. After all, there was no mercy on the battlefield. Once they fought, it was either you die or I die. However, the situation at hand was different. The transmigrators were facing a group of men, women, old and young who had no iron in their hands. Even if they closed their eyes, they might not be able to pull the trigger. Although the dream world was not the real world, the scene it presented was the same as the real world. The scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere was not something that anyone could bear. However, the transmigrators had no choice. Once they were soft-hearted, the final result would be that all their previous efforts would be in vain. This kind of situation was absolutely not allowed to happen. The Holy Dragon City would not allow it, the Transmigrator army would not allow it, and even all the Transmigrators would not allow it. Other than the Holy Dragon City and the bosses of the army, no one knew how many points had been invested in this war or how much money had been spent in the original world. However, it was definitely an astronomical figure. No matter what happened, these contractors would not let their investments go to waste. In fact, the current situation did not allow people to think too much. With a loud sound, the broken city wall collapsed. The Holy Dragon army let out a deafening roar and swarmed in through the gap in the city wall. The transmigrators who were still resisting could only sigh in their hearts when they saw this. They gathered toward the center of the Forbidden Zone with unwillingness in their hearts. The Holy Dragon City's million-strong army surrounded them in a very short time. The city walls were filled with cannons of all kinds of calibers, and countless muzzles were pointed at the grave-looking transmigrators from other worlds. They had no way out and could only act as a human wall again, protecting the culprit who had caused them to fall into a desperate situation, the Earth Palace City's Mother God's clone. As for the Dream Shatterers who had maintained their strength, it was now time for them to act. They had previously tried to rely on Sleepless and the Transmigrators to exhaust the strength of the Holy Dragon City's army, but the effect was not obvious. Now, they could only fight in person. This was also the vileness of the Origin Will. It tied the lives of Dream Chasers and Transmigrators to its own clone, making it impossible for them to escape. They could only protect it with their lives until the last moment. Originally, this move was very effective against the monsters because those monsters were muddle-headed. Although they also caused a lot of casualties to the Dream Crusher, they were definitely not as violent and direct as the Holy Dragon City. The monsters had not taken down a single major city for hundreds of years, and in less than 3 months after the Holy Dragon City's invasion, they had already put a second major city in jeopardy. There was no need to compare the gap between them. Perhaps it was because the killing intent on the battlefield was too strong. Even the sky that was shining brightly began to change its color. The thick clouds were almost about to fall, and dense lightning appeared one after another. There was no need to guess to know that the Origin intent was also paying attention to this. It might even directly interfere and affect the battle. He might not be able to interfere in other places, but he could do as he pleased with his original body, because the Forbidden Zone was the backyard of the original will. The battle was about to start, but both sides did not make a move, because the Holy Dragon City's true protagonist had yet to. appear. In this strange and silent atmosphere, the energy light pillar that connected heaven and earth outside the piled-up city suddenly moved. It then moved rapidly toward the forbidden area of the Kun Palace city. In the forbidden zone, the Kun Palace city lord and the others saw this, and their eyes flashed with a cold light. They knew that the person in question had finally arrived. As expected, as the light beam approached, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. They were guarding Mother God number 1, who had a huge metal shell, and they were heading straight for the forbidden land with murderous intent. Seeing the black armored cultivators flying in the air, there was a slight commotion in the Dream Crusher camp. Clearly, the Holy Dragon City's appearance had shocked them. Flying in the air was an ability that only Lord-tier cultivators could have. In the entire Earth Palace City, there were only about 20 people who could reach this level. Compared to the Holy Dragon City's army of nearly 1,000 cultivators, the difference was not small. As for the tens of thousands of Holy Dragon City cultivators on the ground, they didn't need to look carefully. Just these Holy Dragon City Overlord cultivators alone could take on all the cultivators in the main city without falling into a disadvantage. It was clear at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker. This was not because the Dream Crusher was too weak, but because the original will was too cautious and suspicious. According to the information collected, most of the experts on the Dream Crusher's side had been mobilized to Zongdong City to protect the original body of the original will. Only a small part of them were responsible for guarding the major cities. When dealing with the monsters, the number of these high-level Dream Crusher was enough, but when the Holy Dragon City's army came, it was impossible to be a match. Today's battle might be destined to be a failure. Just as the Dream Shatterers felt a sense of sorrow, the Holy Dragon City cultivators in the air had already stopped. Then, more than 10 figures with terrifying auras flew out. With a few teleportations, they appeared in all directions of the Forbidden Zone. Each cultivator's aura was as deep as the abyss in the ocean, unfathomable. After seeing this scene, the Earth Palace City Lord laughed bitterly. He had finally seen the true strength of the demonic invaders. This was a level that they simply could not reach. After a moment of thought, the body of the Earth Palace City Lord floated into the air, followed by more than 20 figures with complicated expressions. I'm the Earth Palace's City Lord, GU Site. May I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For your esteemed name, the Kun Palace's City Lord shouted as he looked at the Holy Dragon City's camp. There was not a single trace of fear in his voice. I'm Tang Zhen, Holy Dragon City Master. Tang Zhen, who was wearing a purple gold battle armor, glanced at the Earth Palace City Lord and said in an indifferent tone, "Since things have come to this, does City Master Guster still want to continue fighting? So what if we don't fight? The duty of us dream chasers is to resist the invasion of all foreign enemies and surround Mother God's avatar from harm, even if we have to be crushed to pieces." The Earth Palace City Lord's words were sonorous and powerful, showing his determination. Tang Zhen laughed disdainfully when he heard this. His voice spread across the entire restricted area as he coldly said, "You're unparalleled in your loyalty, even if you're going to be crushed into pieces. But is Mother God really worth your loyalty?" The City Lord of the Earth Palace frowned and asked in a deep voice, "City Lord Tang Zhen, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean, City Lord of the Kun Palace? Do you know where you came from and why you are trapped in the dream world?" "Of course I do. We are all glorious warriors chosen by Mother God to fight for Mother God and our homeland." The Earth Palace City Lord replied in a clear voice, his face filled with pride. "If your home has already been reduced to ruins, and there is no longer any life in the world, what is the point of your protection? Even if you manage to protect the dream world, you will only be trapped in this illusionary world. The real world will never belong to you. The truth is that you were all killed by Diva and brought into the dream world. Your original memories were erased and you became her tools. At the end of the day, you're just an abandoned child of Mother God, including the sleepless. You'll never be able to leave the dream world. If this world is destroyed, you'll all disappear." When he said this, Tang Zhen shook his head and said with a smile, "The reason why I'm saying this meaningless nonsense is just to let you understand one thing, that is, don't be used by Mother God as a fool without knowing it." That's the saddest thing. The Kun Palace's City Lord's body couldn't help but tremble as he waited. If what Tang Zhen said was true, then what was the point of their actions? They would never be able to leave the dream world, but it was not true immortality. Instead, they would have to be constantly resurrected in pain and torture, until one day, their souls were destroyed. Even if Sleepless's situation was worse, how strong could the Dream Crusher be? They were also just toys played by Mother God. No, what you said isn't true. You're a demon, you're bewitching us. The Earth Palace's city lord roared, clearly unable to accept this explanation. It's up to you to believe it or not. I've already given you a chance. You can die if you want to, but it's best not to involve innocent people. Tang Zhen coldly snorted and gently waved his hand. Immediately after, he saw a man slowly walk out under everyone's gaze. After seeing the man, the Dream Crusher's higher-ups' expressions changed. The Traverser, who had a look of despair on his face, suddenly became restless. 1298 Traitor, confrontation, Mr. Qi, is that you? Looking at the man standing in front of the Holy Dragon City's camp, a simple-looking transmigrator from another world hesitated for a moment before calling out in a probing tone. Yes, it's me. You must be Zhang Dazhuang. The man called Mr. Qi asked the middle-aged man with a smile. He seemed very friendly. That's right. I'm Zhang Dazhuang. I didn't expect you to remember me, Mr. Qi. Zhang Dazhuang's face was filled with excitement. He was obviously honored that Mr. Qi could remember his name. However, his expression quickly turned into one of shock as he glared at the Holy Dragon City cultivators around him with resentment. Mr. Qi, have you been captured by these evil demons? Don't worry, I'll go save you with my brothers. As expected, with Zhang Dazhuang's loud roar, the surrounding transmigrators also roared in unison, ready to rush out of the restricted area to save the people. All of you, shut up. Qi, you've surrendered to the devil and you still dare to return. Do you have any shame? A round-faced fat man with a big belly stood up and shouted loudly. His face was full of hatred. Following his scolding, the surrounding transmigrators immediately echoed loudly, and foul language poured out continuously. When Zhang Dazhuang and the others heard this, they suddenly looked confused. They didn't understand what had happened. Everyone, listen to me. This Qi guy is a coward. When the war started, he suddenly killed our companions and was ready to join the evil demons. How dare this cruel and unscrupulous thing come back? The round-faced man from before stood up again and cursed loudly. The transmigrator's expression changed immediately when he heard this, and he looked at Mr. Qi with disgust and hatred. Among the transmigrators of the Kun Palace City, Mr. Qi's name was known to almost everyone. This was because he was the leader of all the transmigrators. He had always done his best to fight for the power that transmigrators deserved, and thus was respected by many of them. No one had expected that the Mr. Qi they respected so much would surrender to the devil. This was like a blow to the head, causing the despairing transmigrators to suffer yet another heavy blow. Mr. Qi, is what he said true? Zhang Dazhuang asked in a trembling voice. He didn't believe the damn round-faced fatty at all, because he was the one who led the Dream Crusher before the war and forcibly distributed bombs to all the old, weak, women, and children, so that they could detonate them when they encountered the soldiers of the Holy Dragon Army. It was all thanks to those bombs that so many old, weak, women, and children were reborn in the Forbidden Zone. Why ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. He definitely won't tell the truth. This cruel and unscrupulous thing. The round-faced fatty was furious and couldn't wait to jump out and curse. That's right. This bastard left us at the critical moment, and now he still has the face to come back. Shoot him, shameless thing. Get lost. Even if we die here, it's none of your business, traitor. The curses continued to ring out, and the faces of the transmigrators grew paler and paler. It was obvious that they believed the fatty's words. Some of them even raised their guns and aimed at Mr. Qi angrily. However, no one dared to shoot rashly, because once the sound of gunfire rang out, it meant the official start of the tragic battle. You idiots! Under the 1,000 accusing fingers, Sir Qi sneered and pointed at the transmigrators who were glaring at him. I'm in the same situation as all of you. My life and death are controlled by Mother God's clone. Even if you surrender to Holy Dragon City, do you think you can live alone? Do you guys even have brains? Why do you believe everything that someone says? He coldly swept his gaze over the hesitant transmigrators and continued, do you know why I'm here? It's because I was killed by the Dream Crusher 4 times. It wasn't until my 5th rebirth that I managed to escape under the protection of a group of brothers. Do you know why I'm being chased by the Dream Crusher? It's because I didn't agree to forcefully distribute bombs to the old, weak, women and children. This made the Dream Crusher extremely dissatisfied, so he wanted to kill me and then let this despicable guy take my place. Pointing at the round-faced fatty, Mr. She shouted in a disdainful tone. You're talking nonsense. Everyone, don't listen to him. He's lying. The round-faced fatty jumped up and shouted. He then pointed at Mr. Chi and said, who can prove that what you said is true? Find a witness. I don't have any witnesses because those brothers who saved me were killed by the Dream Crusher until they couldn't be reborn. I've let them down. Mr. Chi's face was dejected, and there was a trace of pain and anger in his voice. Haha, stop with your sweet talk. It was our brothers who found out that you were going to join the devil and stopped you. In the end, they were killed by you, you cruel and unscrupulous animal. The round-faced fatty had a smug look on his face as he laughed at the transmigrators around him. The people around him kept echoing his words. Shut up, I think you're the heartless one. An angry voice was heard. It was not Mr. Chi, but the honest middle-aged man, Zhang Dazhuang. He pointed at the round-faced fatty and said in a furious tone, Mr. Chi is just an ordinary person. How could he have killed more than 10 guards who were as strong as the Dream Crusher? Without waiting for the round-faced fatty to speak, Zhang Dazhuang angrily rebuked, we all know what kind of person Mr. Chi is. He definitely wouldn't agree to distribute the bombs to the elderly and the children, so it must be you guys who tried to harm Mr. Chi first, and then did something that only animals would do. Many transmigrators from other worlds were already full of doubts about this matter. After hearing Zhang Dazhuang's words, they were suddenly enlightened. They began to curse the round-faced fatty, wishing they could tear him apart. The camp of the otherworld travelers, who were originally united against a common enemy, immediately became restless. This also made the high-level Dream Crusher's face turn extremely ugly. Look at what you've done, trash. The Earth Palace City Lord glared at a high-ranking Dream Crusher beside him and scolded him in a vicious tone. I'm Yingying, the senior Dream Crusher, who had previously argued with Mr. Chi and was responsible for supervising and killing, tried to defend himself. However, no one paid attention to him. Instead, he received many mocking gazes. Damn it, these bastards should all be killed. Damn it, the higher-up of Dream Crusher cursed in his heart. He glanced at the indifferent Mr. Chi with a cold gaze and quietly gestured to his men not far away. The other party nodded in understanding and quickly found an ideal position. Suddenly, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. His target was Mr. Chi, who was standing alone in front of the restricted area. The arrow glowed with a purple-gold light and was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was already close to Mr. Chi's chest. As long as he was hit by this arrow, Mr. Chi, who only had one life left, would die without a doubt. Zhang Dazhuang and the others let out a cry of surprise, but it was too late to save him. As for the round-faced fatty, he revealed a ferocious smile and seemed to be extremely carefree. PFF'd. With a muffled sound, the sharp arrow was firmly nailed to Mr. Chi's chest, and its tail feathers were still shaking. 1291 Fleeing without a fight. 1. Seeing the arrow in Mr. Chi's heart, Zhang Dazhuang let out a cry of surprise and rushed out of the restricted area, his face full of anxiety. Before he entered the dream world, he had been saved by Mr. Chi, who was a big entrepreneur. The honest Zhang Dazhuang had always wanted to repay him, but he had never found a suitable opportunity. Now that they finally had the chance to meet again, Mr. Chi had been killed. Zhang Dazhuang could not accept this. However, after a few steps, Zhang Dazhuang felt that something was wrong. Mr. Chi did not show any pain on his face. Instead, he looked at the headquarters of the Forbidden Zone with contempt. That was where the higher-ups of the Dream Crusher were located. Mr. Chi, are you all right? Zhang Dazhuang asked tentatively, and the worry on his face slightly eased. Don't worry, I'm fine. As he spoke, Mr. Chi pulled the arrow out of his chest and tossed it to a Holy Dragon City cultivator behind him. He smiled gratefully. Zhang Dazhuang heaved a sigh of relief. Through Mr. Chi's torn clothes, he seemed to have seen a purple light, but it quickly disappeared, so Mr. Chi was prepared. Good, good. Zhang Dazhuang's hanging heart was put at ease. He turned to glare at the center of the restricted area. Obviously, he was extremely angry at the Dream Crusher's sneak attack. In fact, Zhang Dazhuang was not the only one who felt this way. After knowing about the despicable behavior of the Dream Crusher, almost all the transmigrators from other worlds were extremely angry. They did not expect that the Dream Crusher camp that they had protected with their lives would do such a heartbreaking thing. This emotion spread like a tide among the transmigrators. They knew what they were about to face, but they no longer had the heart to fight, because they could not stand being stabbed in the back by the side they were protecting. Seeing the excitement of the transmigrators, Mr. Xi raised his arms and shouted, "My comrades, wake up. Don't be kidnapped by these dream chasers and protect the damned Mother God's avatar for the culprit who harmed us. We definitely have no chance of winning this battle. Holy Dragon City is definitely not the demon that the Dream Crusher spoke of. Instead, it is our true savior. As long as we are no longer deceived by the Dream Crusher and no longer act as cheap cannon fodder in their eyes, Holy Dragon City will guarantee that we can be reborn and return to our original home. Only by following Holy Dragon City can you obtain a new life. What are you still hesitating for?" Mr. Xi's last sentence immediately attracted Zhang Dazhuang and the others' support. Then, the transmigrators from the other world swarmed out of the forbidden zone like a flood. "Bastard, don't listen to him. He's lying to you," the round-faced fat man shouted in anger, but no one paid him any attention. Perhaps it was because he was angry from embarrassment, but this guy actually picked up a rifle and started shooting around. The surrounding crowd was too dense, and people couldn't avoid the dense bullets at all. People screamed and fell to the ground. "You animal, go to hell." In the crowd, Joseph's eyes were bloodshot. He raised the rifle in his hand without hesitation. Although the bullets had been emptied, the bayonet was still shining coldly. He dashed behind the round-faced fatty and stabbed the sharp bayonet into his back. Then, he stabbed the fatty several times until he fell to the ground. Seeing the round-faced fatty who killed his mother and grandmother die, Joseph's anger was finally reduced a lot, but he still didn't forget to spit on the body. Thanks to this bastard, his mother and grandmother had detonated the bomb in a panic and died on the city wall again. Half of their revivals had been wasted. He could suffer, or even die, but Joseph would never allow his family to be hurt. He had already made up his mind. Even if this fatty could be reborn, he would still kill him until he couldn't be revived. Looking at the people continuously pouring into the Holy Dragon City, Joseph laughed bitterly. He had been killed by the Holy Dragon City 4 times, and now he only had one life left. They could completely see each other as mortal enemies. However, as long as they had the chance to get their family out of this nightmarish world, so what if they cooperated with the enemy? Besides, they were forced to participate in the war and had no enmity with the Holy Dragon City. Because of Mr. Xi's instigation, the entire Forbidden Zone was in chaos. However, the Dream Crusher did not stop it, which was rare. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with them. In fact, with the strength of the Dream Crusher, it was impossible to stop them. As long as they made any strange movements, they would be faced with the Holy Dragon City's overwhelming bombardment. Perhaps in just a few minutes, all the Dream Chasers in the Kun Palace City would be annihilated. However, other than this layer of concern, the Kun Palace City's Dream Chasers seemed to be a little too calm, as if they were certain that they would be fine. It was obvious that they were hiding some secrets that only the Dream Crusher knew. When all the other world travelers in the Forbidden Zone had escaped, leaving only Dream Crusher in the Forbidden Zone, the Earth Palace City Lord suddenly laughed wildly and rushed toward Mother God's avatar. The moment the Earth Palace City Lord came into contact with Mother God's avatar, a bright pillar of light shot up into the sky, just like Mother God number 1. It was extremely dazzling. "Demons, you won't be able to be arrogant for long. Just wait to be driven out of the dream world by Diva." The Earth Palace's City Lord's maniacal laughter rang out. Immediately after, the entire Forbidden Zone was enveloped by a blinding light. The Dream Crusher within it quickly turned illusory and disappeared in an instant. The eye-piercing light grew a little more intense, then began to shrink continuously. Like an energy cannon that had finished charging, it suddenly shot into the sky. At the same time, 6 more pillars of light shot up into the sky from the horizon. They could be seen clearly even in the day. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them, especially the transmigrators from the other world. They had no idea what was going on. However, the dozen or so king-level cultivators guarding the Forbidden Zone suddenly made their move. Violent attacks were launched at Mother God's avatar. 2 more figures shot into the sky and appeared near the pillar of light. Terrifying nomological power burst out, forcibly sealing off the sky above the Forbidden Zone. "You're daydreaming if you think you can escape." Tang Zhen's voice sounded. His mental energy field collided with the light pillar and actually bent the invisible light pillar. Blood River King roared and cooperated with Tang Zhen to exert more pressure. He aimed the beam of light at Mother God number 1, which was floating outside the Forbidden Zone. When the Earth Palace City's Mother God's clone's distorted light pillar was aimed at the Holy Dragon City's Mother God number 1, the two light pillars suddenly converged together, like two giant pythons entangled. Whether it was Mother God's clone or Mother God number 1, they had their own simple consciousness. The light pillars were like their bodies that had been turned into energy, not much different from living things. Now that both sides were serving their own masters, they would naturally fight each other without mercy. Tang Zhen and the others did not just stand by and watch as the two original wills fought. Instead, they rushed to Mother God's avatar in the center of the Forbidden Zone in an instant and began to bombard the huge Origin Stone. Once the Origin Stone was destroyed, the light pillar that contained the origin of the world would become rootless water. Not only would it be unable to continue condensing, but it would also not be received by other Mother God's avatars. The Earth Palace City's Dream Crusher had tried to escape this place and used hundreds of thousands of transmigrators to delay and exhaust the Holy Dragon City's army. However, he did not expect Mr. Chi to have already discovered his secret. This allowed the Holy Dragon City to quickly set up a plan and completely ruin the plan of these jumping clowns. 1292 News of an Old Friend. 1 For ordinary cultivators, origin stones that contained the power of laws might be indestructible, but for Tang Zhen, destroying it was as easy as blowing off dust. The two great kings of laws of the Holy Dragon City attacked at the same time. The huge origin stone cracked after a few breaths and then completely shattered. Fist-sized fragments scattered everywhere. The origin energy tried to escape, but it was also captured by Tang Zhen and imprisoned in a special container. With a wave of his hand, he kept the shattered origin stone and the origin energy into his storage space. Tang Zhen turned to look at the light pillar that was fighting with Mother God number 1. Without the support of the origin stone, the light pillar gradually withered. It only lasted for a few minutes before it was absorbed by Mother God number 1's light pillar. The Kun Palace City's Dream Crusher tried to use the light pillar to teleport to other main cities but was intercepted by the Holy Dragon City. Although many of them escaped successfully, most of them were intercepted by Mother God number 1. From this moment on, their life and death would be in the hands of the Holy Dragon City. With the escape of the Dream Crusher taken care of, the battle in the Kun Palace City was officially over. The Transmigrators' army erupted in deafening cheers, celebrating the fact that they had taken down a main city and had obtained a large number of points. In particular, the army bosses who contracted the siege missions were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. Compared to the points obtained by ordinary transmigrators, they had earned a lot. Of course, the biggest winner was the Holy Dragon City. The origin stones they obtained were enough to cover all their expenses. As for the more precious world origin, it was not included at all. What the Holy Dragon City had to pay was only a sum of money and some reserve materials that had been left in the Holy Dragon City's warehouse for a long time but were shockingly valuable in the original world. This was the advantage of cross-border trade. An item that was not considered rare in the Tower world could be sold for a sky-high price in the original world. For example, the Holy Dragon City's special spiritual jade and medicinal herbs with special ingredients were all main items that could be exchanged with points. It could be said that the Holy Dragon City only needed to pay a very small price to obtain a great harvest. It was definitely a small capital with 10,000 profits. Of course, the Holy Dragon City's investment was not small either. Whether it was the construction of Mother God number 1 or the teleportation of various weapons and equipment, all of them required origin energy. However, they were sold to transmigrators at different discounts during the exchange. When transmigrators exchanged for equipment, the Holy Dragon City had to help share almost half of the cost. Otherwise, how could the legions exchange for so many heavy weapons? Tang Zhen's family and business were big, so there was no need to scheme against transmigrators. Even if he gave them a little compensation, it was still nothing compared to the gains. Only by giving up small profits would one have a chance to earn big profits. The battle at the Kun Palace City had ended. The next thing to do was to clean up the battlefield, calculate the points, and make preparations to attack the third main city. Now that everything was on the right track, the high-level cultivators of Holy Dragon City had also entered the dream world one after another. Under the protection of Blood River King and more than 10 king-level cultivators, as long as there were no major changes, it was only a matter of time before they took down the remaining 6 main cities. Tang Zhen had already begun to plan how to deal with the hidden Zhonggong city. That was the real core of the dream world, where the original will was. Once he took it down, the world's origin he obtained would probably make Tang Zhen wake up from his sleep with joy. After settling the trivial matters and settling the transmigrators, Tang Zhen left the dream world and returned to Holy Dragon City. City Lord, this is the request for help we received. The person said that he came from the Moon God Tower in the Wilderness Warzone. After receiving the letter from the assistant, Tang Zhen opened it and glanced at it. He frowned slightly. This letter was written by Yu Qianhua. It was obvious that she had avoided the catastrophe and had been teleported to the Spiritual Ruins Warzone. Tang Zhen had a deep impression of this female city lord who had once schemed against him. However, those were just some small matters that were difficult to get rid of. He was more interested in the contents of Yu Qianhua's letter. City Lord Tang, please forgive Qianhua for being presumptuous, but I do have something important to tell you. After Qianhua and the other residents entered the Spiritual Ruins Warzone, she met a woman named Arl by chance. She seemed to have met City Lord Tang before, and the child she was leading looked very similar to you. Qianhua was happy to see her old friend and protected her to prevent the mother and son from being in danger. But recently, some evildoers appeared and detained Qianhua and the others. They couldn't get away, and when they heard of City Lord Tang's reputation, Qianhua was extremely excited and sent a letter to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help, begging City Lord for help. Tang Zhen put down the letter in his hand and turned to look at his assistant. Call that messenger over. I have something to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The assistant nodded and went out. Not long after, a woman with a weather-beaten face walked in. Green Soul greets the city lord. Tang Zhen nodded. Speaking of which, this woman was an acquaintance. When Holy Dragon City encountered the Cold Moon disaster, she was the one who had followed Yu Qianhua to Holy Dragon City. However, the Holy Dragon City was still very weak at that time, while the Fairy Clan was extremely powerful. Each and every one of them was extremely arrogant. In the end, they were tricked by Tang Zhen and suffered heavy losses, almost completely annihilated. As time passed, the Wilderness Warzone had long been removed from the 3,000 warzones. The towers of the elves had all been destroyed, only the Holy Dragon City had been preserved and was still growing. Green Soul was no longer as high-spirited as before. Although her white armor was clean, it was damaged and her beautiful face was full of worry. Yu Qianhua mentioned Arl in her letter. What does she look like? Tang Zhen invited Green Soul to sit down before asking in an indifferent tone. Green Soul quickly described the situation. At the same time, he emphasized the appearance and age of the child next to Arl. At the same time, he secretly observed Tang Zhen's expression. This is a token that Arl gave me. She said that you'll believe me if you see it. Green Soul explained as he handed an exquisite bracelet with runes engraved on it to Tang Zhen. Nodding his head gently, Tang Zhen looked at the protective equipment that he had personally given to Arl and confirmed that the other party was not lying to him. The child beside Arl was most likely his own flesh and blood. Although he appeared calm and composed, there were waves in Tang Zhen's heart. He really did not know how to describe his feelings when he suddenly found out that he had a descendant. Regardless of whether the matter was true or false, Tang Zhen had to personally go and confirm it. After asking for information on the criminal who detained Yu Qianhua and the specific process of the entire incident, Tang Zhen already had a rough judgment in his heart. You rest for a while. We'll set off immediately after I'm ready. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen no longer hesitated and immediately stood up to prepare. The enemies who detained Yu Qianhua and the others weren't weak. It was said that there were 2 king-level cultivators, many lord-level cultivators, and thousands of low-level cultivators. The only thing that surprised Tang Zhen was that this group of strong cultivators didn't have a tower. Instead, they were a group of wild cultivators similar to horse bandits. With the strength of these cultivators, they could build a city tower and enjoy the benefits and attribute enhancement of the city. Wouldn't it be much easier than being a horse bandit? However, this was not the case because these powerful wild cultivators could plunder resources by force. Although their cultivation speed was not as fast as Lu Cheng's attribute increase, they could find other ways to make up for the gap in this aspect. Of course, the most important point was that wild cultivators did not need to participate in the invasion missions issued by the Cornerstone platform. They did not need to worry about dying in the battlefield in the other world. They could live freely every day, as happy as immortals. With Tang Zhen's strength, he could single-handedly deal with these horse bandits. However, He felt that this matter was not that simple. The area of the battle zone of the spirit ruins was far larger than the original world, and the survivors of the wilderness battle zone were randomly teleported. Yu Qianhua actually met Arl and his mother so coincidentally, and she even asked Tang Zhen for help in time when she was in danger. Sometimes, when things were too coincidental, it was very likely to be intentional. No matter what the other party's goal was, as long as the safety of his loved ones was threatened, Tang Zhen would definitely not let it go. 1293 A Trap. 1. The sound of horse hooves could be heard from afar on the green grassland. In the world of Lusheng, horses were one of the most common mounts. However, compared to the horses in the original world, the warhorses in the world of Lusheng looked more like ferocious beasts with bulging muscles. In terms of speed and endurance, the horses in the original world could not even compare. As the sound of the horses' hooves became clearer, a group of human cultivators in cloaks quickly appeared. They seemed to be in a hurry. Tang Zhen sat on his war horse and looked at the green soul galloping ahead with a trace of contemplation on his face. According to the green soul, they were not far from their destination. With the speed of the mount, they should be able to reach it by dark. This time, Tang Zhen had brought 300 cultivators from Lu City with him. All of them had the cultivation of a lord. By right, they did not need to use a means of transportation like warhorses and could just fly. There were even small warships that could fly extremely fast in Tang Zhen's storage space. He could take them out and use them at any time. However, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, Tang Zhen still decided to ride a warhorse. At the same time, he could also make Green Soul unable to figure out his trump card. Regarding this matter, Tang Zhen had always been suspicious. Naturally, he would be on guard against the Green Soul. What she could see was naturally what Tang Zhen had deliberately let her see. Along the way, Green Soul seemed to be very worried. From time to time, he would ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen to speed up to prevent any accidents from happening to Yu Qianhua. From this point alone, this Green Soul could be considered a loyal servant. On the way, Tang Zhen asked about the enemy's specific situation and knew that they had occupied an abandoned city. Not only were there a large number of wild horse bandits, but there were also many wanderers gathered there. The good and the bad were mixed together, and the scale was comparable to a small city. Green Soul had once suggested that Tang Zhen should not swagger into the horse bandits' camp. It was best to hide the Holy Dragon City cultivators he brought and wait for the critical moment to launch a surprise attack. This way, they would be able to achieve better results. Tang Zhen did not refuse. In truth, he had only brought people here to deal with any accidents. With his cultivation as a law king, he would even dare to charge into a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. As they journeyed, the sky was already dark. A brightly lit area appeared in front of them, almost occupying the entire hill. At the highest point was a huge dilapidated building, which looked like a ferocious giant beast in the dark. City Lord Tang, the camp of the horse bandits is right in front of us. Qianhua and the others are under house arrest in the ruins of the tower. When are we going to rescue them? Pointing at the abandoned building in front of them, Lu Hun asked Tang Zhen. Actually, you don't need to move with me. You just need to wait here. If the horse bandits find you and fight with you, I may not be able to take care of you. Tang Zhen reminded as he looked at Green Soul beside him. Don't worry, my lord. Ordinary horse bandits can't do anything to me. Besides, I'm very worried about Qianhua. How can I just wait? Green Soul's tone was very firm. He was determined to follow Tang Zhen. Since that's the case, you can lead the way. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Zhen covered his body with a cloak and slowly walked toward the horse bandits' camp with Green Soul. At this time, the camp of the horse bandits was very lively. There were burning bonfires everywhere, and the air was filled with the smell of roasted meat and bad wine. Wild cultivators and wanderers in different clothes were gathered together, making noise, laughing, and cursing. Tang Zhen and Lu Hun walked through it. No one provoked them along the way. If they wanted to survive in this chaotic place, they had to keep their eyes open. Once they provoked someone they couldn't afford to offend, they might lose their lives at any time. In the eyes of these wanderers, Tang Zhen and his companion were existences that they could not provoke. No one would find trouble for themselves. After passing through the dirty and messy outer camp, the two of them arrived at the real stronghold of the horse bandits. The outside was just the activity area of the wild cultivators and wanderers. The abandoned city was built on the top of the mountain, surrounded by steep rock walls with sharp round wood. On the road leading to the abandoned city, there were fierce-looking horse bandits guarding it. Since they were going to sneak in, the two of them naturally couldn't enter from the main road, but went around to the side of the cliff. In fact, if it wasn't for the green soul beside him, Tang Zhen wouldn't have to go through such trouble and would have been able to teleport to the abandoned building. The two figures soared into the sky and walked on the cliff as if they were on flat ground. Soon, they arrived at the bottom of the abandoned city. The city was shaped like a bundle of uneven hexagonal pencils. There were dozens of spire-shaped buildings, but most of them were broken. At this time, there were flames flickering on the top of the towers. From time to time, there were figures moving around, monitoring the movements in the surroundings. As long as a tower was above level 6, it would become a giant, and this abandoned tower was the same. Although it was in ruins, it was quite large in scale. It would take a lot of time to find a person here. Green Soul led the way. She entered the abandoned building through a gap and advanced quickly through a row of corridors, approaching the central area. Perhaps because the city was too big, they heard the horse bandits talking from time to time, but they didn't see any horse bandits. Green Soul, how much longer will it take for us to arrive? Tang Zhen frowned slightly. He coldly swept his eyes over the surrounding dark black buildings and asked in a low voice. Green Soul, who was advancing with his head lowered, was stunned for a moment before he quickly replied, "We're almost there. Arl and the others are locked up in the building in front. We'll be there after we pass through the square." "Very good, I hope they're still there," Tang Zhen said with a smile that wasn't a smile. He followed Green Soul and quickly passed through the huge square. However, at this moment, the square suddenly lit up with flames. Countless figures appeared and surrounded the entire square. At the same time, the green soul that was at the front suddenly sped up and rushed to the edge of the square like an arrow. "If you want to escape, come back." Following Tang Zhen's cold cry, Green Soul's body rapidly retreated and drifted over like a kite with a broken string. Green Soul's face was filled with fear as he shouted towards the edge of the square, "Save me, quickly." Unfortunately, no matter how much she shouted, no one at the edge of the square paid attention to her, as if they did not hear her voice. Plop! Green Soul fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. "City Lord Tang, please listen to me. I was forced to do this. If I didn't do this, they would have killed Xianxia and all my clansmen." After falling into Tang Zhen's hands, Green Soul was no longer panicking. Instead, he slowly knelt in front of Tang Zhen and cried, "Xianxia is the only hope of our elven race. Nothing can happen to her. This matter has nothing to do with her. I made the decision on my own. Are you done? Now, you just need to tell me how Arl and his mother are doing." Tang Zhen's voice was very cold as he asked in an expressionless manner. "I don't know, but before I left, the mother and son were taken away. I don't know where they went." Green Soul quickly said, "Very good, you can die now." Hearing this, Green Soul's expression changed drastically. Just as she was about to get up and escape, flames came out of her body. She turned into a torch and finally turned into a pile of ashes with a scream. From the beginning to the end, Tang Zhen did not pay any attention to Green Soul. Instead, he turned around and faced the edge of the square. He coldly looked at the several figures that were walking towards him. "If I'm not wrong, everyone should be from the spiritual ruins in the central region of the war zone. 1294 Crushing defeat City Lord Tang, you're indeed amazing. You managed to guess our origins so quickly." The blue-faced cultivator in the lead sized up Tang Zhen. A trace of shock appeared in his eyes as he laughed and replied. When facing Tang Zhen, the blue-faced cultivator actually felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart, as if he was facing a volcano that could erupt at any time. This Tang Zhen was most likely not simple. Although he was apprehensive, the mission still had to continue. The blue-faced cultivator hadn't forgotten the purpose of his trip. After hearing the blue-faced cultivator's answer, Tang Zhen sneered as killing intent flashed in his eyes. This blue-faced cultivator was also a Law King. He was a top-tier combat force in the spiritual ruins battleground and rarely appeared. He didn't expect to see him in a horse bandit's nest. He didn't even need to think to know that the other party must have set up this trap to lure him here. In fact, the other party didn't need to go through so much trouble. As long as they told him that Arl and his mother were under their control, Tang Zhen would not hesitate to rush in even if it meant going through a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames. Seeing Tang Zhen sneer at him, the blue-faced cultivator didn't care. Instead, he smiled and said, I've long heard of City Lord Tang Zhen's great name. Not only is he extremely powerful and has the title of a Law King, but the Holy Dragon City is also the only city in the entire savage wildland that managed to survive the catastrophe. If it wasn't for that incident, the Holy Dragon City would probably have been upgraded to a national-level city, right? Tang Zhen was noncommittal. He merely continued to stare at the other party and asked in a faint voice, Tell me, what do you mean by this? Since City Lord Tang is in such a hurry to find out, I won't waste any more time. As an outsider, you should just run Holy Dragon City honestly. It's best not to touch things that don't belong to you. I don't know what method you used to control a spatial tower, but it belongs to my spiritual ruins warzone, so you'd better hand it over obediently. This way, we won't have to fight each other over this matter. The blue-faced cultivator said arrogantly and confidently. Tang Zhen laughed disdainfully when he heard this. The other party was indeed here for the space tower. In order to completely defeat him, they even found Arl and her son to threaten him. It was really hard on this group of people. If it wasn't for this matter, Tang Zhen really wouldn't know that he already had a son. I don't understand what you're saying. What do you mean by something from the spiritual ruins battleground? Who made such a rule? This kind of main building is something that only the lucky ones can obtain. What right do you have to make me hand it over? Who gave you the right? If you know my past, you'll know that I'll never compromise. You've only just grasped the power of law, and you dare to threaten me. Who gave you the courage? Tang Zhen's tone became a little colder with each sentence he spoke. His entire person had already descended into a furious state when he roared out the last sentence. In the blink of an eye, the entire square was devoured by the sea of fire. The pitch-black night sky turned completely fiery red, and lava-like fire clouds continued to surge and fall from the sky. Seeing this apocalyptic scene, the wild cultivators and wanderers outside the abandoned city did not hesitate. They fought to be the first to run in all directions, afraid that they would be affected by the battle. The entire abandoned city was enveloped in it, and wherever the fire rain fell, there would be raging flames rising into the sky. The screams of the horse gang were endless, and there were figures fleeing in panic everywhere. The cultivators guarding the square hurriedly dodged. Facing a peak nomological king, they would be crushed into pieces if they were even slightly slower. The blue-faced cultivator in front of Tang Zhen was the first to bear the brunt. He was like a small boat in a storm that could capsize at any moment. With a loud roar, the power of law burst out around the blue-faced cultivator, forming a wall of wind around him, blocking the approaching waves of fire. However, compared to the endless flames, this wall of wind seemed extremely weak. One had just grasped wind elemental nomological power, while the other had already gained a deep understanding of fire elemental nomological power. The difference in strength between the two was simply incomparable. It wasn't an overstatement to say that if Tang Zhen wanted to kill the blue-faced cultivator, the other party would definitely not have the chance to escape. In just a few seconds, the blue-faced cultivator and his companion were completely surrounded by the sea of fire. The wall of wind that was blocking the sea of fire had been compressed to the extreme and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The blue-faced cultivator's original arrogant expression had long disappeared and was replaced by a look of horror. He struggled to support the wind wall that was about to collapse while shouting at Tang Zhen, are you crazy? Do you know where I come from? Tang Zhen sneered. He didn't care about the blue-faced cultivators clamoring at all. Instead, he controlled the sea of fire to continuously crush the wind wall. Tang Zhen, let me tell you. I have a national-level building behind me, and our city lord comes from a continent-level building. You can't afford to offend him. If you dare to kill me, not only will you not be able to escape death, but your tower will also be razed to the ground. The blue-faced cultivator roared in exasperation. He had never been in such a life-and-death situation ever since he had become a Law King. The immense fear that had risen in his heart was making him completely panic. Seeing that Tang Zhen was still unmoved, a trace of despair flashed across the blue-faced cultivator's eyes. However, he immediately thought of something and anxiously shouted, Tang Zhen, I have already sent your woman and son to the middle of the war zone. If you dare to kill me, they can forget about living. As soon as the blue-faced cultivator finished speaking, the sea of fire around them disappeared, leaving only a dark red slate, which proved that the terrifying flames had existed. If my woman and child are hurt, I'll give up everything to kill you and your Lusheng. Tang Zhen coldly said, At the same time, he slowly turned around and left. I'll spare your life today. Go back and tell your master that I, Tang Zhen, will definitely pay him a visit in person after a while. The blue-faced cultivator looked at Tang Zhen's gradually disappearing figure on the dark red square. A trace of fierceness flashed through his eyes, but he immediately sighed in his heart. The blue-faced cultivator admitted his defeat. He knew that if it wasn't for Tang Zhen taking care of his woman and child, he would have died today without a doubt. However, this trip was not without any gains. At the very least, they had confirmed that Tang Zhen's strength and cultivation had far exceeded their expectations. He was definitely not an ordinary law king. From the aura earlier, Tang Zhen might be just one step away from touching that god-like level. After realizing this, the blue-faced cultivator was extremely shocked. According to the information they had, Tang Zhen had only used about 10 years at most to reach his current cultivation level. This kind of cultivation speed could no longer be described as a genius, because in the entire Spirit Ruins Warzone, there had never been such a terrifying figure. If he really took that step and became a spiritual emperor who could control thousands of miles, then even the continent-level tower behind him would be extremely wary and would never offend him for a space tower. The problem was that Tang Zhen hadn't taken that step yet, and a space tower was extremely precious. The blue-faced cultivator and the others would definitely be unwilling to give up just like that. If he wanted to obtain the space tower without leaving any future trouble, there was only one way, and that was to completely destroy Tang Zhen and his Holy Dragon City. 1295 Urgent Situation 1. Although Tang Zhen was burning with anger, he didn't directly kill the blue-faced cultivator. Otherwise, it was very likely that the enemy would take extreme actions. A little impatience would spoil a great plan, and he was naturally aware of this. Since Arl was still in their hands, Tang Zhen could only spare his dog life for the time being. After saving the mother and son, he would definitely make the blue-faced cultivator pay a painful price. Family was Tang Zhen's reverse scale. This group of people actually used this to threaten him and had already been viewed as a life-and-death enemy by Tang Zhen. The words of the blue-faced cultivator had already proved that this matter was related to the continent-level city in the war zone of the Spirit Ruins. If Tang Zhen wanted to save Arl, it was inevitable that he would have to fight with the continent-level city. Although Tang Zhen didn't know much about the continent-level tower, he knew that the other party's strength must be extremely terrifying. Even if his cultivation base was enough to dominate a region, he still couldn't withstand a single blow in front of such a terrifying behemoth. This was not Tang Zhen trying to boost other people's prestige, but it was the truth. This was because the Law Kings who were known to be kings in the outside world were not rare in the continent-level buildings, and there were cultivators of even higher levels. A spiritual emperor could control thousands of miles and change the weather with a single thought. His might was comparable to that of a god. If one wanted to upgrade to a continent-level building, they must have a spiritual emperor. Otherwise, no matter how strong the building was, it would not be qualified to upgrade. The so-called Elder Council of the Battlefront was actually made up of these spirit emperors. They all had the intermediate authority of the cornerstone platform of the Battlefront and had the right to know the secret information on the cornerstone platform. They could also influence the operation of the cornerstone platform to a certain extent. This was the reason why the cornerstone platform had been paying attention to Tang Zhen after he obtained the spatial tower. It had even asked him to head to the central part of the spiritual ruins more than once. It was because there were already Spirit Emperor rank powerhouses who had noticed him. After understanding the cause and effect, Tang Zhen immediately felt the pressure on his shoulders. Under normal circumstances, a Spirit Emperor only needed to take action personally to easily capture Tang Zhen and force him to hand over the space tower. However, after asking the main control platform of the Wilderness Warzone, Tang Zhen knew that things were not that simple. It was not that the spiritual emperor hiding behind the scenes did not want to take action, but that he was simply unable to do so. The reason was very simple. After the tower was upgraded to the continent level, it would develop towards a world-level tower. During this process, the Spirit Emperor experts who had completely turned into energy would gradually refine the tower and turn it into an independent small world. During this period, spiritual emperors couldn't move freely at all. Only after completely refining the continent-level Lu Cheng could they keep it in their sea of spirit. Wherever they went, they could take the Lu Cheng with them. If they wanted to invade the other world, a spiritual emperor only needed to enter the plain channel alone, and they could descend with the entire city. However, the tempering process was very long. It was easy to stay in their nest for decades, centuries, or even 1,000 years. This was why it was rare to see a spiritual emperor in the world of Lusheng. Therefore, Tang Zhen didn't have to worry about facing a spirit emperor-level old monster for the time being. Even so, a continent-level city tower was still in existence that he couldn't afford to provoke. Now that he had become enemies with the other party, he and the Holy Dragon City would definitely become their targets based on the style of the continental Lusheng. Perhaps a plot against the Holy Dragon City had already been launched. Tang Zhen knew that he had to take action. Otherwise, it would not take long for the Holy Dragon City to face a great disaster. The best way to solve the crisis was to escape and hide. He would swallow his anger and wait for the Holy Dragon City to develop and grow. Then, he would find a chance to take revenge. However, it wasn't easy to hide safely. With the enemy's strength, as long as Tang Zhen didn't leave the Spiritual Ruins war zone, he would be found out sooner or later. It was useless even if he hid in the space tower. However, if they were to escape from the Spirit Ruins war zone, the space tower would become the biggest burden. As long as Tang Zhen dared to take it away from the Spirit Ruins war zone, he would definitely be hunted down by countless space towers, and it was not impossible for them to hunt him down across war zones. Since avoiding was not the best way, they could only fight head-on. The Holy Dragon City now had 2 kings of laws, more than 20 king-level cultivators, tens of thousands of lord-level cultivators, and hundreds of thousands of low-level cultivators. Whether it was the Wilderness War Zone or the Spiritual Ruins War Zone, this was a terrifying force that could not be underestimated. Many countries would be afraid of it. However, compared to the continent-level Lusheng that used king-level cultivators to form a team of cultivators, the strength of the Holy Dragon City was still not enough. Therefore, Tang Zhen had to either frantically increase the strength of himself and the cultivators of the Lusheng, or use external objects to strengthen the combat power of the Lusheng. At the same time, he had to quickly increase the level of the Holy Dragon City's Lusheng. However, it was almost impossible to accomplish all this in a short time. Moreover, the enemy might not give Holy Dragon City enough time to develop. The Holy Dragon City's development was already abnormally fast. This was already the result of Tang Zhen's all-out effort. If he wanted to advance further, it would be almost as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Of course, other than actively defending, Tang Zhen could also take the initiative to attack. He would think of all ways to create trouble for the enemy. Perhaps, it would also have a good effect in blocking the enemy. However, when he thought of the strength of a continent-level building, Tang Zhen still felt that his strength was not in his heart. Tang Zhen could not help but feel his head swell when he thought of this. He felt that his thoughts had become a mess. Just as he was secretly worried in his heart, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. Tang Zhen suddenly remembered the harvest of his trip to the Myriad World Mall. At that time, he had snatched the super-biological intelligent brain that controlled the entire Myriad World Mall. Tang Zhen was not too clear about the true strength of the Myriad World Mall. However, he had a feeling that the other party's strength was not inferior to the Lusheng world. As the chief steward of such a powerful organization, the super-biological brain's knowledge was without a doubt. Therefore, the items that it carefully collected must have great value. Some time ago, Tang Zhen had been busy with chores and did not have time to check it. However, now that the Holy Dragon City was in danger, Tang Zhen suddenly thought of this thing. Perhaps the items in the treasure would be able to help Tang Zhen resolve the crisis in front of him. After realizing this, Tang Zhen could no longer suppress the anxiety in his heart. He let the Holy Dragon City's cultivators travel slowly, before he directly teleported toward the Holy Dragon City. After returning to the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen directly entered the secret cultivation room. After carefully arranging it, he carefully took out the treasure that he had robbed before. At the moment he took out the treasure, Tang Zhen felt his body relax. He even seemed to hear a comfortable moan from his phone as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Tang Zhen shook his head and turned his head to look at the empty ground in front of him. There was nothing in front of him, but Tang Zhen knew that there was definitely something there. It was just that he could not see it. If I can't see or touch it, how should I open the treasure? Tang Zhen thought for a moment before asking through his phone. Analyzing. Scan complete. It is confirmed that the item is sealed in the 4-dimensional space. Brute force is required to crack it. Cracking in progress, please wait. Cracking complete. The treasure has been opened. At the same time as the phone notification appeared, a square object covered with runes suddenly appeared in front of Tang Zhen. It was quietly floating in front of him and looked extremely mysterious. 1296. A shocking treasure. When Tang Zhen first saw the square metal body, he immediately realized that this item was definitely not simple. In fact, there was no need to think about it. How could an item that could be carefully collected by the super biological brain be an ordinary item? Taking a deep breath, Tang Zhen began to carefully examine this item. First of all, the material used to make this square metal body was a special metal with spatial attributes. It could be used to make storage equipment and was extremely valuable. The Holy Dragon City had spent many years searching and purchasing them at all costs, but they had only managed to obtain a small amount of space metal. Then, Tang Zhen and Ling Xuz had refined a batch of storage equipment for the use of the Holy Dragon City's higher-ups. The rarer an item was, the more expensive it would be. It could be said that the price of every storage equipment was extremely shocking. However, when he looked at the super biological smart brain, it actually used such a large piece of space metal to make a storage equipment without adding any other metals. This kind of spending could not be described as extravagant. As expected of the super butler of the Myriad World Mall, he was extraordinary, rich, and willful. Putting aside the treasure sealed inside, the value of this piece of space metal alone could not be estimated with money. If it was used to refine storage equipment, every Holy Dragon City cultivator would definitely have one. This way, the combat power of the Holy Dragon City cultivators would be greatly improved, and their ability to adapt on the battlefield would also become stronger. Just the container that stored the treasure was priceless. This caused Tang Zhen to look forward to the items inside. Tang Zhen walked to the front of the suspended cube and sized up the runes on it. There were some runes that he had never seen before. However, he could confirm that this was a huge storage equipment. Since this storage equipment had already been cracked by his phone, Zhen Tang's spiritual force easily connected to it. He immediately saw the items stored inside. A shocked expression appeared on Tang Zhen's face. Soon after, it was filled with ecstasy and he almost jumped up from the ground. With just a glance, Tang Zhen saw a mountain-like pile of origin stones and the sealed world's origin. The dazzling light almost blinded his eyes. The super biological brain was indeed rich and generous. It had actually accumulated so many good things. The value of all these things added together was already inestimable. With these resources, Tang Zhen would definitely be able to greatly improve his combat strength. At the same time, he would be able to rapidly upgrade the level of his building. Even if it could not reach the scale of a continent-level building, it would not be too far off. After his excitement, Tang Zhen had a trace of doubt. What was the purpose of the super biological brain for collecting these items? It was also at this moment that Tang Zhen suddenly saw an item beside the origin stone. It looked like a mass of human meridians and emitted a faint light. Tang Zhen frowned slightly. He subconsciously controlled his mental energy and moved it toward the item. He wanted to figure out what it was. The instant his mental energy came into contact with this item, Tang Zhen felt an explosion sound within his mind. Immediately after, countless amounts of information surged into his mind, causing him to nearly have a mental breakdown. But even so, Tang Zhen still had a face full of smiles, appearing extremely pleased with himself. This definitely wasn't because Tang Zhen had been turned into a fool, but because the origin of this item was too great. It was so great that Tang Zhen didn't have any mental preparation at all. Tang Zhen finally understood why the super biological brain had hidden it so carefully. In order to ensure its safety, it had even sealed it in a special high-pressure environment where normal creatures could not survive. Even the origin stones and the world's origin were prepared for this item. To be exact, they were all food for this special item. In fact, this item was a miniature version of the Myriad World Mall, or rather, the framework template of the Myriad World Mall. As long as there was enough supply of resources, it could grow into a new Myriad World Mall. Who knew how the super creature artificial intelligence created it, what its purpose was, and why it was carefully hidden? All of this had nothing to do with Tang Zhen. He only knew one thing, and that was that with the existence of this item, Holy Dragon City could completely build a brand new Myriad World Mall. At the same time, they could use it to obtain an endless stream of resources. As long as they operated properly, perhaps it would not take long for Holy Dragon City to soar to the sky. At that time, would they be afraid of a continent-level city? After the huge surprise, Tang Zhen's brain started to work rapidly and he began to study how to use these resources to tide over the current crisis. Just as Tang Zhen opened the treasure, a roar suddenly came from a crack in the plain deep in the Myriad World Mall. It seemed to be filled with unwillingness and anger. A moment later, a cultivator from the mall whose strength could not be seen suddenly appeared. He went straight through the commercial streets without restraint and went straight to the teleportation platform of the Myriad World Mall. The light of the teleportation circle flickered, and the figure of the cultivator from the merchant city disappeared in a flash. The destination of the teleportation was the wizard world, the sorcerer world, the fifth continental ring. If one were to look at it from the sky, one would be able to see the full picture of the continental rings. They were extremely vast, and they surrounded the ancestral source planet in rings. Countless creatures lived and multiplied in these continental rings. As the light from the teleportation circle subsided, a figure whose cultivation level was impossible to see through slowly walked out. He glanced at the magi around him and said in a cold voice, "I'm from the Myriad World Mall. I'm the butler's emissary. I want to see the controller of your fifth continent ring." After saying that, the cultivator from Shang City ignored the wizards around him and found a place to sit down. He closed his eyes and did not speak anymore. The magus in charge of guarding the teleportation circle did not dare to delay and quickly reported this matter through special means. In less than half an hour, a teleportation circle glowed, and a dozen figures appeared. The wizards around them quickly dodged the terrifying aura. Many knowledgeable magi trembled when they saw the faces of these people. They were the true masters of the fifth continent ring. The leader of the dozen or so wizards was the blood-eyed cultivator who had fought with Tang Zhen before. He looked at the cultivator from the Shang City in front of him and said in a deep voice, "I wonder what business you have here representing the head butler." Many people didn't know what the chief butler meant, but a cultivator at the blood-eyed cultivator's level knew what it meant. This was why he had rushed over as fast as he could after receiving the news. As he spoke, the blood-eyed cultivator had completely sealed off the surrounding space. Outsiders could not see their figures at all. The cultivator from Shang City slowly opened his eyes and looked at the blood-eyed cultivator in front of him. He said indifferently, "I know that the fifth ring has always wanted to invade the world of Lusheng, but you've never made any progress, right?" The blood-eyed cultivator muttered to himself for a moment before nodding. He knew that there was no way to hide this from the Myriad World Mall, and there was no point in denying it, so he simply admitted it. The cultivator from the Shang City nodded his head and said, "It's good that you admit it. The purpose of my visit this time is to help you open up a passage so that you can enter the world of Lusheng smoothly." Upon hearing this, the dozen or so wizards, including the blood-eyed cultivator, were stunned at the same time, and then their faces were filled with ecstasy. They knew the strength of the Myriad World Mall and the identity of the head butler. As long as he agreed to help, this matter would be settled. Even if the cultivator didn't reveal his identity, the wizards had already guessed that this cultivator might be a clone controlled by the butler's consciousness, no different from his original body. Suppressing his excitement, the blood-eyed cultivator asked in a serious tone, "That's a good thing, but what do you want?" The cultivator from Shang City said coldly, "I want to kill Tang Zhen and destroy Holy Dragon City. At the same time, I want to take back what is mine." The blood-eyed cultivator first frowned when he heard the name, Tang Zhen. Then, he nodded his head with a murderous look. "All right, 1297 throwing money to level up 1. Ever since he obtained the hidden treasure of the super creature's brain, Tang Zhen immediately fell into a busy state. He wanted to use the shortest amount of time to make himself and the Holy Dragon City strong. The value of this treasure could no longer be calculated. It was also because of this that Tang Zhen was certain that the super biological brain would definitely not give up and would definitely try to get it back. As long as he made good use of the invaluable core structure of the Myriad World Mall, he could definitely build a superpower. No one could give up such a thing. However, since this thing had fallen into Tang Zhen's hands, there was no reason to return it. The law of the jungle had always been the unchanging law of the world of Lusheng. Not to mention, this super biological brain had really tricked Tang Zhen quite a bit in the Myriad World Mall, and this debt had yet to be settled. Back then, he had stolen the treasure with the purpose of revenge, but he did not expect that he would obtain a great opportunity by mistake. Compared to those people who would hide good things when they had them, Tang Zhen would only use them as soon as possible. Only in this way would he be able to create the greatest benefits for himself and prevent himself from not being able to obtain anything in the end. Therefore, He needed to improve his own strength and build a new myriad world mall. The two could be carried out at the same time, and neither would delay the other. After dealing with the matters that needed to be arranged, Tang Zhen immediately entered the space tower and began to execute his plan. The first thing he had to do was to upgrade Holy Dragon City to a national-level city. Although the Savage Wildland had been removed from the list, the main control platform was still in Tang Zhen's hands. As long as he paid enough world origin, he could complete Liu Cheng's official promotion. However, this kind of promotion was different from normal circumstances. Because the Wilderness Warzone had been removed, the main control platform had become an unregistered account. Although its original functions were still there, it had lost its official legal identity. Under such circumstances, although Holy Dragon City could be promoted normally, it would not be recognized by the other battlefields and could only be considered a level 9 city. Even if Tang Zhen applied to merge the Holy Dragon City into the cornerstone platform of the Spirit Ruins Warzone, it would be regarded as a level 9 city by default. It could only enjoy the benefits of a level 9 city or even lower. It would definitely not be recognized as a national level city. The most important thing in a building was the increase in the residents, attributes and the benefits of the building. Even if there was only a difference of one level, the losses would be immeasurable. In addition, if Tang Zhen wanted to become a national level building recognized by the cornerstone platforms of other war zones, he must complete the corresponding invasion mission and pay enough world origin. Neither of the two could be missing. The reason why there was such a rule was that the cornerstone platform not only needed the world's origin, but it also needed to verify the combat power of Liu Cheng, so as to prevent any fake Liu Cheng from mixing in. This was not an unnecessary move. In fact, without the restriction of this rule, the buildings with enough origin of the world could use cheating to upgrade the level 9 buildings to the national level one by one. In this way, the attributes of the national level buildings could be increased to cultivate a large number of cultivators. The Holy Dragon City had already launched a similar invasion in the Wilderness Warzone. If the Wilderness Warzone had not been destroyed, it would have long been upgraded to a national level city. Tang Zhen didn't want to do this kind of meaningless test of strength a second time. Moreover, once they joined the cornerstone platforms of other war zones, the Holy Dragon City would also be restricted. How could they be as free as they were now? Therefore, to Tang Zhen, unless he was at the end of his rope, he would definitely not merge with the other battle platforms. After connecting to the main control platform of the Wilderness Warzone, Tang Zhen operated according to the regulations and paid enough world origin. Then, he received the notice that Liu Cheng could be promoted to the national level. A wave rose in Tang Zhen's heart when he heard the notification. His face was filled with emotion. Since the establishment of the Holy Dragon City, he had poured countless efforts into it. Although it had experienced hardships, it had not been destroyed. Now, it had even been promoted to a national level city that he had never dared to dream of before. Although it was just an unregistered account that couldn't be recognized by other war zones, Tang Zhen didn't care. It was just a title. How could it be more important than the real benefits of Lushan? What Tang Zhen didn't know was that because of his unintentional actions today, he had created a legend that made many of the continent-level turreted cities in the 3000 battle regions dumbfounded. However, this was a story for the future and not to be mentioned now. After it was upgraded to a national-level building, the size of the building would be further expanded, and the concentration of heaven and earth energy would also be greatly increased. The welfare of the residents would also increase. Even the cornerstone platform would be changed, and more skills and trading items would appear. However, in order not to alert the enemy and let the enemy see the changes in the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen only secretly expanded the scale of the main city. This way, the floating city would support the entire surroundings of the Holy Dragon City. Once they encountered danger, the Holy Dragon City could rise from the ground at any time. All of this was happening underground. Other than Tang Zhen, the other residents of Lu City didn't know. However, this matter could not be hidden for long. As long as they could feel the change in the energy concentration in the tower area and see the changes in the options on the cornerstone platform, the Holy Dragon City residents would be able to guess the truth. However, since the city lord didn't say anything, he must have his reasons. We'll just pretend that we don't know anything and go home to enjoy ourselves. After upgrading the Holy Dragon City to a national level, Tang Zhen did not stop. Instead, he used the world's origin to start leveling up, continuing to upgrade the authority and level of the Holy Dragon City. A country level was just a general concept. Before it was upgraded to continent level, there was still a lot of room for improvement. With every step forward, the attributes of the building and the welfare of the residents would change. The higher the progress, the more powerful Liu Cheng would be. To put it bluntly, it was a process of throwing money, and there was no need to verify the invasion war. As long as there was enough world origin, it would be enough. Tang Zhen was currently rich and generous. He naturally would not be stingy. He smashed all the way to the last step of the door before stopping. If he took one step further, he would be at the continent-level building that even Tang Zhen had to look up to. However, he needed to complete the missions issued by the cornerstone platform at this time, and it was not just one. Only then could he officially advance to the continent level. This was to be expected. As long as one knew how overpowered a continent-level building was, they would understand why the cornerstone platform had such a restriction. At the very least, before Tang Zhen advanced to become a spirit emperor, he could forget about Holy Dragon City advancing to continent level. Even if the Wildlands, main control platform and Holy Dragon City's cornerstone platform merged into one, it would still be impossible for them to make an exception in this matter. This was not because the main control platform was inflexible, but because once Liu Cheng was promoted to continent level, not only did he have to accept more dangerous invasion tasks, but he also had to fight with gods and demons. At the same time, the continent-level Liu Cheng was responsible for guarding the land and protecting the cornerstone platform. If he was not strong enough, he would definitely harm himself and others. After completing the leveling up in Holy Dragon City, the entire Holy Dragon City had completely changed. The attributes of the city's residents had already reached a very high level. It would not be long before the Holy Dragon City's cultivators' levels would increase like a rocket. King-class experts would be everywhere, and the scene of lords being inferior to dogs would not be far away. What Tang Zhen didn't know was that while he was madly leveling up, countless Holy Dragon City residents had already started to break through and level up. Dumbfounded residents could be seen everywhere, unable to understand what was happening. It would be fine if he broke through when the conditions were right, and it would be fine if he broke through by burying his head in cultivation. However, breaking through by walking, eating, or even going to the toilet was very inconceivable. What the hell was this? Was he dreaming? Most of the Holy Dragon City's residents were cultivators, so their senses were very sharp. After the shock, they investigated the cause and immediately sensed that the energy intensity of the building was increasing rapidly, as if they were in an ocean of energy. Under such circumstances, even a stupid pig could forcibly become an overlord. At this time, it could be seen how united the Holy Dragon City's residents were. Even if they all understood what had happened, no one opened their mouths to announce it. They were all overjoyed and smiled at everyone they saw. Even if they had broken through, they acted as if nothing had happened. The wanderers and cultivators from outside the city could not enjoy the attribute boost, so they had no idea what was going on. They only felt that there was something wrong with the residents of the Holy Dragon City, and they kept laughing foolishly. They asked him what he was laughing about, but he refused to answer. In the end, it didn't take long for the outsiders to start giggling. Why? Because laughter was contagious. 1298 Starting the structure, madly lighting up the stars as the Holy Dragon City's residents laughed foolishly, Tang Zhen began the second step of his plan, which was to activate the core structure of the Myriad World Mall, so that it could create wealth as soon as possible. As long as this thing existed, the Holy Dragon City would no longer have to worry about resources. They would open their doors to welcome guests from all directions, and endless wealth would come rolling in. Just by looking at the fact that the super-biological smart brain could embezzle so many origin stones in the world's origin, it was clear how much money the Myriad World Mall had made over the years. It was definitely rich. After the experience of this replicated Myriad World Mall, although Holy Dragon City would not be able to compete with the real Myriad World Mall for a long time, they could still obtain rich profits. Therefore, the structure of the Myriad World Mall had to be activated immediately, and then speed up the cultivation to prevent any changes from happening. In order to upgrade the Holy Dragon City's level, Tang Zhen had used 1/10 of the world's origin source. He was prepared to deduct another 1/10 and throw the rest into this replicated version of the Myriad World Mall. However, Tang Zhen had no idea how much the Myriad World Mall would grow with such a massive amount of resources. It seemed like he could only do his best and leave it to fate. Regardless of the outcome, Tang Zhen had already made up his mind to do it. Perhaps, he would need to invest a huge amount of resources into it because of this. However, the future returns were something that he was looking forward to. After careful consideration, Tang Zhen decided to build the shopping center in the space tower. Not only was it hidden, but it was also safe. At least, outsiders would not be able to enter without permission. Also, the special feature of the space tower was very beneficial to the development of the mall. The combination of the two might produce unexpected results. After selecting a group of loyal Lu Cheng cultivators to guard the place, Tang Zhen took out the structure of the Myriad World Mall and placed it in the best position that he had carefully selected. After leaving the storage dimension, the structure of the Myriad World Mall expanded rapidly. The object that was originally the size of an adult expanded to a size of several kilometers in a very short time, dancing in the void. Dozens of tentacles extended in all directions. Then, they seemed to have pierced through the spatial barrier and extended to an unknown place. At the same time, a signal was transmitted from Tang Zhen's consciousness. It was hungry. Without any hesitation, balls of the world's origin were thrown towards the Myriad World Mall's framework, which was then grabbed by the wriggling tentacles and absorbed madly. Immediately after, its size increased again, and more tentacles extended out. Its body also began to gradually become transparent, as if it was about to break away from the dimension in front of it and enter another dimension. According to the information he had received earlier, this was a normal phenomenon because the real Myriad World Mall was also in another dimension. Otherwise, the size of the space tower alone would not be able to accommodate such a huge object that expanded infinitely. What Tang Zhen had to do now was to observe the growth of the Myriad World Mall while tirelessly providing it with the nutrients it urgently needed. He did not dare to leave for a moment. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. The initial evolution of the Myriad World Mall's structure had finally been completed, and it had entered the consolidation and exploration stage. If they continued to expand and develop in the future, they would use the current structure as a foundation and extension. It could be said that the more stable the foundation was, the greater the potential in the future. Softly sighing in relief, Tang Zhen sat down cross-legged on the spot and revealed an expression as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. After a series of investments regardless of the cost, the structure of the Myriad World Mall was finally stabilized. Fortunately, the super creature's smart brain left enough world origin. Otherwise, even if the entire Holy Dragon City was sold, it would not be able to gather 1/10 of the required resources. The gold-devouring beast indeed lived up to its name. Fortunately, the initial construction had already been completed. Next, Tang Zhen only needed to wait patiently until the tentacles of the Myriad World Mall connected to the other world and found a suitable plane. Then, he could open his business. Of course, in the beginning, it was not as prosperous as the real Myriad World Mall. There were countless shops opened by dimensional merchants. They could only temporarily rely on Tang Zhen to carry out transactions with the other party, and then use the dimensional tentacles of the Myriad World Mall to transfer items. In order to have a steady flow of customers, they had to entrust a dimensional merchant they were working with to build a teleportation portal. Only then could they activate the dimensional teleportation function. This was also a top-secret technique. At least, the Holy Dragon City had yet to grasp it. Tang Zhen was even a little suspicious. With the defensive strength of the Tower World, would it allow creatures from the outside world to be transported in? In the past few times he had come into contact with them, the stowaways had directly turned into monsters. As for why the Holy Dragon City's teleporter was fine, Tang Zhen had two speculations. Either it was related to the mysterious phone, which blocked this special law, or the rules of the Tower World had already tacitly acknowledged that these transmigrators were residents of the Holy Dragon City, so they would not turn into monsters. In summary, the matter of building a teleportation array didn't need to be considered for the time being. It wouldn't be too late to study it when the conditions were ripe. The Holy Dragon City's upgrade had been completed, and the Myriad World Mall's structure had also been built. In the following time, Tang Zhen would start to improve his own strength. After advancing to a Law King, Tang Zhen had almost never met an opponent again. He had practically crushed his way through, so he couldn't help but slack off in improving his strength. However, as he came into contact with an even larger world and encountered more and more powerful enemies, Tang Zhen faintly felt that his strength was not in his heart. Even though his comprehension of the fire-type laws had reached an extremely deep level, it was still unable to give him a sufficient sense of security. In the current list of enemies, there were behemoths like the Myriad World Mall and the continent-level city tower. If Tang Zhen did not improve his strength, the final outcome would be the destruction of the city and the death of people. Taking a deep breath, Tang Zhen released the origin stone that was as large as a small mountain. It was as dazzling as the sun, causing people to be dazzled. He ordered the absorption into his phone, and in an instant, all the origin stones in front of him disappeared. Looking at the soaring wealth on the phone interface, Tang Zhen pondered for a moment and lit up the water law star xianxia. Then, he lit up the wood elemental starry sky, earth type mayfly gold element xianxia wind style xianxia time type xianxia technology branch. As long as it was a star that could be lit up, Tang Zhen would light it up without hesitation. Then, he would light up his branch skills. If he did not have enough origin stones, he would continue to absorb them. In any case, the reserves of the super creature's brain were terrifying. Tang Zhen knew that it was impossible for him to advance to a spirit emperor in a short period of time. Therefore, he might as well develop in all aspects and try to rely on quantity to trigger a qualitative change. There were pros and cons to this. The advantage was that the endless number of trump cards could overwhelm the enemy. When facing an enemy of the same level, he could completely crush them. When facing an enemy stronger than him, he could also have more means to deal with and escape. As for the disadvantages, it would be wasting too many origin stones. It was very likely that he would be too greedy and might even have a certain impact on his advancement to the spiritual emperor realm. Of course, this was only a guess. For Tang Zhen, who was rich and could completely master a law skill once it was lit up, advancing to the spirit emperor realm wasn't an unsolvable problem. Cultivating and comprehending, hunting law-level monsters, or finding a shortcut through the phone, all of these might be able to help Tang Zhen step into the spirit emperor realm. Compared to ordinary cultivators in Lusheng, Tang Zhen had more than one way. If those law kings who had no way to advance knew about this, they would definitely be extremely envious. 1299 Invasion of the Wizards. Tang Zhen closed his door and bitterly cultivated in an attempt to deal with the powerful enemy that was about to attack. He did not dare to relax for even a moment. As the Holy Dragon City's residents leveled up, their strength rose like a rocket. At the same time, under the secret order, they quietly began to prepare for battle. The enemies who were eyeing the space tower did not take any action for the time being, but one thing was certain, they would not let this go. As for Arl and his mother, they should be safe and sound for a short period of time. After all, this was the trump card they used to threaten Tang Zhen. How would they dare to hurt them easily? At the same time, the sorcerer's world, which had been coveting the world of Lusheng for a long time, had also entered the general mobilization for war. The entire Fifth Continent Ring was in a state of turmoil. Overnight, more than half of the wizards and knights on the Fifth Ring were notified that they had to go to the center of the Fifth Ring within 3 months. They would be reorganized and armed there, and when the time came, they would immediately cross the passage and start the invasion of the Tower World. Those who didn't arrive in time would be severely punished. No one dared to ignore the call for war issued by all the top wizards in the Fifth Ring. They made preparations in the shortest time possible and headed straight to the center of the ring. Wizards and apprentices, fully armed knights and servants could be seen hurrying along the road. The short-distance teleportation circle on the Fifth Continent Ring was also constantly sending batches of summoned people to their designated locations. The central area of the Fifth Continent Ring was now crowded with wizards and knights, and temporary tents were set up everywhere. In addition to these wizards and knights, there were also countless ordinary people in charge of logistics and miscellaneous things. In order to deal with this invasion, the high-level wizards of the Fifth Continent Ring took out all their savings and set up a point system to reward wizard knights who bravely killed the enemy on the battlefield. Naturally, the Myriad World Mall was involved in this matter. In fact, cultivators from the mall had appeared in the current command camp. Of course, only a few people knew their true identities. As the deadline approached, more and more people gathered there. It was impossible to count the exact number, and there were only dense figures as far as the eye could see. However, in this huge camp, there was a huge open space that no one was close to. Several huge stone pillars covered with mysterious runes stood tall. There was a huge vortex between the stone pillars, with a diameter of several hundred meters. The dark-colored energy ball was shrinking inward, but the rich spatial energy was constantly spreading out. There were close to 100 powerful magi guarding the area, and anyone who dared to approach without permission would be expelled or even killed. From this, one could see the importance of this place. Under everyone's anticipation, the day of the teleportation finally arrived. The blood-eyed magus and the rest looked down from above and waved their arms at the sorcerer knights that covered the entire mountain. Immediately after, a tsunami-like roar sounded. As far as the eye could see, the vast wilderness was filled with neat squadrons. Wizards and knights were mixed together, and with the addition of elite warriors sent by the various royal families, they looked majestic. In order to adapt to the needs of war, even magi were equipped with armor and even a large number of specialized weapons, looking very powerful. Under this spectacular formation, even world energy was drawn in, and in the blink of an eye, the weather changed. In addition, there were also a large number of ferocious-looking monsters that were ready to move, but because of the existence of beastmasters, they did not dare to be too presumptuous. These wizard knights were just regular combat forces, and the true elites had not yet been revealed. Obviously, they would not teleport at the same time as the main army, so they could not display the true strength of the elites. The division of strength in the Magus continent was similar to that in the world of Lusheng. After rank 6, there was a dividing line. After rank 10, one would become a king or a saint. Cultivators at the level of the blood-eyed magus were already considered to be at the top of the hierarchy. The so-called elite sorcerers were actually equivalent to Lord-ranked rank 6 sorcerers. Each of them was powerful and could dominate a region in the sorcerer world. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the blood-eyed magus stood in the air and waved his hand to shoot out a pillar of energy. The swirling vortex between the stone pillars gradually revealed a completely different world, as if the fog had been removed. Everyone, listen up. The target is the world of Lusheng. Set off. As soon as he finished speaking, a tsunami-like roar rang out. The army moved at the same time, and even the earth trembled. Kill, kill, kill. Huge square formations stepped into the transmission channel. In the sky above them, groups of griffin cavalrymen whistled and rushed into the world of towers. Somewhere in the spiritual ruins war zone, Death Valley, several cultivators of Lusheng City, who were covered in black cloaks, stood quietly, looking at the vast open space in front of them. Not far from them, there were some bodies of wild cultivators lying on the ground. They had accidentally barged in and saw something they shouldn't have seen, which was why they had lost their lives in confusion. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and it was far crueler than one could imagine. It's almost time. Why isn't he here yet? Don't worry, just wait patiently. The two tightly wrapped cultivators had just muttered a few words and suddenly stopped talking. Because in the open space in front of them, a huge teleportation gate suddenly appeared, and then the sorcerer world's army spread out like a tide. We're here. Put down the things and we'll evacuate immediately. The leader of the cultivators from Lu Cheng ordered and threw out a fireball, burning a pile of branches in front of him. Thick smoke rose into the sky. After the cultivators left, a few wizards quickly arrived. They first put out the fire and then quickly took away the items that had been placed there in advance. By the time the wizards returned to the portal, countless wizard knights had already passed through the portal. The sound of weapons clashing and the roar of war beasts could be heard. Dozens of golden griffins had already scattered in all directions. Under the control of grand knights in light armor, they were responsible for scouting the surrounding terrain and capturing the tongues that provided information. The blood-eyed cultivator was standing in the middle of the camp, silently looking at the items brought back by the magi. This was a detailed map, and the locations of all the buildings in the Spirit Ruins Warzone were marked on it. Except for the central region, almost no place was left out. To be able to draw such a detailed map, there were only a handful of forces in the entire Spirit Ruins Warzone. After searching around the map, the blood-eyed magus suddenly looked at a corner of the map, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Tang Zhen of Holy Dragon City, I look forward to meeting you again. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-eyed magus laughed towards the sky. His voice was filled with madness and arrogance. 1300 The front line won in just one night. The battle zone of the spiritual ruins was filled with flames of war, and towers were broken through and destroyed one after another. In order to invade the world of Lusheng, the fifth ring of the continent had been preparing for many years. With the addition of strong troops and horses, they had the advantage on the battlefield. Since the start of the war, the sorcerer world's army was like a hot knife through butter. There were not many towers that could resist them. After a fierce battle, countless people died in the towers and fled. The cultivators who were lucky enough to survive the chase all turned to the nearby high-level buildings for help, hoping that they could send troops for revenge. Although the lower-class buildings in the Spiritual Ruins Warzone seemed to be independent, they were all inextricably linked to the higher-class buildings. Therefore, when these lower-class buildings were attacked, the higher-class buildings naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. They all gathered a large number of cultivators to stop them. Unfortunately, they were like moths to a flame. They were constantly annihilated by the Wizard Legion. After many bloody battles, not only did they not stop the invading enemies, but they also made the Wizard Legion's attack more fierce. In order to avoid losses, some of the low-level towers actually abandoned the city and fled before the Magus army arrived. This way, the enemy was able to take down the entire tower easily and transform it into a fortress with iron walls. With these heavily guarded fortresses, the Wizard army's control over the occupied area became stronger. Any suspicious target would be captured and killed, making the entire occupied area like a ghost's domain. There were very few people moving around in the day. The situation was critical, and news of the battle quickly spread throughout the entire Spiritual Ruins war zone. All the city lords finally realized the seriousness of the matter. At the same time, the main control platform of the battle zone of the Spirit Ruins had completely shut down the foreign world invasion mission. The cornerstone platforms of the various buildings were constantly cleaning up the defense missions. All the buildings in the battle zone were ordered to participate in the operation, vowing to annihilate and drive away all the invading wizard legions. In order to motivate the cultivators in Lusheng, precious resources that were rarely seen on normal days also appeared on the exchange list on the platform. As long as one had enough points, they could freely exchange for them. As the command from the main control platform was issued, the entire Spiritual Ruins warzone entered a state of war. Teams of cultivators who had accepted the mission of driving the enemy away rushed to the front line, and fierce fighting could happen at any time. However, as the war progressed, bad news came one after another. On the Skeleton Plain, 30000 Lusheng cultivators fought against the number 1 legion of the Sorcerer world with more than 500,000 people. Under the situation where the enemy was stronger than them, the Lusheng cultivators finally suffered a crushing defeat. After a great battle, corpses were strewn all over the ground, and blood had gathered into a river. The victorious First Legion of the Sorcerer world pursued and destroyed more than 70 towers, big and small, and a large area was completely occupied. In the giant tree canyon, more than 100,000 Lu Cheng cultivators were ambushed. After a bloody battle, they were all killed by the Third Legion of the Sorcerer world. Not a single cultivator survived. The Silver Moon Lake was enshrouded in mist. Black Desert Centipede battle reports kept appearing on the cornerstone platform, but without exception, all of them were about the cultivators of Lu Cheng suffering a crushing defeat. The few victories they had were only because they had the advantage of numbers and annihilated a few small groups of enemy troops. Anyone with eyes could tell that Lu Cheng's cultivators were at a complete disadvantage. If this situation continued, it would not take long for a large area of land to be completely controlled by the wizard army. Once the Magus army's rear was stabilized, they would gain a greater advantage. At that time, they would have to pay a huge price to drive them away. In fact, the war had only just begun. If it really reached a critical moment, not only would the continent-level city tower in the Spiritual Ruins battlefield personally participate in the war, but they might even call for help from other battlefields. In short, they could not let the tragedy in the wilderness battlefield repeat itself. In this regard, the main control platform of the wilderness warzone was really a failure. It was not until the entire warzone was destroyed that the continent-level Lusheng of other warzones cleaned up the mess. The real purpose was to divide the surviving cultivators of the Lusheng. From this point, it could be seen that the major battle zones were not united. Perhaps the Magus army also knew that they could not rush things, so after taking control of a large piece of land, they gradually slowed down their attack momentum. While they wantonly plundered all kinds of resources in the battle zone of the Spirit Ruins, they also actively collected information to prepare for the next large-scale attack. At the same time, the cultivators from the various skyscrapers that were forcibly recruited by the cornerstone platform began to gather towards the enemy-occupied area. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but the front line of the battle between the two sides was actually less than 200 miles away from the Holy Dragon City. In this way, the Holy Dragon City had become the front line of the confrontation with the Wizard Legion. Every day, there was a steady stream of cultivators coming to the city and directly stationed in the outer area of the Holy Dragon City. Holy Dragon City was crowded with people. Temporary tents were set up everywhere, and it was really lively. Although the war was intense, the rights and interests of the city tower were still inviolable. Without the permission of the city lord, no outsider was allowed to enter the main city of Holy Dragon City. It was the same even for a continent-level city. Unless they used their strength to intimidate the Holy Dragon City, forcing them to swallow their anger, they would have to set up camp outside. Among the many cultivators in the city, it was inevitable that there would be those who wanted to take advantage of the Holy Dragon City and even force people to buy and sell in the market. Whenever such cultivators appeared, the Holy Dragon City would kill them on the spot without any hesitation. At most, they would kill more than 300 cultivators in the city at one time. Only then would those ignorant guys settle down. Especially after Tang Zhen and Blood River King showed their faces, the cultivators from the city tower, who were originally waiting for an opportunity to take revenge, immediately became obedient. Never in their dreams would they have thought that there would be two Law Kings in this strange-looking level 9 city. That's right, because the main control platform of the Wilderness Warzone had lost its official qualifications. Even though Holy Dragon City had been secretly promoted to a national level, it still looked like a level 9 city on the outside. After the tower was upgraded to a national level, it could also suppress foreign cultivators with the power of laws, making them unable to exert their full combat power. This was also a special defensive ability of the national tower. It was a pity that the Holy Dragon City was not part of the Spiritual Ruins Warzone, and it was determined to be a level 9 city, so it naturally could not have this privilege. The reason why the cultivators of the Spiritual Ruins Warzone treated the Holy Dragon City as a level 9 city was not only because of its appearance, but also because of the suppression of the power of law. In fact, throughout the entire history of the Tower world, special circumstances like the one in Holy Dragon City were extremely rare. It was the first time that such a situation had occurred in the Spiritual Ruins Warzone. Unless Holy Dragon City was destroyed, the main control platform here would not be able to do anything to Holy Dragon City. After displaying their strength, the foreign cultivators finally became well-behaved and set up camp outside in an orderly manner. From time to time, they would enter the trading market to buy some of the various stored goods that the Holy Dragon City had taken the opportunity to sell. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Holy Dragon City had earned a huge sum of money. 1301 The weapon that changes the way of war. The trading market in front of the Holy Dragon City was now full of walking figures, looking very lively. Wanderers, wild cultivators, and cultivators from various cities were wandering around in front of the stall, bargaining continuously. If an outsider wanted to set up a stall in the trading market, they had to pay a certain fee and then they could do business in the designated area of the market. At this time, Liu Cheng's cultivators and the Wizard Legion were in a confrontation. Both sides were restraining themselves, so there were few large-scale wars. Instead, small-scale battles often occurred. Most of the spoils seized by Liu Cheng's cultivators were sold in the trading market. The most valuable items were naturally the items used by magi. Potions, materials, weapons, and many other miscellaneous items could all be sold at an appropriate price here. The cultivation system of the sorcerer world was different from that of the Lusheng world, but many weapons and equipment could be used, especially some of the more lethal weapons, which were very popular with the cultivators in the Lusheng world. In addition, there were also seized knights, warhorses, swords, and defensive equipment. Because of their excellent quality, they were also very sought after by the cultivators in Lusheng. The booming business made people envious. Some thieves had their eyes on this place. If they met a fat sheep, it would be enough for them to squander for a long time. However, if they were caught by mistake, the outcome would be equally miserable, and they might even lose their lives. In order to maintain the order of the trading market, the Holy Dragon City sent out more than 100 Lord cultivators, as well as nearly 1,000 fully armed low-level cultivators. They were stationed in the trading market all day long to deter those disobedient guys. On the buildings around the city, there were always sniper cultivators lurking. On top of the tall towers built with logs, heavy automatic armor-piercing machine guns were set up, and the black muzzles were very terrifying. The first batch of cultivators in Lusheng had the honor of witnessing the power of this heavy armor-piercing machine gun, and they still remembered it clearly. Dozens of cultivators from Lusheng who did not know the Holy Dragon City's depths or were deliberately probing caused trouble in the trading market, injuring 2 Holy Dragon City residents who were in charge of the market. After that, they even clamored for the city lord to come out and apologize. The other party's clown-like actions quickly received a response from Holy Dragon City. 3 heavy armor-piercing machine guns that had just been set up locked onto their position. After a series of rapid gunshots, the dozens of cultivators in Lusheng who were causing trouble were all torn into pieces by the bullets. It was a terrible sight. After this incident, while the cultivators in the buildings were afraid of the Holy Dragon City, they were also drooling over these powerful firearms. They asked the residents of the Holy Dragon City who were in charge of managing the trading market one after another, wanting to buy these weapons from the Holy Dragon City. The market manager shook his head and refused without hesitation. This was a weapon that the Holy Dragon City had just equipped. How could it be sold? Although this type of heavy automatic armor-piercing machine gun couldn't be sold, the outdated weapons and equipment could be sold to the cultivators in the building. These were all good things and definitely not junk that could fool people. In fact, selling these outdated weapons and equipment had long been part of the Holy Dragon City's plan. If the lips die, the teeth will grow cold. Once the front line of defense was broken, the Holy Dragon City would definitely fall into a state of isolation and helplessness. Tang Zhen was very clear about this, so he did not mind increasing the combat power of these cultivators. As for whether they would use this kind of weapon against the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen was not worried at all. Back then, the Tarobo people had used their warships to attack the Holy Dragon City but were unable to take it down. How could this group of cultivators in Lusheng City rely on their outdated weapons to pose a threat to the Holy Dragon City? It didn't take long for a powerful bolt rifle to be launched by the Holy Dragon City. As soon as it hit the market, it attracted the attention of the cultivators. It was a semi-automatic rifle that could fire 12.7 mm bullets. It had a long range and a high penetrating force. The powerful recoil was nothing to cultivators in Lusheng City. Each gun came with a bayonet and 5 bullets. The price was equivalent to a low-level demon blade. The knight's armor in the wizard world could resist the cutting of swords and arrows, but it could not resist the shooting of this kind of heavy rifle. The bullets could easily penetrate the armor. After seeing the Holy Dragon City cultivators' demonstration and learning the specific price, many cultivators in Lusheng City bought it out of their own pockets. After equipping this kind of gun, Lu Cheng could attack the enemy from a long distance. It was very suitable for small-scale harassment and interlude battles. After getting their hands on the weapons, many cultivators in Lusheng only familiarized themselves with them briefly before rushing to the front line to join the battle. In the end, the cultivators who had participated in the battle returned a few days later with shocking news. A team of cultivators encountered a group of enemies on the battlefield. In the end, they, who were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers, won and killed all the enemies they encountered. After returning to the trading market, the boss of the cultivator battle team found the manager of the market and gave him a hug without saying anything. "Guys, do you know that if it weren't for these guns, I wouldn't have come back today?" Immediately after, the cultivator battle team's boss told everyone about their battle experience. Hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise and subconsciously looked at the stall selling firearms. The experience of this cultivator team was like a living advertisement. The cultivators in Lusheng who had doubts about the power of firearms or thought that they were not used to this kind of weapon also bought one, wanting to see if it was really that effective on the battlefield. Unknowingly, more and more cultivators with guns appeared in the market, and the battlefield in front of them was filled with gunshots. The performance on the battlefield proved that this type of heavy rifle was an excellent long-range weapon, which was why it was deeply loved by the cultivators in Lusheng. The wizard army didn't pay much attention to the long-range weapons that suddenly appeared on the battlefield at first. However, as the number of casualties increased, they finally realized the seriousness of the situation. The cultivators in the city didn't fight face to face at all. Instead, they hid in the dark and sniped. If they were not careful, they would be ambushed. It was common for the entire patrol team to be annihilated. The patrol members of the wizard army were on tenterhooks. Once they heard the gunshots, they would quickly lie on the ground to hide. The 3rd Legion of the Sorcerer World, who was in charge of defending this area, quickly responded. After analyzing and verifying the power structure of the seized firearms, they immediately began to find a way to deal with it. It didn't take long for a special bulletproof vest to appear on the front-line patrol members. Although it looked very heavy, it could effectively reduce the lethality of the bullets. At the same time, the wizard camp had also developed a special gun. It could use the special gas stored in the gas tank as power to shoot round metal bullets, which were quite powerful. However, compared to the Holy Dragon City's firearms, this kind of weapon was very cumbersome. It was not very popular among the wizard camp. Those knights preferred the seized heavy rifles. Unconsciously, the way the two sides fought began to change. From the beginning, they were short sides, slowly turning into shooting at each other, and only when they were close would they fight with swords. Due to the change in the battlefield situation, more and more cultivators in Lusheng City started to equip themselves with firearms. In the past, only a few people in a battle team were equipped with firearms, but now, almost everyone had one. The sales momentum was great, and the Holy Dragon City had also launched a supporting service. All kinds of ammunition with special killing effects, tactical vests, bulletproof helmets, and other products had also appeared one after another. Tang Zhen's purpose wasn't to make money, but to improve the combat power of these cultivators as much as possible and use them to resist the Wizard Legion on the front line. As the war continued, Tang Zhen might provide more and more powerful weapons until the final battle began. In fact, after the general mobilization for the war in the Spirit Ruins, the Magus World's invasion had stopped. It was almost impossible to go any further, or else they would have to pay an extremely heavy price. The wizard camp knew this as well, which was why they wisely chose to stop advancing. While ensuring the current results of the battle, they continued to plunder the resources of the occupied territories and send them back to the wizard world. In terms of harvest, the wizard camp had already made a big profit. 1302 An ambush. 1. The warm wind was slightly tipsy, and the green grass seemed to be stained with a layer of light, which continued to spread toward the horizon. A group of birds with 5 colored wings chirped and jumped happily in the grass, as if nothing could disturb them. However, in this beautiful painting, there was a foul smell that lingered in the air for a long time. When the grass was ruffled by the wind, a rotten body was revealed. The weapons full of holes were thrown to the side, and there were some broken arrows stuck in the body. Because of the gnawing of insects and rats, the body was completely mutilated, looking extremely ferocious. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and more bodies were revealed. They were lying on the grass, most of them in pieces. Shua shua shua, a ghoul crawled out of a hole in the ground and nimbly dragged a corpse to the ground. A few minutes later, it crawled out and dragged a second corpse. Looking from above, the green grass was covered with broken corpses. From time to time, there would be large holes with a diameter of more than 1 meter. That was the ghoul's nest, piled with the corpses they had collected from the battlefield. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here. The corpses of the defeated were ignored and left in the wilderness. It didn't take long before a series of heavy footsteps sounded, scaring the ghouls that were trying to drag the bodies back into the cave. However, they quickly peeked their heads out again, staring with their blood-red eyes, constantly looking carefully in the direction of the sound. This was a patrol team made up of wizards, knights, and elite soldiers. Everyone was fully armed. They slowly walked on the grassland while vigilantly watching for any signs of movement. The one at the front of the group was an ordinary soldier, equipped with a saber and a gas rifle. The soldiers following him were either equipped with the same gas rifle or carrying bows and short spears on their backs. It was a messy scene. There were about 100 ordinary soldiers, followed by 15 knights on warhorses. All of them wore armor with runes engraved on it and used a variety of weapons. These knights were surrounded by their servants. Their equipment was slightly crude, but it was not too bad. A few magi dressed in black robes were also in the group. Their sinister masks covered their faces, only revealing a pair of cold eyes. A cold and ominous aura surrounded their bodies. As the number of cultivators in the Holy Dragon City increased, the Third Legion of the Sorcerer World also increased rapidly. These knights and sorcerers were one of the reinforcements, patrolling with the soldiers who had participated in several battles. When they passed by the battlefield, the patrol team members just glanced coldly at the corpses in the grass, then continued to patrol along the fixed route. As the war gradually eased, the number of battles between the two sides decreased. There was even news that the rear was already making preparations to retreat. After the unexpected early victory, the higher-ups of the Fifth Continental Ring were already very satisfied with the harvest. They believed that they should stop while they were ahead to avoid being caught in the quagmire of war. Once the battle zone in the Spirit Ruins was ready and counterattacked with all their might, the situation would be extremely unfavorable for the Magus camp. However, there were some higher-ups who did not agree to retreat. They felt that it was too much of a pity to give up on the results of the battle. If they retreated now, they would undoubtedly lose a lot of benefits. The two sides had been quarreling over this matter for a long time, unable to come to a conclusion. Because the front line had not received clear orders, they could only choose to defend. Among the ordinary soldiers, there were also some new soldiers. They were full of curiosity about the Gascon rifle that had just been equipped, and they fiddled with it from time to time. So far, only the 3rd Legion was equipped with this weapon. The other legions could not be seen at all. Along the way, some new recruits asked the veterans about the situation of the battlefield from time to time. It was obvious that someone had told them about the differences between this place and other battlefields before they came. Don't worry. Although those Lu Cheng cultivators like to snipe, as long as they hear the gunshot and lie down in time, there won't be any problems. A veteran in the team looked at the nervous young man beside him and reminded him in a low voice. At the same time, he patted the heavy rifle on his shoulder and said with a proud face, "This is the loot I got last time. Someone offered me 100 gold coins for it, but I didn't sell it. How about it?" The young soldier chuckled and touched the heavy gas tank rifle in his hand. "It's still more comfortable for me to use it, it feels very solid. After you've fought a few battles, you definitely won't think this way anymore." The veteran pursed his lips and showed a hint of disdain on his face. He didn't want to argue with this new recruit anymore. After crossing the grass, there was an empty gravel beach in front of them. Not far ahead was a small river where the patrol team usually rested and ate. Everyone, pay attention to your surroundings. If there's anything abnormal, immediately alert the police. The patrol leader, who was riding on a warhorse, looked around and reminded the soldiers in front of him. The battle some time ago had caused the patrol team to suffer a lot of losses, and they had to replenish some inexperienced rookies. This also made the patrol leader worried. Although there were many knights and wizards among the new recruits, they had never fought with enemies who used firearms. Who knew what it would be like if they really fought? Just as he was about to warn his teammates, a light sound came from the distance. A bloody hole appeared on the chest of the patrol leader, and he fell from his warhorse. Boom! Another muffled sound came. In the team at the front, a pillar of air mixed with mud and dust soared into the sky. More than a dozen soldiers around them were directly lifted into the sky, blood and limbs flying high and then falling heavily. Before the patrolman could react, dozens of figures suddenly sprang out of the grass hundreds of meters away, followed by the sound of concentrated gunfire. The soldiers who were caught off guard fell in droves. The warhorses of several knights were also hit by bullets. They either fell to the ground and wailed, or their stomachs were torn open, dragging their intestines everywhere. "Get down and return fire." Although they were suddenly attacked, under the command of the experienced veterans, the patrol members did not fall into chaos. Instead, they quickly used the corpses and pits as cover and counterattacked the enemy not far away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The unique sound of a gas tank rifle rang out as metal bullets flew toward the enemy. However, just as they were about to touch the enemy, they were blocked by an invisible barrier. The patrol team was shocked to see the bullets blocked. It was only now that they noticed that there was a black cylinder in front of the enemies. The energy curtain that blocked the bullets was released by it. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" After dodging the bullets, the veteran of the patrol team cursed with a doubtful expression. The weapons used by the cultivators of Lusheng were very fast and completely different from the heavy rifles they used in the past. They were actually able to completely suppress the Gascon rifles used by the patrol members. With the bullets whizzing over their heads, the veteran didn't have much time to think. Just as he found an opportunity to shoot, he saw that the knights had already maneuvered their warhorses and charged at the enemy. "Damn it, this bunch of idiots." The old soldier cursed in his heart, feeling very disappointed with this group of reckless knights. These guys were simply courting death. They would probably be shot into sieves before they could even reach the enemy. As expected, as the knights charged, the dense barrage of bullets had already enveloped them. Even though the knights' bodies were protected by activated energy, they were still unable to block the lethal bullets. PFF'd, PFF'd, PFF'd. Blood spurted out of the knights' bodies as their warhorses fell to the ground. Although they were only a few hundred meters away from the enemy, they could not cross the natural moat even if they died. 1303 The real target 1 in the Magus world, there were not many enemies that could withstand the knights' tsunami-like charge. They were like meat grinders, capable of crushing all enemies in their way into pieces. However, when they were faced with bullets with armor-piercing ability, their past invincible record suddenly became a joke. The faster they charged, the faster they died. Several heavy armored knights whose warhorses had been shot to the ground roared and waved their weapons at the enemy. At this time, They had no way to retreat, so they could only bravely move forward until they fell in the middle of the charge. Seeing the knights fall one after another, followed by the knight squires who were shot to death, the hot-blooded soldiers finally cowered in place and fired at the ambushing enemies. However, the patrol team soon discovered that the bullets fired from the Gascon rifle were not effective in killing the enemy. By the time they hit the enemy's position, they had already flown to who knew where. At this moment, the disadvantage of the gas tank rifle could be seen. Whether it was the range, firing speed, or accuracy, they could not be compared to the weapons sold in Holy Dragon City. The real effective range was only about 200 meters. Although the shooting effect was barely satisfactory, it still had a lot of advantages over weapons like bows and arrows. This was also the reason why the Gascon rifle could be promoted so quickly. It had to be said that there were many talents in the wizard world. After they had disassembled and analyzed the seized heavy rifles, they had developed and manufactured this Gascon rifle in a very short time and equipped the frontline soldiers in the shortest time. It was said that the original model of this Gascon rifle had been invented by a wizard long ago, but it was not valued at all. Even that wizard treated it as a toy. When the patrol team of the 3rd Legion suffered heavy losses and the commander of the Legion ordered to find a solution, the wizard who invented the Gascon rifle happened to be serving in the 3rd Legion. He manufactured a new Gascon rifle and sent it to the command center of the 3rd Legion. The army's higher-ups tested it and found that its power and performance were not bad, so they directly chose this weapon. After that, they combined the advantages of heavy rifles and worked overtime to produce an improved version of the gas rifle. However, due to limited conditions, the quality and precision of the gas rifle were not very good. Of course, this was only the first generation of the gas rifle. With the continuous feedback from the battlefield, the 2nd generation of the gas rifle had already begun research and development. It was estimated that it would not be long before it was put into use on the battlefield. It could be seen that in terms of research and exploration, the world of Lusheng was far inferior to the sorcerer world. The fierce battle was still going on. At this time, the patrol team had been completely suppressed by the cultivators of Lucheng. They could only gather in a narrow area and were shot to death on the gravel beach one after another. Seeing that the situation was critical, and they could not fight against it with just these people, the accompanying wizards immediately sent out a signal for help. They believed that the Griffin cavalry would come to help soon. Hold on for a while longer. Our reinforcements will be here soon. The veteran shouted at his teammates and aimed again through the gap. Now, only the heavy rifles they had seized could hit the enemy, and the Gascon rifles were out of the question. However, just as the veteran was about to shoot, he found that the enemy was loading something strange into his weapon and then aiming at their position. Before he could react, a violent explosion occurred in their position. Mud and gravel fell all over his head and face, and painful moans could be heard everywhere. A few recruits ran around in a panic, but they were knocked to the ground after a few steps. The recruit who had talked to him earlier was lying on the ground. His helmet was missing, and a stone the size of an egg was embedded in his skull. His brain had already spilled out. In addition to the recruit, there were several broken bodies next to him. Obviously, this wave of bombing had caused heavy losses to the patrol team. The veteran's heart sank. He knew that he could not wait any longer, or they would all die here. Run. Run to the other side of the river. Otherwise, no one can go back alive. Run. The veteran shouted and ran towards the river at an amazing speed. A few magi at the side saw this and threw out an item. Then, a cloud of dust rose into the sky and completely blocked the patrol team's position. The patrol members who had already given up all hope quickly got up and ran to the river. Even though bullets kept flying past them, no one cared. Running at full speed, the patrolman soon reached the river. Without any hesitation, he jumped into the river and swam desperately to the other side. A few magi did not use the smoke as cover to leave, but instead carefully hid within the smoke, waiting for the enemy to catch up and ambush them. In the battle just now, these magi had all been suppressed and had no chance to make a move, so they were naturally filled with resentment. However, after waiting for a long time, the cultivators of Lucheng didn't pursue him. Instead, they hid again, and no one knew what they were up to. Just as the wizards were confused, a familiar roar came from the sky. A dozen giant griffins were flying toward them at high speed. The Grand Knight who controlled the world was constantly looking at the battlefield, as if he was going to dive down to check out the specific situation. A wizard hiding in the smoke frowned, and his expression changed. He rushed out of the smoke without hesitation and waved his arms at the Griffin Knight in the sky. "Don't land, it's a trap." However, just as he said that, Lu Cheng, who had been hiding, suddenly appeared and shot at the swooping Shiju. Different from the previous bullets, these bullets immediately caused a high-voltage current to burst out when they landed on the griffins. The griffins that were hit let out a sad cry and fell to the ground one after another. After seeing this scene, the wizard who was giving the warning felt a trace of despair. He finally knew the real purpose of the enemy's ambush. Obviously, it was the griffins, which were aerial mounts. After all the griffins were shot down, the cultivators began to attack the knights riding the griffins and knocked them down one after another. A few wizards tried to help, but they were also captured. After everything was settled, a cultivator from Lusheng City raised his left arm and said a few words. Then, he looked around vigilantly. Not long after, there was a roar, and a warship with stealth function activated slowly landed, carrying unconscious griffins into the cabin. When all the griffins were loaded into the warship, the cultivators of the Lusheng City who participated in the ambush also entered and rose into the air with the warship, heading straight for the Holy Dragon City. After a long time, the fleeing veterans and the others carefully returned to the battlefield. Looking at the desolate battlefield, the patrolmen's faces were full of dejection. 1304 The stolen griffin in the valley behind the Holy Dragon City, a transport ship with stealth activated slowly landed. The Holy Dragon City's residents who had been waiting for a long time quickly gathered around and loaded the still unconscious griffin into a car, which was directly transported into a cave not far away. The entrance of the cave was equipped with an automatic door, which was usually closed and disguised as a cliff. There was no abnormality from the outside. After the car carrying the griffin entered the cave, it drove straight into the depths of the cave. Along the way, there were many forks. Holy Dragon City residents in work clothes walked back and forth, and the roars of wild beasts could be heard from time to time. If one observed carefully, they would see that many of the monsters were locked in cages, and most of them were very quiet. This was the Holy Dragon City's war beast breeding base. The war beasts in service in the Holy Dragon City army were basically exported from here. With the cooperation of these war beasts, the strength of the Holy Dragon City cultivators had increased by a lot. When the cars reached an open area, they stopped in unison. Then, a dozen ogres came over and carried the huge griffins out of the cars and into the cage not far away. After all the griffins were locked up, the staff treated the wounds of the griffins and took out the anesthetic bullets. These creatures had a strong recovery ability. It didn't take long for them to wake up one after another. They first looked around in confusion, and when they found themselves in an unfamiliar environment, the griffins in the cage suddenly became irritable and uneasy. Swish! A griffin slammed into the metal bars and made a dull sound. Its huge beak went through the bars and tried to attack Old Juan, who was standing outside the cage. "Your recovery ability is not bad, and you look quite strong." Old Juan smiled and nodded. He said to the staff behind him, "We must take good care of these griffins. Whether our city can have griffin riders in the future will depend on our efforts this time." A young staff member next to him looked puzzled and asked Old Juan, "Uncle Juan, we have both planes and warships in Lusheng. Is it necessary to train griffin cavalry and dragon cavalry?" he asked. Old Juan touched his beard and said to the young resident beside him, "That's right, we don't lack flying devices in Lusheng, but do you know that in many other worlds where the energy of heaven and earth is chaotic, many electronic devices will be affected or even unusable? At that time, it will be the biological cavalry's turn to show their power. In fact, even in a normal war, our war beasts can still shine. For example, the four-legged giant dragon armor that I just equipped not long ago not only has extremely strong defense, but it is also equipped with micro-missiles and heavy machine guns. Compared to the past, which can only be used for close combat, the adaptability and combat power of the four-legged flying dragon have been greatly improved." The young resident nodded and asked Old Juan, "Uncle Juan, we've never come into contact with griffins before. How do you think we should raise them? I've never come into contact with such a creature before, but it's fine. Didn't we capture the griffin rider? We can just ask, please. Like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." Old Juan said with a smile and gave a look to the Lu Cheng cultivator beside him. It didn't take long for a griffin rider with a bloody nose and a swollen face to be brought over. He tried to resist, but was knocked down by cultivator Lu Cheng with an electric shock. After struggling for a while, the Grand Knight finally got up from the ground and growled a few words. Activate the translation function and listen to what he's saying. With Old Wan's order, everyone's wrist-mounted computers began to receive information, and the translated language was also played through the headphones. Just then, a griffin in the cage saw the Grand Knight and became more and more restless. It kept hitting the metal bars, and the feathers on its neck fell off. Turn on the power and let it have a taste of my power. As soon as Old Wan's voice fell, the ground of the cage where the griffin was imprisoned suddenly jumped with electric arcs, electrocuting the griffin until it screamed and fell to the ground with a plop. What are you doing? Don't hurt my companions. The translated voice was heard by everyone. At the same time, the Grand Knight looked like he was in pain as he desperately rushed to the griffin that had been knocked down. If you cooperate, I can guarantee that you and your griffin will be fine. But if you don't, I can't guarantee that your griffin will survive. Old Wan walked in front of the Grand Knight and said in a faint voice, "You can't do this. If you keep the griffins in the cage, they'll be completely crippled." Although the Grand Knight was surprised that Old Wan could speak the language of the wizard world, he was still most concerned about his griffin companion, so he immediately said loudly after Old Wan finished. Nodding his head slightly, Old Wan asked, "You mean we should leave the griffins outside, but how can we ensure that they don't escape? Are we going to tie them up with ropes?" "Don't worry, as long as we're here, the griffins won't fly away. Please believe me." The Grand Knight had a pleading look on his face. He only let out a sigh of relief when he saw the griffin get up. "All right, I'll consider your suggestion, but now you have to tell me how to feed and train the griffin. I advise you to answer honestly, or else your griffin will likely die if something goes wrong." Old Wan warned the Grand Knight with a serious expression. After hesitating for a moment, the Grand Knight said in a troubled tone, "I don't know much about this. It's usually my servants who take care of it, so I can only tell you what I know." "All right, tell me what you know." Old Wan nodded and started to listen to the Grand Knight's explanation quietly. He would nod or ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. A few questions from time to time. After the Grand Knight left with a dejected expression, another Griffin Knight was brought in, and the same scene repeated again. When the night came, the 3rd Legion's camp was brightly lit, and the smell of food was everywhere. The soldiers had already begun to line up for food. The wizards and knights had their own dining area, and they would not have any contact with the soldiers except for carrying out missions. If it wasn't for this invasion, even those noble knights wouldn't have had the chance to come into contact with so many wizards. In the wizard continent, wizards had always been synonymous with mysterious and powerful, and they rarely showed themselves in front of mortals. The common people thought that there were very few magi, and so were the knights. So when they arrived at the gathering point, many of the knights were shocked. They had never thought that there would be so many magi. Many knights took advantage of this rare opportunity to get closer to the magi. If this friendship could continue after they returned to the Magus world, it would be a huge fortune for the knights and their families. Those magi were also very excited, because the world of Lusheng was a new world full of rich resources for them. The energy intensity was also far greater than that of the Magus world. Being able to train here would be very helpful for their future cultivation career. 1305 Run to the lair and continue snatching. As the night approached, many soldiers had already gone into their tents to rest. Only the team in charge of the night patrol kept walking around the camp. There were also gargoyles crouching high up, their blood-red eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. However, there were still some tents that were brightly lit. Those were the knights and wizards who were communicating with each other and frequently raising their glasses to drink to their heart's content. As the wine reached the climax, the wizards, who were usually high and mighty, also put down their usual restraint and drank with the knights, who they regarded as boorish and boorish. They seemed to be very happy. Banquets like this would usually last for a long time, even until dawn. This shouldn't have happened in a military camp, but it wasn't the case in a wizard army. These knights came from various countries in the 5th continent ring, and the wizards also came from different organizations of good and evil. It could be said that the good and the bad were mixed together, and there were many unruly people. Such drinking and gathering were extremely common to them. Even though the army had once issued a ban, no one paid any attention to it. Even if the commanders of the 3rd Legion were dissatisfied, they had to acquiesce to this behavior. If they suppressed it too much, it would easily cause the resistance of the wizards and knights. The invasion of the Fifth Continental Ring had involved the interests of many countries and wizard organizations. They had joined forces under the efforts of the blood-eyed wizards and other powerful wizards. If they tried to restrain them with the same methods as the army, it would have the opposite effect. Therefore, as long as it did not affect the battle situation and cause any harm to the army commanders would turn a blind eye and pretend that they did not see anything. At the same time, a group of knights and wizards were also drinking in a tent near the edge of the camp. The guards, servants and wizard apprentices were outside, but they were not allowed to enter the tent to enjoy the wine and meat. Even though they were hungry, they could only wait in silence. Although they were full of complaints, they didn't dare to show it. Otherwise, they would be severely punished if the knights and wizards found out. "Help me look after him, I'll be back soon." One of the knight servants felt the urge to pee and quickly left for a hidden spot. The knight squire quickly found a suitable position and released all the fertile water that had been stored for a long time. He shivered in comfort and pulled up his pants. Before he could tie his pants up, he felt a chill on his neck. A sharp dagger was already placed on his neck. The knight's body stiffened, and he did not dare to act rashly in case the other party cut his throat open. "Be good and squat down. I have something to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." After hearing the other party's stiff tone, the knight squire did not dare to resist and quickly knelt down obediently. "Very good. Now, tell me, where do the servants in charge of feeding the griffins live?" The knight squire was stunned. He had thought that the other party was here to assassinate the higher-ups of the army. Who would have thought that they were here for a group of lowly commoners? "They live in the southeast. There's an open space there. When you get there, you'll see the griffins in the shed. They live next to it." The knight squire didn't feel any pressure at all about betraying a group of lowly commoners. "You better not lie to me, or I'll kill you when I come back." Hearing this, the knight squire was about to say that he would never lie, but he felt a hard hit on the back of his head, and his vision went black and he fell to the ground. There was a type of war beast in the wizard camp that could keenly sense the smell of blood. If he killed this knight squire, it would quickly attract the attention of that war beast. The unconscious knight hid in the shadows, and a dozen ghostly figures rapidly advanced in the camp. No one noticed their existence from the beginning to the end. It didn't take long for the dozen or so figures to arrive at their target location. They saw the hundreds of griffins sleeping in the shed. After making a few hand gestures, the dozen figures quickly separated. Some of them went straight to the tent where the servants were resting, while some sneaked into the place where the griffins were sleeping. In order to avoid alerting the highly vigilant griffins, these cultivators didn't get too close. Instead, they stopped a few dozen meters away, carefully taking out the special weapons on their bodies. A few Holy Dragon City cultivators aimed the muzzles at the griffins and pulled the trigger one after another. The sound of shooting was almost inaudible. Special bullets were shot into the griffins' bodies. The strong anesthetic made by the pharmacists in the Holy Dragon City could make them fall unconscious for a very short time. With the swift actions of these cultivators, it didn't take long for all the griffins to be anesthetized. Then, the cultivators of Lusheng City entered the shed and dragged out the griffins one by one. They used special ropes to bind their bodies and then tied all the ropes together. It didn't take long before the cultivators who entered the servants' tents returned one after another, each of them carrying 2 unconscious servants. After conversing with each other using sign language, one of the cultivators tapped his wrist a few times, while the others ran to the griffin's enclosure and threw down a pile of items. Swish! The sound of air turbulence was heard, and nearly 100 metal hooks suddenly dropped from the sky above the griffin's enclosure. A huge shadow was faintly visible in the night sky. The Holy Dragon City cultivators who had been waiting immediately took action. They hung the rope that trapped the griffins on the metal hook, and then each of them had a hook on their own body. After everyone was ready, a Holy Dragon City cultivator gestured to the sky above his head. Then, the metal hook that held everyone and the griffins slowly rose, lifting all the world's and Holy Dragon City cultivators into the air. When they were about 50 meters above the ground, an alarm suddenly went off in the wizard camp. Then, a loud noise was heard, and groups of patrolling soldiers went straight to the griffin's enclosure. In the distance, a large number of gargoyles were flying over, filling the sky. However, before the ground patrols could approach, pillars of fire sprang up around the griffin's enclosure, setting the surrounding tents and fodder on fire. The raging flames soared into the sky. The patrol team members couldn't dodge in time and many of them were caught in the flames. They screamed and scurried around on the ground. In other positions of the 3rd Legion, there were also explosions of flames. For a time, the entire camp was in chaos. There were figures of panic and the shouts of officers everywhere. The campsite in the distance also noticed the abnormality and reacted quickly. Groups of knights mounted their war horses and rushed straight to the burning Griffin's enclosure. Just as the chaos broke out, the Griffins and Holy Dragon City cultivators who had been hung up were already 1,000 meters in the air, flying rapidly in the direction of the Holy Dragon City. Some wizards with sharp eyes had already noticed the abnormality in the sky. Soon after, they saw many figures soaring into the sky in an attempt to pursue the Holy Dragon City cultivators who were leaving. However, before they could get close, beams of light shot out from the seemingly empty night sky and hit more than a dozen magi who were closest to them. Their burning bodies fell from the sky one after another. The gargoyles that followed closely behind were also smashed into pieces. The shattered stones fell to the ground, killing many unlucky people. This scene immediately frightened the pursuing magi. They were afraid that if they got close, they would also be shot to death by the light beams that suddenly appeared. The higher-ups of the 3rd Division had long been alarmed. After learning that all the Griffins had been taken away, they were all furious. Although Griffins weren't very lethal to elite wizards, they were the best scouting and air support for knights and ordinary soldiers. If they were lost, it would definitely affect the army's operations. Putting these reasons aside, the 3rd Legion would become the laughingstock of the wizard camp if the enemy stole all the Griffins from the camp. Without any hesitation, the 3rd Legion's higher-ups gave the order to get rid of these daring enemies no matter what. 1306 Late Night Pursuit 1. The Holy Dragon City cultivators in the air were getting further and further away, and they were about to leave the range of the camp. With the order of the commander of the 3rd Wizard Legion, figures immediately flew up from the military camp that extended for dozens of miles, chasing after the Holy Dragon City cultivators who had already gone far away. Balls of light of various colors shot up into the sky from the ground, trying to stop the battleship from advancing. However, their range was limited, and they disappeared halfway through the sky. As for the low-level wizards, they didn't even have the chance to attack. They could only watch the enemy leave. On the other hand, the figures of the magi flying in the air gave everyone a lot of confidence, and they hoped that they could successfully intercept the enemy. This invasion had mobilized almost half of the Sorcerer Knights of the Continental Ring. The strength of the Sorcerer Legion could not be underestimated. The sorcerers who could fly and pursue were all experts above level 6. On the wizard continent, such a person could easily control a small country, build a wizard tower, and enjoy the treatment of a national master. However, in the huge army, they were only a part of the war monsters. When the real war came, they had to follow orders. While they enjoyed the benefits of war, they also had to bear the corresponding responsibilities, not to mention that there were even more powerful magi above them. For a moment, the entire camp was in chaos. The sky was filled with pursuing figures, and the ground was filled with the sound of horse hooves. The knights put on their armor in the shortest time possible and rushed out of the camp with their weapons in their hands, running wildly on the ground like silly dogs chasing wild chickens. A large number of soldiers followed closely behind them, trying to surround and kill the enemy after they landed. The green grass turned into a wolf's field as the war horses ran through it, crushing everything in their path. The sky had already begun to exchange fire. The flying battleships kept shooting out glaring light rays and exploding fireballs in the air. The magi who were chasing them were burned to ashes and fell. If it wasn't for the gargoyles in the air to help share the fire, it would only take a few waves of fire to hit all the wizards. Chasing the enemy would be a joke. The more they chased, the more surprised the magi were. Faced with such a fast energy weapon, the magi could not dodge in time, and all the protective measures they used to protect themselves had lost their effectiveness. When technology had developed to a certain extent, it could completely crush cultivators in some aspects, especially on a brutal battlefield. This kind of high-efficiency killing was the best embodiment. Where did these enemies come from? Why had they never come into contact with them in previous battles? What kind of weapons did they use? The pursuing magi felt their hearts bleeding. He looked at his comrades who were constantly falling around him. Each of them had an illustrious reputation, but they had died here without a sound, no different from ordinary cannon fodder. Once he died, everything in the past would vanish into thin air. Wouldn't it be the same if he were to die? Some of them became timid and began to take the opportunity to skive. It didn't matter if they couldn't catch up with the enemy, their own lives were the most important. However, there were also magi who were extremely excited. They knew that this was a rare opportunity, and if they successfully intercepted the enemy, they would definitely be rewarded handsomely. There were also wizards who didn't think too much about it. They just thought that this matter was about their reputation. Letting the enemy leave so easily was no doubt a slap to their faces. Sometimes, one's face was more important than one's life, and one had to defend it with their life. However, the attacks of the warships were too dense, and the wizards could not get close in a hurry. They could only fall behind the warships at a distance that was neither too far nor too close, like cunning hungry wolves, waiting for the enemy to reveal a flaw before pouncing on the enemy and giving a fatal blow. The Holy Dragon City cultivators hanging under the warship had become the primary targets of the enemy's attack. Witchcraft with all kinds of negative effects smashed on them, making the Lusheng cultivators exhausted. As they gritted their teeth and held on, the Holy Dragon City cultivators were also constantly retaliating, forcing back the magi who were approaching. If it were not for the armor's anti-magic ability and the Spirit Jade Talisman, they would have been smashed into pieces. The pilot of the warship also noticed this situation. After consulting his companions, he suddenly began to accelerate, leaving the pursuers far behind. The magus who was chasing them cursed and had no choice but to continue his pursuit. The distance between them and the camp of the Third Legion was getting further and further. If this situation continued, it would not take long for them to reach the front line of the confrontation between the two sides. Once the Holy Dragon City's cultivators passed by, the wizards would have to be mentally prepared to be surrounded and annihilated if they wanted to continue their pursuit. It might even trigger a new war. No one could bear the responsibility of this risk. Knowing this, the magi in pursuit began to use their trump cards, taking the risk of dying to close the distance between them. Once they got close, they would bombard them. Even the dense beams of light shot out by. The warships could not stop these ferocious, crazy, and irrational guys. The previous scene reappeared. Fireballs kept falling from the sky, and several cultivators of Lusheng City had lost consciousness and fell on the ropes, swaying in the wind. The griffins that had been hung up were not spared either. The magi would rather kill them all than allow them to be brought back to the enemy camp. The Holy Dragon City cultivators hanging in the air were extremely anxious. If these griffins were all killed, then all their efforts tonight would have been in vain. Damn it, why aren't we there yet? Where are the bastards in charge of receiving us? The Holy Dragon City cultivator in charge of commanding the operation had just cursed in his heart when he saw a series of fireworks like light beams flying up from the ground under his feet. They avoided the path of the warship as if they had eyes, and directly landed in the midst of the pursuing wizards. The pursuing magi were caught off guard and immediately fell into chaos. Boom boom boom. What happened next was like a firework. Huge explosions rang out in the wizard camp, almost lighting up the entire sky. The pursuing wizards fell like dumplings. The warship took the opportunity to shake off the pursuit and left in the night. The magi who were chasing them were furious. They rushed to the ground to see what had attacked them, but they only saw some self-destructing metal objects scattered on the grass. This was an unmanned miniature missile launcher. It would self-destruct after use, leaving a pile of junk for the enemy. The magi were speechless as they watched the enemy disappear into the night sky. In front of them was the line of defense where the two armies were fighting. If they went any deeper, they were likely to be surrounded. No one dared to take this risk. Helplessly, the sorcerers could only return in hatred. As for the knights on the ground, they had already stopped halfway because their warhorses could not withstand such a strong pursuit. If they continued, their warhorses would die of exhaustion. The pursuing soldiers secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If they continued to run like this, they would really vomit blood. By the time the wizards returned to the camp, the losses caused by the Holy Dragon City's night attack had also been calculated. Not only had all the griffins been stolen, but nearly 100 elite wizards had also fallen in the pursuit. As for the other losses, no one cared anymore, because these two losses alone were enough to make anyone's heart ache. When the enemy's invisible battleship was mentioned, the magi involved in the pursuit were filled with fear. They really did not want to fight with such an opponent on the battlefield. The high-level commander of the Third Legion gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He could only order the strengthening of the defense and patrol. Those who dared to neglect their duties would be executed immediately. Good things don't leave the house, bad things spread thousands of miles. This news quickly spread to the entire wizard camp, and the Third Legion became a laughing stock. In a large camp with hundreds of thousands of people, hundreds of griffins were taken away. Not only would outsiders laugh at it, even they themselves felt that it was unreasonable. In this depressing atmosphere, a group of powerful magi hurried over, led by the blood-eyed magi. He looked in the direction of the Holy Dragon City, his eyes flashing with a faint cold light. 1307 The Tower of War 1 The night was dark. In the quiet valley behind Holy Dragon City, the warship carrying the griffins and Holy Dragon City cultivators slowly landed. Unless someone kept an eye on the valley behind Holy Dragon City, it would be impossible to discover the invisible warship returning. Moreover, with Holy Dragon City's impenetrable defense, it was impossible for an enemy to invade and spy on them without being discovered. As the cloaking function was removed, the streamlined shell of the battleship was revealed, but the smooth surface of the battleship was covered with many traces of corrosion. It was obvious that it had not been safe in the previous pursuit battle. Although the wizard camp had suffered heavy losses, they had also caused a certain degree of damage to the warship, which needed a full overhaul. However, the Holy Dragon City's technology was still unable to completely repair this high-tech object. When it was damaged to a certain extent and could not take off, it could only be dismantled and treated as scrap iron. In fact, it was not a big deal even if it was destroyed. Compared to the spoils of war obtained from the enemy, self-produced weapons developed through cracking technology were what the Holy Dragon City needed the most. As the warship came to a stop, everyone went straight to the Holy Dragon City cultivators lying on the ground, trying to rescue them as soon as possible. The dozen or so cultivators of Lusheng City were almost covered in blood, their armors were broken, and more than half of them had lost consciousness, lying on the ground. The injured were quickly transported away. With the current medical level of the Holy Dragon City, as long as they were still breathing, they would definitely be able to take them back from the gates of hell. The cultivators who were not injured reported the specific situation and then lazily sat to the side, unwilling to move. The battle earlier was unusually intense, and it was really extremely lucky that he was able to return alive. The captured griffins and servants were all sent into the cave. It was a pity that 1/3 of the griffins were dead or seriously injured, while the rest were injured and needed some time to recover. In any case, this operation could be considered a great success. Not only did they obtain the griffins needed by the Warbeast Training Center, but they also ruthlessly humiliated the wizard army. At this moment, they must be seething with anger. Tang Zhen quietly watched this scene from a distance. He did not appear from the beginning until the end. He was just like a passerby. The Holy Dragon City had developed to its current level and had already accumulated a strong capital. The things that Tang Zhen needed to worry about were getting less and less. Now, he was fully focused on his cultivation. Because of the honor and disgrace, the residents of the city would protect the Holy Dragon City. After all, the stronger the city, the more benefits the residents would receive. If he wanted to protect everything he had to be strong, especially as Liu Cheng's highest combat power. He couldn't relax for even a moment. Whether it was the continent-level city or the Sorcerer World's invaders, they were all enemies on the surface. They had powerful strength and were like hungry wolves peeking at the Holy Dragon City in the dark. A fierce battle could happen at any time. Fortunately, after Tang Zhen spent money to upgrade, there were more and more high-level cultivators in the Holy Dragon City. They were Tang Zhen's trump card. Once they were all revealed, they would definitely shock the world. No matter how powerful the enemy was, as long as they dared to provoke the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen would definitely break their claws. Seeing that everything had been handled properly, Tang Zhen turned around and returned to his office. He wanted to finish his work as soon as possible and then continue to bury himself in cultivation. There was already detailed information on the Magus World's invasion this time. Not only did it have the specific number of enemies, the location of the plain channel, but even the strength of the higher-ups was clear. It was obvious that the cultivators of Liu Cheng had made a huge sacrifice to obtain this information. He could now confirm that the total number of wizards in the Wizard Legion had exceeded 10 million. They were divided into 40 legions, and they were constantly expanding with the portal as the center. After a period of invasion, they had already occupied a considerable amount of land. At the same time, due to the losses in the large area they had occupied, they were severely lacking in troops and were currently in the defensive stage. As for whether the other party would continue to send more troops, it was still unknown. The situation was critical, and the elders of the Spirit Ruins Warzone finally decided to stop wrangling and launch a counterattack against the Wizard Legion. Compared to the Cornerstone platform's awkward situation where cultivators were forced to work but not put in any effort, the legions led by these top-tier Lusheng had real combat power. A large number of Lusheng cultivators began to gather and rushed to the enemy-occupied area from all directions, trying to surround the Wizard Legion in the shortest time possible. In this situation where the entire battle zone was mobilized, war towers appeared at the front line one after another, causing heavy losses to the Wizard Legion as soon as they appeared. The so-called War Tower was a super war machine controlled by the Cornerstone platform. It also had an almost invincible defense and powerful attack power. Whenever there was an event that involved the entire war zone, it was very likely that the figure of the War Tower would be seen. However, the most powerful ability of the War Tower was not its attack, defense, or the ability to exchange for resources. Instead, it had a special attribute enhancement that allowed the cultivators of the War Tower to not feel tired or afraid of pain. The damage they suffered could also be healed in a very short time. In this way, Liu Cheng's cultivators could be transformed into undying warriors and become the nightmare of all enemies. The reason why the War Tower had such a magical effect was that its operation required the consumption of the world's origin. Fortunately, this consumption did not need to be borne by the War Towers, or it would be enough to make the War Towers go bankrupt. 3 days later, a War Tower descended on the Holy Dragon City's defense line. It looked like a black tower that reached the sky. The top of the tower was surrounded by thick clouds of vaporized energy, and terrifying lightning flashed continuously. The seemingly terrifying scene gave Liu Cheng's cultivators endless confidence. Almost all of them were deployed at the front line, and they killed the Wizard Legion. After leaving a large number of corpses, they could only keep shrinking the defense line. The cultivators of Lusheng continued to pursue an attack, penetrating deep into the enemy's occupied area. A large area of lost land was reclaimed, but it was already riddled with holes, leaving only the ruins of Lusheng. The Holy Dragon City's trading market, which had previously been packed with people, had finally quieted down. However, many survivors of the destroyed buildings had gathered here. They were weak and would only die if they joined the war. They could only find a job in Holy Dragon City to make a living. Because of the existence of the spatial tower, the Holy Dragon City was inevitably recruited. Thousands of cultivators from the spatial tower were sent to participate in the war. Other than completing the tasks issued by the Cornerstone platform, their performance in other aspects was average. This was naturally the Holy Dragon City's intention. People were afraid of being famous, pigs were afraid of being fat. The Holy Dragon City didn't need to be too eye-catching in this crisis that affected the entire Spiritual Ruins Warzone, so they just had to follow the rules and do nothing. Even so, there were still many enemies who were secretly spying on Holy Dragon City. They harbored unfathomable motives, and no one knew when they would suddenly attack, ruthlessly taking a bite out of Holy Dragon City. 1308 Conspiracy and the Mole 1. It's been so long. Have you not gotten any specific information yet? I'm starting to doubt your sincerity in cooperation. In the tent of the Third Legion, the blood-eyed Magus asked in a cold voice with a gloomy expression. There were many wizards in the tent. They were sitting in their seats without saying a word, looking like wooden statues, but all of them exuded a powerful aura. As for the owner of this place, the commander of the Third Legion, he could only sit in the corner, feeling wronged. Although he was unwilling, the commander of the Third Legion did not dare to object. These wizards were all famous powerhouses on the Fifth Continent Ring. They all had powerful wizard organizations behind them and rarely showed themselves in the outside world. In order to invite them over, the blood-eyed Magus had spent a lot of effort. His only goal was to kill Tang Zhen and bring back the things he had snatched from the Myriad World Mall. The super-biological brain of the Myriad World Mall had spent a great deal of effort to avoid the power of the law of the world of Lusheng and successfully opened up a plain channel. It also ensured that the invading sorcerers would not be affected by the power of the law and become monsters. Only a behemoth like the Myriad World Mall could easily do this. From this, one could see how strong the Myriad World Mall's foundation was. The super-biological brain had spent so much effort in order to kill Tang Zhen and take back the treasures it had accumulated over the years. Upon hearing the blood-eyed Magus question, a cultivator sitting in the corner of the tent raised his head slightly. His black hood covered his face, only revealing his chin that was covered by a mask. This Holy Dragon City doesn't belong to the Spirit Ruins Warzone, but rather a destroyed warzone. We also spent a lot of effort to collect some information about the Holy Dragon City. You might not believe it, but this Holy Dragon City is the only surviving tower in that war zone. Even we are very curious about how Tang Zhen avoided the catastrophe and brought the entire tower here. After coming to the Spiritual Ruins Warzone, the Holy Dragon City did not reveal too many of their trump cards. However, they had once used an extremely short amount of time to destroy 4 8th grade cities, which was not something an ordinary 9th grade city could do. Other than that, there are many other suspicious aspects of the Holy Dragon City. For example, there's a strange metal construction bug in their city that can automatically build all kinds of metal buildings. Another example is their xianxia. The blood-eyed magus frowned and interrupted the masked cultivator. He said in a slightly angry tone, "What's the point of saying all this? I need to know the true strength of the Holy Dragon City. How many Law Kings do they have, and how many King-level cultivators do they have?" Looking at the flustered and exasperated blood-eyed magus, the masked cultivator's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. He continued, "According to the information we currently have, there are at most 2 Law Kings in the Holy Dragon City. One is called the Blood River King, who was once a city lord in the Savage War Zone. The other is naturally Tang Zhen. I don't know much about Blood River King's strength, but Tang Zhen's strength has been confirmed. He should have mastered the highest level of fire law power. He's definitely a formidable opponent." With that said, a hint of fear flashed through the masked cultivator's eyes. The blood-eyed cultivator's eyes also flashed with a cold light. Back then, in the battle at the Myriad World Mall, the blood-eyed magus had been severely injured by Tang Zhen. He had returned to the magus world to recuperate for a long time before he recovered. The hatred for Tang Zhen was all suppressed in his chest. The blood-eyed magus had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge. "Are you sure there are only 2 law-enforcing kings? If the information is not accurate, we might suffer a huge loss." The blood-eyed magus asked the masked man after some thought. "It's just a 9th-level city. It's already scary enough to have 2 law-enforcing kings. How many more do you want?" The masked cultivator laughed in disdain and said coldly, "What do you think a ruler of laws is? How can they be everywhere?" The blood-eyed magus did not care about the masked man's sarcasm. What he was most concerned about was how powerful Holy Dragon City was. After all, this operation was of great importance, and he did not want it to fail because of some accident. However, in his heart, he had already marked the masked cultivator as a dead man. Once everything was settled, this arrogant guy would die without a doubt. As for now, there were still many things that this local snake needed to do, so he would let him live for a while longer. Other than the Kings of Laws, there are at least 10 King-level cultivators in the Holy Dragon City. The number of Lord-level cultivators is unknown, but there should be at least 1,000. There's one more thing to take note of, and that is that Holy Dragon City's weapons and equipment are very powerful. The cultivators who stole your griffins last time should be from Holy Dragon City. I believe you all know how strong the defense of the armor they wore is even without me telling you." Hearing the masked cultivator's words, the commander of the 3rd Division's face turned black. He turned his head away awkwardly and cursed the masked cultivator in his heart for touching his sore spot. The commander of the 3rd Legion felt too embarrassed to face so many champions from the 5th ring. The commander of the 3rd Legion gnashed his teeth in hatred towards the Holy Dragon City, who was the cause of all this. He could not wait to destroy the Holy Dragon City right now. However, the defense of the Holy Dragon City's cultivators' armor was indeed very strong. After suffering such a dense attack, there were no signs of cracking. This matter made many magi who participated in the pursuit click their tongues in wonder. There were even magi who had offered extremely high prices just for a set of armor worn by the Holy Dragon City cultivators that night. They wanted to crack the manufacturing process and make a copy. In the following time, the masked man informed the blood-eyed magus of the information he had gathered and then left. As the blood-eyed magus watched the masked man leave, a murderous look flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. The blood-eyed magus turned to look at the people around him and said in a deep voice, "Just now, everyone understood the strength of the Holy Dragon City. I would like to hear your opinions now." After a moment of silence in the tent, a magus with rough horns on his head and skin as old as tree bark spoke first. "Lord Blood-Eye, I want to know how you'll deal with 2 Law Kings. As far as I know, your strength seems to be a bit weaker than the Holy Dragon City Master. Everyone perked up their ears when they heard this. In fact, they were most concerned about this matter. One must know that Tang Zhen alone could possibly suppress all the wizards present. If this matter was not resolved, they would never agree to follow the blood-eyed sorcerer to attack the Holy Dragon City. The blood-eyed magus smiled confidently and said to the bark-faced magus, "You don't have to worry about this. I've already invited a few good friends to help in the battle. They come from other continental rings, and their strength is not inferior to that of the Holy Dragon City Master. Even if the Holy Dragon City Master's strength is extraordinary, it's absolutely impossible for him to avoid our joint attack. His only end is death." Everyone nodded. Since the blood-eyed magus was so confident, they did not have to worry anymore. As for the remaining cultivators, they were not a problem at all. Seeing that the sorcerers were no longer talking, the blood-eyed sorcerer said in a clear voice, "Since that's the case, I've decided to launch a sneak attack on Holy Dragon City tomorrow night. At that time, the 3rd Legion will cooperate with the operation. Everyone, please do your best to completely destroy Holy Dragon City." 1309 Recruiting Thugs 1. There was no such thing as an impervious wall in this world. When the blood-eyed magi and the rest were plotting against the Holy Dragon City, they did not know that their every move was being monitored by the Holy Dragon City. At this time, in the sky above the 3rd Legion, there were a few pieces of equipment that looked like reconnaissance satellites. They were constantly transmitting the images they had captured to the Holy Dragon City. When the 3rd Legion was stationed here, the Holy Dragon City had already begun continuous reconnaissance to ensure that they could grasp the enemy's situation at any time. The Holy Dragon City, which seemed to have not made any moves, was actually prepared for war at any time. As long as the 3rd Legion dared to approach the Holy Dragon City's range of more than 50 kilometers, they would definitely taste the taste of being beaten up by high-tech weapons. In addition, Tang Zhen also observed the 3rd Legion from time to time through the map view. Although the blood-eyed magus actions were very secretive, Tang Zhen still found some clues. After careful identification, Tang Zhen confirmed that the other party was the blood-eyed magus. When he found out that the invading wizard army came from the 5th ring, Tang Zhen had already guessed that the blood-eyed wizard might come. With the identity and strength of the blood-eyed wizard, it was very likely that he would hold an important position in the wizard camp. Back in the Myriad World Mall, the blood-eyed sorcerer had been plotting to invade the Lusheng world. Now that his wish had finally come true, the blood-eyed sorcerer would definitely not miss this grand event. Although the two of them had only exchanged blows once, they had caused the blood-eyed magus to be in a terrible state and had completely destroyed his plans. They were definitely mortal enemies. Tang Zhen was sure that as long as the blood-eyed magus came to the battle zone of the spirit ruins, he would definitely find an opportunity to take revenge on him. And now that he suddenly appeared in the 3rd Army of Magi, it was very likely that he was here for this matter. Originally, Tang Zhen had been worried that the enemy was in the light while he was in the dark. The other party would take the Holy Dragon City by surprise and bite. However, now that the blood-eyed magus was under his surveillance, his original trace of concern disappeared. This kind of sneaky observation of the enemy's every move, but the other party was completely unaware of it, actually made him feel a bit happy. After confirming that the blood-eyed sorcerer might take action in the near future, Tang Zhen also began to make preparations. He would make sure that this group of people who dared to provoke the Holy Dragon City would not be able to return. After stepping out of the dimensional gateway, Tang Zhen sized up the situation around him. This was a secret base built in the middle of a mountain. The terrain was very well hidden, and even the drone scouts of the Terobo people would not be able to discover it. Back then, millions of cultivators from the wilderness were tricked into coming to this world. After the war with the tribesmen, the world was almost half destroyed, with many cities reduced to ruins and 2/3 of the population. The sharp decline in the population also made it easier to hide. As long as one stayed in the deep mountains and forests, there was basically no risk of being discovered. At this moment, there were only a few thousand cultivators from Lucheng gathered in the base, but no one from the Terobo tribe had noticed them. A few cultivators from the Holy Dragon City who were chatting saw Tang Zhen and hurriedly walked over to greet him. However, Tang Zhen waved his hand to stop them. "No need to be so polite, you all can go rest." Tang Zhen smiled and nodded. He walked toward a hill not far away. As they went deeper and deeper, more and more cultivators appeared in Tang Zhen's eyes. They were all cultivators trapped in the wild war zone of this world, waiting for Tang Zhen to bring them back to the Tower World. After the Great War, the number of Lu Cheng cultivators who were stranded outside decreased. The remaining ones were either hiding in unknown corners or captured by the Tarobo people and sent to the abandoned planet where the Lu Cheng cultivators were imprisoned. That's right, according to the information gathered by the Holy Dragon City cultivators, all the captured cultivators were not dead. Instead, they were secretly imprisoned on an abandoned planet controlled by the Tarobo people. This was a natural cage, and no one could escape from it. When Blood River King and the others first learned of this news, they heaved a sigh of relief. It was clear that they had been relieved of a huge burden. Tang Zhen remembered the look in Blood River King's eyes when he looked at him. It was to remind him not to forget his promise to rescue all the trapped cultivators in Lusheng. Tang Zhen would naturally not go back on his words. Once everything was prepared, he would definitely launch his revenge against Tarobo. As for the purpose of his visit, other than bringing the cultivators from the wilderness to the Lusheng world, his main purpose was to find reinforcements. Although he was very confident in his own strength, Tang Zhen was unable to take care of the overall situation. Therefore, while he was stalling the blood-eyed cultivator, he needed help to deal with the other enemies. In this world, there was a strong support that Tang Zhen needed. Bone Emperor, Silver Wing Emperor, how have you been? Tang Zhen smiled and cupped his hands as he looked at the two Law Kings in front of him. He then slowly sat on a tree stump by the side. City Lord Tang, you're too kind. We'll have to trouble you again later. We're extremely grateful. Bone Emperor chuckled wryly. The once high-spirited Law King was now dispirited, and he was drinking a pot of wine by himself. The Silver Wing Emperor had an indifferent expression, but Tang Zhen could see the disappointment in her eyes. It was obvious that she wasn't as relaxed as her face showed. From the Holy Dragon City cultivators, the two of them already knew what had happened to the Savage War Zone. The two of them, who had already lost many residents, were silent for a long time after learning the truth. Their towers had been destroyed, and their names had been removed from the battlefield. First, they had been captured alive by the Tarobo people, and by chance, they had escaped. However, they had been trapped in another world and had to hide here and there. The sharpness of the two Law Kings had long been worn out, and they looked lethargic. I wonder if the two of you have considered it. Are you willing to join my Holy Dragon City? Tang Zhen looked at the two and asked in an indifferent tone. Bone Emperor and White Bone Emperor looked a bit embarrassed. For people at their level, they would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, and they were not willing to be under someone else. A Law King could easily lift up a tower. Although Tang Zhen's strength far exceeded the Bone Emperor duos, and it was not unfair for them to join the Holy Dragon City, the two of them were still unwilling. However, he still had to trouble Tang Zhen to bring him back to the Lu Cheng world. This was not a small favor, so he really couldn't say a direct rejection. Tang Zhen naturally understood the thoughts of these two people. He would naturally not deliberately force them. He merely smiled faintly and said, "You can take your time to think about it. It's fine even if you don't want to stay. But as we agreed before, you have to stay in Holy Dragon City for at least 20 years, and then you can leave and stay as you wish. I wonder if the two of you can accept such a condition." Bone Emperor and Silver Wing Emperor nodded without hesitation. Now that they were all alone, there was nowhere good for them to go if they returned to the world of Lusheng. It was not a problem for them to stay in Holy Dragon City for the time being. Moreover, they still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They hoped that one day, they could follow Holy Dragon City into the lair of the Tarobo people and rescue their captured Lusheng residents. Tang Zhen nodded and revealed a satisfied smile when he saw the two Law Kings' attitudes. With the help of these two Law Kings, Tang Zhen's confidence in fighting the blood-eyed wizard was greater. When the four Law Kings attacked together, the enemy would definitely be caught off guard. Tang Zhen's other purpose was to accumulate manpower for the establishment of a new war zone in the future. Otherwise, if the entire war zone only had his old brother from Holy Dragon City, the situation would definitely be extremely awkward. 1310 The battle situation in the Dream World. One after Tang Zhen brought Bone Emperor and the others back to the world of the Spatial Tower, he temporarily placed them in the Spatial Tower. The cultivators who had returned from the other world to the world of Lusheng were basically all gathered here. Firstly, the Holy Dragon City did not have much living space at the moment. Secondly, it was to avoid being discovered by outsiders and exposing their trump cards in advance. This was the Holy Dragon City's hidden military camp. It would not be easily revealed until the war started. The Bone Emperor duo didn't have any objections to Tang Zhen's arrangement. They only wanted to return to the Tower World. As for where they lived, it didn't matter. Not to mention, the Tower World was relatively quiet and more suitable for cultivation than the outside world. Here, they also saw a few former residents of the tower. When they saw each other, they were filled with emotions. The boorish warzone no longer existed, and the tower that originally belonged to them had disappeared. It was obviously not easy to meet them in such a situation. The current space tower was also very lively. When Tang Zhen was running the Holy Dragon City, he naturally would not neglect the construction here. After all, this was the future location of the Myriad World Mall. It was not too much to invest more resources here. There was one thing that Tang Zhen didn't tell anyone, and that was that he had already begun to plan how to separate the space tower from the Spirit Ruins Warzone and then merge it into the main control platform of the Wilderness Warzone. If this could really be done, the main control platform of the Spiritual Ruins Warzone would lose control of the space tower. At that time, other than giving out missions to encircle and annihilate the Holy Dragon City, they could only watch from the side. Tang Zhen did not stop and entered the dream world again. Now that the war was imminent, he had to transfer Blood River King back to help. Tang Zhen entered a state of sleep with ease and familiarity. He entered the dream world through the passage opened by the dream notebook. The battle between the Holy Dragon City and the Dream Crusher was still ongoing. However, due to the participation of the transmigrators from other worlds, the situation of the battle had suddenly changed. Many of those transmigrators had joined the Holy Dragon City's camp and were working hard to save their compatriots. The leader, Mr. Qi, who had been rescued by the Holy Dragon City, even took the initiative to go to the front line and persuade his compatriots who were still fighting for the Dream Crusher to stop helping the tiger. The 5 revivals of a transmigrator from another world was actually a big conspiracy of the original will. It did not give the transmigrators who died in battle any time to recover from the damage to their souls. They would be resurrected immediately after they died in battle and continue to fight. Although there seemed to be nothing unusual on the surface, in fact, transmigrators from other worlds were overdrawing their soul power. As long as they died more than 5 times, their soul would completely dissipate, and they would never be able to wake up in the real world. Back then, Tang Zhen had already felt that something was amiss. One must know that after a transmigrator from the original world died in battle, they would need to recuperate for a period of time before they could recover. Why was a transmigrator from another world so ferocious? It was only when Tang Zhen carefully observed the state of the soul of a transmigrator from another world that he finally understood the true reason for this situation. At the same time, he also had a further understanding of how ruthless the original will was. Obviously, from the very beginning, it had no intention of letting these transmigrators return alive. Such a way of looking down on all living beings was very much in line with the style of the origin intent. After all, it was not too difficult for the origin intent to create a living being. From this point of view, the principal will was the true God that ruled the world. It controlled all life in its palm, and the so-called gods from other worlds were just toys in its hands. Fortunately, 90% of the original will had not been awakened. At the same time, many of the original will that had been accidentally awakened had been killed when they were not strong enough. An existence like the dream world's original will that was about to evolve to its ultimate state was extremely rare. God knew what it had gone through to become like this. The Dream City was unlucky to have encountered such a rare situation and was trapped here. However, after the Holy Dragon City took down the Earth Palace City, the tragic fate of the transmigrators from other worlds ended. After removing the restraints on their souls, the transmigrators from other worlds could leave the dream world and awaken in the real world. However, most of the transmigrators in the Kun Palace City had suffered serious soul damage. Even if they woke up, it would take a long time to recover before they could live a normal life. Some of the transmigrators were not so lucky. Their souls had been severely damaged, and even if they were to leave the dream world, they would only be in a vegetative state, and they would only wake up after their souls were repaired. Therefore, they could only stay in the dream world for the time being and request to return to the real world to take care of their bodies. This was to prevent their bodies from rotting in the real world after their souls were restored. Other than the travelers whose souls were severely damaged, there were many travelers who did not leave because their families were still trapped in the dream world. Before they successfully rescued their loved ones, these transmigrators were not willing to leave alone. The Holy Dragon City respected their choice and allowed these transmigrators to remain in the army. At the same time, they gathered the elites of various industries and organized all kinds of information about their worlds. This was not the Holy Dragon City's preparation for an invasion. Instead, it was the Holy Dragon City's creation of its own technological system by learning from the strengths of others. However, since the original will of the dream world could interfere with that world, it could naturally make that world its lair. If it really hid there, Tang Zhen would definitely chase after it. The offensive against the third main city had already begun preparations, and it would not be long before they set off on their journey. In the last siege battle, the transmigrators had gained a lot. Driven by the benefits, they had long become impatient. After the war, the first batch of transmigrators who had entered the dream world had become experienced. Although many of them had to leave for various reasons, most of them chose to stay in the dream world. In the original world, news about the dream world could be found everywhere. Some people who had tasted the benefits of the dream world live-streamed and talked about their battle experiences in the dream world, which quickly gained a lot of popularity. The transmigrators from the original world who had participated in the battle in the dream world would address each other as comrades. Although they were not real soldiers, they had experienced a real war, which was definitely a memory worth remembering for the rest of their lives. More and more people chose to take the test and then eagerly entered the dream world, causing the number of travelers in the army to grow. There was a sea of people outside the Kun Palace city. There were transmigrators everywhere. Of course, most of them were new people. The experienced ones had already accepted the mission and were fighting with the Dream Crusher. After finding the Blood River King, Tang Zhen told him about the Blood Eye Sorcerer's possible attack on the Holy Dragon City. The two of them then left the Dream World. In addition to the 3 Great Law Kings, Tang Zhen had also transferred 10 King-level cultivators from the Space Tower. In addition, there were more than 10 King-level cultivators who had recently advanced in the Holy Dragon City. The main fighting force to stop the blood-eyed cultivator was all in place. In addition, Tang Zhen had also mobilized many Lord cultivators. All of them were equipped with extremely lethal weapons and equipment. Each of them was rubbing their fists and waiting to give the enemy a head-on blow. Of course, all of this was done in secret. The spies who were secretly investigating had no idea that the Holy Dragon City had already set up an inescapable net, waiting for them to deliver themselves to their doorstep. 1311 Night Attack 1. It was late at night. From the camp of the 3rd Wizard Legion, many agile figures rushed out and went straight in a certain direction. Clouds of black mist enshrouded these figures, perfectly blending into the dark night. Without walking up to them, it was impossible to notice their existence. This was one of the methods Magi used in war. If the conditions allowed, they could even use this black mist to cover the entire battlefield, turning it into a special isolation space. In this place, their combat power would be greatly improved, and the negative effects would make the enemy feel as if they had fallen into hell. Magi who could use such a technique were not ordinary, and it was clear that there were no mediocre people here. The blood-eyed magus hovered in the air, looking at the endless stream of people, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. This time, in order to deal with Tang Zhen, the magus camp could be said to have sent out all their elites. The blood-eyed magus not only invited experts from the other continental rings of the magus world to help, but also transferred a large number of high-ranking magi from the 40 legions under the tense situation. Putting aside the personal grudge between the blood-eyed sorcerer and Tang Zhen, the sorcerer camp must also fulfill their original promise and take back the item in Tang Zhen's hands. Otherwise, the super creature artificial intelligence would never let it go. Looking at the massive black fog rapidly advancing in the air, the blood-eyed magus turned to look at the 5 magi beside him, then charged into the black fog. The 5 magi covered in black mist looked at each other and followed suit, merging with the black mist. As the blood-eyed magus and the rest joined in, the black mist speed suddenly increased. In an instant, it had already covered a distance of more than 10 kilometers. At this speed, it would not take long to reach the Holy Dragon City. After some time, the black fog had arrived at the front line of the battle between the two sides. On the winding and undulating horizon, tents were scattered everywhere, and there were still bonfires that had not been extinguished, giving off a faint light. Further away, the war tower stood tall, shining with a dazzling light. The violent thunder snakes kept flashing in the clouds above the tower, giving it a strange beauty. The black mist in the air slowly stopped, looking like a giant floating cloud. The blood-eyed magus in the black fog looked into the distance, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Ever since the appearance of the war tower, the magus camp had begun to retreat step by step, and the number of casualties was even more shocking. The cultivators from Lusheng City, who did not know fatigue or fear pain, had already given the blood-eyed magus and the others a headache. Even though they had tried various methods to solve it, they had failed without exception. Obviously, there was only one way to solve this problem, and that was to destroy the war tower, or find a way to stop it from operating temporarily. However, the blood-eyed magus felt a headache when he thought of the almost invincible defense and terrifying attack methods of the war tower. Magi without the status of a resident of the city could not get close to the city of war. It seemed to be right in front of them, but they would never be able to get close. Even if they were lucky enough to get close, they would be attacked by the guards of the city of war. These heroic spirits were transformed from top-notch cultivators who died in battle. They had extremely terrifying combat power, and anyone who tried to destroy the war towers would become their target. Other than that, the war tower also had an early warning function. Although the black fog that the blood-eyed magus and the others had formed seemed to be hidden, it could not escape the detection of the war tower. As long as the black fog crossed the warning line, the war tower would immediately sound the alarm. By then, the sneak attack on Holy Dragon City would become a joke. However, the blood-eyed magus was not in a hurry. He just looked at the war tower quietly, his blood-red pupils flashing with a strange light. After about 10 minutes, the war tower at the end of their line of sight suddenly flickered, and the energy clouds in the sky churned. The lighthouse-like war tower had actually closed. The red glow in the blood-eyed magus' eyes grew even brighter as he saw this. Now is the time, rush over. With his command, the huge black fog quickly rushed past the front line and entered the area controlled by the cultivators in Lucheng. During this process, the war tower, which had closed by accident, did not sound any alarm. The blood-eyed magus and the others just barged in like that. It was obvious that no matter how strong the city wall was, it would not be able to defend against the hole that appeared inside. As if in cooperation with the blood-eyed magus, the war tower was reactivated a few seconds after they rushed over. Because it was late at night, not many cultivators in the war tower noticed the abnormality, and even if they did not take it to heart. The cultivators of Lusheng had no idea that the enemy had already swaggered over their heads. The black fog rapidly advanced towards the Holy Dragon City. In less than a few minutes, the tall buildings of the Holy Dragon City appeared in their field of vision. Looking at the Holy Dragon City, which was full of buildings, the blood-eyed magus' eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Since the invasion of the battle zone of the Spirit Ruins, this was the first time he had seen such a large city. Although those national-level cities were like small cities, they were nothing compared to the Holy Dragon City in front of them. This Tang Zhen indeed had some skills. No wonder those guys at the Spirit Ruins Warzone needed his help to deal with him. They were obviously afraid of him. They were using him, and he was using them as well. Start the operation. Leave no one alive. Following the blood-eyed magus's command, the massive black fog suddenly disintegrated and spread along the borders of the Holy Dragon City. The thick black fog also rose up, like a black cloth that covered the sky and the sun, isolating the Holy Dragon City from the world. When the black fog completely enveloped the Holy Dragon City, this place would become its own world. No movement would be heard by the outside world, even if the sky fell and the earth cracked. In just a few seconds, the black fog had completely enveloped the Holy Dragon City. The stars and moon were hidden, and the air became extremely cold. Beams of light danced in the sky like ghosts. Gargoyles with blood-red eyes filled the entire sky. They danced in the sky above Holy Dragon City, trying to devour all living beings. Under the soil, skeletons and zombies emerged one after another. In the black fog, headless riders covered in blood appeared in groups and slowly moved forward on the street. The magi who had been hiding in the black fog all appeared. They charged towards Holy Dragon City with sinister smiles on their faces, trying to start a shocking massacre. As for the blood-eyed magus and the other 5, they were stationed in 6 different directions in the sky, coldly looking at the quiet Holy Dragon City below. For some reason, the Holy Dragon City was like a ghost's domain. Other than the wizards and the monsters they created, there was not a single living person to be seen. The blood-eyed magus frowned at this unusual scene, and a sense of unease rose in his heart. As soon as this thought appeared, figures flew out of the building under their feet and quickly entangled with the magi. Blood mist filled the air, and the sound of killing shook the sky. The wide street was instantly filled with blood. 1312 Using secret technique to kill the enemy. These holy dragon city cultivators who had suddenly appeared were all wearing a kind of smooth black armor, which completely outlined their strong bodies. They were unusually agile as they moved around, like black cheetahs, tangling with the wizards. The cultivators who were participating in the battle were all above the Lord level. Their battlefields covered the sky and the ground. Wherever there were wizards, holy dragon city cultivators would swarm in. Streaks of blood appeared, and the wizards who were caught off guard were killed. In the blink of an eye, the streets were covered with incomplete corpses. When the sorcerers launched their attacks, those strange attacks could not cause much damage to the cultivators in Lucheng. They were either absorbed by their armor or blocked by the activated protective shield. This strange situation made the hearts of the sorcerers sink. The Holy Dragon City's cultivators were far more difficult to deal with than they had expected. This was something they had never seen before in their previous battles. Realizing that the situation was not good, the wizards quickly changed their fighting style. They no longer fought head-on, but shuttled back and forth in Holy Dragon City, looking for an opportunity to attack. However, the Holy Dragon City was currently filled with ambushes. The wizards were like beasts in a cage. No matter how much they struggled, it would be of no use. In the various metal buildings, the dense bullets and light beams seemed to have eyes, blowing up the magi who were roaring, and their bodies fell from the sky. The wizards who had been so confident before the operation were now in complete chaos. In order to avoid the Holy Dragon City cultivators' pursuit, they ran here and there in the vast Holy Dragon City, looking extremely miserable. Although the two sides were locked in a stalemate, they were only limited to cultivators below the king level. Their true combat power had not yet been used. However, looking at the current situation, as long as a king-level magus joined the battle, they would definitely be blocked by the Holy Dragon City. Damn bastard, we must have been betrayed. The moment the Holy Dragon City cultivators suddenly appeared, the blood-eyed sorcerer's expression changed. He let out a fierce roar, and his entire body was filled with murderous intent. From the blood-eyed magus' point of view, the Holy Dragon City must have been informed in advance, so they had made preparations in advance, waiting for them to walk into the trap. The one who leaked the information couldn't be anyone else but the masked cultivators group. They first handed over the intelligence of the battle zone in the spirit ruins to the wizard camp and cooperated with the wizards to attack the city. Then, they revealed the sneak attack on the Holy Dragon City to the Holy Dragon City, causing both sides to suffer heavy losses. That way, the masked cultivator and the others would be able to reap the benefits without doing anything. The blood-eyed magus' guess was not without reason. At the very least, until the truth was clear, it seemed that this was the most reasonable guess. At this moment, he had yet to realize that Tang Zhen had already discovered his whereabouts and had even wrongly blamed his ally. Although the blood-eyed magus thought that he had been ambushed, he was not afraid at all. He was very confident in his own strength. Even if the Holy Dragon City had made preparations in advance, he could still raze this place to the ground. Seeing that the magi below were being pushed back by the Holy Dragon City cultivators, the blood-eyed magus and the other 6 in the sky no longer hesitated and charged into the battlefield. They all had the strength of a Law King. Once they entered the battlefield, they would definitely suppress the Holy Dragon City cultivators completely. At the same time, the king-level magi from the magus camp also charged into the battlefield. There were nearly 100 of them. In order to fulfill the promise they made to the super creature's brain, the sorcerer camp could be considered to have done their best. Even if the battle situation was critical, the major legions still sent at least 2 king-level sorcerers to participate in the battle. Just as they chose to make their move, 4 figures soared into the sky and blocked the blood-eyed magus and the others. They were Tang Zhen, the Blood River King, and the other 2 law rulers. 4 law kings against 6 law sorcerers. It seemed that Holy Dragon City was at a disadvantage. The blood-eyed magus saw this scene and a smug smile flashed across his face, as if victory was already in his grasp. However, when he looked at Tang Zhen, he discovered that the other party's expression was as usual. It was as if he did not care about the difference in numbers at all. He only revealed a strange smile and reached out to gently point at a law sorcerer. Die. His voice had just fallen when a miserable cry was heard. The body of the magus that Tang Zhen had pointed at suddenly shattered, turning into clouds of smoke that scattered in all directions. Tang Zhen's face was deathly pale. His body trembled slightly, but he once again pointed at another law wizard. Die. The expression of the law sorcerer who was pointed at changed drastically. He tried to teleport away without hesitation, but at this moment, a terrifying power of law enveloped his body, making him mistakenly think that he was facing the principal will of the world of Lusheng. Bang! The conjurer's face was filled with ferocity and despair. His body exploded like a firecracker, and his body was instantly destroyed. PFF'd. Tang Zhen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It turned into an energy cloud and dissipated before it even landed on the ground. His body trembled non-stop. Clearly, he was enduring an extremely great pain. Even so, the blood-eyed magus and the rest were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. They did not hesitate to quickly retreat, afraid that Tang Zhen would extend his hand and point at them. Even Blood River King and the others looked fearful. They really couldn't figure out what kind of attack this was. It had actually killed two powerful enemies in the blink of an eye. However, from the looks of Tang Zhen's current appearance, it was clear that this kind of attack had an extremely great side effect. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would not appear to be in such pain. Tang Zhen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned to look at Blood River King and the other two. I'll deal with the Blood Eye. I'll leave the other three to you. City Lord, don't worry. I'll definitely make sure they won't be able to return. The Bone King sneered and charged at a law sorcerer. If it was a one-on-one fight, the three of them would not be afraid of any law sorcerer. Seeing that Blood River King and the other two were each holding off an enemy, Tang Zhen softly snorted and turned to look at the blood-eyed magus, who had a complicated expression on his face. Blood Eye, since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish today. As soon as his voice fell, a fire dragon condensed behind Tang Zhen and rushed straight to the blood-eyed magus position. Tang Zhen, the one who will die today is you. The blood-eyed magus, eyes turned red when he saw his enemy. He looked at Tang Zhen in front of him and his entire body was filled with killing intent. A mass of black ink-like object appeared out of thin air and blocked the fire dragon that Tang Zhen shot out. Even though Tang Zhen had used strange means to kill two law sorcerers, the Blood-Eye sorcerer did not retreat. He bet that Tang Zhen would not be able to use similar means a third time. Otherwise, who would be his match? As expected, Tang Zhen merely sneered. However, he did not unleash that strange attack. The blood-eyed magus was relieved. Seeing that the fire dragon was entangled by the black object, the blood-eyed magus sneered smugly, "You want to kill me with this little trick? In your dreams, is that so? Then take a look at this move of mine." As soon as Tang Zhen's voice fell, several giant dragons that emitted different powers of law suddenly appeared. They roared and charged at the blood-eyed magus. Damn it, what's going on? The blood-eyed magus's eyes almost popped out when he saw the giant dragons that contained the power of laws of various elements surging over. He had never expected such a situation to occur. Bastard, didn't they say that Tang Zhen had only grasped the law of fire? Then what are these? Seeing that he was surrounded by several giant dragons, the blood-eyed magus did not hesitate to use his most powerful life-saving technique. Amidst the violent rumbles, he escaped in a sorry state. At this moment, his wizard robe was completely torn, and one of his arms was missing. The confidence on his face had long disappeared. Suppressing the fear in his heart, the blood-eyed magus turned around and ran without hesitation. His cultivation was inferior to Tang Zhen, and his trump card had been destroyed by Tang Zhen in the Myriad World Mall. Now that he was facing Tang Zhen, who controlled several kinds of nomological powers at the same time, he would lose his life if he was not careful. Killing Tang Zhen and taking back the item that the super-biological brain wanted was no different from a fool's dream. The blood-eyed magus hated the masked cultivator who had provided the information. If they had not provided the wrong information, how would things have turned out this way? Right now, he had no time to think about how things had turned out this way. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to quickly escape from this place. As for the magi who had come with him, they could only pray for themselves. 1313 Kill the blood-eyed magus. One in the blink of an eye, the blood-eyed magus had already charged far away. His heart was filled with fear. He wanted to escape from Holy Dragon City so that he would not follow in the footsteps of the two law wizards. However, what caused him to feel anxious was that Tang Zhen seemed to have set his mind on him. Tang Zhen had been tightly following behind him from the beginning to the end, unleashing sharp attacks one after another. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would either die or be injured. In a battle between true experts, life and death would be decided in an instant. The blood-eyed magus did not dare to take it lightly. "Blood-eye, you will die today." Tang Zhen's angry roar came from behind him again. Immediately after, a black vortex appeared in the air in front of the blood-eyed magus. It was like a black hole that seemed to be able to devour everything. The surrounding magi could not dodge in time and were sucked in one after another. They did not even have time to scream before they disappeared without a trace. The Holy Dragon City cultivators who had been fighting the enemy were stunned at first, then they looked at the blood-eyed sorcerers who were rushing over. Heavy firearms similar to single-unit machine guns appeared in their hands one after another, and they fired at the blood-eyed sorcerers. The blood-eyed sorcerer dodged in a hurry. He was not afraid of the bullets fired by the Holy Dragon City cultivators, but he was afraid that he would be sucked into the terrifying black vortex. He really could not understand why Tang Zhen would have so many strange techniques. However, he could only dodge quickly and run in another direction. "Blood-eye, where are you going?" Another roar was heard, and a strong wind suddenly rose in the sky in front of them. It suddenly condensed into a terrifying big hand and grabbed at the blood-eyed magus. The wizards who were touched by the hand screamed and their bodies were sucked into the hand, turning into countless pieces of flesh and blood, flying around in the wind. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" The blood-eyed magus cursed in his heart, but he did not dare to be careless. He changed his direction again, trying to avoid the terrifying hand formed by the strong wind. The blood-eyed magus dodged the attack by a hair's breadth and did not dare to hesitate, once again running into the distance. When he fought with Tang Zhen the last time, although this fellow was also very powerful, he was definitely not as abnormal as he was now. What exactly happened during this period of time that caused Tang Zhen's strength to advance by leaps and bounds? Could it be that the blood-eyed magus suddenly thought of a possibility? Perhaps the rapid increase in Tang Zhen's strength was related to the item that was stolen from the super creature's brain. The fact that the Myriad World Mall's manager was so concerned that he even opened up a plane channel to help the Magi invade showed that the item was extremely precious. After Tang Zhen obtained this item, he used it to increase his strength. Hence, he was able to display so many terrifying techniques. After realizing this, the blood-eyed sorcerer was both annoyed and envious. He was annoyed that he could not bring back the stolen treasure. The super biological brain would never let it go, and he might even be implicated. He was envious of Tang Zhen's good luck. He had actually encountered such a great opportunity. If he were to encounter it, he would definitely not hesitate to take the risk of being hunted down by the super biological brain to snatch it. The blood-eyed magus actually felt a trace of jealousy towards Tang Zhen and blamed the heavens for being unfair. "Tang Zhen, did you open the head butler's treasure?" As he dodged, the blood-eyed magus suddenly turned around and shouted. Tang Zhen was startled when he heard this. The blood-eyed magus' heart sank when he saw this. It seemed that the truth was indeed as such. As such, there was even less of a need for the blood-eyed sorcerer to stay. As for how to report to the super creature's brain, he could only wait until he escaped from the Holy Dragon City. The moment he turned around, another huge hand appeared out of thin air and quickly gathered with the other huge hand. The blood-eyed magus' heart tightened. Just as he was about to withdraw, he saw Tang Zhen in the distance sneer. He slowly raised his hand and gently pointed at him. "Die, no." The strange death of the two law sorcerers just now still left the blood-eyed sorcerer with a lingering fear. Seeing that Tang Zhen was about to perform a similar technique on him, the blood-eyed sorcerer only felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Just as the word, "die," came out of Tang Zhen's mouth, the blood-eyed magus' body stiffened and was immediately enveloped by the aura of death. This is the power of the Dao Wu law of death. As he sensed the strange aura that enveloped him, a trace of understanding rose in the blood-eyed magus' heart. His eyes were also filled with intense fear as he looked at Tang Zhen. From the start of the battle until now, Tang Zhen had used at least 6 types of law energy. In the blood-eyed magus' thousands of years of life, this was the first time he had seen such a monstrous figure. Perhaps, he would not be able to escape death in today's battle. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, the blood-eyed magus felt his body decaying rapidly. Then, a terrifying tearing force tore his body apart from the inside out. Another, spatial law, this thought flashed through the blood-eyed sorcerer's mind before he lost consciousness. He then fell into endless darkness. Tang Zhen let out a muffled groan as he looked at the blood-eyed magus that had vanished into thin air in front of him. A mouthful of jet-black blood spurted out from his mouth. At this time, his face was abnormally pale, and a faint death energy surrounded his body. If an ordinary person were to be contaminated by even a little, they would lose their life in an instant. The blood-eyed magus, expectations were right. This kind of strange spell that would lead to certain death was one of the magic skills that Tang Zhen had obtained after madly hitting the magic stars. It could instantly kill an enemy with similar strength to himself. However, after using it, Tang Zhen would similarly suffer a backlash from the death chi. If he were to use it continuously within a short period of time, he might even lose his life. This lost skill was actually very useless. With Tang Zhen's current strength, there was no need to use this method to hurt others and himself in a one-on-one fight. After continuously using it tonight, the number of people on the other side had truly surpassed his side. Tang Zhen could only kill 2 people first to maintain the balance. However, he had also suffered a backlash because of this. In the process of chasing the blood-eyed magus, he had been enduring the pain of the backlash. Tang Zhen did not hesitate to use this death skill again after he had just recovered. He had to kill the blood-eyed magus even if he had to risk the backlash. Otherwise, there would be no end to the trouble. What made Tang Zhen feel strange was that the feeling he had when he killed the blood-eyed magus was slightly different from the feeling he had when he killed the 2 law mages earlier. Could it be that this guy still had some means to save his life? This wasn't impossible. According to Tang Zhen's understanding, the methods of this group of cultivators in the sorcerer world were mysterious. Many things were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even if that was the case, this fellow would not be able to recover his original strength for a long time, much less pose a threat to Tang Zhen. If this fellow didn't know his place and still came to seek death, Tang Zhen wouldn't mind killing him again. He turned around and looked at the Blood River King and the others. He found that the battle was coming to an end. At this time, the 3 of them were working together to attack a law magus. They could kill the other party at any time. Gently exhaling a breath of air, Tang Zhen headed straight for the huge metal tower not far away. He sat cross-legged on the top of the tower to recuperate. After losing 6 law kings, the outcome of the sneak attack on the wizard camp was already determined. However, Tang Zhen still didn't let down his guard because on the map, there was still a group of unknown cultivators secretly watching. These guys were definitely enemies and not friends. Otherwise, they would not have appeared at such a time. They were clearly waiting for the Holy Dragon City and the wizards to fight until both sides suffered, then they would sit back and reap the benefits. Tang Zhen had some faint speculations about the origin of these cultivators. It was obvious that they were related to the continent-level city that had obtained the spatial tower. Perhaps the blue-faced Law King was also among them. The timing of the other party's appearance was just right, so this matter was worth pondering over. The front line had the war tower, which could effectively defend against the enemy's infiltration, but the blood-eyed magi still sneaked in openly. During this period, the war tower was inexplicably closed for a while, and their cooperation was flawless. Tang Zhen would never believe that there was no spy inside. It seemed that the Magus world's invasion was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The main conspirator who tried to seize the Void Tower might have had a dirty deal with the Magus camp that could not be told. After observing the hidden enemies for a while and making sure that they would not take any action for the time being, Tang Zhen began to try to remove the death energy that had accumulated in his body. Half an hour later, Tang Zhen's eyes suddenly opened. A turbid gas was spurted out from his mouth. After coming into contact with this turbid gas, the unusually strong metal building quickly decayed. He switched to the map and saw that the hidden enemies were still peeking at him. Tang Zhen coldly laughed and directly teleported away. 1314 The spying enemy won. There was a mountain pass in front of the Holy Dragon City. Before the war city descended, many cultivators of the city were temporarily stationed here. However, with the arrival of the war tower, the cultivators in the war tower all rushed to the front line like a swarm of bees. This was the best time to take advantage of the east wind to earn battle points. No one would miss such an opportunity. As long as they had enough battle points, they could exchange for rare material skills from the foundation stone platform. This alone was a huge motivation for the cultivators in the war tower. The cornerstone platform used this method to control the cultivators of Lusheng, and it had been tried and tested time and time again. Although the cultivators of Lusheng knew that this was the trick of the cornerstone platform, they were willing to fall into the trap. Only by adapting to the environment could one obtain greater strength. This was the unchanging law of the world of Lusheng. If one did not adapt to the environment, they would only end up being eliminated. The current battle situation was extremely advantageous to the cultivators of the tower. Under the protection of the origin energy of the war tower, the cultivators of the tower were not afraid of pain at all. Each and every one of them was extremely brave, and they wanted to kill all the enemies directly. Unfortunately, things weren't that simple. Even though the cultivators of the war tower had the ability to be fearless of pain and fatigue, there was a time limit. Moreover, being in such an excited state for a long time would cause great damage to the cultivators of the war tower. Nothing is perfect in this world. The attribute increase of the war tower only stimulated the potential of the cultivators in the war tower. Therefore, this method could only be used in times of crisis. Its main purpose was to provide logistics supplies to the cultivators in the front line. Although the war tower had its disadvantages, its effect on morale was undoubted. It would be abnormal if the cultivators in the war tower didn't circle around it. In this way, the once lively mountain valley quieted down again, leaving only the trampled grass that was as glaring as a bald patch. However, tonight, the mountain valley was not quiet. There seemed to be a faint shadow flashing. When they got closer, they discovered that there were a large number of cultivators lurking here. However, their weapons and equipment were very messy, unlike the ordinary cultivators in Lusheng. Whether it was warframes or weapons, they were all very unified, which was convenient for daily maintenance and identification of friend and foe on the battlefield. To put it bluntly, they were a group of ragtag troops, similar to horse bandits. Although the equipment of these wild cultivators was extremely messy, their quality was far better than that of ordinary cultivators. The aura they exuded was even more ferocious and fierce, not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It was obvious that this was a group of bandits. On a higher ground nearby, several cultivators in black cloaks and ferocious masks were looking at the Holy Dragon City, which was shrouded in black mist, with strange colors flashing in their eyes. How much longer do we have to wait? Why don't we kill our way over now? The one who spoke was a strong cultivator from Lusheng City. He was wearing a black cloak and looked like a giant brown bear. The weapon on his back was even more exaggerated. It was a half-meter wide blade. He looked in the direction of the Holy Dragon City, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. He licked his lips and chuckled. I've long heard that the Holy Dragon City is filthy rich. After this, it'll be enough for us to enjoy life for a long time. What are you so anxious about? Let's wait until they are both injured. Also, don't always think about snatching things. Remember our main mission here. After hearing the words of the strong cultivator, a short cultivator beside him snorted and sneered. But if we wait any longer, will those wizards destroy Holy Dragon City and take away all the good stuff, or just stay there and not leave? The muscular wizard was obviously not convinced, and he mumbled in a low voice. Don't worry, the goal of these wizards is different from ours. They only want to kill Tang Zhen. In fact, it doesn't matter even if we destroy Holy Dragon City. Anyway, we don't want the tower, so it'll be easier to move if we destroy it. The masked cultivator standing at the front continued the conversation and said in a calm tone, "This is our territory. Even if you lend Blood-Eye a few guts, he won't dare to refuse to leave. Otherwise, he'll just be seeking his own death. As for the things that they took away, do you really think that you can bring them out of the spiritual ruins warzone?" At this point, the masked cultivator sneered and continued to look at the Holy Dragon City shrouded in black mist. Hearing the masked cultivator's words, several people, including the strong cultivator, fell into deep thought. Obviously, the sorcerer world's invasion this time was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Of course, these things had nothing to do with them. Those were things that the higher-ups needed to consider and plan. The more they knew, the faster they would die. They all understood this principle. Therefore, they only needed to follow orders and hide to enjoy themselves. They had done similar things more than once, so they were already familiar with it. The masked cultivator standing at the front was still looking at the Holy Dragon City, but the eyes behind the mask flashed with a trace of doubt. He didn't understand why the battle between the two sides had not come to an end after such a long time. 6 law wizards, a large group of king-level wizards, plus a lot of powerful elite wizards. Such a terrifying lineup, let alone sneak attack a level 9 city, even a powerful national city would not be able to withstand it. No matter how powerful Tang Zhen was, it was absolutely impossible for him to be a match for 6 powerful enemies. Even if Blood River King was added to the mix, it would still be impossible. If that was the case, why had the blood-eyed magus and the rest not retreated? The masked cultivator felt that things were getting out of his control. He only had two choices now. He could either attack the Holy Dragon City directly or stay here and watch. He even had a faint premonition that the blood-eyed magus and the others might have messed up. If that was the case, the wisest thing to do was to evacuate quickly so that Holy Dragon City would not discover their presence. The masked cultivator was not willing to do this because he knew that this was a rare opportunity. Once Tang Zhen survived this calamity, who knew if he would have another chance to kill him in the future? This was especially the case when he recalled the feeling of powerlessness he felt when he faced Tang Zhen back then. An unknown fury immediately rose in his heart. However, there was even more intense jealousy and killing intent. He wanted to see Tang Zhen killed too much. He had even imagined himself standing on the ruins of Holy Dragon City with Tang Zhen's corpse under his feet and sneering at him. So what if you're strong? In the end, didn't I destroy your city and kill you? Don't you feel unwilling? I hate the magi who destroyed my own tower. Don't worry, they'll accompany you in the future. The masked cultivator became more and more pleased with himself at the thought of this. He felt like he was the true winner behind the scenes, able to freely control the life and death of others. Even if his strength was far greater than his, he was still easily played around with. Thinking of this, the masked cultivator's gaze towards the Holy Dragon City became more and more heated. He was even a little impatient. At this moment, the black fog shrouding the Holy Dragon City suddenly tore open. A huge metal tower, hundreds of meters tall, suddenly appeared in front of the masked cultivator and the others, shining with a dazzling light. Seeing this, everyone's spirits were lifted. They knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. However, what happened next made the masked cultivator and the others' hearts tremble. Dazzling aircraft slowly rose from the black mist and lined up in the air, heading straight for their location. Not good, we've been exposed. Retreat. The masked cultivator roared and tried to escape without hesitation. It's too late to leave now. A faint voice rang in the masked cultivator's ears. It seemed to have a hint of mockery and killing intent. After hearing this voice, the masked cultivator was scared out of his wits. He would never forget the fear that the owner of this voice had brought him. Even if he thought he could kill the other party with dirty means, it didn't mean that he dared to fight him face to face. In front of Tang Zhen, the cultivation base that once made the masked cultivator look down on everything was simply a joke. Teleportation failed. The masked cultivator's heart turned cold. He knew that Tang Zhen must have been here for a long time and had used the power of law to seal the surrounding space. He just didn't notice it. The difference in strength between the two was not just a little. Tang Zhen, if you dare to touch me, both mother and son will die without a doubt. The masked cultivator, who couldn't teleport away, shouted. He knew that this was his only life-saving card. So it's you, you're looking for death. A cold glint flashed in Tang Zhen's eyes when he heard the masked cultivator's words. He waved his palm heavily and a 10-meter-long overlapping wind blade appeared out of thin air and cut straight at the masked cultivator. PFF'd. The masked cultivator awkwardly dodged, but the cultivators beside him were not so lucky and were sliced by the wind blades. Clang, clang. The strong cultivator's door blade was broken into several pieces and fell heavily on the rocks. Then, his body fell to the ground and had long been cut into pieces. 13-15 Things aren't that simple, Walla. The cultivators who were talking and laughing earlier had turned into a pile of squirming flesh and blood, scattering around the masked cultivator. In front of Tang Zhen, the masked cultivator's most powerful subordinates couldn't even block a single move before turning into minced meat and remains. Fear flashed in the masked cultivator's eyes. When he saw Tang Zhen's attack coming at him again, he frantically dodged and at the same time, an item that looked like a staff suddenly appeared in his hand. As he waved his staff, a ball of dark green light completely enveloped his body, and the area he was in seemed to be completely isolated from the world. At the same time, the war tower in the distance glowed brightly. A thin pillar of light shot up into the sky, then suddenly turned and headed straight for the masked warrior, connecting with the dark green light that enveloped his body. An energy that was extremely similar to origin energy appeared. Under the protection of this energy, Tang Zhen's wild and violent attack actually disappeared. Seeing this, the terrified cultivator was overjoyed and looked at the staff in his hand. Tang Zhen's expression turned serious as he launched another attack. However, it was once again blocked by the dark green light and was unable to cause any damage to the masked cultivator. The masked cultivator laughed maniacally at the sight and roared with a malevolent expression, "Tang Zhen, it's impossible for you to harm me." Ha ha ha. The laughter was filled with pride. He had thought that he would die here, but now he suddenly felt like he had been reborn. Tang Zhen coldly laughed. He turned around and glanced at the war tower. His face revealed a trace of solemnness. This masked cultivator was obviously the blue-faced cultivator who had threatened him before. He had a strong strength, but he didn't have much courage. Who knew how he had cultivated to this stage? Perhaps this guy was the kind of cultivator who had accumulated resources and had never experienced any battles. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a bad state. This kind of situation was not uncommon in the country's Lusheng, where the dignitaries always had a variety of ways to cultivate their own juniors. The masked cultivator wasn't worth mentioning. The current Tang Zhen could easily kill him. However, the staff in his hand made Tang Zhen feel that things weren't that simple. A seemingly unremarkable staff could actually borrow the power of the war tower. This was obviously not something that ordinary cultivators of the war tower could do. At the very least, they needed to have enough authority over the platform. The continuous sounds of gunfire interrupted Tang Zhen's thoughts. The killing in the mountain valley had become increasingly intense. At this moment, the fighter planes flew past him one after another. The enemies hiding in the valley earlier began to flee in all directions. Even if they were not weak, they were no longer a match for these fighter planes. Moreover, these fighter planes carried Holy Dragon City cultivators. At this moment, they flew out of the fighter planes like a swarm of bees, intercepting and killing the fleeing enemies one by one. With a wave of his hand, he isolated the space around him so that his thoughts wouldn't be disturbed. At the same time, he completely cut off any possibility of the masked cultivator escaping. Although he couldn't kill the masked cultivator for the time being, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape easily. The sudden closure of the war tower earlier, was it related to the staff in your hand? Tang Zhen walked in front of the ball of light and coldly asked the masked cultivator, "So what if you are? So what if you are not? Let me tell you, either you hand over the space tower, or you wait for the city to be destroyed. You have no other choice." It was as if the dark green ball of light had given the masked cultivator endless confidence. His earlier panic was swept away, and his tone became much tougher. "I'm curious, what kind of deal do you have with wizards? Aren't you afraid of being noticed by the cornerstone platform?" The masked cultivator sneered but didn't answer Tang Zhen's question. Tang Zhen ignored the masked cultivator and continued, "Ever since the Sorcerer World's invasion, I've always had a question. They've been planning for so long, but there's been no progress. Why did they launch an invasion so quickly after the failure of the last 3-star mission? The Fifth Ring doesn't have this kind of power, they can't break through the barrier of the Tower World, so someone must have helped them. Is that you or someone else?" The masked sorcerer was silent, but his eyes flickered slightly. Since Tang Zhen had appeared here, it meant that their deal with the sorcerers had been made known. It did not matter whether they acknowledged it or not. Tang Zhen glanced at the masked cultivator and continued, "The Blood Eye mobilized so many wizards to attack the Holy Dragon City. It's obviously not just for revenge, so he must have other targets. Do you know what they are for?" The masked cultivator's eyes narrowed. He silently looked at Tang Zhen and seemed to have thought of something. Tang Zhen's words were not without reason. It was not some undying hatred. Why was the Blood Eye so persistent in ambushing the Holy Dragon City? Could it be that there was a secret behind this matter that even he was kept in the dark? Tang Zhen had been observing the masked cultivator. The other party's current performance had already proved that he did not know the blood-eyed magus' true goal. In fact, other than the blood-eyed sorcerer, none of the other sorcerers who participated in the sneak attack knew the real goal of this operation. They thought that it was just to destroy the Holy Dragon City, but they did not know any information about the treasure of the super creature's brain. However, Tang Zhen was certain that the blood-eyed magus and the others had come for the treasure. This was absolutely not wrong. Originally, only Tang Zhen and the super creature's brain knew about the treasure being stolen. Now that the Blood Eye was involved, it proved that the super creature's brain was also involved. Perhaps the plain channel for wizards to enter the battle zone of the spirit ruins was built by the super biological brain, and only it could easily do this. There was even an unknown connection between the super creature's brain and the masked cultivator's master. Otherwise, the plain channel wouldn't have been opened so easily, and the main control platform in the battle zone of the spirit ruins was completely unaware of the entire process. Perhaps a certain continental-level city had used its own authority to interfere, or perhaps the main control platform of the spiritual ruins had encountered something similar to the wilderness war zone and had been quietly controlled by someone. This kind of thing had happened once, and it was possible to happen a second time. The only person who could do this was the super-biological brain, the butler of the Myriad World Mall. Thinking of this, Tang Zhen couldn't help but frown. Whether it was the wizard camp or the enemy who wanted to obtain the space tower, there was obviously the existence of a super-biological brain. Perhaps it was the mastermind behind the scenes. He had just been accidentally involved in a shocking conspiracy. Perhaps he had already been involved since the beginning of the 3-star mission. As he thought of this, Tang Zhen was suddenly shocked. He remembered that the battle zone of the Spirit Ruins had issued many missions for the Myriad World Mall. Some cultivators never returned, while some returned successfully. In this process, it was easy to plant some spies. Perhaps, the undercurrents were already surging in the middle of the Spiritual Ruins war zone. 1316 Crisis, Illusion. Tang Zhen suddenly thought of the cultivators he rescued in the Myriad World Mall. Perhaps there was a spy planted by the super-biological brain among them, and they used the opportunity to carry out some secret business. It might be because of that rescue operation that Tang Zhen was noticed by the continent-level tower in the war zone of the Spirit Ruins. That was why he was summoned by the cornerstone platform after he returned to the tower world. At that time, the super-biological brain was still unable to determine whether Tang Zhen had stolen the treasure. Therefore, through the cooperation of the spies hidden in the Spirit Ruins war zone, they sent him to the middle of the war zone one after another. The super-biological brain had planted its men there. Once Tang Zhen arrived, it would control him and interrogate him to find out the exact location of the treasure. Who would have thought that Tang Zhen would think that the other party coveted the space tower and did not follow the summons to head to the middle of the war zone? The other party had no choice but to use other methods to deal with him. Later on, Tang Zhen opened up the treasure and got the super-biological brain to lock onto him immediately. This was because he was the most suspicious person in the entire Spiritual Ruins battlefield. Or rather, he was the most suspicious target from the very beginning. In order to take back its own treasure, the super-biological brain directly used the most straightforward method, using the power of the sorcerer world to invade the Spirit Ruins war zone, and let them help it take back what belonged to it. As for why it didn't use its spies in the Spiritual Ruins, it was probably because the sorcerers were more serious about fulfilling their promise than the cultivators in Lucheng. Their escape routes were all in the hands of the super creature's artificial intelligence, and they definitely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. However, from Tang Zhen's point of view, the super-biological brain might not completely trust the sorcerers. Therefore, it must have left some backup to ensure that its own things would not be taken by the sorcerers. Obviously, it was very clear what these treasures meant, and it also knew that once Magi found them, they would definitely be greedy. It was just that the super-biological brain did not expect Tang Zhen to be so fast. He activated the Myriad World Mall structure as soon as he discovered the use of it, and the world's origin that he had accumulated over the years was almost completely consumed. Even if the blood-eyed Magus did find the treasure, he would not be able to bring it back. Thinking of this, Tang Zhen couldn't help but feel a headache. He knew that this matter would not end so easily. Perhaps there was an even greater danger waiting for the Spiritual Ruins war zone and the Holy Dragon City. He had originally thought that the Spiritual Ruins war zone was a good place to live, but who would have thought that there were so many messy things hidden behind it? If they couldn't get out of this whirlpool, the Holy Dragon City was very likely to be destroyed in this conspiracy. However, the problem was that it was not as simple as leaving the Spiritual Ruins war zone. The main control platform could teleport the Holy Dragon City back to the Wilderness War Zone, but the space tower could not be taken away for the time being. The structure of the Myriad World Mall was within the space tower. In the future, it would bring rolling profits to the Holy Dragon City. Putting aside the preciousness of the space tower, just based on this point alone, Tang Zhen would definitely not give it up. Even if they could forcefully take away the space tower, the Holy Dragon City would still be hunted down by the Spirit Ruins battlefront, unless they merged it with the main control platform of the Wilderness battlefront. In that case, even the main control platform of the Spirit Ruins battlefront would be completely helpless. The main control platform had no right to interfere with a building that did not belong to its own battle area. This was a rule that all main control platforms had to abide by. It was the first time in the 3,000 battlefields that the entire Holy Dragon City had entered another battlefields and brought the main control platform to the battlefields. Even the main control platform of the Spirit Ruins battlefields didn't know that a competitor had secretly sneaked into their own lair. Although this competitor had lost his official identity, he still had the ability to do what he should, so he was definitely a big problem. This situation was similar to inviting a wolf into the house. If the main control platform of the Spiritual Ruins battlefield found out about this, it would definitely expel him from the battlefield at all costs. It was precisely because Tang Zhen had the main control platform of the Wilderness Warzone that he had the confidence to take the space tower away. Of course, the premise was that he was given enough time, and at the same time, he had to ensure that he was not discovered by the main control platform of the Spirit Ruins Warzone. Perhaps he could make the Spirit Ruins Warzone a little more chaotic, and then he could take advantage of the chaos to act. This way, the main control platform of the Spirit Ruins Warzone would no longer notice him. The Holy Dragon City was no longer the same as it was in the past. As long as it was not a continent-level city that attacked, Tang Zhen guaranteed that those wizards and those who coveted the space tower would not be able to return. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen looked at the masked cultivator with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. "I don't care what you're up to. As long as you don't provoke me, everything can be discussed. But since you've already provoked me, I won't let you rest in peace." As for the masked cultivator, Tang Zhen wouldn't kill him for the time being. After all, Arl was still in their hands. He didn't want to mess things up because of a moment of anger. However, the masked cultivator was dreaming if he thought that he could use this method to fight against him. The masked cultivator suddenly felt his vision blur. Then, he realized that he was standing on the square of the Lusheng. He was surrounded by familiar scenery as the residents of the Lusheng passed by him. When they looked at the masked cultivator, their gazes were very strange. Some even covered their mouths and laughed secretly. The masked cultivator didn't understand what they were looking at and looked at himself in confusion. He then realized that he was in a strange posture. No wonder the residents of the city tower couldn't help but laugh. "What's wrong with me? Why is this happening?" The masked cultivator felt as if he had forgotten something, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. Looking at the increasing number of strange gazes around him, the masked cultivator felt embarrassed and quickly retracted his raised right hand. At the same time, he tidied his clothes. As the favorite junior of the first elder of Lu Cheng, the masked cultivator had always paid attention to his image. His strange behavior just now had really embarrassed him. Just as the masked cultivator was wondering why he was acting this way, a blue-faced cultivator with a stern expression walked over. The surrounding residents of the city tower respectfully dodged to the side, but he didn't care and walked straight to the masked cultivator. After seeing the blue-faced cultivator, the masked cultivator was shocked and quickly bowed. "Greetings, ancestor." Although he was doted on, the masked cultivator didn't dare to show any disrespect in front of the blue-faced cultivator. He looked very obedient. After all, the other party was one of the elders of a continent-level building. He had profound strength and a high position. Even though he had become a Law King, he still felt scared in front of the blue-faced cultivator. The blue-faced cultivator nodded slightly and looked at the masked cultivator. "No need to be so polite. Let me ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. How's the progress of the task I gave you?" The masked cultivator heard this and quickly replied, "I've already controlled Tang Zhen's woman. This way, he will be restrained and not dare to act rashly. At the same time, I've also contacted the blood-eyed Magus from the Magus camp and asked him to lead his men to attack the Holy Dragon City. When they've both suffered heavy losses, I'll just sit back and reap the benefits. I'll also use the fastest time to find the spatial tower and seize the authority of the tower's master." The blue-faced cultivator nodded and said, "Well done. How do you think we should deal with those wizards? Or what do you think of our strategy?" The masked cultivator was taken aback. Why would the patriarch ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him these questions. Wasn't it always the elders who made the decisions? Could it be that he's entrusting me with an important task and wants to see my ability? Thinking about this, the masked cultivator's heart burned with passion. He hurriedly replied, "Forefather, I think we should immediately activate the tower teleportation and reach the central area of the Magus camp, then destroy the plane channel. If we wait for them to discover the abnormality before taking action, I'm afraid it'll be too late." The blue-faced cultivator nodded in satisfaction, but a strange smile flashed across his face. 1317 Preparations before evacuation. 1. The masked cultivator didn't notice the change in the old ancestor's expression. He continued to ramble on with a hint of excitement in his voice. If he was appreciated by the blue-faced forefather and entrusted with such an important task, who would dare to ignore his existence in the entire tower? Even if his cultivation base was accumulated through the accumulation of resources, even if he had only gained merit in the chaotic battle during the invasion, so what? As long as his status was high enough, what could others do to him? Thinking about this, the masked cultivator felt even more pleased. As far as I know, the invading enemy this time is only half of the cultivators in the 5th continental ring of the sorcerer world. In addition, the other half of the cultivators can send reinforcements at any time through the plain channel. Once they enter the battlefield, it will bring unexpected changes to the war situation. Besides, other than the 5th continental ring, there are other continental rings in the Magus world. If they all participate in this war, our war zone will not be a match for them. We can't give the enemy this chance. Besides, we've already achieved our goal. The entire battlefield is focused on this battle. If we don't act now, the other buildings will suspect us. The blue-faced forefather only nodded, as if he was listening to the masked cultivator's suggestion. There's just one thing that I'm very confused about. The blood-eyed Magus purpose is not only to kill Tang Zhen. It seems like he has other purposes. The masked cultivator didn't know why this thought appeared in his mind, but he asked without thinking. The blue-faced forefather pondered for a moment, then said, of course he has other motives, because his real goal is the treasure of the super-biological brain. A super-biological brain? What's that? The masked cultivator was stunned. He had never heard of this name. The blue-faced forefather's eyes flickered. If you don't know, the Myriad World Mall should know, right? Myriad World Mall's elder Dao Wu, are you saying that the head butler is also involved in this matter? The masked cultivator seemed to have thought of something and said with a doubtful tone, although I don't know what the treasure is, it's obviously something very important. Then why didn't the head butler let us do it? Could it be that he doesn't trust our Wufu? The masked cultivator's voice suddenly changed as he roared at the blue-faced forefather. No, who are you? I was on a mission outside. Why did I suddenly come back to the city? Subconsciously, the masked cultivator took a step back and prepared to take out his weapon for self-defense. However, he realized that he had lost the ability to move. Damn it, I know, you're Tang Zhen, you're the one who's up to no good, right? The blue-faced ancestor sneered and glanced disdainfully at the panicking masked cultivator. He didn't expect the masked cultivator to have such a weak will that it took him so long to realize that he had fallen into an illusion. One had to know that the masked cultivator was a Law King. Although he had just grasped the power of law, he shouldn't have been confused by Tang Zhen's illusion for such a long time. This could only mean that the masked cultivator's willpower was too weak. After Tang Zhen lit up her law star, the law skill she had was too powerful. Even a Law King was easily confused. Waving his hand to dispel the illusion, the masked cultivator realized that he had been firmly bound. His staff, which could borrow the power of the War Tower, had also fallen into Tang Zhen's hands. Tang Zhen, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, shut up. Tang Zhen coldly snorted. The mask on the masked cultivator's face suddenly shattered and then gathered back together to seal his mouth. The blue-faced cultivator who had lost his mask was terrified. He wanted to say something, but his mouth was blocked and he couldn't make a sound. At this time, his cultivation had been sealed, and he was not much different from an ordinary person. Any cultivator could easily kill him. After ordering people to send the blue-faced cultivator to the dungeon, Tang Zhen checked the battlefield and returned to the Holy Dragon City. The battles inside and outside the city had already ended. The cultivators in the city were cleaning up the battlefield. Tang Zhen didn't need to worry about these things as he had more important things to do. The chaos in the battle zone of the spiritual ruins had already begun, and he had to make early preparations to get out of this long-planned conspiracy. After returning to the room where the foundation stone platform was located, Tang Zhen established a communication with the main control platform. If I want to take Holy Dragon City away from the Spirit Ruins war zone, can you do it now? The energy is sufficient. We can teleport at any time. Can I choose the teleportation location? I mean, is there any other teleportation location I can choose other than the Wilderness War Zone? As of now, the Wilderness War Zone is the best choice unless you find a land without an owner or teleport randomly. Tang Zhen frowned slightly. Although the Wild War Zone was his home, the resources there were too lacking. It was definitely not suitable for long-term development. Not to mention that the wilderness battleground had become a trial ground for many battlefields. If one wanted to survive and develop here, they would have to constantly fight with monsters. There was no peace. The trial ground was different from the battle zones. The number of monsters released here was almost endless, unlike the battle zones where the number and level of monsters were strictly controlled. Tang Zhen wanted to build a new war zone and seek better development. Then, the wilderness war zone was obviously not the best choice. However, he had not found any information about the land of no kings so far. The main reason was that the world of Lusheng was too large and the 3,000 battlefields were closely connected without any gaps in between. Unless Tang Zhen ran to the edge of the tower world, he would not be able to find a suitable place. He could choose to be randomly teleported. However, if he did so, Tang Zhen would have to face unknown risks and challenges. Who knew where the Holy Dragon City would be teleported to? Tang Zhen was very hesitant in his heart. However, he knew that he had to make a decision. This was because he did not have much time to slowly consider. I choose to be transported to a random place, but before that, can I put the space tower under your name? It'll take some time, and during the final step, it'll definitely be detected by the Spiritual Ruins Warzone's main control platform. At that time, we'll have to teleport away, or else I'll be exposed as well. As for how long it will take, I hope it will be as soon as possible. 30 days. Tang Zhen nodded. 30 days was not a long time, but he still had many things to do. You can start preparing now, and I'll return as soon as possible. Before I return, if any enemy attacks Holy Dragon City, activate the strongest defensive measures. As you wish, and I hope you can build your own war zone as soon as possible. Wandering without a fixed place will only put your tower in danger at all times. Tang Zhen nodded his head. He knew what he should do next. After arranging everything properly, Tang Zhen suggested that the blue-faced cultivator interrogate him again before heading straight to the center of the Spirit Ruins Warzone. 1318 Wild Building in the Spiritual Ruins 1. When Tang Zhen arrived at the middle of the Spiritual Ruins Warzone, he suddenly felt as if he had arrived in a medieval country. In this vast land, there was a city almost every 100 miles. They were scattered among the green mountains and rivers, and the strange appearance of the city was too much for the eyes to take in. On the wide roads, the figures of the residents of the city could be seen at any time. They were not like the residents of other areas, who lived in their own cities all their lives and had no idea how wonderful the outside world was. The cultivators of Lusheng City were walking in waves on the road, either riding on carriages or war beasts. They walked on the road with an indifferent expression. The vigilance that was common among the cultivators of Lusheng City could not be seen on the faces of the cultivators of Lusheng City in the central region. Obviously, they had already adapted to this kind of living environment, and there was no need to fight and kill for the sake of protecting their own territories. Because of the existence of the central spiritual ruins, the energy concentration on this land was very high, and cultivation was twice as effective with half the effort. Naturally, it attracted countless cultivators to build their towers here. In the long years that had passed, countless buildings had been built and destroyed, and the earth had been stained with blood countless times, making the grass and trees here even more lush. Everyone wanted to take this land for themselves, and everyone thought that they were the final winner. Therefore, in the brutal battles, the strength of the victors grew stronger and stronger, even advancing to the continent level. The bones of the losers had long been buried deep in the yellow earth, and the ruins of the towers were hidden in the wild grass. No one cared about them. Tang Zhen was walking on a flat road. His appearance was that of an ordinary cultivator, and he was constantly moving forward in the crowd. After interrogation, they found out that the building the blue-faced cultivator was in was called Jufeng. It was one of the 3 continent-level buildings in the Spiritual Ruins War Zone, and it was close to the Spiritual Ruins Wild Building in the center. Tang Zhen had heard of the Wild Building of the Spirit Ruins a long time ago. He also knew that the entire battle zone was named after it. He had even heard a rumor that the Spirit Ruins battle zone had started with the Wild Building of the Spirit Ruins when it was first established. It had gradually expanded to its current scale. If this rumor was true, then the Wild House of the Spiritual Ruins probably had a history of more than 10,000 years. What surprised Tang Zhen was that no one had successfully obtained the building's foundation even after such a long time. Was it because the monsters inside were too powerful, or was it deliberately done by those continent-level buildings? If there really was a law-grade monster inside, it would be a good thing for Tang Zhen. Because ever since he was promoted to a king-class cultivator, he could no longer rely on killing monsters to improve his strength. Therefore, he had to go to the wild building of the spiritual ruins at least once, be it to broaden his horizons or to look for an opportunity to break through. Otherwise, he would have made a wasted trip. If he walked along this road, he would be able to reach the giant peak city. Tang Zhen chose to walk because he wanted to observe the environment here in detail and obtain more information about the enemy. Walking and stopping along the way, Tang Zhen used 3 days to collect information. After that, he sped up and arrived at the location of the giant peak tower. However, the first place he saw was the legendary wild building of the spirit ruins. Before he saw the wild building of the spirit ruins, Tang Zhen had imagined its appearance more than once. However, when he saw the wild building of the spirit ruins in person, he realized that his imagination was still too poor. The place where the wild house of the spirit ruins was located was a completely independent world. It was like a huge mountain, but it was forcibly divided into several sections. Each section was suspended in the air, with energy clouds lingering in the middle and huge vines hanging around it, making it look like a paradise. After entering the building, the cultivators would be suppressed by a mysterious force. Not only would they lose their ability to fly, but they would also be unable to use their skills. On the other hand, the monsters in the wild building of the spiritual ruins were not restricted at all. They were the nightmare of cultivators who entered the wild building to explore. Countless cultivators had died under the sharp teeth and claws of the monsters. However, there were also countless treasures in the wild house of spiritual ruins. Even though many years had passed, there were still rumors of people obtaining great treasures. Obviously, the wild building of spiritual ruins was more dangerous than he had imagined, and there were more opportunities. The monster was even more powerful than the cultivators in the city. No wonder no one had obtained the wild building foundation stone for so many years. After taking a deep look at the wild building of the spirit ruins, Tang Zhen decided to enter it to find out what was going on after rescuing Arl and his mother. The city of Great Peaks was close to the wild building of the spiritual ruins. From a distance, it looked like a mountain, but in fact, it was a super building that looked like a pyramid. Its specific area could not be estimated. It was still far from the mainland, but it was definitely more than enough to compare with the megacities of the original world. The cultivators who flew past the city looked like dust flying past a building, making people feel that they were extremely small. After observing from a distance for a while, Tang Zhen walked towards the trading market outside the giant peak gate. There was a trading market outside every tower, and the giant peak tower was no exception. As a continent-level tower, its trading market was equally large, and people could be seen everywhere. There were not many blue-faced residents in the market. Most of them were merchants of other races. The goods produced in the continent-level building were very attractive to them, and people often traveled thousands of miles to come. Tang Zhen was like an ordinary wild cultivator, wandering around the market in search of a target. He had to get a resident identity card and pretend to be a resident of the city. Only then would he have a chance to enter the city. Otherwise, he would not be able to pass through the protective light curtain. It was not impossible to forcefully pass through. However, there was a danger of exposing his whereabouts. The purpose of Tang Zhen's trip this time was to save people. He naturally had to be more cautious. After looking around, Tang Zhen locked onto a resident of the giant peak tower city and quietly followed him. In front of a row of stone shops, a resident of the Tower of Great Peaks, who was wearing a silk-like garment, was talking arrogantly. In front of him, a few non-humankind merchants were smiling and agreeing with him, showing great respect. After making some gestures, this fat resident of Lu City took a few leather bags from the hands of a foreign merchant. Clearly, they were filled with brains. Putting the brain into his pocket, the fat resident of Lusheng waved his hand and swaggered to the other shops. When the people on the road saw him, they all subconsciously dodged, which made the fat residents of the building even more proud. Their faces were full of arrogance, as if they were superior to others. However, as he walked, the Lusheng resident seemed to be attracted by something. He slowly turned around and walked to the edge of the trading market. The shop owners, who had been looking helpless, were stunned for a moment. They didn't know why the blue fatty, who liked to extort money, had turned away. However, they still prayed in their hearts that this hateful guy would forget about their shop. At this time, Blue Fatty was no longer in the mood to extort the foreign merchants. Instead, he stared at the edge of the trading market. At the same time, there seemed to be a voice in his heart that kept telling him that there was something extremely important to him. Following his instincts, Blue Fatty soon came to a hidden place, but he did not see the thing that seemed to be very important to him. Just as the Blue Fatty was feeling puzzled, a human cultivator dressed as a wild cultivator suddenly appeared and smiled at him. The Blue Fatty was depressed. Just as he was about to reprimand the human cultivator for venting his anger, he saw the human cultivator reach out and grab his head. Then, his vision went black and he lost consciousness. 1319 Sneaking into the city of the giant peak. 1. The Blue Fatty swayed his fat body and slowly walked toward the giant peak city. When he passed by some shops along the way, he didn't need to say anything. As long as he stood at the door, the foreign merchants who ran the shops would obediently give him gifts. Even if Fatty Blue deliberately showed a difficult expression, the other party still, insensibly, stuffed them into his pocket. It was difficult to refuse such kindness, so Fatty Blue had to accept them one by one. He had to give them some face. When his pockets were full, the Blue Fatty would stop wandering around. Instead, he would return to the tavern in the city and order a few of his favorite dishes and drinks until he was full. This was the Blue Fatty's daily life. Compared to the ordinary residents of the Lusheng, it was simply too comfortable. Even if some people didn't like him, they couldn't do anything to this Blue Fatty. Who asked this guy to have someone above him? It was said that he was still in the giant peak city. The longer the tower existed, the more worldly it would become, and the more disadvantages it would have, making it no different from a secular country. For example, the number of residents in the giant peak tower city had already exceeded 10 million. It had a main tower city, several subsidiary towers, and many servant towers that listened to its orders. It was definitely a behemoth. With the continuous reproduction and inheritance of the residents of the city, families with a long history and deep heritage would naturally be born. They controlled the center of power of the city and had privileges beyond the authority of the residents of the city. If he offended such a powerful person, then his future would be very difficult. The powerful people would always have all kinds of means to drive the ignorant people out of the city or accidentally die in a certain mission. As time went by, the residents of Lu City learned to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. They absolutely didn't dare to offend the children of the rich and powerful easily. Even if they were unwilling, they could only silently endure it. Fatty Blue was the beneficiary of this model. Even if his strength was average, he still lived a good life. As long as he went to the trading market, foreign merchants would obediently give him gifts. The cultivators in charge of the trading market turned a blind eye to it. Fatty Blue had the support of a big shot, and they couldn't afford to offend him. He walked unsteadily to the edge of the trading market, and further ahead was the territory of the giant peak tower city. There was an invisible protective barrier blocking the outside, and outsiders could not enter at all. The Blue Fatty's eyes flickered and he stepped into it. Nothing unusual happened during the whole process. The Blue Fatty seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. He continued to walk leisurely to the back of a bug that looked like a giant centipede and slowly climbed onto the back of the carriage. If one looked closely, they would find that the bug was actually lying on a long and narrow metal cart, dragging a cart that looked like a train carriage behind it. It was full of seats, and in front of it was a track that led directly to the inside of the tower. There were several similar tracks around it, and because it was often used, it was very smooth. There were already many people sitting on the seats behind the bug. Not long after Blue Fatty sat down, many more residents of Lusheng sat down one after another, and the empty seats were soon filled. Seeing this, the resident of the tower city who was controlling the giant insect shouted and waved the stick in his hand, hitting the shell of the giant insect. An electric current spread out. The giant worm twitched, and its dense legs began to move on the hard ground, dragging the cart behind it forward quickly, making a rumbling sound. About 10 minutes later, the train entered the giant peak tower from a 20-meter high gate. Another world appeared in front of everyone. The ceiling was more than 30 meters above their heads, and it was inlaid with countless gemstones that emitted white light. They were like stars in the sky, and they illuminated the interior of the tower city. On both sides of the wide and straight road, there were many buildings that went straight to the ceiling. Like load-bearing walls, they were evenly distributed inside the giant peak city. There was no end to the long street. The train ran for a long time before finally reaching the end. The blue fatty wobbled out of the car and followed the crowd to a net cage-like object not far away. He stood on it calmly. The gears on the metal cage clattered as it dragged the metal cage up slowly. It stopped on the second floor, then the third floor, and the fourth floor. On the fifth floor, the blue fatty came out of the cage, looked around, and walked toward a nearby street. Compared to the first to the fourth floor of the building, the fifth floor of the giant peak tower was much more spacious, and the clothes of the residents were more high-end. This was the rich area of the giant peak tower. Blue Fatty's cultivation was not high, and he did not hold any position in the giant peak tower. If he was not the illegitimate son of the tower's boss, how could he be qualified to live in such a place? A good reincarnation was actually an advantage. As he strolled back to his home, the cynical expression on Blue Fatty's face suddenly changed. The fat on his body quickly collapsed and slowly turned into Tang Zhen's appearance. Tang Zhen sized up the room before walking to the side of the chair and sitting down. He then quietly waited. Time passed by slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was midnight. A figure flew past the fifth floor of the giant peak tower. After avoiding the patrolling cultivators, he headed straight for the sixth floor. According to the blue-faced cultivator's testimony, Arl and his mother were imprisoned there. The fifth floor and above of the Great Peak Tower City was a military area, and ordinary residents were not allowed to approach it easily. Even residents with powerful backgrounds like Blue Fatty had to go through a security check before they could enter. Tang Zhen quickly arrived at the entrance to the tower on the fifth floor and sneaked in with a small trick. During this time, the two king-grade cultivators in charge of guarding the tower didn't notice him. After entering the sixth floor, the style of the building suddenly changed. It looked monotonous and stiff. From time to time, heavy weapons used in war could be seen in rows on the open space. Jellyfish-like creatures that glowed with a dark blue light floated around in the air. The eyes on their tentacles kept moving, searching for suspicious targets. This kind of defensive method could be used to deal with ordinary cultivators, but it was useless against Tang Zhen. He swaggered through it and soon arrived at his destination. After confirming that there was no ambush in the surroundings, Tang Zhen directly entered the huge prison in front of him. Under Tang Zhen's interrogation, the blue-faced cultivator didn't hide anything and told Tang Zhen everything he knew. This was also the reason why Tang Zhen directly locked onto this prison. It was late at night, and the prison looked empty except for cultivators on night duty. However, as soon as the alarm went off, thousands of cultivators from the tower would appear. Therefore, they had to be careful. According to the information provided by the blue-faced cultivator, it didn't take long for Tang Zhen to find the location where Arl and his mother were locked up. After casually killing the guards in front of the door, Tang Zhen suppressed the excitement in his heart and slowly opened the tightly shut iron door. 1320 Successful Rescue. 1. The area of this cell was not large. When Tang Zhen opened the iron door, 3 pairs of eyes looked at him at the same time. The air suddenly froze at this moment. The 2 women looked at Tang Zhen in a daze. Their eyes were filled with surprise and joy. It was as though they had never expected that Tang Zhen would appear here. "Mom, who is he?" A clear child's voice rang out, causing the dazed Arl and xianxia to come back to their senses. They wiped away the tears at the corner of their eyes. Arl quickly stood up from the ground and pulled a little guy with delicate features over. He slowly walked to Tang Zhen. "Baby, this is your father." Tang Zhen looked at the little fellow in front of him. A trace of a strange feeling rose in his heart. There was a sense of loss, joy, and a trace of being at a loss. Tang Zhen slowly squatted down and smiled at the little fellow. His eyes revealed a gentleness. The little fellow was his own flesh and blood. Tang Zhen had already confirmed it the moment he saw him. Upon hearing what Arl said, the little fellow turned to look at Tang Zhen and said in a clear voice, "You must be Tang Zhen. My mother always talks about you. Why did you only come to pick me and my mother up now?" Tang Zhen did not know how to reply. He merely extended his hand and touched the little fellow's messy hair before softly sighing. "Dad is here. I'll bring you and Mom home now." Turning his head to look at the teary-eyed Arl, Tang Zhen reached out and hugged her in his arms. He softly said, "It's my fault, I've made you and the child suffer." Arl, who was in his arms, shook his head and said, "It's nothing, as long as you're here." Tang Zhen gently patted Arl and turned to look at xianxia, who was standing at the side. She was no longer as young and inexperienced as she was back then. There was a touch of sorrow between her brows. "Where are the residents of Lusheng? Are they being held in other places?" Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, Yu Qianhua smiled bitterly and said softly, "They are also imprisoned here, but there are only a few hundred of them left. Can City Lord Tang help me rescue them?" Tang Zhen mused for a moment before using an indifferent voice to say, "Since you've protected the mother and son, I'll naturally repay you. I'll agree to save them." When Yu Qianhua heard this, a grateful expression appeared on her face as she repeatedly thanked Tang Zhen. "All right, we can't stay here for long. Let's leave immediately." He stood up and handed 3 spirit jade talismans to Arl and the others. Tang Zhen was the first to walk out of the cell, followed by Arl and the other 2. After capturing a prison guard and reading his memory, he determined the location of Yu Qianhua's people. Tang Zhen rescued them without any effort. Then, under the cover of the illusion, everyone carefully left the 6th floor and headed straight for the exit of the tower. Tang Zhen's cultivation was only a step away from becoming a spiritual emperor, and the nomological illusion he cast was also abnormally powerful. Unless the spiritual emperor experts in the giant peak gate city made a move, no one would be able to see through it on the spot. In fact, Tang Zhen had always been on his guard throughout the entire process. He was afraid that a spirit emperor would discover his existence. It should be known that as a spirit emperor gradually refined the tower, even the slightest movement in the entire tower could not escape the other party's perception. After the refinement was completed, they could even directly bring the tower into a special spiritual world. However, from the analysis of the current situation, this spirit emperor expert of the giant peak tower city had clearly not reached that level yet. This was why he did not notice Tang Zhen's little trick. He was glad that he was lucky. If he was discovered by the other party, not only would Arl and his mother be in danger, but he might also be trapped here. From the beginning to the end, Tang Zhen didn't dare to underestimate the strength of a continent-level city. He still couldn't forget the quick glance at the savage war zone. After slipping out of the giant peak city without any mishaps, the group continued to move forward until they reached a slightly hidden location. Tang Zhen placed the little fellow in his arms on the ground. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Tang Zhen released a small battleship from the storage space. Then, the liquid robot attached to his body quickly separated and directly entered the battleship. "Enter this warship. It will take you directly to Holy Dragon City." Yu Qianhua nodded and turned around to walk towards the battleship, leading the residents of the tower into it. "Mom, isn't Dad going to leave with us?" The little guy looked up at Arl and asked in a clear voice. "Daddy still has important things to do. Be good and listen to me. I'll go back to be with you and Mommy soon." Tang Zhen nodded to Arl and sent the mother and son into the warship. Then, he retreated to an open space dozens of meters away. The entrance of the battleship closed, and after activating the stealth function, it slowly rose into the air and quickly disappeared into the night. Tang Zhen heaved a sigh of relief. He turned his head and looked at the Spirit Ruins wild building that was still extremely eye-catching even in the night. There was a 7-colored energy cloud flowing around it. The operation to rescue Arl and his mother was so smooth this time. Firstly, it was because of Tang Zhen's powerful strength. Secondly, the other party did not expect Tang Zhen to personally take action and so quickly. It was fortunate that Tang Zhen possessed a small battleship, which was an extremely fast means of transportation. Otherwise, once he was discovered by the giant peak tower, he would inevitably have to start a thrilling escape. However, it had been a long time, so the giant peak city should have noticed the abnormality and would probably track them down soon. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, a group of figures flew over from the direction of the giant peak city, quickly approaching in the direction that everyone had fled. "They're here, but it's a pity they're late." Tang Zhen laughed softly and disappeared without a trace in an instant. At the entrance of the wild building of the spiritual ruins, there were cultivators coming in and out almost all the time. No one dared to monopolize such a sensitive place, or they would become the target of public criticism. If one wanted to enter the building, they only needed to pay a certain fee. There was no grade restriction, because even king-level cultivators would become ordinary people. In the past, there had been king-level cultivators who had entered the wild building of the Spirit Ruins, only to be killed by a group of low-level wild cultivators. However, compared to low-level cultivators, high-level cultivators still had many advantages. Whether it was speed, power, or sense of danger, they were far superior. But even so, there was still the danger of dying at any time when facing the monsters in the House of Spiritual Ruins. At the entrance of the building, a group of cultivators were discussing in low voices. They were trying to figure out the best route to take after entering the building, and to avoid the areas where monsters often appeared. There were also lone cultivators who carried their bags and walked into the entrance without a word. There were often cultivators who left without returning. There were shops on both sides of the road that sold all kinds of equipment and materials. At the same time, they also recycled all kinds of treasures found by cultivators. The owners of those seemingly unremarkable shops all had deep backgrounds. Tang Zhen was still dressed as an ordinary cultivator with a black cloak on his body. He mixed in with the crowd and arrived at the entrance of the wild building of spirit ruins. After walking around the surrounding shops and buying all the items he needed, Tang Zhen was just about to enter the spiritual ruins wild building when he heard a loud noise coming from behind him. Tang Zhen turned around and glanced at the place where the voice came from. He frowned slightly as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. 1321 Entering the wild building of spiritual ruins, while the surrounding cultivators were whispering to each other, a group of cultivators from the Tower City walked towards the entrance of the wild spirit ruins. Their blue faces indicated their identity. They were obviously cultivators from the Giant Peak Tower. It could be seen that the Giant Peak City was very powerful. As they walked over, the cultivators on the road hurriedly moved to the side for fear of provoking these arrogant guys. At this time, there were tens of thousands of people near the entrance, but they were silenced by the less than 1,000 people. The young cultivators of the tower could not hide the pride on their faces. Several king-level cultivators were in charge of leading the team, and one of them was only one step away from controlling the power of law. This kind of strength was actually escorting a group of rookies, which showed the strength of a continent-level city. They walked to the entrance of the passage as if no one else was there. They did not pay any fees at all, and the cultivators of the Giant Peak filed in. Obviously, the entrance fee was only for ordinary cultivators in the building. For the continent-level building, this rule was just for show. In fact, the entire wild building of spirit ruins was controlled by the 3 continent-level buildings, and the profits were divided equally among the 3. Of course, the real benefits were the items he brought out from the building in the spiritual ruins, and the entrance fee was only to stop the weak wanderers and cultivators. After all the cultivators had entered the building, the cultivators at the entrance rushed in one after another, all of them looking impatient. The Giant Peak City must have found something good, which was why so many cultivators were sent into it. If they followed behind, they might be able to get some benefits, not to mention that with the Giant Peak cultivators in front, they could go more smoothly, right? After most of the cultivators had entered, the entrance was no longer noisy. Tang Zhen then slowly entered. The inside and outside of the building were 2 completely different worlds. The energy concentration here was extremely high, and breathing felt extremely smooth. Affected by the environment, the plants in the wild building of the spirit ruins were extremely lush, some of them even turned into demon spirit-like existences. Even the plants had mutated due to the rich energy, let alone the animals. All of them were extremely fierce and loved to eat the cultivators in the city. Tang Zhen did not care about this. Instead, he tried to use a cultivator's skill. As expected, it was like the rumors in the outside world. He had been completely suppressed. After confirming that he was unable to use any cultivator skills, Tang Zhen tried to activate the mobile phone's application. In the end, he discovered that apart from the normal applications, some advanced applications that required the mobilization of heaven and earth energy to attack and defend had no response. It was obvious that they were also suppressed. This situation was already considered pretty good. Compared to the other cultivators in Lusheng, Tang Zhen had a lot of advantages. This was especially so when it came to storage. It was of great help to him. He took out a strange-looking gun from his storage space and started the treasure hunting application that he had downloaded a long time ago. After waiting for a moment, he entered the airtight forest. The vines in the forest were quite dense. Even the path they had just walked on would disappear when they turned back. It was common to get lost here. If one looked carefully, they could often see corpses covered by weeds. Tang Zhen brandished his purple lightning short sword and continuously hacked at the vines blocking in front of him. He had not experienced such a feeling for a long time and it seemed to be quite interesting. Different from the other cultivators, Tang Zhen's main purpose of entering the wild building of spirit ruins wasn't to look for treasures, but to see what the origin of this place was and to see if there was an opportunity to break through. Therefore, Tang Zhen did not pay too much attention to the treasure hunting application that was filled with flickering treasure light spots. Only those high-grade treasures that were still on his path would cause Tang Zhen to take a look. However, the current treasure map only showed low-grade treasures, and the distance between them was extremely far. Tang Zhen could not be bothered with them. This was only the first floor of the wild building of spirit ruins, and it had been searched by countless cultivators. Even if there were high-grade treasures, they would have been discovered and taken away long ago. At this moment, there was a low-level treasure flashing in his path, and it was only a dozen meters away. Swish! A blade light flashed, and an emerald-green poisonous snake that was trying to attack Tang Zhen was cut in half. At the same time, an empty space of about 10 square meters appeared in front of him. The ground was piled with deathly white bones. A plant with purplish-black stem and leaves was rooted on top of it. Its surface was covered with blood-colored lines. The fruit was actually like a huge eyeball that was wrapped by blood veins. It was staring at Tang Zhen and trembling slightly. A faint blood-colored mist spread out from the leaves of the plant, and the wild grass withered quickly upon contact. There were many strange plants in the world of Lusheng. Tang Zhen was already used to it. He casually plucked this plant that could emit a poisonous mist and left it for Robert to slowly study. The area of the first floor of the wild building of the spirit ruins was extremely large. Tang Zhen was only wandering. At the edge, if he wanted to go to the upper area, he would have to speed up. Tang Zhen did not have much time left. He had to return to Holy Dragon City within a month. Otherwise, it would affect the teleportation plan. After resting for a moment, Tang Zhen continued to advance towards his destination. After walking for a while, Tang Zhen finally saw the figures of cultivators from other buildings. There were a total of 15 people. After seeing Tang Zhen, they did not pay attention to him and continued on their way. Perhaps it was because there were more cultivators heading to the second floor, but a path had been forcibly opened up in the forest. Although there were still vines and messy things blocking the way, it was still much easier to walk. This group of cultivators was clearly heading towards the second level of the wild building of spiritual ruins. Tang Zhen slowly followed behind, appearing to be at ease. From time to time, traces of battle could be seen on both sides of the road. Blood was scattered everywhere, and the corpses of the killed monsters were thrown to the side. The useful parts had long been picked and collected. Not every cultivator in Lusheng was as rich as Tang Zhen, ignoring the treasures on the screen and only rushing forward with one mind. While they were walking, Tang Zhen unintentionally glanced at the treasure hunting application. In the end, he discovered that there was a low-grade treasure's light spot flickering in the middle of the road. With a trace of curiosity, Tang Zhen walked to the spot where the treasure light spot was, but he did not see anything. Tang Zhen used his leg to kick. Could it be that the treasure was underground? Sure enough, after 2 kicks, a piece of metal object jumped out of the soil. The part of the soil that fell was as clean as new. It actually cut a hole in the monster skin military boots that Tang Zhen was wearing. The sharpness of this thing was not inferior to that of Mo weapons. Tang Zhen casually picked up this metal object and discovered that it was a fragment of a weapon similar to a dagger. The surface was silver-white and covered with strange runes. Just as Tang Zhen was seriously observing, a group of cultivators from Lu Cheng walked over from behind. After seeing the weapon fragment in Tang Zhen's hand, a trace of envy flashed in their eyes. My luck isn't bad. I actually picked up a spiritual weapon fragment on the way. One of the cultivators glanced at the metal piece and smiled at Tang Zhen. I'll give it to you. Also, what did you say about the spiritual artifact fragment? Tang Zhen casually threw this half-piece of metal to the cultivator. He really didn't care about this kind of thing. If he wanted it, he could get a pile of it at any time. However, the information in this cultivator's words made him very interested. The cultivator was stunned for a moment, but he quickly nodded and thanked Tang Zhen. In his heart, he also regarded Tang Zhen as a rich high-level cultivator and didn't care about such an ordinary treasure. Spiritual weapons are a special item in the wild house of spiritual ruins. Low-level spiritual weapons are equivalent to middle-level Mo weapon equipment, and middle-level spiritual weapons are equivalent to high-level Mo weapon equipment. If you obtain the spell to control the spiritual weapon, you can even use the special ability of the spiritual weapon. The biggest use is to use it as an additive for forging Mo weapons and equipment. The price also varies. The cultivator who had an unexpected gain was happy and quickly told Tang Zhen what he knew. 1322 Climbing and hunting on the top of the first floor of the wild building of the spiritual ruins, the ground was almost barren. Tang Zhen used a full 3 days before he finally climbed to the top of a remote path. When he recalled the various encounters he had along the way, Tang Zhen could not help but shake his head. The difficulty of exploring the wild building of the spirit ruins was indeed extremely high. Even with Tang Zhen's cultivation, he was exhausted both physically and mentally. During this period of time, he even encountered the attack of a group of monsters and used a full half a day to completely escape. After experiencing how terrifying the wild building of the spirit ruins was, Tang Zhen's following journey became more and more careful. Only then did he arrive at his destination without any danger. Before Tang Zhen's arrival, there were already many cultivators gathered here. The number of people had even far exceeded the number of people at the entrance. From their conversation, one could tell that many cultivators had already stayed here for quite a long time. One had to pay a fee to enter this place, and it was even more difficult to climb to the top of the first floor. The cultivators naturally had to make enough money before they left. After passing through a few camps built by cultivators, Tang Zhen stood on the ruins of a building and slowly observed the surroundings. The wild building of the spiritual ruins was like a mountain that had been cut into several sections. The cut was smooth and flat, like a huge natural square, and one couldn't see the end of it. Clouds of energy drifted slowly, making it look like a fairyland. However, there was a hidden killing intent in this beautiful scenery. It was possible that monsters were hiding in the clouds of energy, waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack the cultivators who entered. There were still many building ruins nearby, but their original appearance could no longer be seen. It was obvious that the cultivators of Lusheng City had searched this place countless times, even the building ruins shrouded in energy clouds. Even so, there were still people searching in the ruins, trying to find the missing treasures. In the middle of the spiritual ruins war zone, there were very few monsters in the wild. This was the result of the main control platform's deliberate control. For the buildings in this area, those monsters had already lost their meaning of training. If the cultivators in Lusheng wanted to obtain resources for cultivation, they had to participate in the invasion of other worlds, accept missions within the Lusheng, or enter places like the wild building of the spiritual ruins to hunt for treasures and kill monsters. Nothing is perfect in this world. While the cultivators in Lusheng City enjoyed the advantage of cultivation, they also faced the problem of resource shortage. Tang Zhen sized up his surroundings before heading straight for the vines that were hanging down in the distance. At this moment, the top of Tang Zhen's head was filled with drifting clouds of energy. It completely covered the bottom of the second floor of the wild building. Only vines drooped down from the clouds. This was the only path for the cultivators to head to the second floor. Due to the nourishment of the energy cloud, these vines were unusually thick and could be seen everywhere with a diameter of several meters. The most peculiar thing was that there were parasitic vines on top of these vines, constantly growing from top to bottom. At this time, there were already many cultivators clinging to the vines and moving up carefully. They were fully focused during the whole process to avoid falling from the sky. It would take at least half a day to successfully reach the second level, which was extremely physically exhausting. Under the circumstances where their strength was suppressed, once a cultivator fell from a high altitude, there was basically no possibility of survival. Even though there were all kinds of drawbacks, the wild building of the spiritual ruins was extremely helpful for the improvement of a cultivator's strength. Many cultivators who were stuck at the threshold of promotion found an opportunity to break through here. Of course, the main reason was that there were simply too many treasures here, so cultivators were willing to take the risk to enter. Tang Zhen fixed the items on his body. He found a vine that looked relatively sturdy and scuttled up with a gentle force. This kind of vine was very tough, and its thick leaves were almost the size of a single bed. The cultivators crawled slowly like ants, and every step was very careful. In the gaps between the vines, one could see ropes and debris left by cultivators from time to time. The sunken area was used as a temporary resting place, and cultivators who were tired from climbing would rest for a while. In addition to the danger of falling from a high altitude, there were also all kinds of monsters living in the energy clouds and vines. They would attack cultivators from time to time, and many cultivators had died under the sneak attacks of these monsters. Tang Zhen used both his hands and feet and climbed up like a spirit ape. He quickly climbed to the end of a giant vine. Just as he was about to jump onto another vine, a black shadow suddenly flashed in the energy cloud and headed straight for his position. Tang Zhen, who was already prepared, grabbed the vine with one hand. A cold glint flashed in his other hand as a flying knife left his hand and directly hit the black shadow that was flying towards him. The monster that was shot by the flying knife screamed in pain. It flapped its wings a few times and fell down. It turned out to be a large purple bat with sharp fangs. After sweeping a glance at the indistinct black figures within the energy cloud, Tang Zhen turned his head and continued to climb. However, every time a monster sneaked an attack, he would always throw out a throwing knife in time to kill the monster. After continuously crawling for an hour or so, the distance to the ground was getting further and further. However, due to the clouds and fog, Tang Zhen was completely unable to tell the exact height he was at. Tang Zhen found a depression at the place where the vines intersected and sat down. He slowly recovered his exhausted physical strength. In the process of crawling, Tang Zhen found that his physical strength was being consumed more and more. It was obvious that as he climbed up, the suppression of the wild building of the spiritual ruins on cultivators would become stronger and stronger. No wonder no one had been able to obtain the foundation stone of the building for so many years. Even Tang Zhen felt that it was so difficult with his strength, let alone those ordinary cultivators of the building. After taking out some food from the storage space and eating it, Tang Zhen took out a black metal plate. Under the sharp purple electric short sword's cutting, this alloy plate that could block rifle bullets was cut into half a foot-long flying knives like mud. Tang Zhen took out a leather vest that was similar to a tactical vest and neatly inserted the flying daggers into it. The rest was kept in his storage space. As he got closer and closer to the top of the wild building in spirit ruins, Tang Zhen had to be prepared that his mobile application would also be suppressed. Many of the methods that he had long been unable to use were now available to him. Tactical backpack, armor, firearms, and sabers. Tang Zhen took out one item after another and put them on his body one after another. His entire appearance had completely changed. Tang Zhen stood up and moved around. Just as he was about to continue climbing, he heard a conversation coming from below the clouds. It was obvious that there were cultivators approaching. Tang Zhen ignored the other party and prepared to continue climbing up. However, just as he placed his hand on the vine, his action suddenly stiffened. Less than 50 meters away from him, there was a snake-shaped monster with 4 pairs of sharp claws. It was tens of meters long and its entire body was emerald green. It was slowly approaching Tang Zhen's position. Outside the wild building of the spirit ruins, Tang Zhen could easily destroy this monster. However, under the suppression of the strength of the wild building of the spirit ruins, this monster could pose a great threat to Tang Zhen. A trace of nervousness and excitement that he had not felt for a long time rose in Tang Zhen's heart as he watched the monster that was continuously approaching. He slowly drew the battle blade from his waist and stared intently at the monster that was getting closer and closer. The monster was obviously staring at him as well. Its 6 cold eyes locked onto his position, and its blood-red tongue kept flicking in and out. "Brother, what are you doing?" A cultivator emerged from the clouds and happened to see Tang Zhen, who was on full alert with a battle saber in his hand. He was just about to greet Tang Zhen when he felt a strong wind brushing against his face. "Be careful." Tang Zhen grabbed the cultivator who fell down in panic. The saber in his hand swept the tongue of the monster. After causing a spray of blood, he grabbed a vine that was as thick as a wrist and swung it toward the monster's location. The monster whose tongue was cut by the saber let out a roar. It moved quickly on the vines as if it was walking on flat ground and went straight to Tang Zhen's position. Whoosh! 3 throwing knives were thrown out by Tang Zhen. One of them stabbed into the scales at the edge of the monster's eye sockets, while the other 2 shot the monster's eyes. The snake-shaped monster that was blinded howled. It only used its 2 legs at the back to grab the vines. Soon after, its entire body rose into the air and bit toward Tang Zhen, who was in midair. Seeing that the monster's large mouth was getting closer and closer, Tang Zhen made use of the vines to flip backwards and avoided the monster's attack by a few millimeters. At the same time, his 2 feet heavily stepped on the monster's back. "Go to hell!" Tang Zhen furiously roared as he ruthlessly stabbed his saber into the monster's head. The stinky fresh blood scattered in the air along with the wind. Bang! The monster's corpse fell from the vines. Tang Zhen grabbed the vines that passed by him and held the blood-dripping saber as he laughed wildly in the wind. 1323 The second floor of the Wild Tower. 1. The monster's corpse fell into the clouds and soon fell to the ground. All the cultivators on the ground knew that there were not only dangerous ruins and monsters in the clouds on the top of the first floor, but also the sky above them. From time to time, the corpses of cultivators and monsters would fall down. No matter if they were cultivators or monsters, they would be smashed into meat paste if they fell from this height. If they hit any unlucky person, the scene would become even more bloody and tragic. Fortunately, the cultivators were already used to this. Whenever something fell down, someone would go over and rummage through it to see if they could find anything of value. The few cultivators who had just climbed up looked at Tang Zhen with shock on their faces. It was obvious that the scene of killing the monster just now had left them with a lingering fear. Unlike Tang Zhen, they spent most of their time in the wild building of the spiritual ruins. Naturally, they knew how terrifying that snake-like monster was. When they saw it, they would avoid it like the plague, let alone kill it with a single slash. It could be said that even king-level cultivators couldn't do this, unless a group of cultivators worked together and paid a certain amount of casualties. The human cultivator in front of him had killed a monster all by himself. How strong was he? A peak king-level cultivator, or a law king? Even in the central region of the spiritual ruins war zone, king-level cultivators had a rather high status, and law kings were enough to become the elders of a continent-level city, having a noble status that was revered by people. When they thought of this, the way the few cultivators looked at Tang Zhen changed. There was a faint trace of vigilance in their respect. Tang Zhen ignored those few cultivators. He merely sighed in his heart. He finally understood why this place was especially suitable for cultivators to temper themselves and break through. Ever since he had advanced to a law king, it could be said that Tang Zhen rarely met an opponent. Many times, he could kill the enemy with a thought. It was really rare for him to go all out. However, Tang Zhen's strength was severely suppressed in the wild building of spirit ruins. If he wanted to kill the snake-shaped monster, he would have to use all his strength. This method of gathering all their strength to fight was obviously very helpful for the improvement of the strength of cultivators. After shaking off the blood on his saber, Tang Zhen continued to climb up and soon disappeared from the eyes of the cultivators. "Who is this person? Have you seen him before?" A cultivator asked his companion after seeing Tang Zhen's figure disappear. "I've never seen him before, but I'm sure he's an expert. He's probably from some continent-level city." "That's impossible. There are no human cultivators in the 3 continent-level towers. I guess they are powerhouses from other places. It's useless to argue about this. The next time we meet him, it's best to stay far away from him so as not to arouse his disgust." A few cultivators were sitting at the place where Tang Zhen had stopped earlier. They were slowly recovering their strength while chatting. Because the monster had been killed by Tang Zhen, this place was temporarily very safe. They had also avoided the danger of being sneak attacked by the monster. After Tang Zhen killed a monster, he continued to search for the traces of the next monster. It was a pity that he did not encounter any other powerful monsters like the snake-shaped monster until he reached the 2nd level. Tang Zhen grabbed an exposed tree root and pulled with all his might. His feet finally stepped on the solid ground. At this time, behind him was an abyss, and in front of him was a mix of various trees. Perhaps because of the nourishment of spiritual energy, the trees here had also undergone a mutation. Many of them had rich fruits hanging on them and were full of bright flowers. The trees here were not very dense, and the gaps between the trees were very large, as if they had each occupied a territory and did not interfere with each other. It was as if one had entered a sea of flowers, making one forget to leave. However, there was a hidden killing intent under this beautiful scenery. Tang Zhen only took a glance and saw clusters of corpses lying in the sea of flowers. As he walked forward, there were some hanging branches that slowly approached him. This was a land of death that devoured life, and one could lose their life here if they were not careful. The cultivators who wandered here all year round obviously knew the power of these plants, so they deliberately looked for open areas when moving forward. They also didn't deliberately clear the trees, because it wouldn't take long for the destroyed trees to grow again, and even more robust and dense. Under such circumstances, the cultivators were too lazy to waste their energy and tried to hide as far away as possible. After arriving at the 2nd level of the wild building in the spirit ruins, the cultivators would walk forward for a while until they left the long steep slope at the edge, then they would set up camp in a flat area. Just like the 1st floor, the 2nd floor also had many treasures and ruins. Cultivators had been stationed here for many years, fighting monsters to improve their strength, and risking their lives to seek wealth. There were many such camps on the edge of the 2nd floor. The purpose of this was to facilitate transactions between cultivators. When they were attacked by monsters, they could also work together. In addition to the cultivators who were cultivating and searching for treasures, there were also many cultivators from various shops. They had set up temporary shops here and purchased all kinds of treasures at a price lower than the entrance shop. At the same time, they would also sell some necessary items at double the price. The cultivators who didn't want to waste their energy to go back and forth could only grit their teeth and bear the exploitation of the profiteers. Compared to the loss of money, they cherished the precious time here more. Tang Zhen slowly walked into the camp but did not attract the attention of many people. Even though his attire was slightly strange, there were countless cultivators who dressed weirdly in the tower world. No one would waste time observing other people's attire. "Waiter, would you like a cup of bitter vine wine? It tastes pretty good." In addition to cultivators and merchants who bought treasures, there were also some low-level cultivators who specialized in selling food and wine. Their strength was low, so they couldn't explore the dangerous wild buildings. Therefore, they simply opened up a strange way to provide food and drinks for the cultivators. Their hard work would always be rewarded. As long as these low-level cultivators worked hard for 2 years, it was guaranteed that they would not die in an accident. They could save a lot of wealth, enough for them to find a place to live a good life. Although the world of towers was filled with monsters and wars happened from time to time, this vast land was like a paradise. People who sought peace could live a peaceful life. Tang Zhen, who heard the greeting, sat on the fallen tree trunk. He received an emerald green wooden cup from the other party's hand, raised his head and gently took a sip. The wine brewed with the withered vine fruit was like top-grade jade. It looked emerald and transparent, and when it entered the mouth, it had a hint of fragrance. It was soft and mellow, and the taste was really good. Tang Zhen drank 2 cups in a row. He also bought a barnacle-like bottle of wine from the other party and took the opportunity to chat with the other party. This low-level cultivator who sold wine was very talkative. In the process of the two chatting, Tang Zhen also had some understanding of the second floor of the wild building of spirit ruins. Compared to the first floor, the monsters on the second floor were more powerful, and there were more treasures. There were many dangerous areas here, and even after many years, they had not been completely explored. It was said that some time ago, some cultivators discovered a huge underground palace full of monsters. However, there were also many treasures inside. Cultivators fought to be the first to enter, and after paying a lot of casualties, they successfully obtained a large number of treasures. It was for this reason that the nearby Lusheng had sent more people to try to excavate all the treasures in this underground palace. The cultivators from the giant peak tower that Tang Zhen had encountered earlier had also come for this underground palace. Moreover, this was not the first batch. Tang Zhen wasn't very interested in this underground palace. Right now, he only wanted to head to a higher place and see what secret was hidden at the top of the wild building of the spirit ruins. 1324 Peak of the mountain, Cultivation 1. There was a commotion in the distance as a group of cultivators walked out from the sea of flowers. They were covered in blood and wounds, but their faces were filled with excitement. From their expressions, it was obvious that they had gained a lot this time, so much so that the pain on their bodies was completely ignored. The wine-selling cultivator who was conversing with Tang Zhen glanced at him and said in a faint voice, "They went to the underground palace a few days ago. I can tell from the package that they must have gotten something good." Tang Zhen was also very curious. He wanted to see what kind of treasures were in the underground palace. When this group of cultivators entered the camp, the shop assistants from various shops began to shout loudly, beckoning the cultivators they were familiar with to take out the treasures they had obtained, and then haggle according to the quality of the treasures. Tang Zhen walked over and took a glance. He found that these treasures had a strong immortal cultivator style, which was very similar to the items from the cultivation civilization that Ling Xuz and the others had. Recalling the ruins of the buildings that he had seen along the way, Tang Zhen was even more certain that this building in the spiritual ruins might have an inseparable connection with the cultivation world. Although the number of treasures was not small, they were still too ordinary for Tang Zhen. There might be high-grade treasures inside, but he had already lost interest in exploring. Carrying the bitter vine wine pot, Tang Zhen slowly left the camp. His figure slowly disappeared into the sea of flowers that covered the mountains and fields. Time passed day by day. Tang Zhen was getting closer and closer to the top of the second level. At this moment, he was more like a hermit who was swimming in a sea of flowers and not a martial artist whose hands were stained with blood. Of course, in this beautiful scene, there was still a lot of blood. From time to time, monsters would appear, but before they could attack, a flying knife would be shot out, so that they could not destroy this rare scenery. Tang Zhen continued to move forward after killing the monster. He advanced towards the mountain peak step by step. In the area under Tang Zhen's feet, it was rare to see the figures of Lu Cheng cultivators. First, the monsters were getting stronger, and second, the suppression on cultivators was getting stronger. The closer they got to the top of the mountain, the more serious it was. Under the suppression of the mysterious force, every step was extremely difficult, as if he was carrying a mountain. Even with Tang Zhen's strength, it was already so difficult for him to advance. There was no need to mention those ordinary cultivators. This place was like a natural moat that they could not cross. Perhaps, they might not be able to appreciate the scenery here in their entire lives. This place only belonged to true experts, and only experts could set foot here. However, Tang Zhen didn't feel any excitement in his heart. This was because this was the second level of the wild building of the spirit ruins. It was unknown how many more levels were hidden within the thick energy clouds above his head. The facts had already proven that the wild building of the spiritual ruins definitely came from a powerful world, and perhaps it was not inferior to the world of towers. At this moment, Tang Zhen had already extinguished the thought of heading to the peak. This was because he knew that it was impossible for him to reach there. Even if he had advanced to a spiritual emperor, he would still be unable to do so. He just wanted to take one step at a time, and when he could no longer move forward, he would turn around and leave. Unknowingly, the clouds and mist around him became thinner and the flowers on the ground became brighter and brighter. They were like a thick red carpet covering the boundless land. The trees that could be seen everywhere had also become sparse. There were only giant trees that stood on the mountain peak every few days. They waved their branches elegantly and seemed to be completely unconcerned about Tang Zhen's arrival. Tang Zhen walked through the sea of flowers and walked towards the mountain peak. The moment he stepped onto the peak, he immediately saw a real sea of flowers. It was boundless and seemed to have no end. Rare medicinal herbs were hidden in the sea of flowers like ordinary plants, and no one paid attention to them at all. The scenery at the top of the second level was completely different from the bottom of the mountain. The top of the mountain was filled with vortexes formed by the power of laws. If one's cultivation was not high enough, one would probably fall into it with a single glance. This place was definitely the best place for cultivation for a law king. As long as they found a suitable place and calmed down to comprehend it seriously, their cultivation speed would definitely be twice the effort with half the result. Tang Zhen walked aimlessly as he slowly walked in the sea of flowers. At the same time, he was also constantly deepening his comprehension of the power of law. Even if he had lit up many law stars and activated one law skill after another, it didn't mean that he had completely comprehended and controlled the corresponding power. Just like the fire law star that he first lit up, he needed a long time to comprehend before he could touch the threshold of a breakthrough. Tang Zhen knew that it was impossible for him to stay here for a long period of time. He could only try his best to comprehend it. The extent to which he could reach would completely depend on heaven's will. Unknowingly, Tang Zhen had already walked for a distance. After which, he saw a huge tree. A cultivator was sitting under the huge tree. He was like a rock, quietly sitting under the giant tree. His armor was covered in dust, as if he had completely integrated with the environment. Tang Zhen stopped his footsteps. He quietly watched for a moment before turning around and continuing forward. This was a nomological king with similar strength to him. In order to seek an opportunity to break through, he had been sitting here for who knew how long. To do this, it required great perseverance and to throw away all worries. This kind of cultivation method wasn't suitable for Tang Zhen. He still had his family and his own city. How could he abandon everything? After Tang Zhen left, the cultivator slowly opened his eyes. His emotionless eyes glanced at Tang Zhen's back and then fell silent like a stone. He knew that Tang Zhen was the same as him. Both of them had come here in search of an opportunity to break through. In the past years, he had seen more than one such cultivator. However, no one, including him, had ever taken that step. The spiritual emperor realm was like the third level of the wild tower above their heads, within sight, but beyond reach. After Tang Zhen left the giant tree, he continued to walk forward. Along the way, he passed by a seven-colored stone that was like a piece of glass. He saw two cultivators sitting there. He only took 2 glances before leaving without any hesitation. This place wasn't suitable for him either, so he had to continue moving forward. After passing through a clear spring, a fire pool, and a valley filled with primordial magnetic force, Tang Zhen finally arrived at a cliff that extended into the void. He looked at the rolling clouds of energy under his feet and felt the entangled power of laws around him. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He slowly sat down cross-legged, like the cultivators he had seen along the way, turning into a hard rock that would not be blown by the wind. 1 day, 2 days wasted. The day of the Holy Dragon City's teleportation was getting closer and closer, but Tang Zhen was still immersed in his cultivation, as if he was unaware of the passage of time. However, during this period of time, the outside world was in a state of turmoil, and the sudden changes had involved the entire Spirit Ruins war zone. First, the 3 continent-level towers suddenly made their move, using the space teleportation to reach the back of the wizard camp and launched an attack at lightning speed, causing the wizard camp to suffer heavy losses. The cultivators who were confronting the wizard army at the front line launched their attacks at the same time. With the cooperation of the war tower, they were unstoppable and forced the wizard army to retreat. According to the development of this situation, it was only a matter of time before the wizard camp was defeated. However, no one had expected that an accident would happen at this time. First, the giant peak city, which controlled the wizard camp's teleportation channel, suddenly attacked the other 2 continent-level cities. Countless wizards and cultivators of the Myriad World Mall rushed out of the plane teleportation channel and joined the giant peak city's camp. The 2 continent-level cities were caught off guard and could only retreat into the city to defend passively. At the same time, a dimensional teleportation channel appeared in the middle of the battle zone of the Spirit Ruins. Millions of cultivators and wizards from the merchant city entered the battle zone of the Spirit Ruins. With the cooperation of the cultivators from the Great Peak City, they launched an attack on the subsidiary towers of the other 2 continent-level towers. In an instant, the entire battle zone was in complete chaos. What was surprising was that during the battle between the 2 sides, the cornerstone platform of the battle zone of the spiritual ruins had actually stopped operating. The 2 continent-level towers that were already under siege fell into a panic, and no one knew how long they could hold on under such circumstances. Unknowingly, the giant peak city's side had gradually gained the upper hand, and it probably wouldn't take long for them to completely control the spiritual ruins warzone. 1325 Advancement, Reason 1. On the second level of the wild building of Spirit Ruins, Tang Zhen was still sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain. He didn't know when it had happened, but his body was already wrapped in the power of laws. The surrounding space seemed to have entered a state of stagnation, and even time had stopped flowing. This situation continued for a period of time. The energy clouds below the cliff suddenly began to spin rapidly. In a few breaths, it had turned into a terrifying vortex, stirring up the entire sea of clouds. The power of the laws above was also affected and surged towards the ball of light on the cliff, causing the ball of light to become larger and larger. A trace of heart palpitating aura spread out, waking up the cultivators in Lu City who were looking for an opportunity to break through. This is a xianxia. The cultivator that Tang Zhen first met suddenly opened his eyes under the huge tree. He was filled with astonishment as he looked in the direction where Tang Zhen was. Have you broken through? What a lucky guy. With a soft sigh of admiration, the cultivator closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. It was someone else who had broken through, so it had nothing to do with him. Other than envy, it also strengthened his determination. Such an expert would definitely not do something like spectating, as it would not be likable and would not benefit him. Similar situations occurred one after another on the second level of the mountain. The cultivators who were cultivating hard were either solemn or envious. However, they only glanced in Tang Zhen's direction and continued to cultivate. At this moment, the cliff that Tang Zhen was on had already been completely covered by clouds. Numerous 7-colored rays of light penetrated through the clouds and mist. Fine spatial cracks would appear from time to time. Boom! A loud noise rang out, and the surrounding clouds and mist instantly dispersed. A figure wrapped in 7-colored light was revealed. The body under the armor was as transparent as flawless glass. Tang Zhen, who had become a spirit emperor, had completely turned into energy. His body was no longer his restraint. As long as he willed it, he could merge with the heaven and earth. With the help of the power of the tower, he could mobilize the heaven and earth energy in the surrounding area of 10,000 miles as if it was his own arm. A long howl was emitted from Tang Zhen's mouth and resounded through the second layer of the mountain peak. Those who heard it were all shocked. With another thought, the frightening aura vanished. Tang Zhen's face reappeared, and he looked just like an ordinary person. The essence was reserved, and it returned to its original state. After standing on the mountain peak for a moment, Tang Zhen turned around and headed back the way he came from. He was still in no hurry. The two cultivators slowly stood up and bowed to him when he passed by the seven-colored rock. Tang Zhen smiled and nodded. Tang Zhen nodded back to the cultivators under the huge tree as he moved forward. He had already arrived at the edge of the second floor. However, this time, he did not continue to move forward. Instead, he leapt down and hovered in the sea of clouds like an eagle flying in the sky. A moment later, Tang Zhen descended from the sky. The exit of the wild building of the spiritual ruins was right in front of him. Ignoring the shocked expressions on the faces of the cultivators, Tang Zhen turned his head to look at the Lingshu wild building that was surrounded by clouds and slowly left this treasure land that had helped him to break through. This was a wild building that even a spirit emperor cultivator could not afford. It must contain unimaginable wealth. However, this place did not belong to Tang Zhen, nor any other city because they were not qualified to occupy it. Tang Zhen suddenly thought of the super-biological intelligent brain of the Myriad World Mall. He wondered if it had been planning for the battle zone of the spirit ruins all this time because of this mysterious wild building. Of course, the biggest possibility was that the super-biological brain wanted to set up its own mountain. It was preparing to build a new Myriad World Mall here after taking control of the spiritual ruins battlefield. There were many benefits to doing so. Not only could he use the cultivators in Lusheng to obtain the world's origin and provide endless nutrients for the cultivation of the Myriad World Mall, but he could also use the special transportation method of the cornerstone platform to reach the other world and build a plane transportation array. As for the restrictions on outsiders in the world of Lusheng, there would always be a way to solve it after taking control of the main control platform of the battle zone of the spirit ruins. He was pondering about the intention of the super-biological brain in his heart. As a result, just as he walked out of the spirit ruins wild building, Tang Zhen heard a piece of shocking news. The Great Peak City had colluded with the wizards and the cultivators of the Shang City to besiege the other two continent-level cities for many days. The two sides were fighting fiercely near the plane teleportation channel. A plane teleportation channel also appeared in the middle, and millions of cultivators of the Shang City had almost completely occupied the place. Due to the war, the number of cultivators at the entrance was greatly reduced. Cultivators and wizards also appeared from time to time in the City of Trade. After understanding the recent battle situation, Tang Zhen knew that the Spirit Ruins war zone was in complete chaos, and the Holy Dragon City had reached the point where they had to evacuate. With a flash, Tang Zhen rose into the air and headed straight for the Holy Dragon City. With the sudden change in the battle situation, the Holy Dragon City's vicinity became lively again. When the three-continent-level Lusheng officially fought, the cultivators in the Lusheng either chose to side or stay out of the battle, waiting for the final result. They did not return to their respective towers, but chose to stay near the battlefield, so the Holy Dragon City became the best choice. In order to prevent cultivators from taking advantage of the situation, the Holy Dragon City had entered a state of full alert. Fully armed cultivators could be seen patrolling everywhere. Trespassers would be killed on the spot. Blood River King and the other three Law Kings all appeared and mercilessly killed a group of king-level cultivators. At the same time, they completely intimidated those who had ulterior motives. The foreign cultivators had never dreamed that there were actually 4 nomological kings hidden in this seemingly level 9 building, which was not inferior to a top-notch national-level building. Whoever dared to provoke them would definitely be courting death. After displaying their powerful strength, no one dared to set their sights on Holy Dragon City for the time being. However, the number of people spying on them in the dark was increasing. The current Holy Dragon City was like a small boat floating in a storm, in danger of capsize at any time. What was certain was that as long as the giant peak city defeated the other 2 continent-level cities, they would definitely turn their attention to the Holy Dragon City and take back the treasure that fell into Tang Zhen's hands. Under such circumstances, Tang Zhen's timely return naturally made the citizens of Lusheng excited. After returning to the Holy Dragon City, the first thing Tang Zhen did was to head to the Foundation Stone platform. He wanted to see if the Space Tower had already left the Spirit Ruins war zone. As long as this step was completed, the Holy Dragon City could be teleported away at any time. However, when he entered the room where the Foundation Stone platform was placed, he found that someone had been waiting for a long time. It wasn't right to call him a human, because the other party was the same as him, an energy body that had transcended the level of ordinary life. His current appearance was just for the convenience of meeting people. The Holy Dragon City Master, Tang Zhen. After seeing Tang Zhen's appearance, the strong man seated on the chair smiled slightly and spoke in a calm voice. "That's right, I wonder what brings you here without an invitation." Tang Zhen sat on another chair and asked with an expressionless face. "Don't you know why I'm here?" The brawny man glanced at the Holy Dragon City's foundation stone platform, his eyes flashing with a hint of amusement. Tang Zhen laughed out loud. However, there was no embarrassment on his face. It was as if he was completely unaware of the entire matter. The brawny man sighed and slowly said, "Actually, you don't have to think too much about it. With the current situation in the Spirit Ruins war zone, the space tower is no longer meaningful to me. Sometimes, the things that you treasure are not important to me. This includes the space tower." Tang Zhen did not say anything. He merely quietly looked at the other party. He knew that there was no need for him to interrupt at this moment. All he needed to do was to quietly listen. "You might be wondering why I didn't notice the Myriad World Mall stirring up trouble here. In fact, the Spiritual Ruins war zone is only one of the war zones that I manage, and it's one of the weakest in terms of overall strength. For some reason, I've ignored this place for nearly 1,000 years, and I've just let it develop on its own. It was also because of this that the Myriad World Mall took advantage of the situation and secretly obtained more than half of the authority of the main control platform. It was impossible to regain the authority, at least not in a short period of time. Moreover, I could not mobilize people to solve the crisis here. I could only continue to be in a stalemate with the other party. If I could not get it back, I could forget about getting the Myriad World Mall. In other words, from now on, the cornerstone platform of the Spiritual Ruins battlefield will be paralyzed until the winner is decided between me and the Myriad World Mall." Tang Zhen nodded his head. Through the burly man's explanation, he finally understood the cause and effect of the matter. Some of the doubts in his heart were finally answered. 1326 Gift and Departure 1. Facing this brawny man who was transformed from the Spiritual Ruins Warzone's main control platform, Tang Zhen felt tremendous pressure. Even though he had already advanced to the Spiritual Emperor realm, he was still not on the same level as the other party. He had a vague feeling that this brawny man was not a cold program, but a living cultivator who had incredible means. Could it be that when the strength of Lu Cheng cultivators reached a certain level, they would be able to control the entire foundation stone platform in the war zone? This thought had just appeared in his heart when Tang Zhen laughed. He had the main control platform of the wilderness war zone in his hands. As long as he rebuilt the war zone and obtained enough authority, he could still control the entire war zone. According to this train of thought, there was no need to be surprised that the brawny man controlled several main control platforms. As long as his strength reached a certain level, anything was possible. Many thoughts flashed through Tang Zhen's mind. However, he did not reveal them. He continued to quietly listen to the burly man's explanation. "I know that you have an ownerless main control platform in your hands. As long as you slowly develop it, you will have the opportunity to control a war zone in the future. This is your opportunity, you must grasp it well." A trace of anticipation flashed across the burly man's eyes. He carefully sized up Tang Zhen before continuing, "Since you want the tower, I'll give it to you for free as an investment. As for the battle zone of the Spiritual Ruins, you should stay as far away as possible. This place is no longer suitable for you. Remember, don't let me down. You should know that it's been a long time since a new battlefront has appeared, and we old guys have been waiting anxiously." When the brawny man said this, he laughed at Tang Zhen and immediately disappeared. Tang Zhen slowly stood up and bowed to the strong man. His face was already grave when he stood up. The brawny man's sudden appearance caught Tang Zhen off guard. However, it was clear that the other party had no ill intentions. He had even handed the space tower directly to Tang Zhen so that he no longer needed to secretly cause trouble. Perhaps the truth was as the burly man had said. A space tower was nothing to him, but it was of great significance to Tang Zhen. Whether it was the value of the space tower or the Myriad World Mall, it was determined that Tang Zhen would not give up on it. The burly man might also be aware of this, which was why he did a favor at no cost. After all, he only had half of the authority of the main control platform of the Spiritual Ruins war zone. If he failed in the fight, he might not get anything in the end. In fact, even if he didn't give it to Tang Zhen also had a way to snatch it. However, in that case, both parties might have a grudge. Tang Zhen would not be grateful to the strong man. Now that the space tower was in their hands, there was no longer any point in staying in the spiritual ruins battlefield. Tang Zhen immediately issued a notice to all the residents of the tower. From today on, the city will be closed and enter the highest state of alert. All residents are not allowed to go out. Not long after, an energy shield suddenly appeared outside the Holy Dragon City. It was like a giant pot, covering the entire Holy Dragon City. When the cultivators and wanderers outside the city saw this scene, they were all baffled. They didn't know what the Holy Dragon City was up to. Although the war was still going on, it did not affect the Holy Dragon City. There were no large groups of enemies nearby either. What was the Holy Dragon City up to? It was important to know that activating the protective shield was burning money. No one would easily activate it without encountering an enemy attack. The spy who was secretly spying on the Holy Dragon City saw this and quickly reported back an abnormal situation. Then, he continued to nervously observe the Holy Dragon City's every move. The intelligence sent back by the spies was quickly responded to. Groups of wizards and cultivators from the Shang City left the battlefield in a hurry and headed straight for the Holy Dragon City. Due to the addition of the cultivators from the Shang City, a large number of technological weapons were put into use on the battlefield. This group of cultivators was riding a ground-effect military transport vehicle that could fly at an altitude of tens of meters. More than 3,000 ground-effect military vehicles formed a long line and flew over the open field. More than a dozen warships that were nearly 100 meters long followed suit. The momentum was quite amazing. Wherever the army passed, both cultivators and monsters dodged and watched in fear as they left. In just a few hours, the Holy Dragon City appeared in front of them. The huge energy shield was extremely eye-catching as it covered the entire city. The troop carriers that had just arrived quickly spread out and surrounded the Holy Dragon City. Although they could not break into the city that was protected by the protective shield, they could ensure that no one would escape from here. The dozen or so battleships hovering in the air had also locked onto the protective shield. Beams of light were shot at the protective shield, clearly to figure out how strong the protective shield was. After a round of bombarding, the Holy Dragon City's protective shield was unscathed. The attacks from the warships seemed like they were just scratching an itch. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. It was obvious that the energy shield's defensive strength was too high, and it was seriously inconsistent with the current level of the Holy Dragon City. On a chariot not far away, a cloaked wizard was looking at the Holy Dragon City, his eyes full of hatred. There was no nose or mouth on his face, only a pair of blood-red eyes that were extremely conspicuous. It was the blood-eyed magus that had been killed by Tang Zhen. After the blood-eyed sorcerer was killed by Tang Zhen when he launched a sneak attack on the Holy Dragon City, he successfully reincarnated using a secret technique. However, his strength was greatly reduced, and he was now only equivalent to an ordinary king-level cultivator. If he wanted to recover his previous cultivation, not only would he need a long time, but he would also need a huge amount of resources. It was also because of this that the Blood-Eye Sorcerer had a deep hatred for Tang Zhen in the Holy Dragon City, and could not wait to raze the city to the ground. What's going on? Even you guys can't break this energy shield? Looking at the Holy Dragon City, which was completely unscathed, the blood-eyed magus turned to the Shang City cultivators beside him, his tone carrying a hint of urgency and embarrassment. Of course it can be broken, but it will take some time. What's the rush, Blood-Eye? It can't run away. The cultivator from the Shang City sneered and looked at the blood-eyed sorcerer with a hint of mockery. Obviously, he did not think that the Holy Dragon City was very powerful. The blood-eyed sorcerer had failed only because he was too incompetent. If he had attacked Holy Dragon City in the first place, he would have razed it to the ground a long time ago. Although the Holy Dragon City's energy shield was very strong, there were enough methods in the Myriad World Mall to break it. Now, they only needed to wait patiently. Something's not right. Although we are very strong, the Holy Dragon City's strength is not weak either. According to my understanding of Tang Zhen, he would definitely not let us attack his door without any reaction. If I'm not wrong, Tang Zhen must be brewing some scheme. We must attack immediately. The blood-eyed magus yelled at the cultivators from the merchant city, his face full of exasperation. Blood-Eye, I think you've been traumatized by that Tang Zhen. Now, you better obediently stay at the side. You should know that I'm the commander of this operation. The cultivator from Shang City snorted and rebuked him in a cold tone. You're so silly. The blood-eyed magus trembled in anger. However, His strength had fallen greatly and he had long lost his original status. Even if he made a suggestion, it would not be taken seriously. The blood-eyed magus trembled with anger at the thought that all of this was due to Tang Zhen. One day, when I recover my strength, I will make you pay for your actions today. The blood-eyed magus roared fiercely in his heart. Then, he saw the cultivators from the city of trade around him looking up at the sky in shock. The blood-eyed magus looked up curiously and his mouth was wide open in shock. He saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The entire Holy Dragon City slowly rose from the ground, leaving only a huge pit. From his angle, he could see the bottom of the super warship engraved with runes, as well as 12 metal arms that were like mountain ranges. It was like a continent floating in the sky, and just a glance was enough to make people feel fear. Just as the enemies on the ground were in shock, pitch-black cannon muzzles suddenly extended from the Holy Dragon City's 12 arms, and a blinding light blasted in all directions. Boom! Violent explosions and flames engulfed the ground. With just one round of bombardment, the enemies surrounding the Holy Dragon City were utterly defeated. Before the enemies on the ground could react, more than a dozen light beams hit the warships of the Myriad World Mall in the distance. In a huge explosion, the burning warships fell to the ground one after another. A missile slowly rose into the air from Holy Dragon City, carrying a powerful bomb. Its target was the giant peak city in the distance. Not only did the other party kidnap Arl and his mother to threaten him, but they were also the accomplices of the super biological brain. With Tang Zhen's character, how could he easily let this matter go? Therefore, before he left, he sent a big gift to the giant peak city. Once this super bomb was detonated, even the continent-level city would suffer serious damage. It didn't take long before a loud noise came from a place far away, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. In the thick smoke, a dimensional portal appeared in front of the Holy Dragon City. The huge city tower moved slowly and soon disappeared into it. The blood-eyed magus stood in the sea of fire with a disheveled look on his face. He looked at the dimensional portal that had already been closed and let out an indignant roar. 1327 Tempering and Discovery 1 In the gloomy sky, there were large dark clouds floating motionlessly. There seemed to be no life on the barren land. It was like a tattered painting that had been sealed for a long time, exuding a desolate and decaying aura. In this dry and monotonous world, it was full of colors that made people feel sad and depressed. All of a sudden, the dark clouds that had not moved for a long time began to surge. A hole seemed to have appeared in the sky, and the torn dark clouds swirled around the hole, spreading rapidly in the surroundings, and finally occupied the entire sky. A moving piece of land that was shining with a metallic luster appeared. Together with the 12 metal arms, it looked like a terrifying giant beast that was crossing the plain channel and descending on this land. The colors of the buildings and flowers on the moving continent seemed out of place here. In the dark world, the light of the energy shield was extremely glaring. 10 minutes later, the plain channel disappeared, but the mobile land did not land. Instead, a large number of drones flew out from the metal cantilever and flew in all directions. Tang Zhen and the others gathered in the command cabin of the warship. They stared at the image sent back by the drone. They wanted to see where they were randomly sent to this time. A holographic image appeared around them, but the content of the image did not make them happy. Other than the ferocious rocks, there seemed to be nothing else on the land. It was simply desolate to the extreme. This kind of environment was not suitable for development at all. Even if the Holy Dragon City had the support of the original world, the harsh environment would make the future difficult. Let's wait and see. Maybe other places are not like this. After all, no matter where it is, there will always be desolate places, but there will also be rich treasure lands. Tai Seng looked at the scene on the screen and said to Tang Zhen, "It's not that I'm not satisfied with the environment here, but I have a faint premonition that this land might not be simple." Tang Zhen said in a faint voice. His eyes were staring at an image. He seemed to have discovered something as he hurriedly controlled the drone to get closer and observe. The stars he lit up were an extension of technology. One of the skills allowed him to connect his mind to various electronic devices. If Tang Zhen wanted to, he could control thousands of armed robots at any time, to the extent that it was as easy as moving his arms. It was easy for Tang Zhen to gain control of a drone. As the drone got closer, the image became clearer. Broken stone statues appeared in front of everyone. They were strange and ferocious, but they looked very lifelike. In the rubble around the statue, one could vaguely see the traces of damaged buildings. There were also some scattered bones, but they had long since rotted. It was obvious that there had once been living creatures here, and they had high intelligence. This was a good start. It could prove that this place was not a dead land. As for why it had become so desolate, more information was needed to analyze it. You guys continue to investigate. If there's anything, let me know. If there's any accident, deal with it as you see fit. Tang Zhen instructed Qian Long Tai Seng and the others before returning to the secret cultivation room. He then sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. After advancing to a spirit emperor, Tang Zhen was completely capable of using his spiritual force to scan the surrounding area of 10,000 miles. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble in attracting the attention of the powerful natives that might be present, Tang Zhen did not do it rashly. When he switched to the map view, the scenery he saw was almost the same, as if the whole world was the same. Tang Zhen retracted his gaze and began to cultivate in a calm manner, attempting to refine Holy Dragon City as soon as possible. However, there was a disadvantage to tempering the building. The entire process could not be interrupted, or all the previous efforts would be wasted. In most cases, a spirit emperor would let a resident temporarily take over the position of the city lord, or simply hand over the city lord's authority to ensure that his tempering process would not be disturbed, and then take back the city lord's authority after the tempering was completed. However, the Holy Dragon City was different. Many things could not be carried out without Tang Zhen. Therefore, even though the Holy Dragon City was now full of talents, Tang Zhen was still unable to hand over the city lord's authority. However, Tang Zhen had already thought of a plan to deal with this. He had already nurtured a host body. As long as he inserted a trace of mental energy, he would be able to remotely control the body. At the same time, it would not have any effect on his tempering. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen's body suddenly spread out and turned into invisible energy that seeped into the Holy Dragon City. He began the long road of tempering. In the teleportation hall in the back valley of Holy Dragon City, a soul teleportation cabin that was placed alone slowly opened. Then, a strong young man stepped out and casually looked around. The soul teleportation array was shut down, and the residents of Holy Dragon City were doing some maintenance to reset the coordinates and data of the soul teleportation array to prevent it from affecting the battle in the dream world. The hall that Tang Zhen was in charge of connecting to the original world. At this moment, it was also in a closed state. It was empty and there was not a single person in sight. He sensed the quality of this body. It clearly far exceeded that of an ordinary person. However, it was pitifully weak when compared to Tang Zhen's main body. This caused him to feel a little uncomfortable. However, this wasn't a problem. If he didn't have enough strength, he could make up for it with equipment. As the Holy Dragon City Lord, the rich Tang Zhen could crush his enemies to death with money. With a thought, a storage ring appeared in his palm and Tang Zhen put it on his finger. At this moment, Tang Zhen's main body had merged into the Holy Dragon City. It could be said that he was everywhere. It was naturally easy for him to deliver a storage ring. Tang Zhen took out a set of seemingly ordinary black battle armor that was actually specially made and put it on. Then, he slowly walked out of the door. When the busy Holy Dragon City's residents saw Tang Zhen, they were all slightly stunned. They did not know why the city lord had suddenly appeared here. "City lord, are you a Wufu?" The person in charge happened to be present. He hurriedly rushed over, bowed, and greeted. At the same time, he used a puzzled gaze to sweep over Tang Zhen's body. "I can tell. That's right, this is the body I asked you to cultivate some time ago. The compatibility between the soul and the body is quite good." Tang Zhen's words caused the person in charge to have a sudden realization. No wonder he kept feeling that the strength of the city lord in front of him was so weak. There was practically no difference between him and an ordinary person. "City lord, you don't know this, but in order to cultivate this body, we mobilized many departments to participate. We failed more than 20 times before we finally succeeded." At the mention of this host body, the person in charge immediately waved his hands and said, "After our tests, this body's attributes are simply too good. It can definitely be called perfect. The only weakness is that it consumes too many resources and can't be cultivated in batches. If you use this body to cultivate, you'll definitely be able to make rapid progress." After chatting with the person in charge for a while, Tang Zhen left in a car. Now that the Holy Dragon City had arrived in a foreign land for the first time, he still had a lot of things to deal with. 1328 The natives of the land of No King, 1 Shua Shua Shua. As the blade light flickered, a figure retreated in a sorry state. He crouched in a corner and panted continuously. If it wasn't for the fact that this face was so well known, the onlookers would definitely think that this breathless man was a rookie, because he was only a level 2 cultivator. The current Holy Dragon City was comparable to a paradise. Even if the ordinary residents of the city rarely cultivated, they all had a cultivation of level 3 and above, and would only meet higher ones in the future. In such an environment, it was really difficult to see a level 2 cultivator. Not counting the children, Tang Zhen was the only level 2 cultivator in the entire Tower City. Fortunately, he was in a special situation, so he didn't feel embarrassed. Haha, brother-in-law, you're too weak. You're not my opponent at all. Mirong Ziyu, who was wearing armor, looked at Zhen Tang arrogantly. It was obvious that she enjoyed the feeling of torturing a spirit emperor. Qianlong, Mo Yun, and the others wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. They could only keep a straight face, looking very awkward. Little girl, what are you so proud of? Your brother-in-law is afraid of hurting you. Otherwise, you, a grand lord, would want to hurt him. And NBSP, Tai Seng said a fair sentence. Of course, if he didn't turn around and snickered, Tang Zhen would really treat him as a good comrade. It had to be said that Tang Zhen's past achievements were too amazing, so much so that he was an invincible master in the eyes of the residents. So, when Tang Zhen was beaten up by Mirong Ziyu, everyone couldn't help but feel happy. Even if they knew that this was because the strength of the host body was too weak, there was no other way. This body was no different from Tang Zhen's. Tang Zhen did not care about everyone's reaction. Instead, he raised his head and drank a bottle of strength recovery medicine. He then pointed at Mo Ran. It's your turn, don't go easy. A trace of helplessness flashed through Mo Ran's eyes. He could only brace himself and walk to the training ground, acting as Tang Zhen's sparring partner for an hour. In fact, not only Mo Ran, but Qianlong, Tai Seng, and the others had all been forcefully pulled over by Tang Zhen to be his sparring partners so that the city lord could quickly develop the potential of this body. At the same time, Robert and the others had also specially concocted a large number of potions for Tang Zhen. Each bottle was very expensive and could help him recover his strength in an extremely short time. It was precisely by using this method that Tang Zhen was able to advance 2 levels in a single day, as if he had become a rocket. In the entire Holy Dragon City, other than Tang Zhen, no one else could pull in such a high-level sparring team. Everyone here held important positions and were usually busy. Waving the battle blade in his hand, the weak version of Tang Zhen was just about to have a big fight with Mo Ran when his expression suddenly changed. Mo Ran also noticed this and slowly lowered his raised saber. City Lord, did something happen? Tang Zhen nodded. He threw his battle blade to the side and said in a deep voice, the drone has found a village with many alien races living in it. It's about 5,000 kilometers away from us. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, Qianlong and the others revealed a joyous expression. They hurriedly followed him to the command cabin of the battleship. When Tang Zhen and the others arrived in a car, the thousands of square meters of the command module was filled with busy figures. Dozens of holographic images were suspended in the surroundings, and they could clearly see a village where the indigenous people of a different race lived. After seeing Tang Zhen come over, everyone saluted him. Then, an officer in black combat uniform began to report, the village you see now has about 300 residents. The surrounding resources are poor, and the living conditions are primitive and backward. It's impossible to determine if there are cultivators. Tang Zhen looked at the image on the screen and gently nodded. Have you searched the area around the village? There shouldn't be only one settlement. We've searched the area within 500 kilometers. There are no other villages, but we found some ruins that seem to have been abandoned for a long time. Very good, let's go straight to that village now. I think there will be a surprise soon. Following Tang Zhen's order, the Holy Dragon City, which had been hovering in the air for 2 days, slowly accelerated. It suddenly broke through the dark clouds and headed straight into the distance. Looking up at the dark clouds in the sky, the villagers of White Tooth Village crawled out of their tents weakly and slowly gathered in the center of the village. Due to the lack of food all year round, every villager appeared to be very thin and weak, and their standing figures would sway from time to time. After seeing that most of the villagers had gathered, a tall but equally thin man stood out and shouted to the crowd, "We're going to dig for ancient tree roots today. Everyone, put in more effort and try to dig out the roots within these few days. Otherwise, the village will run out of food soon." The tall man was the village chief, the leader elected by the 300 people. After hearing the village chief's words, the villagers' faces turned a little ugly, but they quickly returned to their numb expressions. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened, and everyone was already used to it. In this barren land, food was the most precious thing. In order to obtain enough food, they moved around and lived a life without a fixed residence. Every once in a while, there would be villagers who would die from hunger and illness, and the number of people in the village would also decrease. After a few weak shouts, the villagers walked out of the village with simple tools and began to dig on a hillside. The place had been excavated by the villagers before, and the ground was scattered with soil and gravel. A few dried and broken tree stumps stood alone, with thick roots deeply rooted in the ground. The villagers surrounded several roots and kept cleaning them, just to dig out the ancient tree roots deep underground and obtain the starch-like objects in the roots, as well as the precious water source deeper in. Their weak bodies greatly reduced their work efficiency, and the soil mixed with rocks was extremely hard. The villagers, who did not have any tools, only broke the surface of the soil after digging for an entire day. The leading village chief looked at the slow speed of the villagers. Although he was anxious, he could do nothing about it. In order to not go hungry, no villagers slacked off. However, their bodies were too weak. Even moving a slightly larger stone required the cooperation of a few people. Sighing, the village chief picked up a stone the size of a human head, staggered out of the pit, and threw it out with all his strength. Taking off a water bottle made of bones from his waist, the village chief carefully took a sip, and the dry coughing feeling was slightly relieved. Looking at the desolate land around him, a trace of worry flashed in the village chief's dry eye sockets. He didn't know if he would be so lucky next time to find new ancient tree roots before the food was running out. If not for the harvest this time, the villagers would have continued to starve and more people would have died. Painful memories flashed in the village chief's mind. Among those figures were his brothers, children, and many lifelike villagers. As if something was about to burst out of his eyes, the village chief hurriedly looked up at the sky. He didn't want the villagers to see his fragile appearance. But then, the village chief's body froze. His weather-beaten face was filled with shock, and his mouth couldn't help but open wide. When the villagers saw this scene, a puzzled expression appeared on their faces, and they also turned to look at the sky. In less than a minute, all the villagers stopped what they were doing and just stood there in a daze, staring at the city tower that was like a moving continent squeezing through the dark clouds and quietly hovering in the sky above the village. 1329 The god in the eyes of the natives. The villagers of White Tooth Village had never seen anything like this before, so they could not come back to their senses for a long time and could only stare at the sky in a daze. However, when they came back to their senses, the fear of the unknown gushed out. The giant object that was like a floating continent above their heads made the villagers' legs go soft, and they subconsciously knelt on the ground. It didn't take long for all the villagers, including the chief, to kneel on the ground and pray continuously, afraid that disaster would befall them. However, after kneeling for half a day, the floating land above his head still did not react, as if it turned a blind eye to the villagers, kneeling. The village chief carefully raised his head and sneaked a glance at the sky. Then, he quickly stuck his head to the ground. In the face of things that they had never seen before, the only thing the villagers could do was to show their respect and piety as much as possible, so that the other party could feel their goodwill, instead of choosing to respond with violence. The villagers, who had been through so many disasters, no longer had the confidence to challenge any existence that was stronger than them. They only wanted to keep their lives and not gamble on the hope that the other party could bring them. If they were asked to choose between an unknown fate and a difficult situation, it was estimated that only a few people would choose the former, because most people had lost hope and were used to living like the walking dead. They had no courage to change their fate. Fortunately, there was still a glimmer of hope in the village chief's heart. He was also very excited now, praying that this sudden change would make him and the villagers no longer starve. The worst-case scenario was not death. Even if they were not killed, how long could the villagers last? An hour later, just as all the villagers were at a loss and didn't know what to do, the moving land in the sky suddenly cast a beam of light, and then dozens of figures appeared in the vision of the village chief and the others. Seeing this, the village chief, who had already stood up, knelt down again. He raised his head and raised his hands with a pious expression, shouting in a strange tone. The other villagers did the same thing as the chief, raising their hands with a fanatical look, but their eyes were fixed on the figures who were slowly walking over. They were dressed in gorgeous clothes, and there was not a trace of unhealthy color on their faces. It was obvious that they had never starved or fallen sick. A powerful aura spread from their bodies, as if they could kill everyone with a raise of their hands. At this moment, in the eyes of these natives, the Holy Dragon City cultivators were no different from gods. They had come from the sky and had an intimidating aura. Who are you? Why are you here? Qianlong walked up to the village chief and asked in a calm voice. Great messenger of God, I am the village chief of White Teeth. Please accept my most sincere respect. The village chief Bai Ya couldn't understand the words of the 1,000 dragons, but he still shouted loudly and kowtowed to them. Qianlong shrugged helplessly. Village chief Bai Ya, are these the only people in your village? Tang Zhen, who was standing behind Qianlong, spoke. He used his mobile app to translate village chief Bai Ya's words and asked in a slow voice. God's emissary, we only have these people in our village. The others have all died. When village chief Bai Ya saw Tang Zhen being protected by Qianlong and the rest, he immediately realized that Tang Zhen's identity was extraordinary. Hence, his expression became even more respectful when he replied, have you seen anyone else? You can't be the only people around here, right? Hearing this, the village chief immediately revealed a bitter expression and said with a slightly sorrowful tone, when I was young, the land wasn't this barren. There was a lot of food to eat, many cities, and many people. However, the land became barren day by day, and the people had no food. They became weaker and weaker, so most of the people nearby died. Tang Zhen's brows furrowed when he heard this. He looked at the white-toothed village chief and asked, is it the same everywhere, like that direction? Tang Zhen extended his hand and pointed at the horizon. He felt that something was not right there. The drone seemed to have detected an unusual image earlier. When he saw the direction Tang Zhen was pointing at, a trace of fear and hatred flashed across the eyes of the white-toothed village chief. He spoke in a low and deep voice, that place is a death barrier that cannot be crossed. There are mountains of white bones and the dead. People are constantly wandering there. As long as they get close, they will die, so no one dares to get close to that place. Is that so? Tang Zhen smiled. He seemed to have thought of something as he turned to Qianlong and the others and said, I think we should stay here for the time being. It won't be too late to take action after we have enough information. Qianlong and the others nodded. As residents of the tower, they naturally had to follow the orders of the city lord. Following Tang Zhen's order, the holy dragon city that was suspended in the air slowly descended. Under the dumbfounded gazes of village chief Bai Ya and the rest, a large piece of wilderness in front of the village was covered by the holy dragon city. The 12 metal arms were also forcefully pressed into the ground. This scene had completely exceeded their imagination. Alright, you guys don't have to kneel anymore. I have some things to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen extended his hand and pointed at village chief Bai Ya. Then, he walked to the ancient tree root that the villagers had dug up and lightly tapped it. The mind power that seemed to have substance grabbed onto the ancient tree roots. Then, the soil suddenly surged and several huge roots were pulled out. Upon seeing this miracle-like scene, village chief Bai Ya and the rest, who had just stood up, knelt down again with fear and respect on their faces. They knelt down and cheered in front of Tang Zhen. It's better not to eat this kind of thing. After a long time, it will accumulate toxins in the body. No wonder you are all sick. Tang Zhen threw away a section of the root in his hand and asked the residents of Lu City to send a batch of food. Then, everyone entered the village together. Perhaps it was because they had never seen an outsider before, the dozen or so children in the village were unusually excited. They poked their heads out from the corner and stared at Tang Zhen and the others without blinking. There was no sign of the almost rigid respect on the adults' faces. After choosing a clean rock and sitting down, Tang Zhen took out a portion of food and water and handed it to the white-toothed village chief. Eat it first to fill your stomach, then answer my question. When the village chief Bai Ya smelled the fragrance of the food, his stomach immediately growled. He had indeed not been full for a long time. The food that Tang Zhen handed over to him was like a hook that ruthlessly tugged at his stomach. The white-toothed village chief smiled at Tang Zhen and did not hesitate to stuff the food into his mouth. Other than the fact that he was really hungry, he also wanted to use this to express his trust in Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw this. Clearly, this village chief wasn't stupid. He knew that Tang Zhen would be able to kill him without any effort. It was impossible for him to use poisonous food to deal with him. After the white-toothed village chief was full, Tang Zhen opened his mouth and asked, "Tell me about the barrier that can't be crossed. Tell me as much as you know and don't hide anything." The white-toothed village chief was currently reminiscing about the deliciousness of the food. After hearing Tang Zhen's question, he hurriedly replied, "Actually, I've been there once before, because the old man in the village once said that as long as we cross that barrier, we can reach the rich land, where there is endless food. However, rich land has already been occupied by our ancestors, enemies, and they chased all the losers here. They built that barrier to prevent us from returning to rich land. It's said that they took away the blood of the earth and turned this place into a dead land. That's why all living things gradually withered and the earth became more and more desolate." After listening to village chief Bai Ya's explanation, Tang Zhen could faintly guess the truth of the matter. No wonder he could not feel the existence of a trace of life when he first entered this place. It was not much different from the appearance of the world's origin after it was plundered. It was obvious that the enemies of village chief White-Tooth's ancestors had used some method to forcibly extract or isolate the origin energy, which led to the current situation. 1330 Preparations for the future war to be able to imprison the ancestor of the White-Tooth village in a fixed area and also have the ability to tamper with the power of the origin. The enemy was obviously not weak. At least, the current Holy Dragon City could not do that. However, it would be too arbitrary to conclude that the enemy was powerful based on this point alone. Perhaps Holy Dragon City had something that the other party could not catch up to. Tang Zhen was clear in his heart that if the Holy Dragon City wanted to develop and grow, it absolutely could not cower in this barren land in front of them. Therefore, friction was inevitable between the two sides. Since war was inevitable, they naturally had to make early preparations. In addition, Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to cross the death barrier before he could figure out the enemy's strength. After all, this matter concerned the future fate of Holy Dragon City. He could not be careless. If the enemy's strength far exceeded Holy Dragon City's, and they had the support of a continent, Holy Dragon City would inevitably be caught in the quagmire of war. Even if they could withdraw, they would definitely pay a huge price. Therefore, the best way was to slowly develop here and launch an invasion when they were fully prepared. They would strive to settle the situation in one battle. As for the problem of the harsh environment, Tang Zhen similarly had a solution. Although he could not be as brutal as the enemy, who could isolate and extract the origin energy of millions of square kilometers, he could completely restore the natural environment around Holy Dragon City to its normal level. All he needed was to consume some of the world's origin. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen arranged a mission for village chief Bai Ya and his villagers. He asked them to lead the Holy Dragon City cultivators out to search for the remaining aboriginals and bring them back here as much as possible. Tang Zhen needed to gather more information from these natives. At the same time, he had to ensure that the surrounding area became a truly no man's land to prevent the existence of Holy Dragon City from being discovered too early. After returning to the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen immediately gathered all the heads of the various departments and told them about the current situation and his plan, letting them discuss and supplement. The meeting lasted for a few hours. Plans for war and development were finalized, and the entire Holy Dragon City began to operate. Tanks whizzed out and took the White-Teeth villagers to search for the surviving indigenous people. A large number of armed drones also began to patrol the marked area, and any suspicious people would be killed directly. The Holy Masters of the Holy Dragon City built the runic magic circle according to the blueprint that Tang Zhen had provided. The total area was hundreds of square kilometers. They needed to build dozens of runic towers, which would take at least a month to complete. The Holy Dragon City Army's soldiers were not idle either. They would be in charge of patrolling and defense work, in preparation for the war that could start at any time in the future. In addition, the Holy Dragon City also had to make preparations to welcome transmigrators from the original world. Their partners in the original world had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Since Tang Zhen had already made this ownerless land his own nest, he should let them enter and develop as soon as possible. Other than preparing for the war, Tang Zhen also had another important matter to do, which was to establish a new war zone. Apart from Tang Zhen, no one else knew about the matter of the war zone. After all, there was still no sign of it. If the residents knew about it too early, it would undoubtedly increase the pressure on them. In this unowned land, Holy Dragon City's main control platform had absolute authority, especially after a war zone was established. As long as a building was built, it would automatically belong to the main control platform. As for opening the spatial rift to allow the wild tower to descend, transforming the monsters with the power of the origin, and then throwing them into the wilderness for the cultivators to train, all of these were the work of the main control platform. Of course, the premise was that there were enough resources stored. If Tang Zhen did not like this kind of training method, there was no need to activate these functions at all. This way, the resource consumption of the main control platform would be greatly reduced. The premise of all this was that Tang Zhen must build 10 towers and all of them must be promoted to the national level to obtain the qualification to set up a war zone. Tang Zhen's advantage must be mentioned here. As long as he had enough resources and with the permission of the main control platform, he could upgrade Lusheng all the way to the national level without the need to activate plane invasion. This was the difference between manual operation and automatic operation. The former was undoubtedly more flexible. Under normal circumstances, the plane intrusion mission to upgrade to a national level was not only for training, but also to recover the cost, so that the main control platform could make ends meet. If he did not activate the invasion mission, Tang Zhen would have to bear the burden of this kind of resource consumption. Therefore, the specific operation would have to depend on the actual situation. If he wasn't in a hurry to establish a war zone, Tang Zhen didn't mind starting a few plane invasions. On the one hand, it could allow the cultivators in Lusheng to gain experience, and on the other hand, it could also give him more income. After all, he still had a big eater like the Myriad World Mall. If he didn't have enough wealth, he really wouldn't be able to completely build it. Moreover, an incomplete Myriad World Mall wouldn't be able to bring enough benefits to Tang Zhen. As soon as he thought of the Myriad World Mall, Tang Zhen realized that he had not checked the construction progress for a long time. He wondered if its tentacles had detected the other plane. Until now, Tang Zhen had yet to figure out the origin of the Myriad World Mall. It was not a living being, but it had intelligence and could even communicate with Tang Zhen. The most amazing thing about it was its ability. It could rely on its tentacles that extended into the void to sniff out the cracks between planes, and then choose an object from another world as a medium. As long as there was a medium connected to the mall's tentacles, cross-plane transactions could be carried out through it. It was because of such a wondrous item that the race that controlled the Myriad World Mall earned an immeasurable amount of wealth. The super biological brain obviously also wanted to obtain such benefits. This was why it used its authority to create a copy of the Myriad World Mall in Tang Zhen's hands. Moreover, it continuously accumulated the world's origin as nourishment. In the end, it benefited Tang Zhen. After suffering such a loss, the super biological brain would definitely not be satisfied and would definitely try to get it back. Fortunately, the Holy Dragon City had already been teleported to the land of no king, and the super biological brain couldn't find it in a short time. Moreover, under Tang Zhen's stirring, the current battle zone of the spirit ruins was a mess. The super biological brain must first clean up the mess. This matter was not a small one. It was even possible that the plot of the super biological brain had been exposed, and they needed to avoid the pursuit of the original owner of the Myriad World Mall. As he thought of this, Tang Zhen took a car and headed straight to the space tower. Although the strength of this body was low, as long as he was around Holy Dragon City, he could borrow the power of his main body at any time. Whether it was teleportation or flight, it was easy. However, Tang Zhen would never use his main body's strength unless it was absolutely necessary. Firstly, it was not conducive to the future development of this body. Secondly, he was afraid that it would affect the tempering process. His main body had already turned into energy and was not suitable to move around in the outside world. He would need to use it to show himself for a long time in the future. This was also one of the reasons why Tang Zhen was anxious to increase the strength of his host body. The roads in Holy Dragon City were straight and wide. He was in a hover car, so it did not take long for him to reach his destination. Now that the space tower belonged to Tang Zhen, there was no need to hide it. At this time, at the entrance that was more than 20 meters high, Holy Dragon City's residents were constantly coming and going. After verifying Tang Zhen's identity, the hover car passed through the entrance and headed straight to the location of the Myriad World Mall.